Across the globe, incidents governed by rules are emerging in abundance. This is a world where regulations can lead to dire consequences. Be it the minutiae of household rules or the grandiosity of national laws, they are gradually materializing. Once a rule is breached, the repercussions are often terrifying. Fang Jun has noticed a troubling trend. Students at his school have begun to vanish one after another. Even more bizarrely, the memories of those around him have been quietly altered. He alone retains the recollections of the missing individuals. All he can do is muster every ounce of strength to survive and embark on a quest for the truth. In the course of this journey, he unexpectedly awakens to his own abilities the power to harness the forces of the rule-based events he encounters for his own use. He will methodically unveil the veil of truth amidst a series of strange occurrences while exploring the mysteries of his own true identity. Hello, this is the Baiyun District Police Station. How may we assist you? On the other end of the line, there came the sound of hurried breathing. Hello, how can I help you? Is it inconvenient to speak? If you can remain silent for 20 seconds, we will immediately locate your position. To have something to say, I am a student at Yushio Academy and am currently in an internet CAF. Something feels off, and I am terrified. Can you come to rescue me? It's truly frightening here. The voice on the phone trembled, accompanied by an indistinct crackling sound. Which internet CAF specifically? The Baiyun District Midnight Internet CAF. Please hurry. I'm curled up in a corner and can't move. They are all staring at me. All right, we have dispatched colleagues from Baiyun District to your location. Please remain calm, take deep breaths, and try to protect yourself. Could you tell me what you are experiencing? Are you being held against your will or confronted by kidnappers? Or is there something threatening your safety? No, it's none of those. There are many people in the CAF, and they are dripping wet. The voice on the line sounded as though it were on the verge of tears. Dripping wet? The operator felt a chill run down their spine. Despite the windows being closed, an eerie draft seemed to caress their neck. Is it due to the rain today? No, that's not it. They are soaked through. Every one of them looks like a corpse that has been submerged. They are attending an online class. Each person is logged in on their computer, and there's even a teacher asking questions. It's about to be my turn. This? Is your teacher conducting an online class? Did your school book out the internet CAF? Please be serious. Filing a false report is a criminal offense. I am not lying. I've never seen this internet CAF before. It just appeared suddenly. There's no internet here, and there's no teacher in their computers. Ah! Help, it's my turn. Beep. The operator was met with the sound of a busy signal. They glanced at the clock on the wall. It was precisely 10:30. At that moment, a call from a colleague in Baiyun District came through. On the other end, there were complaints. Is someone filing another false report? This is outrageous. Running around at this hour, these college students really lack decorum. That midnight internet CAF was burned down 3 years ago. It caused quite a stir. I've inquired with the local residents. That day, students had booked the CAF for an online class, and a fire broke out, claiming the lives of hundreds of students. It was a major incident that made the news. The operator's body shuddered, a wave of cold fear creeping from their spine to their scalp. Another day devoid of surprise unfolded. Fang Jun ate, attended classes, and after completing evening study sessions, tidied up, turned off the fan, and extinguished the lights. Goodbye, teacher, he called out to the empty classroom before shutting the door with a heavy thud. The campus lay desolate and silent. Yet a few scattered students walked past in pairs. Fang Jun returned to his dormitory. The dormitory was a 4-person setup with beds above desks, the floor swept clean, the blankets neatly folded, and towels and toothbrushes arranged in an orderly fashion. The trash bin was devoid of refuse. The desk bore no books, and the bed was empty. The dormitory was eerily quiet. For Fang Jun had no roommates. Due to the arrangement of students during enrollment, he had fortuitously ended up with only one other roommate in a 4-person dormitory, providing ample space and tranquility. However, his roommate, Huang Jingxin, had stealthily disappeared months ago after an all-night internet binge and had not returned since. Still hasn't come back, he sighed, although he knew deep down that his roommate might never return. Fang Jun still held a flicker of hope for a surprise. After all, being alone was somewhat tedious. He fiddled with his phone, scrolling through the news, which remained as unremarkable as ever. After a while, having seen no reports of any strange occurrences, Fang Jun tossed his phone aside in frustration. Am I the only one sensing something amiss? Sitting in his seat, He meditated for a moment before opening his diary. May 7th, 2022, clear skies. Day 247 since enrollment. Whoever claimed that university life was delightful, let me catch them, and I swear I'll smash their head in. Today, the last student in the class didn't show up either. The teacher was absent too. It seems they have all violated the rules. I questioned the principal, who said it was quite normal there's only one student in your class. I seriously want to rip out the few remaining hairs on his head. I'm uncertain if there's something wrong with me, but that bald-headed fool definitely has a major issue. Do you even hear yourself? One student in a class is considered normal? Is this some kind of charity work? If one student is normal, then explain to me how there isn't a single teacher in a class. Am I supposed to self-study 8 specialized subjects by myself? What's the point of my being at school then? The most infuriating part is that even without a teacher, I am still expected to attend classes without fail. I can't even play on my phone during class. This is truly one of life's greatest miseries. Fang Zhen paused, took a deep breath, and calmed himself. He flipped back through his diary. The entries meticulously documented the number of students across various departments in the school. Fang Zhen updated this figure almost every other day. Originally a school with nearly 10,000 students, it now housed fewer than 700. Moreover, apart from him, it seemed no one else had noticed this. Everyone else was attending classes and going about their work as usual. When he first discovered this, Fang Zhen thought he might be losing his mind. But as the student population continued to dwindle, he developed the habit of journaling. He recorded recent events and the changes in numbers. Fearing that one day he too might forget, writing in his diary might serve as a constant reminder to stay alert. Who writes a diary as a sane person? In such circumstances, who can still be considered sane? Persevering in attending classes in an empty classroom, to outsiders, he might as well be deemed a madman. Fang Zhen chuckled at himself. Then he crossed out the last number in his diary and wrote the latest figure at the bottom. Architecture Department, total number 150. Mechanical and Electrical Department, total number 143. Information Department, total number 122. Art Department, total number 77. Registered teachers in the office building, 10. Security personnel, 5. Cafeteria staff, 9. Actually, others were doing fine after all. Fang Zhen was a homebody and rarely interacted with others. Besides feeling a moment of sadness after his roommate's disappearance, he had little more than that. But if the cafeteria staff were to vanish entirely, the day would truly come to an end. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door broke the silence. Fang Zhen jumped. Since his roommate's disappearance, the dormitory door had not made a sound. Could it be? Has he returned? Chapter 2. After lights out, remained silent. A series of urgent knocks resounded at the door, echoing like a vengeful spirit demanding its due. Fang Zhen cast a restless glance at his phone. 10:25 p.m. Just 5 minutes until lights out. Who is it? He called out. A robust voice responded from outside. It's Li Chun from Class 2. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhen opened the door, his expression one of bemusement. Standing before him was a strikingly handsome university student, approximately 6 feet tall, clad in a black basketball jersey and shorts. Li Chun, the captain of the basketball team from the neighboring dormitory. Fang Zhen, perplexed, asked, "What is the matter, classmate? I recall your name is Fang Zhen, correct? Come quickly. There's a girl from the art department on the girls' dormitory floor who is about to jump. We must go help her." Li Chun exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. "Help with what?" Fang Zhen inquired. "To save her, of course," Li Chun asserted passionately. Moreover, it's a splendid opportunity to enter the girls' dormitory openly. It could even earn us the admiration of a certain art major beauty. Such was the reality of a science and engineering university, where the gender ratio was heavily skewed. Many wolves, few sheep. The perennial topic among male students was how to find a girlfriend. Other prevalent discussions included, why am I your father? Reflections on the war in Israel. If I were the president of the United States, I would. That wave I should have amplified. And why has my takeout not arrived yet? Fang Zhen, feeling exasperated, replied, not interested. You can go by yourself. Why not? Are you uninterested in girls? Li Chun asked, pointing to the time displayed on Fang Zhen's phone. Look at the time, 10:28 p.m. What is the issue? Li Chun stared at Fang Zhen in disbelief. You passing up an opportunity to enter the girls' dormitory simply because lights out is approaching? Yes, don't you think it's vital to adhere to the lights out schedule and get some sleep? Fang Zhen retorted. The two exchanged incredulous glances. each unable to comprehend the other's reasoning. Fang Zhen felt a wave of confusion. Did Li Chun not notice anything amiss? He furrowed his brow. How many people are in your class? 3. Don't you find that rather few? What is strange about that? The class next door has only one person. That unfortunate soul spent all his time alone, even during meals and exams. Fang Zhen's face darkened. I am the one you refer to as the unfortunate one, Li Chun. Feeling awkward, stammered, my apologies, but having only 3 people in a class is quite common. Isn't it? Why do you bring this up all of a sudden? Fang Zhen remained silent for a moment. I remember you were the basketball team captain. Indeed. But you used to be a player. That is correct, Li Chun said, thumping his chest. 3 months ago, I successfully became the captain due to my exceptional abilities. Alas, I still do not have a girlfriend. The number of girls at our school is simply too few. Too few girls? Is that your revelation? Fang Zhen lamented. How many are in your basketball team? Just 1. What about the previous captain? Li Chun was taken aback. Right, where is my former captain? Why is there only me on the basketball team? And have you not noticed that our school doesn't even hold basketball matches? No one plays with you at all. The court has always been empty, save for you. Fang Zhen spoke slowly. Li Chun stood frozen, images flashing through his mind of his solitary figure on the basketball court, dribbling, breaking through defenses, shooting, making free throws, executing feints, and celebrating his own impressive moves. His graceful silhouette raced across the court, all alone. After a moment of silence, he broke into a grin. That is perfectly normal. Our school simply has fewer people. Fang Zhen, feeling defeated, muttered, there is no hope for you. Farewell. He recalled the classmates who had vanished, yet it seemed he was the only one who remembered them, as if he were the true anomaly. Lights out soon. Good night, Fang Zhen said, disinterested. As he closed the door, Li Chun grew anxious. Hey, don't shut the door. Are you really not coming to the girls' dorm with me? Not interested, and I advise you to stay and sleep. It is just 1 minute until lights out. Fang Zhen swiftly undressed and climbed into bed, waiting for the lights to extinguish. You're such a recluse. I see you alone and I feel sorry for you. I'll seize this opportunity myself, Li Chun shouted from outside. Once I embraced the beauty, don't you regret it? Fang Zhen paid no heed to the calls from outside. You really aren't going? Do you know? Suddenly, the dormitory was engulfed in darkness, plunging into an eerie silence. The time on his phone ticked to exactly 10:30 p.m. Lights out. Li Chun's voice outside abruptly ceased, as if muted. The quiet was unsettling. The streetlight's glow filtered through the balcony, casting flickering shadows into the dormitory, leaving behind unsettling shapes akin to little beings caught in a chokehold, trembling incessantly. Sighing, Fang Zhen buried his head under the covers. It appeared yet another sleepless night awaited him. Students who violated school regulations mysteriously vanished without a trace. Months ago, after his roommate disappeared without a word, Fang Zhen had made this unsettling discovery. No one remembered his roommate, only Fang Zhen himself. By then, a small portion of the school population had already vanished. Fang Zhen attempted to report the matter to his teachers and the principal. But to no avail, for those who had gone missing were forgotten by everyone, as for calling the police. Every call made to the outside world resulted in a busy signal, as if the entire school had become a self-contained realm. He yearned to escape the school, yet an incredibly vexing predicament loomed before him. The university he attended was a rather ordinary vocational institution in Han City. Top-tier universities focused on academics, second-tier schools prioritized employment, while third-tier institutions enforced strict discipline. Unfortunately, this dilapidated school imposed stringent regulations on freshmen. Aside from mandatory study sessions in the morning and evening, students were not permitted to leave the campus freely. Exiting required the approval of a faculty advisor. The issue arose. Their class had no faculty advisor. Without an advisor, where can I obtain a signature? Fang Zhen raged internally. As for why he didn't seek leave from the head of discipline or the principal. Fang Zhen lacked the courage. The rules were ambiguous on this matter. Theoretically, it was allowed, but he dared not gamble on whether such leniency would be granted. He had previously mentioned this to the other students, urging them not to violate school regulations, but received only looks of incredulity in return. He was regarded as mentally unstable by those around him. At times, he even questioned his own sanity. Was it possible that he truly had no roommate? Thus, Fang Zhen began to keep a journal, where the numbers he recorded consistently diminished in a discernible pattern. Consequently, he resolved to adopt the most prudent course of action, waiting for summer vacation. Once summer arrived, he should be able to leave the school legitimately and rationally. No one would believe his words, for the memories of everyone else were void. Fang Zhen's attempts to guide Li Qian into recognizing the oddities proved futile. No one would believe anything that contradicted their memories. Ultimately, Fang Zhen once again urged Li Qian to return to sleep, yet it remained a fruitless endeavor. As the lights-out time arrived, just as Fang Zhen had predicted, Li Qian would likely vanish from everyone's memory. Despite having endured such occurrences numerous times, Fang Zhen still found it difficult to accept that moment. A familiar and commanding voice echoed in the corridor outside the dormitory. Lights out, no talking. Moving around and speaking loudly will result in a 10-point deduction. Fang Zhen abruptly threw off the covers, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. The dorm matron? The dorm matron has returned. Chapter 3. Those who violate school regulations shall perish. The dorm matron, surnamed Li, was a boisterous middle-aged woman. Under most circumstances, students would refer to her as Teacher Li, but in instances of unsatisfactory hygiene, returning late to find the dormitory door locked, or being caught with forbidden electrical appliances, students would affectionately and sweetly call her Mom. In such moments, the stern expression of Li Ma would instantly transform into a resigned smile. The dorm matron maintained an excellent rapport with the students. However, just over a month prior, she had vanished without a trace. Yet now, her voice once again resonated in the hallway. She is back, Fang Zhen rejoiced. He could not help but rise. This was the first instance of someone who had disappeared returning. Did this imply that the disappearances were not as dreadful as he had imagined? Fang Zhen threw off his covers, donned his outerwear, and sprang from his bed, filled with excitement as he approached the dormitory door. Ready to greet Li Ma, however, an inexplicable jolt of unease coursed through him. The matron had returned, but just moments ago. Li Qian had truly vanished. Fang Zhen held his breath, stealthily approaching the dormitory door, then quietly peering through the peephole. The corridor lay desolate and empty. The lights in the hallway had all been extinguished, leaving only the faint green glow of the safety signs, amplifying the unease. The words "emergency exit" accompanied by an arrow, along with a small figure appearing to stumble, suggested imminent danger. Fang Zhen felt a chilling sensation wash over him. Where is everyone? How can it be empty? At 10:30 p.m., lights out. All must obey school rules and sleep well. The voice of the dorm matron echoed once more through the empty corridor. Increasingly cold and devoid of emotion, resembling the synthesized voice of an AI. Fang Zhen's scalp prickled. His mind felt as though it might explode. His heart raced wildly. The dormitory was so quiet that even the sound of his heartbeat felt jarringly loud. He slowly began to retreat, longing to return to the sanctuary of his bed. A creaking sound abruptly echoed from the main door, sending a jolt of fear through Fang Zhen, who nearly cried out. The dilapidated iron door of the dormitory, likely due to rusted hinges, emitted a piercing screech upon opening and closing. At that moment, the door trembled slightly, as if on the verge of being opened. Fang Zhen's pupils contracted in dread. He fixated on the door, noticing the handle seemed to shift. However, the dormitory was shrouded in darkness, rendering him uncertain. Time dragged on, and he felt as though he had endured a century, though only a mere 10 seconds had passed before everything returned to an eerie calm. Perhaps the movement of the handle was merely an illusion. It was not uncommon for one to misperceive in moments of extreme tension. Fang Zhen, holding his breath, cautiously retreated. The dormitory was silent. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. He strained to minimize his movements and, after much effort, managed to return to the vicinity of his bed. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks reverberated against the dormitory door. Fang Zhen's body froze in place. This was no illusion. It was real. Someone was indeed knocking. The lights had been extinguished, though not speak. The voice of the dormitory supervisor dragged on, reminiscent of nails scraping against metal, grating and disquieting. Fang Zhen opened his mouth, his throat parched to the utmost degree. He was unsure whether he should respond. The door handle was pressed down, and the door creaked open slowly. "Do not come in, do not open," Fang Zhen fervently prayed, his mind fixated solely on resisting the impending events. His eyes shimmered with a profound darkness, seemingly concealing some monstrous terror. At that moment, the door halted midway, and, much to Fang Zhen's relief, it began to close once more, accompanied by the emotionless voice of the dormitory supervisor. Do not move about carelessly after lights out. Violators of school rules face death. Fang Zhan stood frozen for an extended period until the corridor was completely devoid of the supervisor's voice. Only then did he realize with lingering dread that his back was drenched in cold sweat. With a speed he had never summoned before, he returned to his bed, burrowing beneath the covers, where the overwhelming sense of fear gradually dissipated. Under the covers, evil spirits were banished. It is widely acknowledged that ghosts cannot harm those ensconced in their bedding. Violators of school rules face death. Fang Zhan murmured the last words he had heard. Although he had noted the commonality among the missing individuals, namely, their violation of rules, he had consistently endeavored to avoid breaking any regulations. However, to hear this rule articulated so vividly felt absurd. What on earth was happening at this school? Was it haunted? But what sort of ghost was so peculiar? Why was he so unfortunate? Was the figure outside truly the dormitory supervisor? If so, what had transpired with her? If not, who could she possibly be? The more he pondered, the more unsettling his thoughts became, and he twisted and turned in his bed, inevitably falling into a sleepless night. With a heart burdened by concerns, he endured several hours before finally drifting into a troubled slumber. Unbeknownst to him, two pairs of eyes were intently watching him from the rooftop of a nearby teaching building. "A loophole has emerged," a voice chimed, belonging to a delicately featured young girl, appearing no older than 8 or 9, yet her tone was unexpectedly mature, evoking a sense of absurdity akin to an adult lamenting the passage of time. Beside her stood a tall man clad in sunglasses and a long black coat, exuding an air of nonchalance, albeit with a hint of pretentiousness. "Indeed, we are trapped," the man in sunglasses remarked. The little girl shot him a glance. "Wearing sunglasses at night? Aren't you concerned about not seeing the path?" The man scoffed dismissively. "What do you know? One must maintain a sense of style." "What now?" "We are ensnared and cannot contact headquarters," he continued. "This is merely a Class C incident. Unless it is confirmed that we are both deceased, reinforcements cannot be dispatched. I warned you against being reckless. A team must consist of at least 3 members as per headquarters regulations, yet you refused to comply. Now we are doomed." Who would have thought that an incident barely half a year old would escalate to a second stage? If we can't think of anything, how can we protect our home and nation? The little girl exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "Am I not trying to devise a plan? Spying on a male college student as he sleeps is not what I would call planning. Such perverse behavior, if discovered, would lead to public humiliation on the confession wall. Do not presume your gender grants you any privileges." The girl revealed her small canines in a playful threat. "You had better speak to me respectfully, or you shall see the consequences." Seeing her seriousness, the man in sunglasses shivered involuntarily and adopted a grave demeanor. "Yes, Captain." He removed his sunglasses, revealing amber eyes that glimmered like those of a beast. "Captain, does this fellow possess any special attributes?" he inquired. "The rule incident has progressed to a second stage, and this individual has managed to remain conscious, questioning the circumstances around him without succumbing to his environment. This is quite remarkable. He may be the key to resolving the rule incident and enabling our escape. So, he could also be an awakened being wandering the edge of the rules, or perhaps the source of the entire rule incident." The little girl stated earnestly, however, "I sincerely hope he is not. An awakened source of a rule incident is undoubtedly a dire matter, and the ensuing chaos could surpass even an S-class disaster." The mere thought of what an S-class disaster entailed sent a chill through the man in sunglasses. "What should we do?" "The usual. I'll use my looks to engage, while you, with your less appealing appearance, will investigate his background. Damn it!" he cursed in frustration. The next day, the alarm rang out. Fang Zhan yawned as he rose promptly, neatly folding his bedding and tidying up before heading to the dining hall for a portion of soup dumplings, all while making his way to the teaching building. Despite having endured a sleepless night, life must go on. He inquired with a classmate from the neighboring class about Li Qin's well-being. "Li Qin? Who is that?" The classmate responded, puzzled that as expected, no one remembered Li Qin anymore. Fang Zhan then asked fellow students on the same floor of the dormitory, "Did you hear the dormitory supervisor's voice last night?" "Dormitory supervisor?" the queried student replied, utterly baffled. "What dormitory supervisor? Are you drunk this early in the morning?" Fang Zhan sighed heavily. He wished it were merely a drunken hallucination. Alcohol consumption was strictly prohibited in the school, violating the rules. After finishing breakfast, He entered the empty classroom to endure the morning self-study period, which dragged on aimlessly before he ambled back to the dormitory. With no morning classes, he could return to bed for a little more sleep. As Fang Zhan strolled along the increasingly desolate path, he happened to pass by the girls' dormitory where a demure and charming girl stood at the entrance. She was slightly over 5 feet tall, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in a ladylike long dress and a black and white striped jacket. Her features were exquisite, and her bright eyes held a hint of shyness, evoking the feeling of a first love. She was the kind of girl everyone would adore, beautiful yet not overly assertive, like a neighborly younger sister, eliciting an instinctual desire to protect her. Hi, the girl greeted him, taking the initiative. Fang Zhen glanced around. Me? The girl giggled, covering her mouth. Of course it's you. Why are you so dazed? You're Fang Zhen, right? Yes, that's me. The girl continued with a newfound confidence. I've been following you for a long time. And today, I've finally mustered the courage to speak to you. I like you. Would you be my boyfriend? Fang Zhen was taken aback by this sudden confession from such an attractive girl, leaving him dizzy with disbelief. Good heavens! To be pursued so openly by someone so lovely was a profound happiness. The surrounding boys cast envious and jealous glances at Fang Zhen, wishing they could take his place immediately. Fang Zhen hesitated. It would be dishonest to say he wasn't moved. But is there a rule at our school against dating? He suddenly inquired. The girl blinked. I don't know. Fang Zhen sighed in regret. Yes? I can't be certain if such a rule exists, so I'm afraid I cannot accept your confession. I'm sorry. School rules are typically explicitly stated. They can be directly referenced on the school's official website, and written regulations can be found in the teaching building. However, a significant issue is that many schools have unspoken rules that are not explicitly written down but still exist. For instance, prohibitions on wearing outlandish clothing, wearing flip-flops to class, directly addressing the principal by name, and overly intimate behavior between genders. Even same-gender affection is not permitted. Many things are not explicitly stated. Dating generally requires frequent contact, holding hands, going out, watching movies, arguing, and even more intimate actions. If one inadvertently violates an unspoken rule, wouldn't that be disastrous? With that thought, remaining single seemed the safer option. It's not that you're not attractive or exceptional. Rather, I'm quite traditional and cannot accept such avant-garde notions as dating before marriage. I'm sorry, Fang Zhen stated sincerely. The girl stood there, momentarily stunned, doubting her own hearing. What did you say? Say that again. The surrounding boys, having overheard this exchange, were utterly crushed, bewildered that someone would reject a confession from such a beautiful girl. Truly, they believed lightning should strike him. By the way, I heard someone jumped from the girls' dormitory last night. Do you know anything about that? No, I have no idea. The girl gritted her teeth. Calm down, calm down. Fang Zhen discreetly slipped a note to the girl, whispering, This is my phone number. If we manage to survive until summer vacation, remember to call me. I'm always available. With that, taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Fang Zhen hastily made his escape. On the rooftop of the teaching building, the sunglasses man erupted in laughter, doubling over, clutching his stomach. This is too hilarious. Chu Xiaoyuan, look at you now. Ha ha ha, your proud disguise has gone unnoticed. But at that moment, a girl with a face as delicate as a porcelain doll appeared suddenly behind him. What are you laughing at? Her tone dripped with a hint of menace. The sunglasses man immediately stifled his laughter and sat up straight. Welcome back, Captain. Humph. The girl named Chu Xiaoyuan demanded, By Ming, did you find the information I asked for? I found it. The archive room was well stocked and unsupervised. I was able to sneak it out easily. Bai Ming produced a file from his pocket. Nothing special, average family background, average grades, no remarkable skills. Chu Xiaoyuan quickly glanced at the file. Not enough. Not enough. Bring me the files of all the classmates who might know Fang Zhen. I want to study them. Study what for? I said go get them. And stop asking so many questions. How many files are we talking about? You want to kill me with this workload, don't you? Bai Ming retorted angrily. This is personal vendetta. Chu Xiaoyuan lifted her chin proudly, her adorable face radiating disdain. She beckoned with her finger. If you want to challenge my authority, come on, let's fight. If you win, I'll listen to you. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming immediately wilted. If he could win, he wouldn't let a mere child boss him around. Although Chu Xiaoyuan appeared to be a little girl of 8 or 9, she possessed the ability to transform, capable of mimicking anyone's appearance. Perhaps her true form was that of a lecherous man in his 50s. Get to work and fetch the files. After you find them, organize them and extract the key information for me. Don't slack off, Chu Xiaoyuan said with irritation. Bai Ming's face darkened, yet he had no choice but to comply, turning away to search for the documents. Chu Xiaoyuan watched Fang Zhan's retreating figure as he turned the corner into the dormitory, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth. Humph, kid, you truly refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Don't blame me for being ungracious. Bai Ming, who had not gone far, perked up his ears and clearly heard Chu Xiaoyuan's muttering. So vengeful. She is probably not a lecherous uncle after all. Most likely a middle-aged woman going through a crisis. Chapter 5. Who is he? Fang Zhan returned to the dormitory. Yawning, he planned to take a short nap. However, he could not get into bed, as the dormitory's emergency inspection regulations prohibited anyone from being in bed during inspections. Fang Zhan was cautious. He avoided any actions that could potentially breach the rules. Thus, he often napped with his head on the desk. Suddenly, a familiar figure barged through the door, radiating confidence. Fang Zhan, dozing at his desk, opened his eyes groggily, nearly jumping in surprise. The newcomer was Li Chen, who had mysteriously vanished the previous night. You? What are you doing here? Fang Zhan asked, bewildered. Isn't that a strange question? Li Chen replied, puzzled. Why shouldn't I be here? But you went missing yesterday. Li Chen shook his head dismissively. Missing? I went to the girls' dormitory to rescue someone. Since you weren't willing to go, I had to go alone. Guess what happened? I can't guess. Li Chen wore a proud grin. As expected, my heroic act garnered unanimous approval from the girls. Not only did I save the girl attempting to jump, but I also received confessions from at least 3 girls. Want me to introduce one to you? No, that's fine. Fang Zhan shook his head. Don't be shy. We're planning to hold a social event. Unfortunately, our class is too small, so you might get lucky. Li Chen put an arm around Fang Zhan's shoulder, winking. For university students, the ability to host a social event between male and female dormitories indicated considerable social standing. Fang Zhan shook his head again. I won't go. Why not? Women will only distract me from adhering to school rules and being an exemplary student. Fang Zhan gently pushed Li Chen's hand away and stealthily stepped back. Sorry, my focus is solely on my studies. Li Chen's expression darkened, looking utterly speechless. Yet Fang Zhan remained vigilant. Li Chen hadn't gone missing. He had genuinely ventured into the girls' dormitory after lights out. Doubt lingered in his mind. But the Li Chen standing before him was vibrant and warm, casting a shadow in the sunlight. Everything seemed fine. Fang Zhan's heart raced. Could it be that the strange occurrences had come to an end? If so, that would be splendid. Yet, until he confirmed that, he reminded himself to remain calm. Suddenly, Li Chen leaned in mysteriously and whispered, Actually, last night, I encountered some strange events. The girl who was about to jump told me that she discovered a massive secret about the school. Fang Zhan's heart skipped a beat. What is it? Follow me. I'll take you to a place, and you'll understand. All right, next, Li Chen led Fang Zhan to the cafeteria. It was still early, and the cafeteria was nearly empty, with only a few staff members sitting around, fanning themselves and watching TV to pass the time. The two walked through the first-floor dining area towards the back kitchen. Suddenly, Fang Zhan stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Li Chen asked, confused. Fang Zhan smiled. Let us discuss whatever it is right here. We're almost there. I'll explain everything soon, Li Chen insisted earnestly. Trust me, I won't harm you. With so few of us left in this school, we need to stick together. That made sense. Fang Zhan took a couple of steps back, but I still can't follow you. Why not? Look for yourself. It's written right there. Fang Zhan's smile faded as he pointed at the kitchen's curtain. Reading aloud, authorized personnel only. No unauthorized entry. While some school rules might be open to debate, this one was indisputable. The filthy vegetables, spoiled meat, and unwashed dishes in the kitchen could lead to serious repercussions if a student were to catch a glimpse. It could even cost the principal their position. Therefore, the prohibition on entering the kitchen was an unequivocal hidden rule. Fang Zhan fixed his gaze on Li Chen. If you truly know something, you wouldn't do something so foolish. Thus, there was only one possibility. The person before him sought to harm him. Li Chen's expression gradually darkened, and his skin began to tear apart, releasing unsettling black mist that twisted and coiled like living tendrils, each covered in countless tiny suckers, revealing sharp teeth and rolling, eerie eyeballs. The kitchen at our school might be quite clean, Li Qin's voice transformed, becoming murky and hoarse, emanating a chilling aura, as if a malevolent spirit had crawled out from the depths of hell. You might as well believe I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Fang Zhen couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was the first time such a bizarre entity had manifested before him. Although he had envisioned such a scenario in his mind, the reality was enough to send chills down his spine, rendering him weak and his mind hazy. This world had truly gone mad. It was genuinely insane. Help! Fang Zhen shouted at the cafeteria staff without hesitation. Yet, the staff members appeared oblivious to him, engrossed in their own activities, as if the events unfolding in the cafeteria belonged to an entirely different, unobservable dimension. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the teaching building, Bai Ming removed his sunglasses, revealing his cold, amber eyes, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who met his gaze. Dressed in a black trench coat, smoking a cigar, he stood tall, his long hair cascading casually over his shoulders, exhaling smoke in a manner reminiscent of an artistic photo shoot. Chu Xiaoyuan is quite ruthless, he mused. Transforming into this form, she surely doesn't fear scaring the boy to death. It's a universal truth. Never offend a woman. Yet, the unfortunate part is, one can hardly anticipate the reason for inciting her wrath. It's utterly unpredictable. Bai Ming chuckled at the unfolding drama, then cast a disdainful glance at the cigar in his hand. As expected, the flavor is too mild. I might as well smoke a regular one. But smoking a cigar does look quite stylish, aligning perfectly with my aura, much like the demon hunter in old films. At that moment, a girl's voice came from behind. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to check the files? How dare you slack off here? You're asking for a beating. Ah, Captain! Bai Ming exclaimed in surprise, turning to see Chu Xiaoyuan standing behind him, transformed into the guise of a sultry teacher, clad in a fitted professional outfit and black fishnet stockings that accentuated her long, shapely legs. Her bright red lipstick and gold-rimmed glasses completed the look, her ample bosom nearly spilling out. It was evident that her next move would be anything but proper. Why can't I be here? The sultry teacher retorted, clearly annoyed. I thought you had gone to intimidate that boy, Bai Ming replied. There is such an intention, but I have yet to proceed. What is the matter? The cigar in Bai Ming's hand fell from his grasp, his face a mask of shock. If you are here, then who is with Fang Zhen now? Chapter 6. The three great principals in the cafeteria. Li Qin's body was in a state of utter disarray. Blood and flesh oozing like viscous liquid, while countless black, tentacle-like appendages with enormous eyes and sharp claws emerged from within him, swiftly advancing toward Fang Zhen. Help me! Fang Zhen cried, frantically fleeing in the cafeteria. He had harbored profound suspicions regarding the sudden appearance of Li Qin, thus remaining highly vigilant. Even though he secretly hoped to find his teammates, he was unwilling to be ensnared in any bizarre occurrences. He had believed that adhering to the rules would ensure his safety, yet who could have foreseen such events unfolding in broad daylight? Where did these monsters come from? Initially, it was simply a game governed by rules. Suddenly, a monster was thrown into the mix. Wasn't he that cheating? The tentacle-like appendages, flowing like dark liquid, pursued Fang Zhen relentlessly, who darted about in a desperate bid to evade them. Tables and chairs were overturned and shattered. Tiles on the floor cracked underfoot, leaving a chaotic scene strewn with debris. Fang Zhen leapt and dodged, struggling to evade the relentless assault of the tentacles. Though youthful and vigorous, he could not withstand the unreasonable onslaught from all directions. Come, come. Let us merge as one, came Li Qin's voice, imbued with an eerie, chilling quality, as if it were a summons from the depths of hell. Get lost. Who would want to merge with you? Fang Zhen gritted his teeth and charged forward. Desperately attempting to break free from the cafeteria, adrenaline surging through him as he felt his speed rivaling that of Usain Bolt. After months of barely surviving, he could see the summer break approaching. Perhaps he would finally live to see it. How could he perish in such a place? However, just as he was about to reach the cafeteria's entrance, 7 or 8 sticky black tentacles intercepted him, sealing the doorway tightly and blocking his escape entirely. The viscous substance dripped ominously, and the tentacles' numerous large eyes opened, their pupils swirling like disoriented phantoms, sending chills down Fang Zhen's spine. You cannot escape. No one can leave this school. Li Qin's voice echoed once more, and several tentacles shot forth, ensnaring Fang Zhen completely and lifting him into the air. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. The tentacles tightened around him, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. As if intent on crushing him entirely, Li Chen's visage had become grotesque, resembling a photograph submerged in water, its clarity lost. His voice emerged from his throat, a quivering mass of flesh, exuding an unsettling aura. "What exactly are you?" Fang Zhen's heart raced with dread. "Me?" Li Chen's flesh contorted grotesquely, as if forming a smile. His voice low and dripping with blood. "I am the rules, and I am also the loophole." "Oh no, that kid has been ensnared by the loophole," Bai Ming exclaimed in horror. "This is absurd. The second phase has just begun. How could the loophole actively target humans? This makes no sense. Why is this low-level rules incident so unreasonable?" Bai Ming cried out. The alluring female teacher beside him retorted, "Do you have time to whine? When has a rules incident ever been reasonable? You fool. The second principle of the three great principles states you must not blindly trust any experience. Have you forgotten? Hurry and save this kid. He could be the key to our escape. The three great principles for handling rules incidents are: 1. Adhere to the rules. 2. Never trust any experience blindly. 3. Identify the source of the rules incident. Why aren't you going? Bai Ming cursed inwardly, though he dared not voice it. With a flick of his finger, he sent his cigar arcing through the air, sparks flying as it landed aside. Then, astonishingly, Bai Ming leaped directly off the rooftop of the teaching building, his trench coat billowing behind him, stirring up gusts of wind. His muscles visibly bulged, more exaggerated than those of the most muscular figures on television, resembling a human beast. His long hair suddenly turned golden, his amber eyes brimming with murderous intent. Roar! Bai Ming's face contorted as he let out a primal roar, descending like a lion in full charge, crashing to the ground with the force of a hero's entrance, creating a crater of cracks in the pavement. "Kid, I've come to save you." Bai Ming's speed was astonishing, as agile as a cheetah. Boom! He burst into the cafeteria, his bulging muscles crashing through the 3-meter-high doorway. The tremendous force sent nearby tables and chairs flying. Sunlight streamed into the cafeteria, illuminating Bai Ming's majestic golden locks, which shone brilliantly, resembling a perfect Greek statue. "I look so handsome. This kid will surely be dazzled by my heroic presence. Oh dear, what if I end up with another little admirer? How troublesome." Bai Ming looked up at Fang Zhen, who was ensnared by the tentacles. Yet, Fang Zhen did not glance back at him. "Oh no, this kid can't have already suffocated, can he?" Bai Ming rushed forward. Just then, a shocking sight unfolded before him. The tentacles began to vanish, as if being erased from a chalkboard, and in mere moments, they all disappeared at a visible speed, leaving no trace behind. Bloodied and disfigured, Li Chen was clearly taken aback. "What is happening?" Fang Zhen collapsed to the ground, his eyes hollow, darkness swirling about him, emanating a strange and terrifying gravitational pull. Li Chen sensed the imminent danger and instinctively attempted to retreat, but he found himself unable to escape this alluring force. Much like the tentacles, fading away without warning. "What the heck? This is incredible." Bai Ming was dumbfounded. "What has this kid done?" Fang Zhen had no understanding of what transpired. He merely felt an intense threat to his life, his head pounding agonizingly, as if his skull were being hammered apart. He wished to pry open his own head to extract the source of his torment. Thus, everything unfolded as it did at this moment. The alluring female teacher, Chu Xiaoyuan, arrived late in her high heels, appearing astonished. "Oh, Bai Ming, when did you become so powerful? In just 2 minutes, you've eliminated a loophole. For those of their kind, awakened beings with transformation abilities. Completely exterminating a loophole was no trivial matter." Bai Ming's expression grew serious. "I didn't do it." Then who did?" Chu Xiaoyuan asked, bewildered. "Is there another awakened being in this school? That kid?" Bai Ming replied. "Who? That kid? Who?" "The one you told me to save," Bai Ming exclaimed. "He resolved the loophole himself. Did you hear that? He wiped it out without leaving a trace." Chu Xiaoyuan was not deaf. She simply found it hard to believe. "How is that possible? A loophole spawned in the second phase of a rules incident. Even I would need to exert my utmost effort to neutralize it. How did this kid manage that?" Chapter 7. A place of safety. Fang Zhen felt as though his head would split open, his entire being racked with pain, leading him to involuntarily convulse. It took a good 15 minutes for the agony to gradually subside. He struggled to rise, rubbing his head and gasping for breath as his mind began to regain its normal function. I'm not dead? I can't believe I'm alive. After the initial shock, he noticed two individuals standing beside him. A tall, alluring female teacher clad in black stockings and a pompous man in a trench coat. Puffing on a cigar, both were staring intently at him, their gazes penetrating and laced with an inscrutable essence. What a bunch of lunatics. Fang Zhan felt a chill run down his spine and prepared to leave. But then a thought struck him. He had encountered nearly everyone in this school. How could two strangers suddenly appear? His guard went up immediately. Who are you? No need to be tense, Bai Ming offered, handing over a business card. We are here to handle the rules chaos incident. This is my card at in a sense. We are the only 3 people in this entire school who can be considered allies. Fang Zhan instinctively accepted the card. It was gold-plated, exuding an air of high-end professionalism, with white lettering on a golden background. It read, Special Operations Team, Senior Administrative Personnel, Bai Ming. This card certainly seemed to be of considerable value, and Fang Zhan felt a surge of respect. Hearing the term allies filled him with an unexpected sense of security. In the past few months, he had felt profoundly isolated. Even though there were many students in the school, Fang Zhan felt as if he were trapped in a desolate swamp. The aimless lives of those around him were no different from the dead branches growing in the mire, mere decorations. As soon as Bai Ming mentioned the chaos of rules, Fang Zhan understood. These two were undeniably different from everyone else in the school. They understood. They truly understood. They were the only two who could affirm that he was not losing his mind, that this was not an illusion. Fang Zhan took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart, and cautiously asked, Senior Administrative Personnel? That sounds impressive, don't mind him. He crafted that card himself. We don't actually have such titles. The alluring female teacher interjected. However, the Special Operations Team is real. I am the captain of Team 5, Chu Xiaoyuan. You can call me Captain Chu, Bai Ming scoffed, clearly displeased. Out in the world, one's identity is self-given. What do you know? What exactly is the Special Operations Team? Fang Zhan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Chu Xiaoyuan appeared quite serious, exuding an air of intellectual beauty. One might interpret this as a department established specifically by the nation to address the bizarre occurrences happening across various regions. We are responsible for resolving all inexplicable anomalies. In official communications, we are often referred to by another name, Relevant Department. Fang Zhan was taken aback. So it is indeed the fabled Relevant Department. Impressive. Simultaneously, he felt a significant sense of relief. The state had sent someone. He was finally safe. Wu Wu. The ugly daughter-in-law had finally become the rightful wife. This is not a place for conversation. Let us find a secure location. Chu Xiaoyuan remarked. The cafeteria was a chaotic sight, with tables and chairs askew and the floor severely damaged, presenting a scene of utter disarray. Meanwhile, the staff acted like puppets, turning a blind eye to everything. Absorbed in their own television viewing, Chu Xiaoyuan added, they have been assimilated by the rules. Any illogical occurrences are rationalized in their minds. All right, let us find a safe place. Fang Zhan nodded vigorously. 5 minutes later, the trio arrived at Fang Zhan's dormitory. Fang Zhan looked bewildered. Is this truly the safe haven you mentioned? Of course, Bai Ming replied, puffing on a cigar and exhaling clouds of smoke. You are a survivor of rule-related incidents. Where could be safer than your own dormitory? Fang Zhan was speechless. I had expected at least to be taken out of the school, perhaps to a safe house or even a refugee camp. Yet here I remain. Stop spouting nonsense. Our country is secure and prosperous. Where would we find a refugee camp? Such talk is detrimental to unity, Chu Xiaoyuan admonished seriously. Who are you? Fang Zhan's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Chu Xiaoyuan. In that moment, she dropped her disguise, reverting from the alluring teacher to her true form, that of an innocent girl of 8 or 9 years. Bai Ming quickly reassured him. Do not be alarmed. This is our captain, Chu Xiaoyuan. Her ability is transformation. She can become anyone she has seen. The seductive teacher you just witnessed was merely a guise. Just a disguise. Fang Zhan felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Chu Xiaoyuan revealed her small tiger teeth, her expression unfriendly. Is there a problem, young man? Fang Zhan promptly concealed his disappointment. Humph. Chu Xiaoyuan made a soft huff, casting a glance at Bai Ming. Bai Ming retrieved a file from his pocket. Opening the file, he read, Target Incident. Missing persons case at Han City XX Engineering College. Incident level. C. Danger level. Medium low. not excluding the possibility of the rule-based event escalating. Source: no intelligence available. Incident overview. On January 11, 2024, an anomaly occurred at X City's XX Engineering College, enveloping the entire campus in a thick layer of fog. Any external personnel entering the school would be forcibly transported out, losing their memories from the past 2 years, with no casualties reported thus far. Observations from the Broken Matrix telescope indicate no special incidents within the school, leading to the conclusion that the danger is not severe. And the rule-based event is operating according to basic logic, currently in its initial phase. Handling result: isolated. Confidentiality level: top secret. This is the file pertaining to your school, Chu Xiaoyuan stated earnestly. I cannot pinpoint when it began, but rule-based events have started to emerge worldwide. The most salient feature of these incidents is that rules must be adhered to. Any violation will result in severe consequences. You may not fully grasp the gravity of this situation, perhaps even viewing it as a positive occurrence, but I assure you, the severity is indeed profound. If you carelessly jaywalk, the consequence awaits you. Chu Xiaoyuan's fingers came together and then spread apart, mimicking an explosion. Bang. Your entire head would explode. One could envision the scene of a person being crushed beneath a heavy truck, with red and white splattering. A fate not unlike this. Fang Zhen felt a chill run down his spine. Such horror. Once a rule-based event manifests, it poses a tremendous threat to the lives of those affected. These rule-based events are also classified by levels. The higher the level, the greater the danger. Moreover, these events evolve over time, and if the source is not addressed promptly, the outcome will invariably lead to one conclusion: total annihilation of all individuals within the affected area. No amount of rule adherence will suffice, for the authority to interpret the rules does not lie within your hands. Sometimes, the rules can be distorted in ways one cannot fathom. Chu Xiaoyuan wore an expression she deemed terrifying, gazing intently at Fang Zhen. Have you heard of A? The interpretation of the contract lies solely with your employer, free from legal restraint. Guess how your employer would interpret your contract? Fang Zhen could not help but gasp. What? Comparable to A? That is utterly terrifying. It is the ultimate nightmare for workers. How could such a top-secret document be handled so carelessly? The date is even wrong. It clearly states 2022. After glancing at the file, Fang Zhen chuckled awkwardly to ease his tension. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan exchanged peculiar glances. Fang Zhen paused. What is it? They replied in unison. This year is indeed 2024. Chapter 8. Fortune and misfortune. This year is 2024. Fang Zhen's heart raced. But he found himself at a loss for words, knowing the other party had no reason to deceive him. Yet he distinctly remembered this year being 2022. Moreover, the dates in his diary corroborated 2022. He fixated on a particular line in the file, appearing dazed. Any external personnel entering the school would be forcibly transported out, losing their memories from the past 2 years, with no casualties reported thus far. Those approaching the academy would lose 2 years' worth of memories. So, had I also experienced amnesia? Had I been trapped in this school for a full 2 years? The thought sent shivers down Fang Zhen's spine, making it hard to believe. This sensation was unbearable, akin to having his time stolen away. This also implied that even if summer vacation truly arrived, he would be unable to escape, only to lose his memories once more and endure a monotonous cycle of existence. This reality instilled a sense of despair within Fang Zhen that he could not suppress. I always believed I was the only one awake. Fang Zhen sighed deeply. It turned out he was no different from the others. Bai Ming offered comfort. Take it easy. Surviving within a rule-based event is already a stroke of luck. Would you like to smoke a cigarette to calm down? A cigar or a huazi? I'm sorry, smoking is not permitted in this dormitory, nor is it allowed on campus, Fang Zhen instinctively replied. Suddenly, Fang Zhen realized something. He looked at Bai Ming in astonishment. Why are you allowed to smoke? External personnel intruding into a student dormitory and smoking therein. Surely this contravenes school regulations. Violating minor rules is inconsequential. Bai Ming puffed out smoke. We are not like ordinary people. We have all narrowly escaped rule-based events, thus gaining the power to resist the rules. The power to resist the rules. Chu Xiaoyuan interjected. Exactly. Individuals like us are referred to as awakened ones. We are also called maintainers, gifts of heaven, and some lunatic cults even refer to themselves as the apostles of gods. Yet, fundamentally, we are merely individuals who have accidentally acquired special abilities, thus possessing the potential to address rule-based events. However, those like us, If they lose control, can have dire consequences. Hence, it is best for us to unite in confronting rule-based events that cannot be resolved through logic. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan were candid, treating Fang Zhan as if he were part of their faction. Fang Zhan belatedly understood. Are you implying that I am also an awakened one? Indeed, perhaps you do not recall, Bai Ming explained. When you encountered that thing in the cafeteria, you actually resolved it using your own abilities. The captain and I had yet to intervene. Recalling the headache he had experienced not long ago, Fang Zhan felt a twinge of pain returning. I resolved it. What did I do? He could not recall. You should possess an extraordinary special ability. You simply lack control over it. However, this has allowed you to retain clarity amidst the assimilation of rule-based power. This is a sort of fortune, yet it can also be a misfortune. Chu Xiaoyuan stated casually. Fang Zhan was puzzled. Misfortune? Because individuals like us, having absorbed the power of the rules, also run the risk of becoming new sources of rule-based events, commonly known as losing control. The rule-based event at your school could very well be the result of an awakened one losing control. The reasons for losing control are myriad and indefinable, hence even among awakened ones. There is mutual vigilance. You cannot ascertain whether the other party will lose control and drag you down with them. We are a group isolated by the world, and we must return that isolation. Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. Fang Zhan felt a sense of empathy. This loneliness mirrored his past self. Bai Ming said, "We are here to rescue you, but before that, we must confirm one crucial matter." What matter? We need to establish that you are not the source. Source. Many powerful black spots have emerged in this world, and areas close to these black spots will give rise to rule-based events, which are rapidly increasing in number, leading to a growing prevalence of such incidents. After years of rigorous testing and research conducted by authoritative institutions, a conclusion has finally been reached. The black dots represent a void-like power that necessitates a vessel, which we refer to as the source. This source may be a person or an object. If a rule-related incident arises due to the uncontrollable actions of an awakened individual, then the source must undoubtedly be a human. Bai Ming stated earnestly, you are embroiled in a rule-related incident. Thus one cannot dismiss the possibility of you being the source. Fang Zhan grew anxious. What would happen if I am the source? Chu Xiaoyuan replied nonchalantly, what more is there to say? The only solution would be to eliminate you. Without the vessel, the black dot will vanish, and the school can return to normal. To save the lives of thousands. It is an unavoidable course of action. Is there no gentler method? Fang Zhan pleaded. There is, but it's rather troublesome, and I am not fond of it. Fang Zhan gritted his teeth, internally cursing, you lunatic. Bai Ming chuckled. Rest assured, young brother, your state appears quite normal, and you seem very communicable. Even if you truly are the source, oftentimes merely unraveling your mental knots can resolve the issue. It is not necessarily a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. This guy in the trench coat smoking a cigar seems rather arrogant, but at least he is a normal person. Meanwhile, that little girl with transformation abilities is somewhat problematic. Bai Ming slowly drew a dagger from his waist, its blade glinting coldly, sharp and thin at the edge. Then let us proceed. Wait, what are you doing? Fang Zhan exclaimed in alarm. If you are the source, then you are no longer a normal human. Thus, your blood would not be red. This is the simplest method to distinguish whether an awakened individual has lost control. How much blood needs to flow? Not much, just a little. Then you needn't bring out a dagger. Can't you use a needle? No more fussing about. It will just be a brief moment of pain. No, that's too much. Stop dragging your feet. Bai Ming seized Fang Zhan's wrist with a grip as powerful as that of a beast, his hands like iron clamps, rendering Fang Zhan utterly immobile, nearly fracturing his wrist. The dagger grazed his fingertip. Warm liquid began to flow slowly. All right, there's blood now. Fang Zhan hastily withdrew his hand. Blood dripped onto the ground, plop, plop, dark and profound, akin to ink drops. Not red. Fang Zhan's body suddenly stiffened. What is happening? Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan looked down at the blood on the ground, then slowly raised their heads, their expressions filled with astonishment. You are not a normal person. You are actually the source. Chapter 9. The 3 stages of rule-related incidents. Fang Zhan felt utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why is my blood black? Perhaps I might have been a bit overheated recently. Fang Zhan struggled to explain. Chu Xiaoyuan erupted in fury. What the hell do you mean by overheated? You The source of the rules are so despicable as to deceive me. You are not Fang Zhan. You are a loophole. Close the door. Release by Ming, damn it. Transform, Lion King. Bai Ming cursed under his breath, then let out a low growl. His vital energy surged within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. As he turned his body, his black hair transformed into golden mane, his stature rising to nearly 3 meters. His eyes cold and indifferent, his muscles bulging like inflatables, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. This was his ability. Once unleashed, he could become the Beast King, possessing formidable physical strength. Even the strongest human pugilist could not breach his defenses, and his fists could shatter steel and concrete. Even the force of his punches could send a person flying several meters away. Boy, prepare to meet your end. Bai Ming pressed Fang Zhan forcefully beneath him, Fang Zhan's head appearing fragile and insignificant in the face of his robust hand, akin to a small tomato. Fang Zhan wailed, I truly am not. You have made a mistake? Mistake? Are you doubting me? Chu Xiaoyuan sneered out, of course. I am nearly being crushed to death. Naturally, I have 100% suspicion of you. Fang Zhan screamed, Are you truly representatives of the state? I protest. I want to file a complaint against you. What are your work IDs? He was being pressed down, his bones feeling as if they were about to shatter. He was on the verge of collapsing. Bai Ming, somewhat skeptical, remarked, He appears quite normal, Captain. Could it be that we have truly made a mistake? Better to kill wrongly than to let slip. We must kill first and speak later, Chu Xiaoyuan whispered. Agreed. Fang Zhan's composure shattered. He closed his eyes, awaiting death. Forget it. Rather than being trapped in this school in a daze, it would be better to die. However, after a long while, the anticipated pain did not arrive. He nervously opened his eyes to find Bai Ming had returned to his human form, his clothing ragged, rewrapped in his trench coat, smoking a cigar. In this situation, there are no signs of loss of control, indicating you are indeed not the source, nor a loophole. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. That's about right. If he truly were the source of a rule-related incident, even slight emotional fluctuations would typically trigger significant changes. Yet, there are no such indications with Fang Zhan. Thus, Fang Zhan's suspicion was effectively dismissed. Are you trying to deceive me? Fang Zhan angrily stood up. The blood test is utterly fake. Yet Bai Ming shook his head. No, the blood test is genuine, and your blood being black is also true. Therefore, once you are free, you will likely need to undergo a thorough examination. Your body undoubtedly harbors issues. A sense of heaviness settled in Fang Zhan's heart. He, too, was unaware of why his blood was black. It seemed that he indeed had some issues. However, at that moment, his attention was drawn to another matter. I heard you mention loopholes. What are they? Fang Zhan couldn't help but inquired at that time in the cafeteria. The creature that appeared in the guise of Li Qin also referred to itself as a loophole. Chu Xiaoyuan began to explain that rule-related incidents are generally divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the absolute nature of rules. This is the stable state of rule-related incidents. As long as one does not violate the rules, normal life poses no problems or risks. The second stage is rule disorder. The rules begin to become unstable, giving rise to various bizarre incidents that entice you to violate the rules, even directly threatening your life. The third stage is rule collapse. Being within such a situation is extremely perilous. The rules operate in a manner incomprehensible to ordinary people. And in such cases, it can be said that 99% of the cases result in no survivors. As it stands, your school has already entered the second stage. The entity that lured you into the kitchen of the cafeteria is one of the loopholes. They entice you to violate the rules, further damaging the rule-related incident. As loopholes proliferate, the situation will inevitably enter the third stage. Therefore, eliminating these loopholes is of utmost importance. Fang Zhan grasped the situation. So? Are sources and loopholes the same thing? No, they are different. Chu Xiaoyuan shook her head. The source can be viewed as the essence of the rules, steadfastly upholding them. However, excess leads to deficiencies, and overly rigid rules can give rise to loopholes, whose existence will continually undermine the rules. The ultimate consequence is rule collapse, loss of control of the source, resulting in widespread disasters that may even threaten the entire nation. You must have seen the news. The wars abroad have never ceased, and over 80% are actually caused by rule loss of control, though the information has been suppressed from widespread dissemination. Otherwise, the populace would be gripped by fear, causing even greater harm. Domestically, research on rule loss of control incidents has been underway for quite some time, and a special department has been established to specifically resolve rule-related incidents, which is why we can barely maintain stability. Many individuals from small countries are risking their lives to sneak into our territory just to survive. However, the impact on the real economy, the decline in economic activity, rising crime rates, and increasing unemployment are ultimately unavoidable. We can only strive to manage it. Fang Zhen inhaled deeply. So the impact of rule-related incidents is so vast. Therefore, we must swiftly address the issues in your school. Once it enters the third stage, the repercussions will likely extend beyond your school, potentially affecting the entire city, leading to numerous casualties, Bai Ming stated. Fang Zhen nodded gravely. At that moment, he felt an invisible pressure weighing down upon him. According to what they said, he could also be considered an awakened individual. Thus, many matters could not be evaded. I should possess some abilities, right? How do I utilize them? Are there any mantras or secret codes? Fang Zhen inquired with anticipation. Chu Xiaoyuan rolled her eyes dramatically. Do you think this is cultivation? Where would the mantras come from? Awakening a rule-based ability involves experimenting on your own several times. It is akin to instinct. I'll give it a try. Fang Zhen held his breath and focused, channeling his energy. Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming watched with eager anticipation. Each ability, if utilized correctly, can yield significant effects. If Fang Zhen were to awaken a powerful ability, their task would become considerably simpler. Time passed slowly, and Fang Zhen's face flushed red. Then, nothing happened. Strange. Why is this the case? Chu Xiaoyuan glanced at Bai Ming. Did you misjudge? Bai Ming protested. Absolutely not. I witnessed Fang Zhen eliminate that loophole with my own eyes. He has undoubtedly awakened abilities, and preliminary estimates suggest they are at least grade B or above. Then please explain. Bai Ming looked at Fang Zhen with a resentful expression. Dude, could you exert some effort? Fang Zhen, in a state of helplessness, lamented. I have exerted every ounce of my strength. In Chapter 10. The classroom full of students, Fang Zhen found himself unable to unleash his abilities. Chu Xiaoyuan speculated that perhaps the stimulation was insufficient, leading Bai Ming to subject Fang Zhen to an hour-long ordeal. This included, but was not limited to, burning the soles of his feet, flooding his nasal passages with water, forcibly yanking his hair, and making him consume an entire bottle of Lao Ganma, among other tortures. Yet, there was still no outcome. Fang Zhen appeared as an ordinary individual, with no powers awakened, truly tenacious. Chu Xiaoyuan, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, let us catch a couple of cockroaches and stuff them in his pants. At last, Fang Zhen could no longer contain himself. Stop it. Ultimately, in resignation, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan had to accept that Fang Zhen's abilities could not be activated for the time being. Well, time waits for no one. They needed to hasten to resolve the rule-related incident. Bai Ming inquired, having been at the school for so long, do you have any leads? What is the strangest thing about the school? Fang Zhen pondered for a moment. Everything seems rather peculiar. Never mind. Asking would likely yield nothing, so they might as well search together. As long as they could uncover the source, the rule-related incident could be resolved. They had only just entered the second phase, so the problem should not be too severe. Share your recent experiences with us. Perhaps we can find some clues. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhen retrieved his diary. Fearful of overlooking any potential clues, he recounted the events that had transpired. Months ago, his roommate Huang Jingxin had gone out for an all-nighter and never returned. Fang Zhen gradually sensed something amiss, as no one seemed to remember his roommate. Consequently, he began to pay attention to individuals who had vanished without a trace. He discovered that anyone he had seen before, who subsequently disappeared, would be forgotten by the people at the school. Keeping a diary is indeed a commendable habit. If everyone trapped in a rule-related incident did the same, our task would be considerably easier, Bai Ming remarked with a smile. Chu Xiaoyuan responded earnestly. Disappearance and amnesia. We can preliminarily deduce that the source of the rules possesses the ability to alter memories. We must exercise caution and stick together. That makes sense. Chu Xiaoyuan produced 3 badges, adorned with a distinctly anime style featuring flamboyant magical girls. Bai Ming, visibly annoyed, remarked, where did you get these? I bought them at the school gate, Chu Xiaoyuan retorted. Dio, you have a problem with that? No objections, Bai Ming quickly replied, donning a badge. The 3 of them adorned themselves with the magical girl badges. Such an incongruous display was sufficient to signal their camaraderie. Fang Zhen inquired, given that we are about to tackle something so perilous. Do we have any weapons to borrow? It would be beneficial to have some means of counteraction should we encounter vulnerabilities. Surely, I cannot rely on an awakening ability that I cannot even utilize. Here, take this. Bai Ming tossed a gun-like object to Fang Zhan. The latter gasped, "What is this? Is it a magical artifact? How does one use it?" "What magical artifact? This is a gun. Haven't you ever seen a television series? Is it really a genuine gun?" Fang Zhan had expected it to be some mysterious prop designed to appear frightening, only to find it was indeed a firearm. For ordinary rule-related incidents, a gun could resolve many troubles. Physical destruction was one of the most effective methods. Bai Ming continued, "Moreover, it can effectively deter some fools. It offers the highest cost-performance ratio. But isn't carrying a weapon illegal? For ordinary people, possessing a gun is considered illegal ownership. For us, it's about safeguarding the lives and property of the populace. Can they be equated?" Fang Zhan could not help but flash a sick sign. Suddenly, Fang Zhan's expression shifted. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan looked on in confusion. "What's the matter?" "I have a class this afternoon. I can't talk further." Fang Zhan glanced at his phone, adorned with the magical girl badge and a handgun tucked at his waist, hastily making his way towards the academic building. Attending class was a habit ingrained in him. His identity as a student necessitated his attendance. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, had no such obligation, and as awakened individuals, they possessed a certain degree of resistance to the rule's powers. Rendering minor infractions inconsequential, Fang Zhan rushed into the classroom. Today's lesson was a large one, with 3 classes assembled in a spacious room. At that moment, the classroom was packed to the brim. Buzzing with noise, the instructor, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, donned a blue shirt and entered the room while carrying a thermos and a black leather bag. As he stepped inside, the chatter gradually subsided. "Very well," the teacher nodded in satisfaction. "Let us commence with roll call. Those absent will have 5 points deducted from their attendance score. Accumulate 4 absences, and your attendance score will be completely erased. Should there be a 5th absence, you will automatically fail the semester." A chill ran through the students. For university students, the 2 most critical concerns were avoiding failing grades and obtaining internship certifications. With a teacher who placed such importance on roll call, evading class was evidently impractical. "Excuse me," a voice called from outside the classroom. Everyone turned to look. Fang Zhan stood at the door. The teacher, visibly displeased, turned to Fang Zhan and asked, "Why are you late?" "I am not late," Fang Zhan replied, pulling out his phone to check the time. "Class starts at 2 o'clock, and it is only 1:59 now." "Sir, it is you who arrived a minute early. Are you implying that I was in the wrong?" The teacher, of course, could not be mistaken. "I believe it is the school's clock that is incorrect." Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Just then, the bell signaling the start of class rang. Ding-dong. The time on Fang Zhan's phone also changed to 2 o'clock. The teacher's face darkened. "Very well, come in. What is your name?" "Fang Zhan." The teacher located his name on the roll sheet, his expression unfriendly. "Next time, arrive earlier. You attend classes for your own benefit, not mine. Wouldn't it be better to come 2 minutes early and prepare?" The teacher was right. "I will certainly arrive early next time. And I might also notify the broadcasting station to adjust the class bell to ring 2 minutes earlier." "How could they dare ring the bell right on time? Isn't that detrimental to our studies?" Fang Zhan replied earnestly. The room erupted in laughter. "Enough, sit down," the teacher said, his expression sour. Fang Zhan chuckled as he entered the classroom, amidst the gaze of his peers, and settled into a corner seat at the back. "Wow, he actually dared to retort the teacher. Impressive," remarked Yin Cheng, a classmate, with admiration. Fang Zhan smiled. "Just a trivial matter. Where's your book?" "I forgot it." "Lend me yours." "What class is it today?" "Power machinery." "What a hassle." "Hey, Fang Zhan, what's with the magical girl badge on your chest? I didn't know you were into such things. You really have a childlike heart." "Wait a minute. You didn't get a girlfriend, did you?" Yin Cheng's voice, though quiet, drew the attention of those around them. "What? You sly dog, you secretly got a girlfriend? You owe us a feast." Fang Zhan glanced down at the badge, utterly perplexed. "What is this? I've never seen it before. It's probably that foolish Huang Jingxin playing a prank on me. He won't be getting any meals from me when I return." "Who is Huang Jingxin?" "My roommate." "Who? My roommate? Where did you get a roommate?" Yin Cheng asked, puzzled. "Our department has an extra person, so you're lucky to have a single dorm. Everyone envies you." Fang Zhan paused. As if something deep within his memory had been erased, he felt dazed. Oh, I see. Perhaps I was just sleep-deprived. It turns out I don't have a roommate. Chapter 11. Poor acting. The teacher passionately lectured at the podium, while the students below struggled to stay awake. Some even discreetly played with their phones under their desks. The teacher, of course, was too indifferent to manage such matters. If he were to truly enforce discipline, he would likely suffer a stroke from the stress. Fang Zhan observed the teacher at the podium, an unfamiliar sensation rising within him. Attending class should have felt familiar, yet why did the teacher appear so strange? I seem to have forgotten something very important. Fang Zhan rubbed his temples, deep in thought, but to no avail. What could it be? He stifled a yawn, preparing to pull out his phone to pass the time. Suddenly, he felt something hard at his waist. Huh, a handgun. Where did this come from? Who stuffed a toy gun in my pocket? It must be Huang Jingxin again. Wait a minute, I don't seem to have a roommate. Who is Huang Jingxin? Why does his name feel so familiar? Fang Zhan, are you going to the internet CAF after school? Yanqing whispered that I've arranged a friendly match with someone from the neighboring class. And we're short one player. Sure, which internet CAF? Sharknet CAF. Why not go to Midnight Internet CAF? It's closer to our school. Midnight Internet CAF? There's no such CAF near our school. Fang Zhan held his forehead, feeling an increasing headache. How can there be none? Am I remembering incorrectly? Fang Zhan's breathing quickened, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him as he sensed he had forgotten something crucial. Though surrounded by classmates, he felt a profound discomfort. Why? I can't remember. No matter how hard I try, I can't recall. Fang Zhan, what's wrong? Yanqing asked, concern etched on his face. Fang Zhan clasped his head in both hands, the pain becoming unbearable, as if insects were colliding within his brain. Teacher, Fang Zhan is unwell. Yanqing raised his hand. I'd like to take him to the infirmary to see the school doctor. The teacher waved his hand, slightly impatient. Yanqing quickly assisted Fang Zhan to his feet, guiding him out of the classroom. However, Fang Zhan forcefully withdrew his hand, exclaiming, No, it is class time now. Please, do not disturb my studies. Are you out of your mind? You are unwell, and besides, the teacher has already consented. Yanqing cried out in alarm. The other students in the class also began to plead with Fang Zhan. The entire classroom was filled with bewildered gazes directed at him. Consent. Fang Zhan's anguished expression twisted further, his voice trembling as he said, You said you would take me to the infirmary to see the school doctor. But our school doesn't even have a school doctor. Suddenly, the classroom fell into a profound silence. The expressions of hundreds of students turned cold. A deathly stillness enveloped the room, transforming it into a graveyard shrouded in an indescribable quietness. An unutterable chill permeating the air, causing breaths to unconsciously slow. Shadows seemed to cloak everyone's faces, rendering them as lifeless as paper figures. What nonsense are you spouting? Yanqing's face blurred, his eyes, nose, and mouth seemingly vanishing, leaving behind a flat, clay-like visage. His body merged with the darkness, exhaling a sinister black mist, as if intent on completely devouring Fang Zhan. Suddenly, Fang Zhan drew a handgun from his waist, pressing it against Yanqing's forehead, coldly stating, moreover, We do not have any teachers. Since there are no teachers, who has the authority to permit me to leave the classroom during class time? At that moment, his headache dissipated. He had forgotten certain things. But one certainty remained. He absolutely could not violate the rules as long as I do not break the rules. You cannot harm me, Fang Zhan gritted his teeth. Yanqing's voice emerged in a hollow tone, emanating from beneath his skin. I do not understand what you are saying. Even without a face, he continued to feign ignorance. Fang Zhan replied coldly, While I cannot be entirely certain, eliminating loopholes should not be a violation. Otherwise, the rules would be utterly absurd. Bang! Fang Zhan fired a shot. The violent recoil sent pain shooting through his wrist. However, the bullet's impact caused Yanqing's head to explode, scattering red and white matter throughout the classroom. A foul stench permeated the air. Blood and flesh rained down upon the students, adding an eerie atmosphere to their previously indifferent expressions. They rose in unison, moving stiffly towards Fang Zhan, one after another, their gazes vacant and devoid of life. Fang Zhan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Had he miscalculated? Or was it that eliminating loopholes was indeed against the rules? Fang Zhan, what on earth are you doing? The teacher at the podium erupted in fury, heartbroken. How dare you commit murder with a gun in school? Do you have any idea what you have done? This is a crime. Killing demands retribution. How can you face the parents who have worked so hard to raise you? Fang Zhen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if yet another memory was about to be snatched away. Preoccupied with killing him, had he forgotten to eliminate you as well? Fang Zhen raised his hand. Bang! Another shot rang out. The bullet struck the blackboard, creating a small dent. He had missed. The recoil of the real gun was substantial. Without training, it was impossible to aim accurately. Please do not kill me. If you continue, there will be no turning back. The teacher, utterly stunned, stammered. While I have been quite strict with you, you should not resort to murder. Look at yourself now, you resemble a madman. These classmates have never wronged you. Do you truly wish to eradicate them all? Fang Zhen turned his head, his body stained with blood. The surrounding students cowered in fear in the corners, none daring to flee or approach him. They all trembled, and a timid girl had begun to cry, gasping for breath. A scent of urine seemed to linger in the air. What has happened to me? Fang Zhen was engulfed in confusion. He only remembered attending class, finding the lesson dreadfully dull, and then, in a fit of anger, he had drawn his gun. Where on earth did I get a gun? At this thought, his head began to ache once more, his arm hanging limply, feeling lost and dazed. He had actually committed murder. The sky had truly fallen. Committing murder with a gun, it was inconceivable that he was now facing a life sentence. His entire future was utterly ruined. Fang Zhen, you must remain calm, stay composed. The teacher cautiously approached, though terrified. His professional ethics compelled him to move closer. It is not too late to turn back. We can confess. Make reparations, seek understanding. Perhaps you have an undisclosed mental illness that could lessen your punishment. As long as you are willing to turn back, there is still hope. Think of your family, that moment. The teacher had reached Fang Zhen's side, extending his hand to take the gun from him. Fang Zhen abruptly raised the handgun, pressing it against the teacher's temple. His gaze was clear, devoid of any confusion. Your acting is woefully inadequate, Fang Zhen scoffed. Bang! The bullet pierced the teacher's temple. The immense force sent him sprawling more than a meter away, blood splattering the ground. That moment, all the students in the classroom vanished without a trace. Chapter 12. The collapse of rules. Fang Zhen rose. The sticky bloodstains that had adorned him vanished as if nothing had transpired. Only the teacher's lifeless body writhed on the floor, his middle-aged, corpulent form twisting like mud, as if propelled by some unseen force towards the classroom exit. Don't leave. Fang Zhen raised his hand and fired 2 more shots. One of the bullets found its mark. But it seemed insufficient to halt the mass of GOO. It appeared that the handgun could only inflict harm on the loophole, but could not truly kill. Fang Zhen exhaled a heavy breath. He retrieved his diary from his pocket, noting this discovery. Indeed, he had left in such haste that he had forgotten to secure the diary, thus carrying it with him. Although the loophole possessed the ability to alter his memories, it could not change physical objects, making the diary the best tool for Fang Zhen to recover his memories. Thankfully, he had brought the diary. However, the alarming detail that caught Fang Zhen's attention was his roommate. Huang Jingxin N01 seemed to remember Huang Jingxin. This was exceedingly suspicious. Before you loopholes come to deceive us, couldn't you at least do your homework? Fang Zhen mocked the empty classroom. He sat down, anxiously enduring the passage of class time. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, Fang Zhen dashed out of the classroom. Bai Ming, Chu Xiaoyuan, where have you two gone? Fang Zhen could not help but shout aloud. Bai Ming was the first to leap from the first floor of the teaching building to the 3rd floor, rushing to Fang Zhen's side. Fang Zhen, irate, exclaimed, I was nearly killed. Did you not notice? You simply allowed me to be alone. I thought I was important to you. This is so unfair. Bai Ming shouted in protest. I have been keeping an eye on you at school, but the moment you entered the classroom, you suddenly vanished along with the entire room. I searched for you for 2 whole hours, finding no trace. I thought you had gone missing too. It was only now that you suddenly reappeared. And I wanted to ask where you had been. Fang Zhen was taken aback by his words. So that was the case. That moment, Chu Xiaoyuan also hurried over, her expression grave. Did you encounter a loophole? Yes, Fang Zhen nodded. Including this time, you have encountered loopholes 3 times. Why are there so many? Chu Xiaoyuan questioned in confusion. This is unusual. We have only just entered the second stage. Is it rarely seen? Extremely rare. In typical rule events, it may take several years, even a decade or more, to reach the second stage, so they are not usually this troublesome. Your school has been classified as a C level, barely considered dangerous, but it is unreasonable for it to have entered the second stage in just 2 years, especially with so many loopholes emerging, indicating that something strange is occurring. After Chu Xiaoyuan's explanation, Fang Zhan began to comprehend. Rule events had been continuously arising. Aside from a few extraordinarily large rule events, most remained within controllable limits and could be resolved, allowing for basic peace to be maintained. However, the deterioration of rule events also required time. Many malignant rule events were swiftly resolved at their inception and would not be allowed to develop unchecked. Even when entering the second stage, loopholes were scarce. Only through the accumulation of time would problems escalate, leading to the event entering the third stage, resulting in unpredictable destruction. Bai Ming gazed at Fang Zhan in disbelief. You encountered a loophole again. How did you survive this time? Wasn't your ability ineffective? I did not rely on my ability. Fang Zhan shook his head. The two were astonished, and Chu Xiaoyuan quickly urged, please elaborate. What exactly happened? Fang Zhan recounted his experiences in detail. Wait, are you saying the loophole has the ability to alter your memories? Bai Ming was astonished. Yes, this is serious. It has escalated to such a degree. Fang Zhan queried, is it really that severe? Loopholes are the parasites of rules. But modifying memories falls under the domain of rule power. If a loophole possesses rule power, it indicates that the internal structure of the rule is severely compromised, to the point where a bug can begin to replace the rule itself, signifying that the rules are collapsing at an accelerated rate. Bai Ming regarded Fang Zhan with an odd expression. The loophole utilized the power of the rules, yet it did not eliminate this kid. This lad is not simple. He may appear to be a novice, but it is impossible for someone who can awaken from a rule event to be merely a naive and foolish college student. Chu Xiaoyuan's fist struck the wall with such force that it shattered the surface, leaving a web of spider-like cracks. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, the faster the loopholes appear, the quicker the rules will collapse. By the sheer speed of this collapse, it should not be classified as a C-level incident. What on earth is the evaluation team doing? Regardless of how limited the impact may be or how minimal the initial harm. If the collapse occurs swiftly enough, it can unleash tremendous destruction. Assessing the level of threat is a crucial aspect of the data. Fang Zhan, observing the progressively cracking wall, couldn't help but be astonished. It turns out this petite girl possesses such formidable strength. A shut-in like me would probably end up in tears after a single punch. We must locate the source immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late. Chu Xiaoyuan stated with utmost seriousness. Fang Zhan, increasingly anxious, urged, then think of a way. Chu Xiaoyuan shrugged. Typically, we would look for survivors, methodically piece together our thoughts, and trace the origins of the bizarre occurrences, which often leads us to the source. But now, with the entire school, only you are awake. Everyone else's memories are unreliable, rendering this method futile. You are professionals. Surely there is a more specialized approach? Fang Zhan retorted angrily. Bai Ming quietly interjected, there was a plan. But our esteemed captain deemed this merely a C-level incident, and being in the initial phase, thought it would be a walk in the park, even without bringing any assistance. Fang Zhan was exasperated. Are you serious? Chu Xiaoyuan visibly felt embarrassed and snapped. Bai Ming, did you check the archives as I instructed? Here we go again with the retaliatory remarks. Bai Ming replied earnestly, I thoroughly examined the school records. But so far, I have not discovered anything unusual. The students here seem quite normal, not even a single case of a mental health history. Fang Zhan inquired with curiosity, mental health history? Indeed. Those with unstable mental states are more likely to attract anomalies and often become the source. In past incidents we have handled, a simple examination of medical records usually leads us to one of the few individuals with such histories. Unfortunately, none of the students here have any relevant records. Leaving us without a suspect, Fang Zhan pondered for a moment. Must it be a mental illness? No, not necessarily. It is just that individuals with mental instability are highly likely to become sources, and those prone to significant emotional fluctuations also have a high chance of being the origin. Then perhaps I have a clue. Chapter 13. All missing. Are you saying that Li Chen mentioned before his disappearance that someone was going to jump from the girls' dormitory? Bai Ming asked. Fang Zhan nodded affirmatively. Exactly. At that moment, the three of them hurried towards the girls' dormitory. A desire to leap from a building certainly suggests that the individual is not of sound mind. There must be some underlying issues. This could serve as a potential breakthrough. Chu Xiaoyuan recalled that when she had transformed into a university student and confessed her feelings, Fang Zhan had mentioned this incident, but at the time, she had been too furious to pay attention to what he was saying. The source would never commit suicide by jumping, as their actions must conform to the fundamental logic of the rules. However, the irrationality of jumping from a building certainly warranted investigation. As they arrived at the girls' dormitory, Fang Zhan initially intended to ask someone for information but quickly recognized a troubling reality. Not a single girl was entering or exiting the dormitory. The first floor of the girls' dormitory was eerily deserted, exuding an unsettling silence akin to an abandoned ghost house, though not quite as dilapidated. The flickering light at the entrance's gate was enough to fray one's nerves. "Wait, let me ask someone," Fang Zhan said, scanning the campus for a girl to inquire about the incident involving the girl who had jumped. Since this was an engineering school, the number of girls was already limited. Relying heavily on a half-hearted arts department to maintain a semblance of balance, such a significant event as a suicide would surely have spread throughout the dormitory by now. One could never underestimate a girl's capacity for gossip. However, Fang Zhan soon sensed something amiss. There was not a single girl to be found within the entire school. The few figures wandering the campus were all male, and an unsettling feeling began to creep into his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Although he had grown accustomed to the gradual disappearance of those around him, the suddenness of this situation was overwhelming. Previously, there had been at least 100 girls in the school. Now, they had all vanished. It was all too swift. Far too swift. Fang Zhan stopped a passing junior carrying a laptop bag and asked, "Senior, why is the girls' dormitory so empty? Where are the girls from our school?" He held on to a glimmer of hope, but the senior's response shattered his illusions. "Junior, have you been sleeping in class? This isn't your first year. How can you ask such a foolish question? This is an engineering school. Where would we have girls? Our school has always been a bastion of pure masculinity," the senior chuckled. "But we have an arts department," Fang Zhan protested. "Probably hasn't started recruiting yet," the senior lamented. "It's a pity I'm graduating soon without ever encountering any charming art students." "What a tragedy. Then why is there a girls' dormitory?" Fang Zhan pressed. "Where would we get a girls' dormitory from? It's merely a dormitory with no residents. This year, the recruitment was too low, leaving it vacant. This is simply unavoidable. The birth rate is too low, and it's already affecting university admissions," the senior rambled on. However, Fang Zhan found little interest in listening further. Due to the existence of these rule-based incidents, the memories of others would shift in accordance with the circumstances of the school. They could always concoct reasonable explanations to align with the altered memories. Fang Zhan, his expression grave, returned to Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan. Without needing to say much, the two had already overheard the conversation from a distance. The mass disappearance corroborated the notion that the rule-based incidents were escalating. Chu Xiaoyuan spoke in a low voice. "The girls have all vanished, yet the number of boys remains largely unchanged, suggesting that the source may be very close to the girls' dormitory, or perhaps even within it." Bai Ming flicked the ash off his cigar, extinguishing the ember, and then did some neck stretches, the joints cracking audibly. "Finally, something to do. I've been suffocating here. What we fear is not a difficult source, but rather the inability to locate it. Captain, shall we proceed?" Bai Ming appeared eager and unconcerned, having dealt with far more challenging rule-based incidents in the past, and having survived them all naturally, he had confidence in himself. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded, pulling out a nearly 2-meter-long Tang sword, slender and sharp, exuding an intense sense of pressure, though thankfully concealed within its sheath. "Let us go inside. There may be something strange in the girls' dormitory." She regarded Fang Zhan with great importance, sensing that he might be the key to their escape. Her intuition rarely led her astray. When Fang Zhan immediately shook his head in response to Chu Xiaoyuan's invitation, he protested, "What can an ordinary person like me accomplish? I might just hold you back. Besides, it's against school rules for boys to enter the girls' dormitory, even if there are no girls left in our school." Chu Xiaoyuan contemplated for a moment but did not press the issue. "All right, Bai Ming and I will go in first. You wait here. Remember, do not attend classes anymore. With the rule-based incidents now in the late second phase, more loopholes will arise, and adhering to the rules will no longer ensure your safety. If you encounter danger, come find us. There may still be a chance for survival." Her words were somewhat chilling. Fang Zhan nodded with difficulty, striving to remain alert. "Aside from the two of us, Do not heed anyone else's commands, Bai Ming warned. After a moment's thought, he plucked 3 strands of hair from his head. The black strands transformed into golden ones in his hand, shimmering like a lion's mane. These hairs contain a small portion of my power. They may help deter the loopholes here. Keep them, Bai Ming advised. Confronting the source was inherently perilous. If the two were to encounter trouble, Fang Zhan might not withstand the next assault from the loopholes. He accepted the 3 strands of hair, cautioning, "You both must be careful. Rule-based incidents can distort memories. Once affected, it is challenging to recover, and one might easily be consumed by it." He had experienced the memory attacks of the loopholes, and the sensation was terrifying. Memories could be twisted and altered without warning. Had he not been instinctively vigilant and recognized the issues within his memories, he might have encountered disaster. Such tactics were exceedingly difficult to guard against. Rest assured, we are not like you. We have awakened special abilities through our encounters with rule-based incidents, granting us a portion of the rule's power, making us far more resilient against mysterious forces, Bai Ming asserted confidently. Enough with the chatter. Let us go. Chu Xiaoyuan's face was set with determination. The two charged into the girls' dormitory. Chapter 14. Where do you even have a gun? Fang Zhan observed the unwavering confidence of the two and felt somewhat relieved. Since they were an official special operations team, they should possess considerable experience in dealing with such bizarre incidents. Perhaps in just a few minutes, the situation would be resolved. According to Bai Ming, the most challenging aspect lies in tracing the source, while confronting the source itself is not particularly difficult. Indeed, those who are awakened possess astonishing powers, making it relatively uncomplicated to handle low-tier rule events. Fang Zhan mused to himself, recalling the words once spoken by Chu Xiaoyuan regarding the 3 fundamental principles for managing rule events. 1. Adhere to the rules. 2. Do not place blind faith in any experience. It is imperative to identify the source of the rule event. An inexplicable sense of tension washed over him. Can one truly disregard the rules? Is there really a source within the female dormitory? Fang Zhan sat quietly on the stone platform of the greenbelt adjacent to the girls' dormitory, patiently awaiting good news. As time slowly drifted by, the sky began to darken. His stomach growled with hunger. The time for evening study sessions was rapidly approaching, but Fang Zhan dared not leave recklessly. Damn it, if I don't go, what could possibly happen? He gritted his teeth. Over the past few months, he had attended classes alone. Though solitary and eerie, he had at least mustered the courage to endure. However, after experiencing 3 strange occurrences, Fang Zhan was no longer inclined to be alone. It was simply too frightening. The more he encountered, the more he feared his mental state would deteriorate. Hadn't Bai Ming mentioned that individuals with mental issues tend to attract dark spots? For the living, this spells certain doom. Thus, maintaining a state of mental comfort is of utmost importance. Fang Zhan vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, simultaneously starving and praying for Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan to return soon. The evening grew darker, and the streetlights along the school pathways flickered to life. The lights illuminating the basketball court shone brightly, almost blindingly. Though devoid of people, the lights in the lobby and corridors of the girls' dormitory naturally illuminated the space, preventing the night from appearing overly dim, albeit a touch desolate. At this moment, Fang Zhan did not dare venture to the cafeteria, having previously been attacked there. He felt a twinge of fear in the school. Ordering takeout was not an option. He could only endure hunger for the time being and planned to buy something at the supermarket to stave off his hunger. Does our school even have a supermarket? Fang Zhan felt a bit drowsy, his thoughts muddled. The dormitory matron had frightened him enough, and he had not slept well. Classes had also been disrupted by attacks, leaving him sleep-deprived. As he sat, waves of fatigue washed over him. No, I can't sleep, I can't sleep. Fang Zhan stifled a yawn and pinched his thigh hard to awaken himself. At that moment, a tinkling laughter rang in his ears. 3 flamboyantly dressed girls emerged from the dormitory, seemingly oblivious to the chilly weather, eager to don their pretty skirts, adorned with lovely makeup, their long hair flowing in the breeze, laughter echoing, radiating youthful vitality. How strange! Why is someone sleeping at the entrance of the girls' dormitory? They teased. Perhaps he's planning to confess his feelings, one suggested. Hee, wouldn't that be quite the spectacle? Another chimed in. Forget him. Let's hurry. We have a KTV appointment tonight. Heard there are handsome guys. Is that true? Hurry, introduce me. I want in too. The three girls chatted and laughed as they departed. Fang Zhen felt a bit embarrassed and stood a little farther away. How odd. What am I doing here? His gaze fell upon the playground, where numerous students strolled leisurely after their meals, some engaged in sprints, while couples entwined their arms, sweetly sharing their affection. The scent of romance palpable in the AI art in the distance. The basketball court had also begun to fill with people. The sound of basketballs echoing, vibrant college students sweating it out, infusing the campus with youthful exuberance. Students walked along the school paths, and everything appeared peaceful and ordinary, akin to a typical evening. I seemed to be waiting for someone. But who? Fang Zhen pondered, feeling increasingly perplexed. Lately, his memory seemed to be failing him. Fool, why are you always so dazed? A crisp, lively voice interrupted his thoughts. It belonged to a charming girl, standing at about 1.60 meters, with a doll-like face, sporting an attractive high ponytail, clad in a JK skirt, exuding youthful vibrance. She bounced over to Fang Zhen's side and linked her arm with his. What are you dawdling for? Didn't you say you'd take me to the movies? Let's go. Oh, and I brought you some chocolate. It's really delicious. My roommate gave it to me. The girl pressed the chocolate into Fang Zhen's hand. Her smile radiant and enchanting. He took a bite. Indeed, it was sweet and had a smooth texture. It's delicious, so I was waiting for you, he murmured softly. The girl chuckled, playfully pinching Fang Zhen's arm. Hey, I'm your girlfriend. Saying thank you feels so distant. If you really want to thank me, then let's not return to school tonight. Fang Zhen was taken aback. That won't do. I need to go to bed on time. Going to bed on time is fine, but we can stay out longer. I even asked my roommate to help me take a leave tomorrow. You can't possibly let me wander outside alone until nightfall? Can you? The girl looked at Fang Zhen with pleading eyes, stirring his heart. He was about to instinctively agree when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. He couldn't quite articulate what felt wrong, but something felt very off. Wait, what is my girlfriend's name again? Fang Zhen scratched his head awkwardly. What is your name? The girl burst into laughter. I'm Jiang Yueying. How could you forget that? It seems my memory has been slipping lately. Do you think I might be ill? She asked, her tone laced with concern. Well, perhaps that if I'm unwell, I should definitely go to a hospital for a proper checkup. Just as they were preparing to leave, a familiar figure emerged from the girls' dormitory, a man in a trench coat, cigar in mouth, casually carried 2 empty water buckets, leisurely strolling out the door before expertly hopping onto a little tricycle filled with empty buckets and departing. He greeted the girls with a broad smile, mumbling something about 15 per bucket and refundable deposits. Who is that? Fang Zhen inquired curiously. He's the man who delivers water to the girls' dormitory, Jiang Yueying replied. Observing his rather cool demeanor, adorned with a magical girl badge on his chest, Fang Zhen mused that one should not judge a book by its cover. He certainly had a youthful spirit. You're one to talk. You're just as quirky, Fang Zhen retorted, glancing down to find the magical girl badge pinned to his own chest. Wait a minute. This is odd. Very odd. Fang Zhen felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Taking several steps back, when he touched his waist, he indeed found a familiar object. Fang Zhen, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yueying asked, puzzled. Not this again. Fang Zhen gritted his teeth and pulled out the gun, hesitating for a moment before resolutely pointing it at the girl he cherished. Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot. Jiang Yueying's face drained of color. Fang Zhen, please don't scare me. I'm not trying to frighten you. Fang Zhen replied coldly that I have no recollection of ever arguing or disagreeing with you. How is that possible? False memories are ultimately just that, false. Moreover, I don't recognize the name Jiang Yueying at all. Fang Zhen, you've truly lost it. We should get you help. Get lost, or I'll shoot you right now, unless you truly aren't afraid of guns. The conflicting memories overwhelmed Fang Zhen, leaving him with a throbbing headache. He was gradually losing the ability to distinguish between the false and the real. Jiang Yueying appeared terrified. Please don't scare me. You don't even have a gun. Huh? Fang Zhen glanced down to see that he was mimicking a gun gesture with his hand. Attempting to intimidate the girl before him, he absent-mindedly lowered his hand. I can't really be going insane, can I? Chapter 15. Jiang Yueying in front of the girls' dormitory. Fang Zhen's bizarre demeanor attracted numerous curious glances. Jiang Yueying gently reassured him. Fang Zhen, you've had another episode. Lately, you've been acting so strangely. The mental pressure must be overwhelming. Let's go out and unwind, shall we? Don't be so tense. Everything will pass. Why am I like this? Fang Zhen asked, his mind clouded. Perhaps the academic pressure is too much. Don't put so much stress on yourself. We're only freshmen. You don't need to work so hard for me. We can save up for the dowry and house together. It's no trouble at all. Jiang Yueying leaned into Fang Zhen's embrace, her voice tinged with sorrow. The warmth of her presence filled Fang Zhen's heart with tenderness. What a wonderful girl she was. He must cherish her. The two embraced, drawing envious glances from passing male students who lamented, "Why is such a beautiful girl not mine? Life is so unfair." Fang Zhen, let us go, Jiang Yueying said. Fang Zhen nodded. Okay, he held her delicate hand, his heart fluttering, increasingly eager for the events that night would bring. He couldn't wait to boast about it to Huang Jingxin, that foolish boy, upon their return. Just thinking of that made Fang Zhen feel a twinge of headache. Hey, big guy, how can you find a girlfriend if you're cooped up in the dorm all day? Want to go out for an all-nighter with me? Haha, a gaming loser who spends all night playing games has the audacity to criticize me for being single. Where's your girlfriend? Laughable. Can a girlfriend compare to a game? I can play all night. Can a girlfriend? You think you can manage an all-nighter when your relationship lasts only 3 minutes? Is that why you don't have a girlfriend? He recalled a recent conversation with his roommate. Wait a minute. Something still felt off. Where on earth did I get a girlfriend? Fang Zhen forcibly restrained himself and released Jiang Yueying's hand. Where's my diary? Yes, the diary that I have a habit of journaling. Fang Zhen felt a wave of gratitude for having brought his diary with him today. He opened the diary, but the handwriting within resembled nothing more than a chaotic scrawl. Utterly illegible. This was far from normal. The sensation was akin to being trapped in a dream. Fang Zhen, Jiang Yueying pouted, her hands on her hips, visibly irritated, her tone laced with a profound sense of grievance. My friends all say you're acting crazy, that you're not a good person, and I severed ties with them for you. Now, I have no friends left, only you. Could you please act a little more normally? I am truly exhausted from constantly having to coddle you. Like a child, she spoke, her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks, resembling delicate pear blossoms weeping in the rain, evoking a pang of sympathy in Fang Zhen's heart. Though his feelings for Jiang Yueying may have been fabricated due to altered memories, in this moment, they felt undeniably real. Witnessing the tears of the one he cherished was akin to a dagger piercing through his heart. Fang Zhen's head throbbed increasingly, and he struggled against the turmoil within. He sensed a distortion in his memories, yet his emotions continued to tug at him, clouding his ability to make sound judgments. Don't move, that's a lie. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from behind him. A sharp, polished shard of iron, seemingly hurled from nowhere, pierced Jiang Yueying's chest. Blood gushed forth, and she coughed, her body gradually collapsing to the ground. Her eyes filled with agony. Fang Zhen, save me! As Fang Zhen gazed at the girl before him, his expression grew steadily more composed. With her injury, he felt his memories were being recalibrated. I'm sorry. I cannot save you. Without hesitation, Fang Zhen raised his firearm and fired. Bang, bang. The bullets tore through Jiang Yueying's body. She did not cry out in pain. Instead, her gaze turned icy, her voice deepening. This will not be the last time. You can escape countless times, but just once, and you will perish. With that, Jiang Yueying's form began to dissolve into the ground, transforming into a shadowy silhouette that swiftly flowed away, vanishing into the distance. This bizarre scene was nothing short of unsettling. Fang Zhen exhaled deeply. Another loophole. The ability to alter memories was terrifying, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. One misstep could lead to complete entrapment. He felt a profound sense of loss, as those fabricated memories began to fade like a dream upon awakening. Yet the emotional impact lingered painfully. If this were to occur more frequently, it could indeed drive one to madness. After all, not long ago, he had genuinely been in a close relationship with a girlfriend, only for her to vanish abruptly and turn out to be an illusion. Anyone would feel bewildered in such a situation. Fang Zhen couldn't help but think of the members of the Special Operations team. Surely, they must frequently consult a psychologist. Which kind soul came to my aid? Curiosity piqued, he turned around, only to be met with a chilling sight. Before him sat a girl, evidently from the same school, yet her appearance was strikingly identical to Jiang Yueying's, albeit with a cold demeanor, disheveled hair, and a hint of weariness. She sat in a wheeled office chair, propping herself up with a wooden stick, likely to maneuver the chair. a thick blanket draped over her legs, the air heavy with a faint metallic scent of blood. "Who are you?" Fang Zhen exclaimed in surprise. The girl brushed her hair aside. "I am Jiang Yueying, the real one, not the counterfeit you encountered." Fang Zhen sensed an odd atmosphere. Just moments ago, he had been reminiscing about a fleeting yet beautiful love. And now, an identical figure from his past had appeared before him. Who wouldn't he be confused? The loophole was absurd, transforming into a girl who had not gone missing to tempt him. Despicable. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and he asked in astonishment, "You are also awake?" "Indeed," Jiang Yueying nodded. "You are the first kindred spirit I have encountered, which is why I chose to save you. That iron shard took me 2 hours to sharpen. It is my secret weapon, and I used it to save you." At that moment, Fang Zhen felt an exhilarating surge of hope. Kindred spirits meant he was not alone in this plight. This feeling was extraordinary. "Why are you seated in that chair? Are you injured?" he inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Jiang Yueying responded calmly, "One by one, those around me have vanished, and it pains me deeply and no one understands my suffering, which led me to attempt to end this nightmare by jumping from the building yesterday. Unfortunately, I survived, merely breaking my leg. Ironically, when I jumped, the lights went out, causing everyone in the dormitory to rush out to see the commotion, thus violating school rules and disappearing entirely. An injured person should be taken to the hospital, not required to adhere to curfews. That is why I escaped unscathed." Chapter 16. Always alone. Good news. The girl who jumped has been found. The reason for the disappearance of all the girls has also been discovered. Bad news. She is clearly not the source, merely another unfortunate soul like Fang Zhen. Fang Zhen understood Jiang Yueying's feelings all too well. He had once endured immense psychological pressure that drove him to contemplate suicide. Thankfully, he persevered, possessing slightly greater mental resilience than Jiang Yueying. "Have you also fallen victim to the loophole's attack?" Fang Zhen asked. Jiang Yueying, puzzled, replied, "What loophole?" "It is a creature that alters your memories, leads you to make mistakes, and even directly assaults you. I've never encountered such a thing." "All right then," Fang Zhen sighed, feeling disheartened. "Why must the loophole attack me? Isn't there another person here? Could it be that your leg injury renders you no threat?" "What is the condition of your leg?" Fang Zhen approached to inquire. Jiang Yueying's expression stiffened slightly. "It's manageable." Fang Zhen could clearly see that Jiang Yueying was not in good shape. Her complexion was an unhealthy pallor, with a hint of feverish redness in her cheeks. "You?" Fang Zhen gasped, disregarding her protests as he lifted the blanket from her legs. Beneath it lay a gruesome sight, blood and flesh intertwined, with glimpses of stark white bone visible within. Fang Zhen inhaled sharply. Jiang Yueying's injuries were severe. Her legs were not merely injured. They were nearly incapacitated, and without prompt medical attention, the wounds risked infection, the stench of decay mingling with the metallic scent of blood. How excruciating that must be! Yet Jiang Yueying had persevered. "No, you must go to the hospital immediately," Fang Zhen insisted firmly. Jiang Yueying smiled wearily. "I know I should go to the hospital, but tell me, how do we leave the school?" She was a lucid individual, fully aware of what was possible and what was not. "If I die, then so be it." Jiang Yueying's voice was weak, her eyes devoid of much light. "Having someone to accompany me in my final moments would be a comfort. At least I wouldn't be leaving this world alone." The presence of another conscious individual beside her was already enough to satisfy her. Unfortunately, fate was capricious, and she had only encountered him when she was on the brink of death. They were strangers and had never crossed paths in their daily lives. Thus, although they sought one another, they had never truly met. "Though this request may seem unreasonable, could you please not leave? Just stay with me for a little while." Jiang Yueying's voice was noticeably frail. At this moment, she was suffering from a high fever. Her wounds infected, and she had lost a significant amount of blood. The relentless pain weighed heavily upon her, and she estimated she could only endure for half a day longer before she passed. She yearned for the company of a genuine person, not one of those whose memories had been distorted, living mindlessly like puppets. "No, you will not die. We have a chance to escape," Fang Zhen declared earnestly. In an instant, he resolved to save the girl before him. Jiang Yueying shook her head, doubt clouding her expression. She did not believe Fang Zhen had a way to escape. If there were truly a means, why had they not discovered it by now? "Follow me," Fang Zhen urged as he pushed Jiang Yueying's chair towards the direction of the girls' dormitory. The chair creaked ominously, the small wheels nearly worn down, threatening to fall apart. The jarring motion caused Jiang Yueying to wince, her wounds protesting with sharp pain. Yet she had endured much worse, and could bear this as well. Soon, Fang Zhan came to a halt in front of a water delivery worker. Jiang Yueying's eyes reflected her confusion. Who is this man? I've never seen him before. Bai Ming, puffing on a cigar, smiled cheerfully. What can I do for you, little one? If you need water, you can simply scan the QR code to place an order. There's no need to stop me, Fang Zhan retorted impatiently. Is that so? Where is your QR code? Of course. Bai Ming bent down to search but found no QR code hanging around his neck. Instead, he discovered a rather garish magical girl badge adorned with a distinctly two-dimensional aesthetic. He gazed at the badge in confusion. What is this? It clashes entirely with my taste. It's hideous. Fang Zhan held up the badge on his chest. Bai Ming, it's time to come back to your senses. This is the badge the captain gave you. If you forget, the captain will be quite displeased. At the mention of the captain, Bai Ming jolted. His gaze gradually clearing. He has dealt with numerous rule-based incidents, and his resistance to anomalous forces is evidently much stronger, allowing him to recover with just a slight stimulus. Alas, I too have fallen victim. Bai Ming kicked over the three-wheeled cart carrying water, his eyes filled with menace. How dare they assign me the role of a water delivery worker, the damned loophole, at the same time. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Fortunately, the danger level was relatively low. The loophole that emerged posed minimal threat. Had it been a higher-level incident, he might have already met his demise the moment his memory was altered. Truly, it is impossible to guard against everything. How perilous! Bai Ming's expression turned grave. Fang Zhan, dissatisfied, remarked. When you entered the girls' dormitory, you claimed to possess strong resistance. How is it that you fell for the trap as well? Ahem, well, you see, even the best of us can falter, and even the mightiest of horses can stumble. Bai Ming felt quite embarrassed. Just after boasting, he had succumbed. If it weren't for Fang Zhan's reminder, he might have remained lost for much longer. Let us find the captain first. Bai Ming shifted the topic. There is something peculiar about this girl's dormitory. It might truly be connected to the girl who jumped. We must locate her without delay. Fang Zhan replied. No need to search. I have already found her. Where? What do you think? Only then did Bai Ming realize the frail girl that Fang Zhan was supporting was indeed the one who had jumped. Fang Zhan quickly recounted the events that had transpired. A second ordinary person maintaining clarity. Bai Ming appeared exceedingly astonished. No wonder, no wonder. This is evidently an exceedingly rare occurrence. Fang Zhan, perplexed, inquired, what is it? The ability to maintain clarity signifies the potential of an awakener. In a rule-based incident, the emergence of two awakeners is unusual, which explains the multitude of loopholes. Your presence has accelerated the collapse of the rule-based incident. Awakeners typically arise within these rule-based events. However, not every rule-based incident gives birth to awakeners. The appearance of awakeners hastens the disintegration of these events. Fang Zhan was astonished. Is there such a theory? Certainly, now, time is of the essence. We must search for clues anew, Bai Ming lamented. However, your luck is truly remarkable. Encountering a loophole for the fourth time yet maintaining clarity, I suppose I am fortunate. Thanks to my memory and that of my roommate not being altered, I was given ample warning, Fang Zhan explained. Bai Ming was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he asked, what is your roommate's name? Fang Zhan was uncertain why Bai Ming posed this question but answered truthfully. Huang Jingxin. From your class, Bai Ming inquired. Naturally. Are you certain? Fang Zhan questioned. What is there to be uncertain about? Did I not mention that a few months ago my roommate went out for an all-night internet session and never returned? Which led me to realize something was amiss at school? Yes, I recall that but did not dwell on it at the time. Bai Ming's gaze turned peculiar. Chu Xiaoyuan instructed me to investigate numerous files. I have essentially examined the records of all students in your school. Yet, I did not find your roommate's file. Moreover, your file clearly states that in your dormitory there has always been only one occupant. Chapter 17. Surgery. The statement that the dormitory has always housed only one person sent a chill down Fang Zhan's spine. How could this be? He had lived with Huang Jingxin, this fool, for several months. There was no way he could be mistaken. You must be mistaken, Fang Zhan responded, somewhat agitated. Bai Ming shook his head. My ability is transformation-based, and my memory has similarly been greatly enhanced. I possess near-perfect recall, and I assure you I am not mistaken. unless there is an issue with your school's records. While many bizarre and unfathomable occurrences may manifest within rule-based incidents, it seems implausible to simply erase a student's records. It defies logic. Fang Zhan's breath quickened. He recalled the scene in his classroom when his memory was tampered with, surrounded by the falsehoods created by loopholes. Everything had appeared so very real. Yet, Yin Cheng had insisted he had no roommate. Why would the loophole present an event that contradicted his own memories? This led him to identify the flaw, escape the illusion, and reclaim his true recollections. Perhaps this was the reason, because Fang Zhan truly had no roommate. The loophole fabricated memories that aligned with the facts but conflicted with Fang Zhan's own recollections. My memory fundamentally flawed. Fang Zhan felt a shiver run down his spine. This sensation was exceedingly unsettling. Bai Ming reassured Fang Zhan, "Do not be overly anxious. Having spent 2 years in a rule-based incident, it is not impossible for memory discrepancies to arise. Once this matter concludes, you will undoubtedly recover." With Bai Ming's assurance, Fang Zhan felt considerably better. "Very well, let us first seek out Chu Xiaoyuan," Bai Ming declared. With that, he headed straight for the girls' dormitory building. Jiang Yueying watched Bai Ming's retreating figure, somewhat puzzled. "Who is he? I have never seen this person before, and I cannot comprehend anything you are discussing. He is here to resolve the issues at our school, a member of the Special Operations Team. You may understand him as a representative of the state, specifically tasked with addressing such bizarre occurrences," Fang Zhan explained. Jiang Yueying's eyes brightened perceptibly at the mention of the state sending someone for rescue. Such exhilarating words. Yet, her expression quickly dulled. Her current condition was dire, her consciousness gradually fading, and she might perish at any moment. If only she had not jumped yesterday. If she could just endure one more day. To succumb in the darkness before dawn is truly a despairing affair. Fang Zhan sensed Jiang Yueying's emotions and quietly comforted her. "We will be all right. I will ensure you receive treatment. You will not die. Thank you." Jiang Yueying smiled faintly, though her complexion grew increasingly pale. Bai Ming reached the entrance of the girls' dormitory building, poised to ascend the stairs, when suddenly, a petite girl bounced down from above. "Captain?" Bai Ming was taken aback. Chu Xiaoyuan cast him a glance. "What are you up to, delivering water?" Bai Ming's face flushed, followed by astonishment. "Captain, you are unharmed?" "Of course, I am fine. Do you think I am like you?" "Really useless, falling victim to a loophole so easily. What a disgrace to our team." "Sigh, perhaps I should consider requesting a new teammate," Bai Ming, feeling both shame and indignation, retorted. "You? Why did you not assist me?" "I wanted to see how long it would take for you to regain your senses. It seems you are barely managing." Bai Ming felt relieved. Thankfully, Fang Zhan had helped him awaken. Otherwise, he would likely be ridiculed for a lifetime. Chu Xiaoyuan stepped out of the dormitory, exhaling a deep breath. "We have searched thoroughly, and there is nothing amiss. It seems the source is not here. We must reconsider our location." She too felt a headache. Searching aimlessly without knowing when they would find something was frustrating. If the rule-based incident were to progress to the third stage, it would spell trouble. That moment, she noticed Fang Zhan and Jiang Yueying. What is going on?" Chu Xiaoyuan exclaimed in surprise. "Did you not say all the girls were missing?" Fang Zhan replied. "She is the one who jumped, Captain. Can you help her? She is in very poor condition." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyuan's brow furrowed, and she immediately approached, pulling back the blanket covering Jiang Yueying, her pupils constricting slightly. "So serious? You are still alive in this condition. Your will to live is quite strong. A clear-headed one? No wonder. It seems you have the potential to become an awakener." Chu Xiaoyuan shook her head. "Unfortunately, I cannot save you. Your bones are shattered and your flesh is decayed. Unless I amputate immediately, you may lose your life." Disappointment flooded Fang Zhan's eyes. "Is that not possible?" Jiang Yueying, however, had already come to terms with her fate. She smiled, a touch of melancholy in her expression. "It is all right. Before I die, I have 3 clear-headed individuals accompanying me. My wish before death has been more than fulfilled." Chu Xiaoyuan regarded her with a hint of admiration. "A remarkably resilient and carefree girl. I can attempt to save you, but I cannot guarantee success, and it will be exceedingly painful. After all, I possess no anesthetics. Do you wish to take the gamble?" Chu Xiaoyuan proposed. Winning the gamble means survival. Losing it entails enduring immense suffering before death, a dilemma indeed. Jiang Yueying gazed at the girl before her, who appeared to be only slightly younger than her sister, and felt somewhat astonished. She seemed so youthful. Yet her tone was strikingly mature and composed. Jiang Yueying's breath became erratic. The fever had begun to blur her consciousness, but the will to survive compelled her to respond. Yes, a simple word. Chu Xiaoyuan smiled. Excellent. She slowly extended her right hand, her palms seemingly unraveling like threads, as if entirely composed of lines. Then, every fiber of flesh became taut, piercing into Jiang Yueying's legs. Fang Zhan stood by. Somewhat stunned, he knew that Chu Xiaoyuan could transform into anyone, but he never anticipated she could utilize her ability in such a manner, converting flesh into countless fine threads, such remarkable control over her own body. Jiang Yueying's body trembled violently, collapsing in agony onto the office chair. Yet she gritted her teeth, biting her lip until it bled, refusing to utter a single cry of pain. Bai Ming was deeply moved by this sight. This girl is truly astonishing. She can endure such torment, and no wonder she survived the jump. Countless fibers of flesh collaborated to excise the decayed tissue, meticulously extracting the smallest fragments of shattered bone. Followed swiftly by rapid suturing, flesh melded together at a visibly astonishing speed, with not a drop of blood seeping from the sutures, a testament to the meticulous and flawless nature of the wound's closure. This process lasted but a fleeting minute. However, the outcome would likely leave even the most esteemed surgeons in awe of its miraculous quality. I assure you of my sterility, yet your pre-existing infection is beyond my control. You must endure it on your own and rely on your fortune. Furthermore, your injuries are grave. Your calf cannot be salvaged, and we can only hope to retain a portion of your thigh. Even if you survive, a life of disability awaits you. Chu Xiaoyuan withdrew her hand and spoke softly. Countless delicate threads converged once more, transforming back into her fair and dainty hand. For Jiang Yueying, this minute felt interminably long. She was drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked through. The excruciating pain should have rendered her unconscious, yet she remained conscious, managing to muster a faint smile. Thank you, little sister. Bai Ming inhaled sharply. Oh no. The captain despised being referred to as little sister. If anyone dared to do so, the captain was sure to erupt in fury. However, to Bai Ming's surprise, Chu Xiaoyuan only wore a pained expression for a moment before her gaze shifted to something more complex as she said, Rest well. Your survival now hinges upon your luck. Chapter 18. The first great fire of the millennium. Jiang Yueying drifted into a hazy slumber. Her brow furrowed tight. It appeared that even in sleep, the shadows haunting her consciousness lingered. Under Chu Xiaoyuan's direction, Fang Zhan placed her in the dormitory's management room on the first floor. Are you saying you couldn't find any records on Fang Zhan's roommate? Chu Xiaoyuan inquired. Bai Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I see, Chu Xiaoyuan mused, her eyes flickering with thought. Rule-based events operate under a certain fundamental logic before they completely collapse. Nothing occurs without reason. Thus, there must be some special cause behind this. Could it be that your roommate is the true source? Chu Xiaoyuan pondered. If that's the case, it might explain why we cannot locate the source within the school, because it actually lies outside of it. The source can exist outside of the event? Bai Ming questioned in confusion. Apparently, I too have fallen prey to the fallacy of superstitious reasoning. Just because a rule-based event occurs within the school does not mean the school is the event itself. Bai Ming suddenly comprehended. Indeed, a rule-based event merely encompasses the school. It does not necessitate that the source must reside there. NO1 dictates that the source has to be at the heart of the event. You've made a mistake too. You've made a mistake too, Bai Ming exclaimed joyfully. Chu Xiaoyuan revealed a teasing little Fang. Are you pleased that I made a mistake? Bai Ming awkwardly replied. No. Truly, those in higher authority tend to crush the lesser ones. Fang Zhan expressed his astonishment. Can a gaming addict truly become the source of a rule-based event? Chu Xiaoyuan answered. Anyone can potentially become the source. If he becomes the source, how do we resolve it? Fang Zhan sighed. I fear the only solution is to eliminate him, at least in my understanding. No one possesses the means to reverse the source and restore it. He'll resolve the entire incident and save the school. This is the only way. Fang Zhan could only sigh heavily at this. What a foolish son. How could he have become the source? Let us go. We must set off. Huang Jingxin disappeared before heading to an internet CAF for an all-nighter. So he is likely outside of the school. We must find him immediately, Chu Xiaoyuan asserted decisively. The rapid collapse of the rules demanded swift action, and her confidence was such that she had not brought enough personnel. If this matter were not handled properly, headquarters would undoubtedly hold her accountable. The trio arrived at the school gate. Fangjin raised a question. Can I really leave the school? Isn't that against the rules? Your student status indeed poses a challenge. It would have been easier if we had brought Jasmine along. As she excels at resolving such issues, Chu Xiaoyuan remarked, feeling the weight of the complication. Who is Jasmine? Bai Ming casually explained. She's a girl from our headquarters. Her abilities can deceive the rules, and with her presence, we could operate with far fewer restrictions. She's a treasure, only taking assignments from headquarters. Fang Zhan was astonished. Such an ability existed. Awakened individuals possess special capabilities, yet even within rule-based events, they still face the constraints of those rules. Despite the apparent freedom Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming enjoyed, that was only because they were external personnel. Should they cause disturbances within the school, negatively affecting student studies, they too would be subjected to the rules. Give it a try. You are also considered a half-awakened individual. So the influence of the rules on you will be somewhat lessened. At the very least, you won't immediately vanish, Chu Xiaoyuan stated, insisting on bringing Fang Zhan along, as her intuition told her he was key to resolving the source. Reluctantly, Fang Zhan acquiesced and cautiously stepped out of the school gate, feeling no special force affecting him. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the prohibition against students leaving the school was not an official rule but rather a misguided directive from some school leader, merely circulating as a student guideline within a WeChat group. Freshmen were not actually restricted from leaving the school. Upon realizing this, Fang Zhan felt a surge of anger. Which incompetent leader had issued such an order? Causing him to live in fear of leaving the school for months? The trio set off once more. Bai Ming asked, which internet CAF did your roommate go to? There are plenty of internet CAFs near the university town. Fang Zhan replied, Deep Night Internet CAF. It's the closest to our school. Huang Jingxin must have gone there since he has a membership. Bai Ming halted, his expression growing complex. Fang Zhan inquired, what's wrong? Sometimes I truly suspect you are the source, as you consistently articulate thoughts that exceed my expectations. Why do you say that? Bai Ming queried. Although we arrived with little preparation, I have nonetheless perused information on your school and kept an eye on significant incidents occurring there and in the vicinity over the years. The Deep Night Internet CAF you mentioned is indeed in my records. 3 years ago. It suffered a catastrophic fire, turning into a mere ruin and claiming the lives of hundreds of students. It was said that the cause was inadequate fire safety measures, and attempts to suppress the incident were made, but the sheer number of casualties led to its exposure. Following this tragedy, over half of your city's leadership was dismissed, and it became notorious as the first great fire of the millennium. Fang Zhan stood bewildered. What? The Deep Night Internet CAF is gone? I remember visiting it. My roommate Huang Jingxin would sneak out to go there for all-nighters. How could my memory be so unreliable? Fang Zhan felt lost. Within this rule-based event, his memories had been altered far too much. Aside from maintaining clarity, he bore little distinction from those who lethargically continued their lives. He felt a profound sense of sorrow. A flicker of confusion crossed Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes as well. If Fang Zhan's memories were merely influenced by the rule-based event, then why would the event have the need to alter those memories? Surely, there must be a reason behind it. Once this matter concludes, be sure to thoroughly investigate Fang Zhan's records, Chu Xiaoyuan whispered to Bai Ming. Bai Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Xiaoyuan remarked, regardless of whether the Deep Night Internet CAF still exists, we should at least take a look. Let us set off. The Deep Night Internet CAF was not far from the school, merely 300 meters away in the vicinity of a snack street. The trio soon arrived. The snack street was desolate and devoid of life, appearing forlorn and dilapidated. A few vendor carts lay covered in a thick layer of dust, suggesting they had not been visited in quite some time. The Deep Night Internet CAF stood across the road, a 2-story building repurposed from an old structure with a field of rapeseed flowers behind it, perhaps one of the reasons for the inadequate fire safety measures. The absence of a business license was questionable, yet due to its proximity to the school, affordable prices, and decent machine performance, it remained a top choice for many students, often bustling on weekends. Securing a spot there was quite a challenge. At that moment, the Deep Night Internet CAF stood silently. The words Deep Night Internet CAF were illuminated by flickering LED lights hanging above the entrance. The walls were battered, with much of the paint peeling away, adorned with advertisements for permits, locksmith services, driving schools, and escort services. The glass door of the CAF was grimy, giving a greasy and filthy impression. Through the glass, one could vaguely discern a row of disheveled sofas and monitors that had been left behind. Although the space was empty and littered with cigarette butts, remnants of its once crowded past could still be perceived. Fang Zhen let out a relieved sigh, smiling as he said, "It seems I didn't misremember. Your records must be incorrect. The Deep Night Internet CAF is here, just that it has been out of business for a long time." Bai Ming furrowed his brow tightly. What is going on? Could it really be that my records are mistaken? Chapter 19. The burned Internet CAF. Let us go inside and take a look. Chu Xiaoyuan said nothing but walked straight toward the Deep Night Internet CAF. The CAF was in a state of disrepair, but it was not as Bai Ming had claimed. Reduced to ashes, it was now 7:30, and the night had fully descended. The Deep Night Internet CAF was shrouded in darkness. Resembling a haunted house, the night breeze wafted in, chilling and sending shivers down one's spine. Creak. The door to the CAF swung open. It was pitch black inside, obscuring everything from view. The silence was profound. Not even the sound of insects could be heard. It's so dark. Fang Zhen instinctively turned on the flashlight on his phone, illuminating a small area ahead. The front desk of the CAF was empty, devoid of anything. Chu Xiaoyuan suddenly asked, "Are there any rules in the CAF? Have you never been to an internet CAF?" "Of course not. I'm merely a charming 9-year-old girl. How could I possibly have visited one?" Chu Xiaoyuan wrinkled her nose, clearly displeased with Fang Zhen's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Zhen replied, "It seems there aren't many rules. Generally, one must not smoke, refrain from banging on the keyboard and mouse, avoid stealing graphics cards, and not flirt with the female staff, among other things." Bai Ming's expression stiffened as he tossed his cigar onto the ground and swiftly extinguished it. "So, there are practically no rules. That's rather agreeable," remarked Chu Xiaoyuan. Subsequently, both Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming retrieved flashlights from their pockets. The flashlights were evidently custom-made, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Though they appeared compact and portable, once activated, they emitted an intensely bright light, nearly blinding anyone who gazed upon it. Additionally, they could adjust between diffused and focused beams, illuminating the entire CAF as if it were daylight, with beams of light projecting through the windows, brightening the night sky. "Goodness, how is it so bright?" Fang Zhen exclaimed, glancing at the feeble light of his own phone's flashlight. Feeling embarrassed enough to turn it off, Bai Ming explained, "It's merely a small gadget. Each member of the Special Operations Team has one. It can illuminate across several kilometers, akin to an anti-aircraft gun, and also features functions of an electric baton and a military stick." He swung the flashlight, and a metallic rod sprang forth from its end. Pressing another button, the front of the flashlight crackled with electrical currents. Fang Zhen gazed on enviously. "So cool. I'll get you one after this is over." Bai Ming casually remarked, "Absolutely." The three began to search through the dimly lit internet CAF late at night. The CAF wasn't particularly large. Despite having 2 floors, it housed only a couple of hundred stations, making it easy to search swiftly. The air was thick with a damp odor, reminiscent of the humid season, and Fang Zhen felt his feet slipping slightly, faintly hearing a dripping sound, as he cautiously navigated the staircase. "Afraid of slipping," he muttered. "Could it be that there's a leak? It's been closed for so long. Hasn't the water been shut off?" The stairs creaked underfoot, burdened by their weight. Gradually, the surroundings darkened. The CAF, once as bright as day, suddenly became shrouded in dimness. A chill ran down Fang Zhen's spine. Sensing that something was amiss, he forced a chuckle. "Don't joke around. Is the flashlight out of battery? That can't be right. Isn't it specially equipped for the team? Quickly, turn on the flashlight." Silence enveloped him. No one replied. Only his voice echoed in the desolate CAF. In the pitch blackness, shadows seemed to shift. A wave of cold crept up Fang Zhen's back, rushing to his head. How could this be? Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan were just beside him moments ago. Was it an illusion? Fang Zhen took deep breaths, reassuring himself that it's fine. It's fine, it's all a fabrication. As long as I remain still, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan will be at my side. They'll surely take measures if they sense something's wrong. He stood on the staircase, where the wooden boards sagged slightly, creaking with the slightest movement, unsettling his nerves. The dampness in the air intensified, making Fang Zhen feel as though his feet were glued to the stairs. And oddly, he could sense a faint burnt smell wafting through the air. The sound of flowing water filled his ears, The entire internet CAF was seemingly consumed by darkness, exuding an endless eeriness and malevolence. Fang Zhan dared not glance around recklessly, yet from the corner of his eye, he perceived the darkness surging like a tangible tide, as if it sought to engulf him, only to dissipate strangely when it reached his front. What kind of place is this? Fang Zhan cautiously activated his phone's flashlight. A weak glow emerged from the back of his phone, illuminating barely a meter ahead. Beyond that, it felt like an entirely different world. Immersed in complete darkness, Fang Zhan froze, noticing that the staircase beneath him was charred and fragile, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Panic surged within him as he descended. Suddenly, the stairs broke away. A violent sensation of weightlessness enveloped Fang Zhan. "Ah!" he exclaimed, crashing to the ground. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a thick layer of water beneath him, splashing as he fell, submerging nearly half of his body and soaking his clothes. The icy coldness penetrating him to the core. Where did this water come from? Fang Zhan hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Fortunately, he instinctively raised his hand to shield his phone during the fall. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster if it got wet. The flashlight flickered dimly, allowing Fang Zhan to make out his surroundings. The first floor of the CAF was marked by charred remnants, shattered windows, and the entrance door was grotesquely deformed from the fire. Computers, tables, sofas, and other items lay in ruins, reduced to ash, leaving only twisted metal frames. The air was thick with a choking scent of charred material. Leaving him dizzy, before him lay the remnants of a recently ravaged wasteland, a burnt internet CAF. Fang Zhan felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. This was entirely different from what he had seen outside. By Ming's information was accurate. The internet CAF had truly been consumed by flames. It would be wise not to trust his memory. Had he known, he wouldn't have ventured inside. Fang Zhan took a deep breath. At least nothing had happened yet, merely a glimpse of the CAF's desolation. He rose cautiously, making his way toward the entrance. Just a few more steps, and he should be fine. 10 meters, 0.7 meters. 5 meters. Closer, closer. Almost there. 0.3 meters, 0.1 meter. Fang Zhan's anxiety grew, his palms slick with sweat. Finally, he reached the door, grasping the handle. He could escape. With a forceful pull, the door swung open, a gust of chilly wind rushed in, invigorating him. Just as Fang Zhan was about to step out, a sudden brightness emerged behind him, accompanied by the sounds of conversation. By Ming, Chu Xiaoyuan. Fang Zhan turned in surprise. Yet, the scene before him left him dumbfounded once more. It was a smoky, oppressive internet CAF. There were no signs of burning. Instead, rows of computers were filled to capacity, mostly occupied by university students who were intently focused on their screens, as if captivated by something. It was eerily quiet, devoid of even the faintest sound of keyboard tapping, save for the distant sound of dripping water. Fang Zhan squinted, realizing these students were his classmates. Fang Zhan, why are you so late? The online class is about to start. One person, seated with their back to him, suddenly turned 180 degrees, their face pale and bloated as if preserved in formaldehyde for days. Hurry up, I saved you a spot. They grinned broadly, their mouth stretching nearly to their ears. Chapter 20. Only waiting. Fang Zhan felt as though he had gone numb, from his feet to his scalp. He could accept being embroiled in a bizarre event, but this strange scene was beyond his endurance. No, no. Fang Zhan turned to flee, desperate to escape this hellish place. However, as he spun around and crossed the threshold, he found himself back in the internet CAF, everything unchanged, countless pale eyes fixed on him, chilling his very soul in fright. Fang Zhan stumbled back a few steps, only to find himself once again within the CAF. Is this a wall of ghosts? Such a thing truly exists. What should I do? Children's urine? Sweat dripped from Fang Zhan's forehead. In this situation, the likelihood of embarrassing himself was much higher. Fang Zhan, hurry up and come over. The online class is about to start. One by one, heads turned to stare at Fang Zhan, devoid of emotion, monotonously repeating the same phrase. Fang Zhan vaguely felt a pair of eerily pale arms emerging behind him, resting on his shoulders, cold, rigid, like a specimen. The arms pushed him forward, as if attempting to seat him in an empty spot. Every person in the CAF twisted their heads to fixate on Fang Zhan, disregarding the unnatural angles their necks contorted into. This surreal scenario made Fang Zhen sweat profusely. He was forcefully pressed before a seat, and at that moment, the computer screen began to flicker ominously, displaying a distorted, snow-like pattern that was unsettling to behold. "Class is starting," muttered the person next to him, their voice muffled as if their mouth were stuffed with something. Fang Zhen could not suppress his curiosity and glanced over. The individual's mouth and nose were filled with a viscous black substance, resembling melted glass at high temperatures, oozing and pooling onto the floor, nearly covering it completely. It was bizarre to the extreme. In the internet, CAF, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan were searching around. Despite the CAF's modest size, illuminated by the specialized flashlights, it appeared almost as bright as day. Yet they discovered something gravely wrong. No matter how far they walked, they could not reach the end. The dilapidated booths continued to stretch ahead, and that blinding light failed to reach the CAF's walls. This internet CAF harbored significant issues. They were right. This was indeed the source of the problems. Chu Xiaoyuan whispered, "The key lies with Fang Zhen. We need him to uncover the true origins. If the source cannot be located, we can only allow the collapse of rules to unfold, which would indeed be a monumental predicament." However, what of Fang Zhen? Bai Ming had long since realized that Fang Zhen was missing, yet he felt utterly powerless. The closer they drew to the source, the more incomprehensible events seemed to occur. Chu Xiaoyuan closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. "I can confirm that Fang Zhen is still in our vicinity. He is simply concealed from our sight, as if trapped in another parallel dimension. He may have already succumbed. Should we rescue him first?" Bai Ming inquired. "There is no rush." Chu Xiaoyuan slowly shook her head. "If the source remains passive, we will find it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint its location. Yet, it has deliberately isolated us, and now we have the means to locate it." Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes shifted, her pupils narrowing like a true eye, a peculiar luminescence converging within her gaze, which shot forth with a tangible force. Her ability was quite ordinary in terms of transformation. It did not significantly enhance her combat prowess, yet it had enabled her to devise countless applications. As her gaze swept across the surroundings, the dust seemed to freeze in place, the darkness before her shattered like a mirror, revealing the true visage of the midnight internet CAF, charred, desolate. The remnants of ruins lay scattered everywhere. The roof had collapsed significantly. Even after a considerable time, the acrid scent of charred material lingered in the AI art. "Be cautious. If you undergo memory alteration again, I will undoubtedly kick you to death," Chu Xiaoyuan warned. Bai Ming shook his head in resignation. "In that case, there is no other option." He removed his trench coat, his muscles rapidly bulging, his stature rising like a human lion, his long hair transforming into a golden mane, his eyes icy, emanating a ferocious aura. "Source, you ought to reveal yourself. After searching for you for so long, you must know that playing hide-and-seek is futile." Bai Ming's voice grew heavy, like the sound of war drums. His claws slowly traced the ground, leaving 2 deep furrows in their wake. After transforming, his resistance to the rules would significantly increase. Chu Xiaoyuan surveyed her surroundings, finding no change. "Must you still hide? This is your birthplace. Should we destroy this place? You would have nowhere to conceal yourself. It would be far more direct to emerge and not waste our time." Yet, the silence persisted. "No changes. Proceed with action," Chu Xiaoyuan commanded. Bai Ming roared and then leapt upward, creating an astonishing shockwave that shattered the charred ceiling, followed by his descent like a golden cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, shattering the very foundation of the ruins. His claws, sharp as blades, summoned a tempest that tore through the walls. In an instant, the already dilapidated ruins were utterly ravaged, reduced to a heap of debris and shattered glass. "Delightful," Bai Ming grinned widely. The thrill of such wanton destruction was indeed exhilarating. Now it was time to attend to serious matters. He scanned the area, only to be taken aback. Why has nothing appeared? It makes no sense. "Captain, what is the situation?" Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes were filled with confusion. "Strange, it should be here. Otherwise, how could this burnt internet CAF possess the ability to disrupt our perception?" "Could it be?" Bai Ming queried, perplexed. "What could it be? I mentioned that Fang Zhen is indeed with us, merely trapped in another space. The source resides in another dimension? What do? Either we find a way to breach in, or we wait for Fang Zhen to break free. The issue lies in the fact that we are both transformation-based. We are somewhat ill-equipped to handle such fanciful abilities. Bai Ming's expression darkened. I know what you are implying. Chu Xiaoyuan, seldom admitting fault, conceded. I was mistaken. I shall ensure to bring the entire team next time. As those exposed to the rules events sustained no casualties, the evaluation team rated this incident at a low level. Initially thought to be easily manageable, who could have foreseen it becoming so troublesome? What shall we do now? We can only wait for Fangjin. That space is ultimately a construct of rule power, and if Fangjin perishes, his body will eventually return here. This would present our best opportunity to enter that realm. Must we wait for his demise? I still hold faith in that lad. Since you believe in him, you might as well hope for him to break through and escape. Alas, that seems rather unlikely. The hushed whispers of the two drifted across the desolate street, quickly dissipating into the void. Chapter 21. The Power of Vulnerability? In the damp, bone-chilling internet CAF, though every seat was filled, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Each individual's face was ashen, fixated on the flickering screens displaying static, their eyes hollow, as if drawn by an unseen force. Fangjin felt himself ensnared in an invisible grip, the cold hands pressing down on his shoulders, a chilling wind swirling at the nape of his neck. Rhythmically inhaling and exhaling, he felt as though a specter clung to his back. Refusing to relent, Fangjin sensed his blood growing cold. He yearned to struggle, yet his body became increasingly rigid, as if ensconced in a locked freezer, his bones and flesh congealed together. His clothing was drenched in cold sweat. While the malevolent energy continued to assail him, he felt as if standing in the frigid winds of midwinter on a desolate road. IDS fatal. This truly could lead to death. Fangjin fought desperately, attempting to rise. No, do not make a sound. The people around him spoke, their expressions blank, as though each wore a thick white mask. Roll call is about to commence. The emotionless voice echoed in Fangjin's ears. He swallowed hard, trembling from the cold. Who is calling the roll? Alas, no one answered. Yet, an answer was unnecessary. In an online class, who else could be taking roll but the teacher on the other end of the computer? However, there is no internet connection. The network icon at the bottom of the screen remained in a state of disconnection. Suddenly, the static-laden screen stabilized, and an eerie pop-up appeared, accompanied by a chilling sound that made Fangjin's heart stop. Instinctively, he glanced at the screen. There was a pale frame, yet it contained nothing. Only a vague white shadow hovered there. At a casual glance, one might mistake it for a mere white curtain. However, upon closer inspection, the dark spots above the white shadow began to resemble a weathered human face more and more. Now, at that moment, the patrons of the CAF began to call out in unison, row by row. Starting from the second floor, the identical voices resonated repeatedly, drawing nearer until it reached the person in front of Fangjin. One by one, the students in the front row completed their roll call. And then it was Fangjin's turn. Each call echoed like a death knell, drawing closer and closer, until those beside him had also finished, plunging the entire room into silence, devoid of continuation. ITS, your turn. The surrounding individuals remained upright, yet their heads slowly turned towards Fangjin, locking their gaze onto him. Fangjin's heart sank. ITS over. It's over. It is his turn for roll call. He had no idea what would happen next. But he was certain it would not be anything good. I must leave. I absolutely must escape. In that moment, adrenaline surged through him, and Fangjin gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, but the pressure from behind felt increasingly suffocating, like a small mountain threatening to crush him completely. What to do? What to do? Wait. Fangjin recalled something and summoned all his strength to retrieve 3 strands of golden hair from his pocket, gifted to him by Bai Ming, each imbued with a fragment of Bai Ming's power. Help! Fangjin clutched the golden hair tightly, and it suddenly glowed brightly, as though a surge of power coursed into his being. Fangjin sprang to his feet, warmth flooding through him. At that moment, he felt as robust as an athlete. Even a fierce tiger could be effortlessly subdued. He could move. Fangjin was overjoyed and dashed towards the internet CAF's entrance without hesitation. But at that instant, the lights in the CAF began to extinguish one by one, and simultaneously, one student after another sprang to their feet. They stared at Fangjin, though their gazes were eerily vacant. Fangjin distinctly sensed a palpable fury emanating from them. Fury? What a joke! Get out of my way! Fangjin dashed toward the door, but upon looking up, He realized he was still within the CAF, facing all his classmates. Those pale, zombie-like figures, dripping with moisture. Do not leave. Do not leave. Do not leave. Everyone mechanically opened their mouths, yet the sound emerged from their abdomens, eerie and muffled, like murky noises produced underwater, suffocating in their intensity. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan awaited amidst the ruins under the open sky, an air of anxiety enveloping them. If the delay continued, the rule event would progress to its third phase, and the consequences would be dire. Captain, have you dealt with a third phase rule event before? Bai Ming could not restrain his curiosity. Chu Xiaoyuan cast him a sidelong glance. Of course, one cannot become a captain without having dealt with a third phase. Did you not know that? I certainly did. I was merely curious about what the third phase entails. You would do well to pray that you never encounter the third phase. Its perils are beyond description, and many lives would be lost. Are you aware of the A-level incident known as the Presidential Palace Stampede from 4 years ago? The Presidential Palace, a remnant of the Republic era, has since become a tourist attraction. 4 years ago, a catastrophic stampede transpired. The precise number of casualties remains shrouded in mystery, with only the knowledge that afterward, the entire presidential palace was sealed off, never to reopen again. Bai Ming nodded vigorously. Chu Xiaoyuan remarked, that incident reached the third stage, a state of utter chaos. That time, the headquarters deployed 37 awakened individuals, yet only 3 survived, managing to finally seal the source. Bai Ming gasped in disbelief. Only 3 awakened ones remained. If even the awakened faced such substantial casualties, how many ordinary people must have perished? A flicker of admiration crossed Bai Ming's eyes. Captain, you were involved in handling rule-related incidents 3 years ago? How old were you then? 6. The headquarters truly lacked humanity, sending a mere child. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Chu Xiaoyuan retorted sharply. Just as Bai Ming was about to speak again, he suddenly froze. He sensed a familiar aura. It was my hair. I left 3 strands with Fang Zhan, and he activated the power within them. Bai Ming stated gravely, he must be in danger. I wonder if he can manage. Chu Xiaoyuan shook her head. It's unlikely. After this, we should find a way to locate his parents and provide sufficient compensation. Fang Zhan's death is our responsibility. She appeared remarkably composed, accustomed to such occurrences. Isn't that a bit cold-blooded? Bai Ming inquired. Chu Xiaoyuan replied, this world is precisely as it is, where life and death are beyond human control. Yet, those who survive must continue to live well. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted above them. Both individuals looked up in astonishment to see a fissure splitting the ceiling. They beheld a desolate internet CAF filled with ghastly, pale figures, and at the center of this spectral gathering stood Fang Zhan. His chest split open, with 7 or 8 bizarre tentacles protruding, sweeping away the surrounding apparitions and demolishing the CAF structure. Fang Zhan? He is alive, and he has managed to break free from the constraints of the rule space himself. Chu Xiaoyuan was taken aback. This development far exceeded her expectations. This his awakened ability? How peculiar. I have never seen anything like it. No. It isn't, Bai Ming exclaimed, his expression one of shock. This is the loophole that attacked Fang Zhan in the cafeteria. How did he manage to harness its power for himself? Chapter 22. The end? Fang Zhan felt utterly dreadful, surrounded by a host of what appeared to be malevolent spirits, as if he might perish at any moment within this frigid internet CAF. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, he howled, catching sight of a pitch-black space swirling with eerie tentacles, reminiscent of those that had attacked him in the cafeteria. He had heard from Bai Ming that he had resolved that loophole, yet he had remained oblivious to the specifics until now. He realized he had imprisoned the loophole. This was his ability. In this dire situation, Fang Zhan no longer hesitated. Instinctively, he unleashed the tentacles he had confined within himself. Suddenly, his chest tore open, and a multitude of slimy tentacles erupted forth, violently flinging away the damp figures before him. The tentacles then began to thrash uncontrollably, wreaking havoc throughout the CAF, sending debris flying in all directions. Thus, the space created by the rules collapsed. That moment, Chu Xiaoyuan also comprehended. So this was the nature of his ability. No wonder it had been impossible to stimulate it before, as he could only absorb and seal the powers of others within himself. What level of ability is this? Bai Ming inquired. A level ability. Termed imprisonment, an exceedingly rare capability. The headquarters archives contain only 2 precedents. Is it possible that such an ability is rated so highly? Bai Ming mused. If he were alone, this ability would indeed seem weak, but with the assistance of a high-tier ability user, its potential could be immensely amplified, even serving as a substitute for an S-level ability user. Bai Ming quickly grasped the implications that S-level ability users were extraordinarily rare, likely no more than a handful throughout Asia. Fang Zhen's ability, if wielded effectively, could temporarily grant him the strength of an S-level user. This alone warranted an A rating, or even a pseudo-S level. What a talent! If we bring this individual back to headquarters, we shall undoubtedly be rewarded. Bai Ming rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. Boom! The space shattered completely. Fang Zhen found himself tumbling into a pile of rubble. I escaped. He let out a sigh of relief. The memories of that ordeal had been nothing short of a nightmare. Spotting Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan, he felt a surge of exhilaration. His saviors had arrived. Meanwhile, the surrounding darkness began to recede like a faded canvas, revealing the Internet CAF once more, albeit devoid of its tables, chairs, and computers, leaving only an empty hall. At the center of the hall sat a figure, their back turned to the trio, seemingly scorched, emanating a strong odor of charred flesh, and dripping incessantly. Dripping. Soon, the floor was covered in a thick layer of water. The source, you have finally appeared, Bai Ming said. Rubbing his hands together eagerly, Fang Zhen cautiously hid behind Bai Ming, unable to resist peeking. Is this the source? It hardly seems different from a ghost. Huang Jingxin? Fang Zhen called tentatively. The figure in the center remained unmoving. It's futile. He is no longer the roommate you once knew. Becoming the source signifies that his mind has shattered, rendering normal communication impossible. Bai Ming strode forward with purpose. As he approached, the figure in the hall twisted and morphed, layers of light suddenly illuminating the space. The once dim Internet CAF seemed poised to regain its former appearance. It has already revealed itself. Such petty tricks are unnecessary, Bai Ming scoffed, letting out a roar that shattered the illusory layers. His voice resonated like a lion's roar, instilling fear in the malevolent entities. As soon as the source revealed itself, it was his moment to shine. The source slowly turned around, its features obscured, only the heavy traces of charring visible, thick, black viscous liquid oozing from its form. Has it truly crumbled to this extent? If left unresolved, it may very well enter the 3rd stage, Bai Ming thought, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, radiating incredible force. His claws descended heavily, capable of rending steel chains asunder. Yet, despite such a powerful assault, it sank into the source's body as if mired in a swamp. Within mere seconds, one of Bai Ming's arms was completely engulfed by the source. Something's there. But it won't be of any use to me, Bai Ming sneered, his other arm ablaze with an intense heat, akin to boiling blood. His claws glimmered ominously as he brought them down with a tremendous force. The frail figure was cleaved in two, and Bai Ming's arm was freed. However, the severed body began to writhe like viscous liquid, reassembling itself into its original form. It can regenerate? Bai Ming turned to Fang Zhen. Hey kid, this source is rather mediocre. It just takes a bit of effort to kill. Why don't you give your new ability a try? Such an opportunity is rare. It was evident that Bai Ming regarded the source with utter disdain. Fang Zhen, however, felt a wave of frustration. I seem to have lost my ability once again. Don't be so pessimistic, Chu Xiaoyuan reassured him. Your ability is to imprison, absorb, and release the attacks of others. But it appears to be a one-time use, so you can only utilize it once. Once you absorb someone else's power again, you will be able to use your ability. I see, Fang Zhen replied, somewhat understanding, though disappointed. Bai Ming smirked, then I'll take matters into my own hands. He seized the source like a chick, tearing it apart with force, the gooey humanoid creature disintegrating, its viscous black liquid dripping incessantly. This liquid seemed to possess some form of toxicity, yet it could not penetrate Bai Ming's formidable body. With the enhancement of his abilities, Bai Ming boasted a powerful physique, impervious even to ordinary bullets. Let alone this minor corrosive substance, he relentlessly shredded the source, which continuously reformed. But ultimately, the source's movements grew sluggish, until it could no longer maintain its human shape, struggling only to writhe. Bai Ming produced a long, rope-like object from his waist. The item suddenly inflated, transforming into something akin to a small tint, exuding a deep, dark metallic sheen that seemed capable of absorbing light. As it appeared, the surroundings darkened considerably. "What is this?" Fang Zhen inquired at a portable sealing container coated with a special paint that significantly restricts the source's powers. "This paint is exceedingly expensive, crafted from precious rare elements. The cost of this small container exceeds 50,000. Bai Ming explained, proceeding to stuff the gelatinous creature into the container. "Done. Just as expected of me," he proclaimed, satisfied as he clapped his hands. "The source has been sealed." The rule-related incident concludes. Chapter 23. A happy life. The rule-related incident resolved. The three returned to school, where everything gradually returned to normal. The previously missing students have all inexplicably returned, and the entire school has regained its vitality. They seem oblivious to the events that transpired, merely resuming their lives along the familiar trajectories of the past. The campus is once again vibrant with life. Little do they know, they have lost 2 years of time. Remarkably, there were no casualties. Although it was merely a Class C incident, such occurrences are indeed rare. Bai Ming chuckled, "We've done a great service this time. The headquarters will surely reward us handsomely. Fang Zhen, come along with us." "Let me introduce you to the headquarters." Fang Zhen inquired, "Is it really necessary to go? You've awakened a special ability. It's impossible for you to continue living as an ordinary student now. Following an assessment, you will likely be inducted into a special operations team. Can they issue an internship certificate?" Bai Ming replied curtly, "This is a job secured by the state. What need have you for an internship certificate? The headquarters will assist you with your departure procedures, and your parents and relatives will receive protection and privileges from the headquarters, enjoying the benefits afforded to officials' families. Is it really that good? Do they provide the 5 insurances and 1 fund? Look at your naive demeanor. Just your base salary alone would suffice to make you a millionaire. What more could you possibly want? A few side jobs could easily afford you a courtyard house in the capital." Fang Zhen was astonished. "You can take side jobs in your line of work?" "Sure," Bai Ming whispered. "Don't speak of it openly. This is an unspoken agreement among us. Special talents like us are not closely monitored by the headquarters. It's entirely normal to take on a few side jobs during breaks, as long as they don't interfere with regular duties." Fang Zhen's eyes sparkled. It truly seemed like a splendid opportunity. Thus, he departed the school with Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan, taking along the injured Jiang Yueying. The subsequent affairs regarding the school were naturally delegated to another department. The 4 swiftly boarded a plane to Kyoto. And under the joint recommendation of Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan, Fang Zhen successfully joined the headquarters. Due to his unique abilities, he was directly placed in the special talent department. Bai Ming had not deceived him. The benefits afforded to special talents were unparalleled, including a luxurious villa, high salaries, generous commissions, and a plethora of miscellaneous perks, making the living conditions far more comfortable than those of an average small business owner. Moreover, leveraging Fang Zhen's connections, his parents were transferred to the most leisurely positions within the organization, enjoying salary increases several times over. Fang Zhen's abilities were held in high regard. He was required to undertake missions only occasionally, and he was regarded as a key protected individual. Thus, regardless of how perilous the tasks were, he faced them without much turbulence. In the following decades, Fang Zhen witnessed the dramatic shifts in international relations and the nation's prosperity. The regulation incidents were effectively managed, and they did not significantly impact the lives of ordinary citizens. With the continuous advancement of technology, many researchers eventually uncovered the true origins of these regulation incidents. After a monumental event that would be etched in history, such incidents ceased to occur. The number of existing regulation incidents dwindled, and the emergence of new awakeners became increasingly rare. Ultimately, the Special Operations Department responsible for managing these incidents was disbanded. Most awakeners chose to retreat into the urban landscape. As for the original 4, Bai Ming heroically sacrificed himself, becoming a martyr interred in the Martyrs' Cemetery, where his grave is adorned with flowers each year. Chu Xiaoyuan opted to travel abroad, assisting in managing regulation incidents in smaller nations powerless against them, earning considerable international acclaim and being featured in textbooks across various countries. Jiang Yueying established a center for the education of disabled children. Becoming a revered educator cherished by many. As for Fang Zhen, he married, had children, and led a life of an ordinary person. Upon retirement, he purchased a house in the countryside, finding joy in gardening and nurturing flowers. His happiest days were spent in a rocking chair, recounting tales of his past adventures to his grandchildren. tales of peril and excitement that no one could ever experience again. With a head full of white hair and a face radiating happiness, Fang Zhen smiled as his granddaughter asked, "Grandpa, you're so remarkable. What was the most thrilling experience of your life?" Chuckling, Fang Zhen replied, "In my lifetime, I haven't encountered much danger. The truly exhilarating moments came when I first awakened my abilities." He reminisced about a night spent in an internet CAF, trapped among individuals resembling corpses, and how he discovered the application of his powers, narrowly escaping peril. You see, the source of that power is incredibly formidable. It can manipulate memories. I encountered it several times and nearly fell victim. "Wow!" exclaimed his grandchildren, enthralled by the tale. As Fang Zhen reflected and prepared to share more, he suddenly froze in thought. Memory manipulation, the most potent ability of the source. Yet, he had not utilized it. How could it not have been employed? Even the loopholes that borrowed the power of regulation could alter one's memories. The source, upon the brink of eradication, merely exhibited traits that rendered it difficult to be wholly extinguished. This was illogical, far too illogical. Fang Zhen's heart raced as he began to reflect upon the course of his life, which had sailed smoothly without any setbacks. Although those regulation incidents were steeped in fantastical elements, few occurrences deviated from his expectations. Humans cannot fathom that which lies beyond their understanding, Fang Zhen murmured. A chill coursed through him. No, 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 please, no. He gazed at his beloved grandchildren, his mood plummeting. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" His grandchildren appeared alarmed. Yet their faces began to blur before him, as though shrouded in a layer of sinister black liquid. This sensation was hauntingly familiar. Fang Zhen was loath to admit that his idyllic life might be an illusion. Perhaps living a life of falsehood isn't so bad. At least everything seems perfect, he mused. But why must I uncover this truth? If I have discovered it, how can I peacefully pass away? Source, give me back my life. Fang Zhen roared in fury. His frail, aged body began to rejuvenate. He reached for the pistol at his waist. Bang, bang, bang. He discharged the entire magazine in rapid succession. The deafening noise reverberated in his ears, nearly shattering his eardrums. The once sunlit countryside yard began to fade, replaced by an oppressive darkness, moist and decayed. Reminiscent of an old internet CAF filled with charred remnants, he realized he was enveloped in a thick, black, viscous substance, like a cocoon of shadows. Beside him were two familiar figures, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan, lying peacefully in the black goo, ensconced in their own worlds. "Special Operations Team? You fare no better than an ordinary person." Fang Zhen scoffed derisively. Knowing they could not hear him now, he attempted to rouse them, but they lay in an impenetrable slumber, as if under the influence of a potent sedative. Chapter 24. Addressing regulation with regulation. It seemed he could no longer rely on them. Fang Zhen steeled himself. Survival now rested solely on his own shoulders. Drip, drip, drip. The familiar sound of dripping water echoed once more. Fang Zhen abruptly turned to see a shadowy figure huddled in the corner of the darkened CAF, trembling as if in fear. A pitiful sight indeed. The figure appeared soaked, as though just pulled from a water tank. That silhouette seemed eerily familiar. A low, mournful voice began to resonate, tinged with remorse. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me." The figure in the corner muttered apologies, appearing utterly tormented, as if burdened by an unspeakable sin. The voice sounded youthful, like that of a student. Fang Zhen's vigilance heightened. "Hey, are you all right?" Yet, his inquiry received no response. The trembling figure remained unresponsive. "Why did I sneak out of school? Why did I smoke that cigarette? I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please don't die. Please don't die." The figure wept, the sound piercingly thin. Fang Zhen's heart raced. What is happening with this person? This isn't right, and no doubt about it. This individual must be the source. At that moment, the figure slowly turned its head, revealing a face that was hauntingly familiar, though gaunt to the point of despair, pale and bloodless, with eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Huang Zhengxin. Fang Zhen recognized his roommate. Now the very embodiment of the source. Huang Zhengxin appeared utterly lost, his voice chillingly cold, each word accompanied by gusts of icy wind. "Why did you all violate school rules? Wouldn't it have been better if everyone adhered to the regulations? If no one had broken the rules, none of this would have happened." He wept, his sobs echoing with a haunting melancholy. Fang Zhan's gaze hardened. Is this the reason you trapped everyone in the school? Violating school rules? Where did the missing students go? Huang Zhengxin offered no reply, as water continued to drip from him in increasing quantities. Thick darkness surged forth, swirling around him as if alive, a manifestation of the pain festering within him. You all bear guilt for what happened. You must all remain here to atone. Huang Zhengxin cried, alternating between laughter and tears, teetering on the brink of madness. You must atone. Fang Zhen vaguely surmised that Huang Zhengxin had done something untoward during the nights he clandestinely left school to engage in online activities. It is you. You must atone, Fang Zhen said, his voice trembling. Huang Zhengxin's body quivered increasingly with dread. Yes, it is I who must atone, he uttered, sinking to his knees in anguish. It is I who must atone. Huang Zhengxin wept bitterly, dark liquid oozing from his form in torrents, resembling a pool draining from a spout, continuously spewing forth viscous black slime. In an instant, the entire dilapidated internet CAF was enveloped in this darkness. Fang Zhan yearned to flee, yet it was evidently futile. The black liquid ensnared his legs, rendering him immobile. The viscous substance relentlessly crawled up Fang Zhen's body, as if intent on binding him entirely. Its origin possessing not merely the ability to alter memories, this was its domain, and thus it could be considered a sovereign entity, albeit one of unstable mind. What to do? Cold sweat beaded on Fang Zhan's forehead. At that moment, a feeble voice whispered in his ear. The 3 fundamental rules must be adhered to. There existed another interpretative meaning. Rules must be employed to govern rules. Fang Zhan turned to see Chu Xiaoyuan had awakened. Yet she seemed dazed, on the brink of slipping back into slumber. Captain, help! Fang Zhen cried. Chu Xiaoyuan struggled to speak, seemingly wishing to convey something further, but her eyelids slowly descended. Sensing the anomaly, she forced herself to awaken. Yet perhaps due to the source's targeting or other reasons, she could not fully rouse herself and fell back into a deep sleep. Captain, please don't sleep. Fang Zhen exclaimed in despair. It appeared there was no one to rely upon. To use rules to address rules, Fang Zhen murmured to himself, beginning to grasp its meaning. Rule-related incidents required the intervention of a specialized task force. Clearly, to truly resolve the essence of the rule-related incident, external forces would be inadequate. Not even an abundance of firepower would suffice. Fang Zhen inhaled deeply. Please, my ability, prove useful, he implored. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he bent down and plunged his hands into the viscous black liquid. In the next moment, his hands seemed to generate a terrifying suction. The black liquid swiftly began to vanish, dissipating from the CF's floor. I did it, Fang Zhen rejoiced. Simultaneously, he felt an intense heat radiating from his hands. Although he was absorbing liquid, it felt as if he were encasing clusters of darkness within his very being. In an instant, all the black liquid circulating from the source was absorbed by Fang Zhen. And it seemed that many peculiar substances mingled with the black liquid were forcibly extracted from Huang Zhengxin. The madness in Huang Zhengxin's eyes gradually faded to a faint hue. Yet, Fang Zhen's mind was abruptly filled with a vivid memory. It was a winter evening, the cold wind howling. The internet CAF was packed, not for gaming, but due to peculiar circumstances, students were compelled to attend online classes there. A male university student emerged from the CAF, hands tucked into his sleeves, grumbling about his misfortune. What bad luck! I arrived so early, yet there's no space. What a pointless online class. The thought of braving the cold wind to walk another 500 meters to the next CAF left him dejected. Lighting a cigarette, he took a few puffs, feeling warmth envelop him, then flicked the butt away without noticing the gust of cold wind that swept in. It was winter, the air dry. The CAF, a repurposed residential building, had inadequate fire safety measures, with severely aging electrical wiring, and critically, a vegetable patch behind it. During winter, a large pile of dry straw lay stacked at the back of the CAF. Thus, a spark ignited into a raging inferno. The fire spread with alarming speed, engulfing the entire establishment. By the time he realized, it was far too late. Though no one knew he was responsible, the torrent of accusations and his own guilt led him to the CAF's ruins, where he sought to end his life as an act of atonement. Yet, he did not truly perish. Instead, his body transformed into a strange black, becoming the source. The rule-related incident enveloped the entire school. Chapter 25. Casualty Rate, the Birth of a Black Dot. All events stemmed from a mere cigarette, but, indeed, smoking is harmful to health. Fang Zhen pondered silently. Was Huang Jingxin in his memories detestable? Indeed, utterly detestable. Smoking without extinguishing the cigarette led to a fire that claimed the lives of hundreds of young students at the dawn of their lives. Such a sin deserved the depths of hell. Yet, he was also pitiable. All of this could be deemed an unintentional misstep. Ultimately unable to withstand the pangs of conscience, he chose suicide. Even in mental disarray, he languished in suffering and remorse. The ensuing rules forbade students from violating school regulations. Though absurd, their intent was to prevent errors. "Foolish boy, your father has come to rescue you," Fang Zhen remarked slowly, perhaps suggesting a form of spiritual deliverance. At that moment, Huang Jingxin appeared considerably diminished, his power having been absorbed by Fang Zhen. He seemed much more normal, yet his body appeared insubstantial, as if on the verge of dissipating. Resembling a wandering spirit, he gazed at Fang Zhen. "You? Who are you? No way, you remember everything, yet have forgotten me?" I remember, Huang Jingxin suddenly exclaimed, his excitement causing the entire CAF to tremble as if a cataclysmic earthquake were unfolding. "A loophole? You are the loophole? Huh?" Fang Zhen was perplexed. What was this foolish boy babbling about? As Huang Jingxin's emotions surged, his already tenuous form grew dimmer, on the brink of collapse. Fang Zhen had not anticipated his ability to be so formidable, effectively imprisoning a significant portion of the source's power. The source, now bereft of its sustaining strength, evidently began to exhibit signs of disintegration. Fang Zhen sensed something was amiss and urgently implored, "What do you mean? Clarify." But in the next moment, a golden figure descended like a divine warrior, radiating blinding light. "Prepare to perish. How dare you tamper with my memory?" Bai Ming roared, his claws seemingly forged from gold, wielding an incredible force that shredded Huang Jingxin's ethereal form into fragments. At that moment, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan awakened, breaking free from the confines of the black cocoon. Fang Zhen was left agape. Hadn't he finished asking? He was taken aback. The initial sealing had merely been a ruse. Upon inspection, it turned out to be an innocent victim of aberration, likely a nearby student. This time, I was certain. The rules nearly collapsed into the third stage. Fortunately, I managed to eliminate it in time. Bai Ming expressed with relief. Had it truly progressed to the third stage, terrifying consequences would have ensued. Fang Zhen, irritated, wished to voice his thoughts, but Bai Ming's decisive action to prevent danger was undoubtedly paramount. "Tampering with memory is indeed a rather unscrupulous tactic," Chu Xiaoyuan remarked as she approached. Fortunately, this source was not overwhelmingly powerful. Otherwise, we might have perished here. She turned to Fang Zhen. "I is fortunate you awakened in time and used your abilities to restrain the source." Chu Xiaoyuan was pleased with Fang Zhen's performance and her own decision to include him. "Now, is it truly over?" Fang Zhen inquired. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded earnestly. "It is truly over. Your ability has just awakened. Yet you managed to contain a sea-level incident S-source, which signifies your immense potential. With proper development, your future is bright. Locating the source is the most challenging part. Resolving it is considerably simpler. If faced with opposing abilities, it may not even require much effort." Fang Zhen was beset by many questions. Why did Huang Jingxin not recognize him? Why did he refer to himself as the source? While the source had been contained, his own memory seemed not to have returned. Yet, he dared not inquire, for being called a loophole by the source was inherently strange. What if Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming took it too seriously and decided to capture him for dissection? Fang Zhen had not forgotten that his blood was black. Thus, he chose silence. Chu Xiaoyuan retrieved her portable sealing container, placing the shattered source within, sealing it completely. Rules are difficult to obliterate entirely. They might yet resurface. The three exited the CAF, now a total ruin, devoid of any semblance of its former state. At this moment, dawn had broken. The hazy mist enveloping the school began to dissipate, though nothing was yet certain. Nonetheless, Fang Zhen felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Quite remarkable. Bai Ming produced a satellite phone resembling a brick. "All set. We can arrange for subsequent issue resolution." After hanging up, he noticed Fang Zhen's confusion and smiled, explaining, "This is a satellite phone bound to my identity, operating on a dedicated line." Its functions are rudimentary, yet the signal is exceptionally strong. Even atop Mount Everest, I can communicate if you join the headquarters. You will also receive one. The trio soon returned to the school, now a chaotic scene. Many missing individuals had returned, and those whose memories had been altered were gradually recalling the events that transpired. Such occurrences naturally incited widespread panic, with terrified cries echoing everywhere. The individuals who have returned from their mysterious disappearance are predominantly emaciated, their bodies gaunt and fragile, teetering on the brink of weakness. Yet, fortune smiles upon them, for they are alive. Fortunately, Bai Ming has already informed headquarters, and at this moment, the military is present to maintain order and ensure the proper accommodation of these survivors, while also arranging for psychological professionals to provide necessary therapy. Enduring such bizarre experiences can easily lead to mental afflictions, a matter of great significance. At this juncture, a robust middle-aged man, conspicuously adorned in military attire, hastens towards Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan, saluting. "Greetings, Commander." Fang Zhan is taken aback, realizing that the Special Operations Unit holds considerable stature. Military personnel are bowing in deference. Bai Ming nods. "What is the situation?" "The head count has been completed. Most of the missing individuals have returned. Yet there remains a portion still unaccounted for, approximately 1,200 souls," the officer intones solemnly. Chu Xiaoyuan replies. "It is likely they will not return. We should archive their status." "Understood." The officer departs. Fang Zhan cannot suppress his curiosity. What does it mean that they are unlikely to return? In instances of anomalous events, disappearances often remain unresolved. It is quite commonplace. Those who are currently missing are unlikely to reappear, essentially regarded as deceased. Chu Xiaoyuan explains gently a tragic occurrence of a rule-based incident. Claiming 1,200 lives. Is this casualty rate considered high? Fang Zhan inquires, unable to contain himself. Bai Ming responds, "This is merely a Class C incident." The implication is clear. Such losses, in the context of anomalous events, may not even be considered significant. Chapter 26. The greatest loophole. Before long, a military jeep arrives before the trio. Bai Ming, cigar in mouth, is the first to board. "Let us depart. We must report back to headquarters. Having completed a mission, I am entitled to at least 10 days of annual leave to indulge myself." Chu Xiaoyuan, unreserved, takes the front passenger seat. Fang Zhan hesitates. What about Zhang Yueying? He is vividly reminded of the girl who had jumped to her demise. Even aside from the peculiar emotional connection within the dream, her courage to leap in the face of immense suffering is strikingly memorable. It is a tragic loss. Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to take her to the best nearby hospital. If luck is on her side, she should survive. Headquarters will send personnel for her assessment thereafter, Chu Xiaoyuan states. Zhang Yueying is suspected to be an awakened individual, and headquarters will certainly not overlook her case. Fang Zhan feels reassured. What are you dawdling for? Come along. Are you planning to stay back for school? Given the circumstances at your institution, a year-long closure is the least of what will happen. Bai Ming chuckles. Moreover, the state is about to offer you a stable position. What need is there for schooling? Fang Zhan retorts seriously. Your ideological awareness is insufficient. Why do we pursue education? It is for the resurgence of China, for the enhancement of our inner cultivation, for the broadening of our perspectives, for the quest of a sanctuary for the soul, and for acquiring the most advantageous mental weapons to navigate life. So, will you come or not? Sure. As long as I have a material foundation, I need no spiritual cultivation. Fang Zhan grins. Just give me 3 minutes. I need to gather a few things. With that, he dashes toward the dormitory. What a character, Bai Ming chuckles softly. Surviving a rule-based incident and enduring such strange occurrences, yet still able to smile. Indeed commendable. His inner strength is remarkable. Such a person is well suited to be a capable awakened individual. Though many awaken one's possess abilities, it is not uncommon for them to be timid and fearful, still unable to confront the anomalous events. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyuan glances at Bai Ming. Bai Ming's smile gradually fades, and he retrieves a satellite phone. Help me look up an individual. There is a student named Fang Zhan at the school I am visiting. Gather all pertinent information about him. Fang Zhan returns to his dormitory. He does not have much to pack, just a few changes of clothes, notebooks, chargers, and the like. The dormitory building is eerily quiet, as all students have been escorted away by the military. Following the anomalous event, peculiar phenomena may still occur, remnants of lingering powers causing disturbances. Therefore, The public must be evacuated promptly. Fang Zhen finishes packing but does not rush to leave. Instead, he seeks tranquility. He wishes to explore his awakened abilities. Chu Xiaoyuan mentioned that abilities arise instinctively, without the need for instruction. Yet, he senses that his powers may extend beyond that. As he contemplates, he feels his consciousness entering a peculiar space, where black liquid spreads like a vast pool. And at its center stands a familiar figure. "Ah, my dear son, finally decided to pay your father a visit." Huang Zhengxin grins with malicious delight, particularly relishing Fang Zhen's astonished expression. Laughing uproariously, Fang Zhen exclaims, "What are you doing here? You brought me in here, and you ask how I got here? I find it peculiar that you can even confine me." He pauses, moreover. "I sense that the powers of this rule are beyond my control. They seem to be under your dominion." Confronted with Huang Zhengxin's queries, Fang Zhen keenly observes that the individual before him seems different from the Huang Zhengxin he encountered in the internet CAF. Why is that? Are you truly Huang Zhengxin? Fang Zhen ponders aloud after considerable reflection. Huang Zhengxin casually sits down. "I suppose not entirely. The real him is dead. I can only be considered a fragment of his consciousness, an awareness reliant on you for existence. Without you, I would likely dissipate into nothingness." "Why? Do you truly know nothing? What should I know? Which dormitory are you in?" 501. "Have you checked the school's records?" "There is only one person in dormitory 501. Fang Zhen recalls Bai Ming's words, his gaze sharpening. "Indeed, which begs the question, what exactly are you? What have you altered?" "I? You have altered my memories, that's more like it." Huang Zhengxin laughs uncontrollably. "You need to understand? I am the sole inhabitant of 501. While you are the newcomer, I am curious to know what you truly are." Fang Zhen's heart races. I am the newcomer? How is that possible? This is sheer nonsense. Just as he is about to retort, he suddenly halts. This is his domain. He holds sway over everything, and he can discern truth from falsehood. A sense of absurdity washes over him. What is the true nature of my memory? Fang Zhen strives to regain his composure. "Speak. What is truly happening?" he demands. Huang Zhengxin finally ceases his laughter. Huang Zhengxin is dead. A unique force has emerged, leading to the school's lockdown. No one may violate the rules. He believed that this would prevent tragedies from occurring. Fang Zhen critiques. "Madness. Indeed, he has lost his sanity." Huang Zhengxin replies nonchalantly. "Yet, one day, you suddenly appeared, usurping his place, seamlessly integrating into the school, without anyone raising an eyebrow. It's as if you were always a part of it. A void memory formed, replacing the real, existing in your mind as well as mine." Huang Zhengxin gestures to his own head. "Your existence has caused the rules to crumble, disrupting their normal function. Students who defy the regulations have all vanished. Your contribution to this is significant." Fang Zhen trembles. "Then what am I? Did I not clarify already?" Huang Zhengxin taunts. "You are the greatest loophole in this rule-based incident." Ding ding, on the military jeep, the satellite phone rings. "Hello," Bai Ming answers. A deep male voice resonates from the other end, one of the deputy ministers at headquarters, named Zhang Guoqing. While his name may be ordinary, his background is anything but. He wields considerable power and even holds the title of Major General. In critical moments, he can command military forces to enter cities for operations without needing to report to anyone. Bai Ming is taken aback. "Deputy Minister Zhang? What an unexpected call. What brings you to contact me?" "Enough with the pleasantries. The investigation results for the files you requested are in." "The situation is quite unusual," the deputy minister replies slowly. Bai Ming's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness, sitting upright. After a lengthy pause, the deputy minister finally concludes, "Regardless, bring the individual back. After all, he is an awakened one, and we cannot allow him to remain unaccounted for." With that, Zhang Guoqing ends the call. Chu Xiaoyuan notices the gravity in Bai Ming's expression and inquires, "What happened?" "I had you investigate Fang Zhen's files. The results are in," Bai Ming responds. "What is it? Is something amiss?" "Not exactly. Rather, there is nothing at all. The personnel at headquarters have scoured the National Archives based on university records and found no trace of Fang Zhen. He has no record of attending high school, middle school, or even elementary school, and there isn't even a birth certificate to be found. Consequently, a thorough examination of his university records revealed them to be fabricated. All information corresponds to that of the student who has vanished." Huang Zhengxin. Precisely. Chapter 27. Ability. Altering memories. Fang Zhan left the dormitory with a heavy heart. At that moment, a soldier approached him. You must be Fang Zhan. Colonel Bai has instructed me to escort you. Colonel Bai? That must be Bai Ming. Fang Zhan remained silent for a moment, then patted the soldier's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. The soldier visibly raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased with Fang Zhan's gesture. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes suddenly lost their luster, standing motionless like a puppet. Forget my name, Fang Zhan commanded. After a brief moment of confusion, the soldier regained his senses and looked at Fang Zhan. Classmate? You? Yes, you. Colonel Bai asked me to escort you. He appeared somewhat bewildered, wondering why he suddenly couldn't recall the young man's name. All right, thank you. Fang Zhan exhaled a breath of frustration. It seemed he could indeed wield this ability, altering memories. The question remained, could this power facilitate his escape from this place? Fang Zhan's gaze swept across the school, where soldiers were ubiquitous. Leaving quietly would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Never mind, I'll take it one step at a time, he thought, returning to the jeep. Where is your luggage? Bai Ming, puffing on a cigar, exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Fang Zhan, as if awakening from a dream, suddenly realized he had forgotten his belongings. Upon reflection, I'll soon have a stable job with the government. Why do I need those worthless items? Makes sense. We can buy more once we have money. Get in the car. I'll take you to headquarters, Bai Ming chuckled. Fang Zhan opted to get in, taking a seat in the back. The vehicle started moving, and the scenery outside sped by. He noticed many students with anxious expressions, their faces etched with confusion and fear of the unknown. This made Fang Zhan reflect on himself. What difference was there between them and him? He knew a bit more than they did. But the unknowns far outweighed his knowledge. Fang Zhan, shouldn't you inform your parents before heading to headquarters? Bai Ming asked, casually while driving and puffing on his cigar. Fang Zhan replied with a smile, no need. They are too busy with their business to pay attention to me. Even if I called, most times, no one would answer. I see. The jeep left the school, heading towards the airport. The teaching area was essentially on the outskirts. Very close to the airport, only about half an hour away. Bai Ming exhaled a cloud of smoke. We'll be taking a plane to Kyoto. Do you have your ID with you? Hand it over, and I'll buy you a first-class ticket. Don't worry, it's reimbursable and we can use the VIP passage. I lost my ID. You can just give me the ID number. I've been a bit foggy lately and can't recall it. Bai Ming glanced at Fang Zhan. All right, I'll find someone to help you get a ticket. Just remember to get a new ID later, even if you join the special operations team. You'll still need it. Okay. Fang Zhan felt a tightening in his chest and quickly agreed. He was already plotting his escape. After Huang Jingxin's reminder, he realized something difficult to accept. He could not recall any memories from his high school, middle school, or elementary school days. His memories prior to university were entirely absent, and most crucially, he could not remember who his parents were. Thus, Fang Zhan had come to believe it. He might truly be a flaw birthed by the rules. The reason remained unknown. He had gained self-awareness and the ability to act, becoming akin to an ordinary person. Yet, he believed himself to be just like anyone else. Bai Ming's notion of headquarters likely differed significantly. A living flaw, what an excellent subject for research. Surely, some research institution would seize him for analysis. The jeep traversed a narrow path flanked by straight white birch trees. I need to use the restroom. Could we stop? Fang Zhan asked cautiously. Bai Ming replied, we'll be at the airport shortly. There are restrooms there. But I can't hold it much longer. Here is a water bottle. Make do with this. Do you have a larger one? This is too small. I do. Fang Zhan looked at the empty bottle of water Bai Ming handed him, his mouth twitching. How do you even have this? He glanced at Chu Xiaoyuan in the passenger seat. Chu Xiaoyuan replied nonchalantly, I can sit through the dissection courses set by the headquarters without batting an eye. Your little situation is nothing to me. I need a proper restroom. Hold it in. Stop being so fussy. Bai Ming tossed Fang Zhan a cork. This should suffice. Fang Zhan scratched his head in frustration. Why was there always something for every predicament? The vehicle continued forward. Given the narrow road, there were hardly any signs of civilization, only dilapidated old houses and the faint outline of abandoned factories in the distance, creating a desolate tranquility. The spacious national road was tantalizingly close, yet remained unreachable. Meanwhile, the sky seemed to darken gradually. What is going on? Is it going to rain? Fang Zhan looked up at the sky, but there were few dark clouds, indicating no impending rain. Bai Ming took a deep drag from his cigar before extinguishing it. Captain, something feels off. Chu Xiaoyuan, who had been resting her eyes, opened them, her cherubic face now serious. Stop the car. We can't seem to get out. Are we caught in a rule event again? No, it doesn't seem like it. Chu Xiaoyuan opened the window and leapt out, deftly flipping onto the roof of the jeep, her form steady against the strong winds. Who dares to obstruct our vehicle? Special operations team on a mission. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Interfering with law enforcement is a death wish, Chu Xiaoyuan said coldly. Fang Zhen couldn't help but be impressed. That proclamation sounded incredibly intimidating. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the jeep came to a halt in the distance. Where Chu Xiaoyuan was focused, a figure slowly emerged. A young man clad in a purple hoodie and jeans, appearing quite casual with little semblance of a villain. However, the awakening of abilities bore no relation to age or appearance. Do not judge a book by its cover was an adage that rang particularly true in the realm of awakened individuals. The witch, Chu Xiaoyuan, truly lives up to her reputation. She has pinpointed my location so swiftly, the young man said with a grin. Bai Ming leaned out the window. Captain, he is challenging you, and no need for you to say. Chu Xiaoyuan scoffed. Knowing my name and still daring to approach, you have quite the audacity. Who are you? State your name if you possess the courage. The young man shook his head. How could I dare to reveal my name? You are state-sponsored individuals with immense power. If you were to falsely accuse me of treason, I would be doomed. Forced to flee overseas as a refugee, I prefer to remain in my own country. Beast King Bai Ming, which Chu Xiaoyuan, both are outstanding among shape-shifting awakened ones. This mission is quite challenging, he mused. It was evident that his obstruction was premeditated. Fang Zhen, curious, quietly asked Bai Ming, what is a shape-shifting type? Awakened abilities are generally divided into 3 categories: shape-shifting, strong thought, and mysterious types, each with distinct characteristics. The shape-shifting type primarily enhances the physical body, while the strong thought type enhances mental strength. The rest, which are varied and difficult to categorize, fall under the mysterious type. Thus, the mysterious type has the most diverse abilities, some formidable and others rather weak, depending on individual development and usage, Bai Ming quickly explained. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyuan's expression grew increasingly frigid. Coward, daring to come to kill us yet afraid to reveal your name. Kill you? No, that's a misunderstanding. My target is not you, but rather the student you've taken. I kindly ask you to hand him over, he said, grinning wickedly. Chapter 28. The most powerful move your enemy? Bai Ming turned to inquire. Fang Zhen, somewhat irked, replied. Where would I have an enemy? That is true enough. Bai Ming's expression darkened. Logically, Fang Zhen had no enemies, so how did this individual come to be here? The answer was becoming clearer. Fang Zhen asked, is there a traitor among us? Rest assured, I will handle this matter properly. No one can take you from us if I fail to protect you. I'll write my name backward, Bai Ming declared. Stepping out of the vehicle, it had barely been a short while since he had communicated with headquarters. Yet an unidentified awakened individual had come to block their path. Clearly, someone had leaked information. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan would not have done such a thing, indicating that someone at headquarters had betrayed national interest for personal gain. This was intolerable. Chu Xiaoyuan realized this as well, her tone growing increasingly fierce. How dare you accept a mission like this? You unruly individuals, do you truly believe the state cannot manage you? People need to make a living, the young man responded unperturbed, still smiling. Awakened individuals are often highly unstable ticking time bombs. Should they lose control, the consequences could be dire. The state endeavors to recruit awakened ones for its own use. Yet many remain unwilling to be restrained. Consequently, the state cannot exert too much pressure, maintaining relatively lenient restrictions. However, Chu Xiaoyuan did not expect such unruly individuals would dare confront the special operations team to abduct someone. Let us see what you're capable of, Bai Ming bellowed, shedding his trench coat. His entire body swelled with muscle, towering nearly 3 meters high, charging forth like a golden cannonball, shattering the ground beneath him. Yet, in the next instant, the grinning young man seemed to vanish into thin air. Bang! Bai Ming felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall. The air rippled violently, accompanied by a deafening crash. And he was forcefully flung backward, disoriented and seeing stars. What on earth was this? It felt like crashing into an iron mountain. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he realized that despite the ferocity of the impact, his body bore little in the way of injuries. merely a twinge of pain. The young man reappeared from another direction, chuckling, Beast King Bai Ming, truly a man of iron and bronze. A mere ordinary person would likely be shattered by such a collision. Chu Xiaoyuan seemed to sense something amiss. She leaped down from the car roof with astonishing speed, appearing almost as a mere shadow. To Bai Ming's astonishment, a long, whip-like black tail sprouted from her back, extending 4 to 5 meters, tipped with a venomous hook akin to a scorpion's stinger, aimed directly at the young man. Despite the distance, the tail pierced through the air as if defying space, striking towards his brow in a heartbeat. Whoa! The young man was startled. It was too fast, too fast. He couldn't react in time. Yet, unexpectedly, just as the tail was about to pierce his forehead, it collided with an unseen barrier. Bouncing off harmlessly, the young man remained unscathed. Phew, he exhaled, relieved. That was frightening. Such speed, such an unpredictable attack method. No wonder the name which strikes terror in the hearts of many. Fang Zhan, observing from inside the car, was taken aback. At school, Chu Xiaoyuan had scarcely displayed any abilities. It was astonishing to discover her true prowess. No wonder she could be Bai Ming's captain. The suddenly appearing young man was even more formidable. He had managed to block such an offensive effortlessly, leaving Fang Zhan baffled as to how he had accomplished it without any visible movement. This is my ability, absolute defense. Impressive, isn't it? Effective against transformation-type awakened ones. The young man grinned. You might as well surrender peacefully. I'm merely here to capture you, not to kill. This was precisely why he had been dispatched. His ability was a natural counter to transformation-type awakened beings. An invisible defensive wall, perhaps. Bai Ming threw a punch at the air, sending a powerful gust that sliced through the atmosphere, leaving a visibly turbulent trail. However, after 10 meters, the air suddenly met resistance and dissipated. 10 meters, Bai Ming remarked. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. It didn't appear out of nowhere. Given this person's ability, he couldn't possibly react to my attack. So it's not that he's controlling an invisible wall, but rather we have intruded into a space formed by invisible walls, which likely requires prior setup. Bai Ming mused. The defense is formidable, but it lacks any autonomous offensive capability. It's possible the walls may constrict. Chu Xiaoyuan added. This ability likely belongs to the mysterious category. Though troublesome, most mysterious abilities require preconditions to function. He seems to be maneuvering in a way to induce us into fulfilling those conditions. Movement, speech, emotional fluctuations. Bai Ming proposed 3 hypotheses in quick succession. Chu Xiaoyuan agreed. The invisible barrier is impervious to powerful external attacks, but may be vulnerable to other elements. Fire? Liquid nitrogen? Aqua regia? Let's extract the gasoline from the car and see if we can incinerate him. The young man was taken aback. What is happening? He was flabbergasted. It was his first encounter with official personnel, and he had assumed there was no significant difference. Now, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Fang Zhan was thoroughly impressed, marveling at their capabilities. The official forces were indeed formidable. Joining them was undoubtedly a pathway to success. But contemplating his own identity, his awe gradually faded. Could he truly join the official ranks? A wrong choice could lead him into the abyss. Do you realize your mistake? Recognize it and leave while you can, Bai Ming sneered. The young man's expression shifted between uncertainty and anger. This mission promised a hefty reward of $300 million. He could always flee abroad to escape the storm. With that kind of money, he could live like a king anywhere and return after enjoying himself. Taking a deep breath, the young man declared, "You forced my hand. I never intended to kill you. I merely sought to trap you by severing my escape route. You're also cutting off your own. Oh, how arrogant. Who do you think you are?" Bai Ming scoffed. The young man's eyes reddened in fury, an incredible aura bursting forth from him. The surrounding invisible space began to constrict inward, oppressive winds pressing down upon Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming. Indeed, it will constrict. Otherwise, lacking offensive capabilities, it poses little threat, Chu Xiaoyuan noted. Bai Ming stepped forward confidently. Let me test just how formidable it is. His towering figure, with a mane of golden hair gleaming brilliantly, resembled a perfect sculpture of ancient Greece. He clashed against the unseen force, the air vibrating with a deep, resonant hum. Bai Ming struggled against the invisible pressure, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground as he was pushed back. Clearly struggling against the force, The young man smirked. You cannot withstand this. Even a ball of iron weighing tons would be crushed into sheets, let alone you. Is that so? Bai Ming's eyes glinted with ferocity. His amber pupils growing colder, reminiscent of a beast. He threw back his head and roared, producing a sound akin to that of a wild animal. His form seemed to swell further, becoming even more terrifying. Like a walking monster, he pressed his palms against the invisible barrier, gradually coming to a halt, managing to withstand the onslaught. Is he really holding it back? The young man furrowed his brows, realizing he was dealing with a troublesome opponent. Thankfully, his ability was highly effective against transformation-type awakened beings. Otherwise, he would truly be in a bind. Fang Zhan, witnessing the struggle, felt an urge to assist, yet he found himself at a loss, with such a distance between them. How could he utilize his own abilities? It seemed utterly futile. Chu Xiaoyuan had mentioned that mysterious abilities often required triggering conditions. What could his trigger be? Fang Zhan scratched his head, unable to devise a solution. When he modified soldiers' memories, there seemed to be no specific conditions. Contact? That seemed too difficult. If contact were necessary, wouldn't any transformation-type awakened being be able to take him out during a moment of contact? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He raised his right hand, and black liquid materialized in his palm. Fiery yet chilling, it appeared in the form of flames, continuously burning in an eerie manner. Huh? Fang Zhan exclaimed in surprise. This was the black liquid flowing through Huang Zhengxin's veins, and he found he could control it as well in no time. He discerned a thread of his own spiritual energy within the flames. Perhaps, bang! A strange flame shot forth, flowing like black liquid, crashing against the invisible barrier, moving in defiance of physical laws, spreading outwards as if weaving a black fiery net. It burned me, Bai Ming complained. Sorry, Fang Zhan called out hastily. The young man glanced at Fang Zhan, recognizing him as another awakened being. The mission details hadn't mentioned this, suggesting a concealment of information. He would have to demand an additional 50 million. The young man laughed derisively. Kid, you've just awakened your abilities, haven't you? Though it looks quite peculiar, it's merely an entity flame derived from spiritual energy. It cannot breach my absolute defense. Fang Zhan paid him no mind, silently contemplating the current situation. He discovered that his strength had not vanished. Logically, his abilities should have been suppressed, and the sealed power ought to diminish bit by bit. Yet at this moment, he felt as though these powers would continuously restore, as if they inherently belonged to him. At this instant, Bai Ming braced against the invisible barrier, and without delay, he began to swing his fists with great force. The formidable impact struck the invisible barrier, causing the air to tremble visibly, generating intense ripples. However, this seemed insufficient to resolve anything. Stop wasting your effort, the young man scoffed. Even if you manage to block it, you can do nothing. His smile now bore a hint of malevolence, as blood trickled from his nose, bright red and glaring. He hastily wiped away the blood. It was time to settle matters swiftly. His abilities seemed to have been overexerted. Pressure is reciprocal. Bai Ming's dominance exerted considerable strain on him. Crush me, the young man bellowed. Invisible barriers began to advance from all directions. A tremendous pressure instantly enveloped Fang Zhan and his companions. This was dire. Bai Ming turned to Chu Xiaoyuan. Captain, I'm not adept at handling this. Chu Xiaoyuan frowned. She was indeed an agile type ability user, and the invisible barrier was a constraint that far exceeded Bai Ming's capabilities. It was something she detested facing. Bai Ming remarked, Do you remember our first encounter? You were merely an F-level ability user, yet you dared to proclaim that your future was infinitely bright. So confident, radiant and splendid at that time. I thought to myself, I must stay by your side. Go witness how you would ultimately be dismissed by the headquarters. I wondered. What are you putting on airs for? An insignificant F-level can pretend to be impressive? Yet here you are, truly remarkable. You've risen through the ranks and become the captain, and here I am, the Beast King, being overshadowed by you. I concede. I bow to you, so now it's your time to show off. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Chu Xiaoyuan appeared quite irritated by his words, wearing an expression of impatience. I got it. You're utterly useless. The young man, hearing this, wore a peculiar expression and immediately mocked. Want to show off? Did you seek my approval first? A mere transformation type ability user, even an S level would be subdued by me. S level. Chu Xiaoyuan scoffed, short-sighted. Any ability rated as S level is undoubtedly extraordinary, even if your abilities counter mine. Killing you would be but a trivial task. What did you say? Then allow me to broaden your horizons. Chu Xiaoyuan's hair flared as she exuded overwhelming radiance. Her figure visibly grew taller. The young man sneered. It's merely a slight enhancement in strength. What difference does it make? Enhancing tenfold or 100-fold is trivial. This transformation is the most common ability among transformation-type users. Yet soon, he sensed something amiss. This young girl was growing excessively large. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, and still expanding. In no time, a terrifying figure exceeding 50 meters emerged. An unkempt woman, her face pale, eyes hollow, her mouth filled with rows of shark-like teeth, and her arms nearly dragging on the ground, with nails resembling sharp claws. Her grotesque visage alone was enough to frighten those with fragile psyches. I despise looking like this, the giantess murmured, her voice piercing, as though countless vengeful spirits were wailing in her ears. This is how she earned the moniker which, signifying a woman birthed from demons. You. The young man gasped, as if his throat were constricted. Unable to utter a word, his eyes filled with terror. The monster. What sort of creature is this? Even a mere glance seemed to unleash an uncontrollable surge of fear from within. Bai Ming chose to lie flat on the ground. Covering his eyes, this is too terrifying. I don't wish to witness it again, he murmured to himself. Ever since witnessing the captain's ultimate form, he had never dared to defy her again. While he might occasionally indulge in minor acts of insubordination, he would completely capitulate whenever the captain was serious. Being a subordinate had its advantages. At least, he would never have to confront such a monster. Absolute defense? The 50-meter-tall giantess began to speak slowly, extending her eerie, nearly 40-meter-long arm, pale and withered. Yet when she reached the point where the invisible barrier should have been, it was merely halted for a moment before a violent roar erupted. The invisible barrier collapsed. Help! The young man screamed, clutching his head. Blood gushed from his nose, staining his entire outfit red. This had nothing to do with fear. It was merely a backlash from his abilities being shattered. The young man fled in disarray. He had no desire to remain here. This was hell. Hell. Help. He wouldn't accept even $30 billion to stay. It was too frightening. He ran with incredible speed, nearly surpassing the limits of an ordinary person, vanishing into the countryside's woods. Although in this form, Chu Xiaoyuan was formidable, her speed seemed drastically reduced, having sacrificed it entirely. That terrifying hand was unable to detain the young man. The battle concluded, and the witch gradually shrank back to her original form. As for why her attire remained unchanged, awakening users with transformation abilities face no difficulty in conjuring a new outfit. Fang Zhan, meanwhile, bore an expression of torment, unable to forget the horrifying scene. The trauma from his youthful ignorance would require a lifetime to heal. Who could have imagined that such an adorable young girl could transform into such a monstrous figure? Bai Ming lay on the ground, covering his eyes. Captain, have you reverted? Chu Xiaoyuan replied curtly, I've reverted. Only then did Bai Ming rise, a sheepish smile on his face. That brat escaped? He can't escape. Who would dare to reveal their true self or expose their abilities when dealing with public officials? We won't need to intervene. The headquarters will handle it, Chu Xiaoyuan said nonchalantly, clearly experienced in such matters. The two returned to the vehicle. Chu Xiaoyuan inquired, You two didn't sustain any injuries, did you? Fang Zhan shook his head. He certainly had not been injured, but Bai Ming was certain he had. I think I have a fractured bone. This counts as a work injury, right? I need to apply for a month of paid leave to recuperate. Bai Ming said, rubbing his shoulder. Fang Zhan was astonished. Can you really do that? A month of paid leave? Does that actually exist? Of course. Are you questioning the worth of a secure job? How does that sound? Tempting, isn't it? Bai Ming raised an eyebrow, grinning. To claim it was tempting would be an understatement. This was not just a secure job. It was akin to a golden opportunity. Once you grasp the secure job, you need not worry for the rest of your life. Yet, Fang Zhan still wrestled with his inner turmoil. What's wrong? You look so glum. Are you unhappy? Bai Ming asked, puzzled. Fang Zhan gritted his teeth. I feel I cannot leave with you. After the commotion, he no longer entertained any delusions. There was something amiss within him. Otherwise, why would someone target him specifically? For his own safety, He absolutely could not go to headquarters. Why do you have concerns? Chu Xiaoyuan's brows furrowed, her tone unfriendly. Dio, you think we are deceiving you? No, it's not that. Chu Xiaoyuan coldly stated, I need a sufficiently compelling reason. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to resort to force. The deputy minister had already issued orders. Fang Zhan must be brought back. She was not merely a caring older sister. She also bore the responsibility of addressing psychological issues. I have a very compelling reason, Fang Zhan asserted, grasping Chu Xiaoyuan's arm. She could easily evade him, but she did not perceive any threat from Fang Zhan, merely curious about his intentions. Soon, she sensed something was off. What are you doing? Chu Xiaoyuan's gaze sharpened, her tone icy. She realized Fang Zhan was gathering that strange flame in his palm, scorching her skin. Bai Ming gasped in shock. Fang Zhan, what are you doing? Let go. Are you seeking death? The captain's seriousness was terrifying. He had just demonstrated it moments ago. How dared this brat be so audacious? I'm sorry, Fang Zhan whispered. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoyuan's fury began to fade, her eyes glazing over as she stood frozen. Captain! Bai Ming wasted no time leaping out of the car. Retreating several meters to distance himself, and then shouted angrily, Fang Zhan, what do you intend? Why are you attacking us? I cannot go with you. Fang Zhan shook his head. What are you talking about? Fang Zhan replied calmly. I know there's something wrong with me. If I truly went to headquarters, I would never receive fair treatment. Go live normally. I must do this. Bai Ming's expression shifted unpredictably. He knew Fang Zhan's concerns were not unfounded. The headquarters might not do anything to him, merely conduct some research. The headquarters won't necessarily harm you. They will just conduct some investigations, Bai Ming stated solemnly. Fang Zhan replied, perhaps, but I cannot take that risk. Whatever you intend to do, cease immediately, and I can let bygones be bygones. If we return to headquarters, I can guarantee I will accompany you the entire way. Should the headquarters treat you unfairly, I will assist you. I have a suggestion. Why not release me and report to the headquarters that you made a mistake with my file? No, Bai Ming shook his head. The headquarters specifically ordered us to bring you back. Fang Zhan took a deep breath. Then I'm sorry. I cannot go with you. Since that is the case, I find myself at a loss for words. Bai Ming's dual pupils gradually glimmered with a chill, and his body began to transform. How much of the power you have detained can still be utilized? The captain was caught off guard by your ambush. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall not tread the same path again. Your abilities, I presume, require contact for activation. As long as I deny you that opportunity, you shall not be able to control me. It would be wise for you to concede. Bai Ming clenched his fist. The sound of cracking bones reverberating, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even the mere gust of my fist, from a distance of 10 meters, is sufficient to shatter the internal organs of an ordinary person. Fang Zhan nodded. Indeed, the prerequisite for my abilities is contact. However, the definition of contact is not for you to determine. At that moment, Bai Ming felt a sudden warmth radiating from his back. Oh no. A realization struck him. Earlier, when he had blocked the invisible barrier, Fang Zhan had hurled a peculiar black flame at him, the chilling yet searing power of which had inadvertently harmed him. Such a minor injury was of no consequence to him. However, apologies, Bai Ming. Just before Bai Ming lost consciousness, he vaguely heard Fang Zhan utter these words. Chapter 31. Finding a wild path. After a series of experiments, Fang Zhan confirmed his abilities. The source of his power was sealed within him, allowing him to unleash it without reservation, essentially equivalent to his innate capabilities. Even if exhausted, he could recover through rest. His abilities manifested in two forms, one being a peculiar black liquid flame, exhibiting both burning and chilling properties, akin to the viscous residue left after flames are extinguished. The other was the power to alter memories. This modification required a prerequisite, contact. The enigmatic flames harbored Fang Zhan's mental energy. Upon impact, it counted as contact. Thus, by striking his enemies with the flames, he could alter their memories. This proved to be the most insidious of abilities. Fang Zhan sensed that his powers were somewhat different from what Chu Xiaoyuan had described, indicating that he was likely not an A-grade awakened individual. However, this was not the time for such contemplation. Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming were currently in a daze. Given their abilities, they could regain their senses at any moment. Time was of the essence. When you took Fang Zhan away, you encountered a mysterious awakened individual with absolute defense who obstructed your vehicle. Although you easily drove them off, Little did you know they had a backup plan. And masked individuals appeared to abduct Fang Zhan. You have made every effort to search, yet you have still lost trace of him. Fang Zhan directly modified the memories of the two. However, there are limitations to memory alteration. Fabricated memories cannot contradict fundamental logic. For instance, one cannot convince an individual that they are a dog, as this would entirely negate their sense of self. Additionally, one cannot create memories that conflict with existing ones. For example, inventing a father for someone who has no recollection of such a figure would be impossible. The optimal approach is to introduce slight deviations to authentic memories, harmless enough not to affect self-perception or violate factual logic. At the moment Fang Zhan's memory was altered, he succumbed to a void, and it was due to perceiving the loopholes in his memories that he successfully escaped. Thus, the crux lies in ensuring that the subject of memory alteration does not detect any inconsistencies. My apologies to both of you. Fang Zhan felt a pang of guilt. Were it not for Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming, he would likely have remained ensnared in the confines of the school, leading a monotonous existence until the rules collapsed, ultimately leading to his demise. Yet, for the sake of his own life and freedom, he had no choice but to act thusly. Upon completing these actions, Fang Zhan promptly concealed himself in the nearby woods. Time was of the essence. He had little time to escape. After about 10 seconds, he heard the sound of fists pounding against the vehicle. How despicable! These individuals actually had a backup plan. Fang Zhan was captured. Bai Ming raged and cursed. Chu Xiaoyuan remained remarkably composed. They cannot have gone far. Contact headquarters immediately, seal off the entire city, prohibit any flights, and set up defenses at all intersections. We must locate Fang Zhan without fail. Yes, indeed, that is how it should be. Bai Ming promptly reached out to headquarters. Following this, the duo departed in their jeep. Fang Zhan waited for a full half-hour before emerging from the forest. He glanced around, relieved to find that he was on a rural path, devoid of surveillance. Otherwise, he would have been located instantly. A sense of urgency gripped Fang Zhan. He needed to devise a way to leave promptly, lest he be discovered. Where to go? It was a true headache. He cautiously made his way out, rummaging through his pockets. Discovering he had not a single cent to his name, he opened his phone, only to find it devoid of funds, and all social media and payment applications were void of even verified accounts. This was disastrous. Stuck without options, before he could ascertain his circumstances, it seemed he needed to find a way to earn some money. Growl. His stomach protested with an ungracious sound. He had not eaten in quite some time. Following the rural path for about 10 minutes, he stumbled upon a small village named Songqiao Village. In this era of economic development, even southern villages are flourishing. It was not desolate or dilapidated. Rather, it boasted numerous small shops, breakfast stalls, mini supermarkets, fruit stands, and mobile phone stores. One could say it was a small yet complete ecosystem. Fang Zhan observed that fortunately, the village lacked surveillance. At that moment, he noticed some commotion at the village entrance. Beyond it lay a county road, with few traffic lights. Reckless tricycles, old man cars, were brazenly changing lanes and going against traffic. Incredibly, while Fang Zhan lingered at the village entrance for merely 7 or 8 minutes. 3 accidents occurred. In one instance, a speeding tricycle skidded and overturned, crashing into a dirt pile beside the county road. An elderly woman riding the tricycle was left dazed, pointing at a passerby, wailing, "How could you hit me?" "It was him who hit me." Terrified, the passerby turned and fled. 2 other instances involved unlicensed old man cars that wobbled and appeared to suffer brake failures, colliding with nearby utility poles. The 2 elderly men lamented by the roadside, expressing that repairing a vehicle was more painful than losing their lives. The utility pole bore countless scars, all remnants of vehicular mishaps. The frequency of these accidents seemed exceedingly abnormal. Was the road too slippery? Fang Zhan pondered. Soon, a crowd of onlookers gathered at the village entrance. "Another accident? We have at least 50 accidents daily. I believe these old folks should not be on the road at all. They are all reckless, driving unlicensed vehicles. Indeed, my grandson was nearly hit by one last year. That old man was so arrogant, he didn't even stop, just drove off. With so many accidents, why is no one addressing the issue? Why no action? Several groups have come here to survey the area and inspect the roads, yet nothing conclusive has been found. It's truly bizarre. I suspect it's due to some unclean spirit. We should quickly go to a temple and light some incense for safety. I will go too." The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving Fang Zhen deep in thought. 50 accidents a day? That was certainly abnormal. He inquired further with the villagers and discovered that all these accidents shared a common trait. The drivers exhibited rule-breaking behaviors, such as driving unlicensed, speeding, changing lanes recklessly, and honking maliciously, while innocent vehicles were never impacted. Even if a vehicle skidded, it would not collide with other vehicles on the road. It seemed they all crashed into the unfortunate utility poles. A regulated incident, Fang Zhen mused. The situation does not seem too severe. Violations merely amount to collisions, with no significant injuries reported. At present, he found himself without money, lacking a legal identity, and unwilling to exploit his abilities for unlawful activities. To break free from this predicament, he could only seek unconventional means. Fang Zhen continued along the county road, persistently inquiring, and indeed, discovered that not only at Songqiao village's entrance, but also at several nearby intersections, accidents occurred frequently. Chapter 32. The Feng Shui Master. Before long, Fang Zhen noticed a large factory constructed in the countryside. The factory occupied a vast area, with 5 enormous smokestacks emitting thick black smoke. The factory was named Fuqiang Electronics Technology Company Limited, though the name sounded appealing. It was evident that this was an assembly line factory. Fang Zhen took out his phone and searched for information regarding this factory. It employed over 5,000 workers, making it one of the foundational industries in the area. Highly valued by the local government, the county road in front of the factory bore numerous signs of accidents, with various glass and vehicle fragments left uncleaned. Additionally, there were numerous advertisements for job openings plastered at the entrance. 3,000 a month, 6 days on, 1 day off, with commissions and overtime pay, no upper limit. The elderly security guard sat in the booth, sipping tea and reading the newspaper. "Excuse me," Fang Zhen tapped on the window. The security guard opened the window. "What do you want?" "Are you hiring here?" Not hiring, but it clearly states you are hiring at the entrance." The elderly man waved his hand dismissively. Not hiring. Fang Zhen sensed something amiss and pressed further, causing the guard to grow irritated. "You young lad, how ungrateful. We don't want you here, yet you insist on coming. Let me tell you, this place is haunted. The workers have all fled. Why risk their lives for a mere wage? If you're looking for work, go find it elsewhere." The old man had a certain kindness about him, but unfortunately, Fang Zhen was there for that very matter. Haunted? That was precisely what he sought. Is it truly haunted? Fang Zhen feigned curiosity. The elderly guard seemed to open up. "Indeed, it is. We have accidents daily, sometimes several hundred times a day." As the workers clocked out, they mounted their electric scooters to head home, only to collide with one another as soon as they hit the road. The accidents were nothing short of catastrophic, resulting in several fractures. An engineering team was summoned to inspect the site, and they found no issues with the road itself. Moreover, tests were conducted to rule out food poisoning as a possible cause for the disorientation, but those too yielded no problems. It was all rather eerie. Could it be that the place was haunted? Surely, the unscrupulous owner was facing his comeuppance. The security guard, upon hearing this, launched into a lengthy discourse, while Fang Zhen could only listen patiently. Eventually, the guard took a sip from his thermos and remarked, "I heard they sought out a Feng Shui master today. The factory hasn't operated for over half a month, and the owner is nearly bald from worry." Fang Zhen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. With such a labor shortage, the owner was only willing to offer a meager 3,000 a month. Truly a callous employer. Spending a bit more seemed akin to pulling teeth. A generous reward would surely attract brave souls. It was unfathomable that things had deteriorated to such a halt. "Sir, besides the accidents, have any other peculiar incidents occurred?" Fang Zhen inquired curiously. The guard shook his head. "I wouldn't know. I only keep watch at the gate, and I'm oblivious to the happenings within the factory." Just then, a sleek black Mercedes approached from the distance, halting several hundred meters from the factory before 4 or 5 individuals alighted and made their way toward the entrance. "The boss is back," announced the security guard. The factory owner, Tian Qihua, was a portly middle-aged man, briefcase in hand and a keyring dangling from his waist, showing signs of baldness. Beside him walked a man clad in a yellow robe, likely in his 30s, holding a compass and sporting a goatee, exuding an air of seriousness. This was the Feng Shui master he had specifically hired. 2 young aides followed closely behind. "Master Yin, I truly dread driving past my factory. Every time I do, I end up in a collision. I've wrecked 2 cars already, Tian Qihua said, nodding and bowing in deference. Understood, Master Yin replied. Tian Qihua rubbed his hands together nervously. Master, I'm not sure if my friend has mentioned the fee for your services. With a displeased expression, Master Yin stated, I'm aware, 200,000, to be frank, this sum is trivial. Had it not been for your friend's introduction, I would not have made the trip. Despite sensing the master's dissatisfaction, Tian Qihua wore a grin. Thank you for your hard work, master. This master hailed from an elite circle, often catering to wealthy clients. Even a modest appearance fee of 500,000 was commonplace. Not to mention the exorbitant costs of subsequent consultations and protective talismans. Securing a master from such a circle for just 200,000 was akin to a windfall. 200,000 is quite stingy for a factory owner. One of the aides scoffed. Master Yin made no effort to quell the remark. Tian Qihua forced an awkward smile, pretending not to hear. Having saved so much, a few jabs of ridicule were hardly a concern. The group arrived at the factory entrance. Master, this is the place, Tian Qihua said, his gaze falling on Fang Zhan. What's your role here? I don't recall hiring any new security, Fang Zhan thought. Indeed, in such a vast factory, they could only afford to hire an elderly guard. Boss, I'm here to apply for a position, he indicated toward the hiring notice on the gate. Tian Qihua's face lit up. Excellent, come with me, I'll help you register. Given the factory's suspension of operations, he was thrilled to see a worker willingly stepping forward. Today truly is a fortuitous day. Boss, perhaps you shouldn't hire anyone. This kid doesn't even look of age, the security guard interjected, his heart in the right place. Tian Qihua turned to Fang Zhan. Are you of age? I am. Let me see your ID. I forgot to bring it. Without an ID, I can't proceed. Who knows whether you're even of legal age? It's possible you're undocumented. Tian Qihua frowned. In that case, I can only offer you 2,000 a month, with half the overtime pay. Gritting his teeth, Fang Zhan replied, Fine, I accept. This unscrupulous boss, however, he wasn't genuinely looking to work. It was of little consequence to him. Once he discovered the source of the troubles, he would make them pay dearly. His primary concern now was the feng shui master. What if his business was disrupted? Tian Qihua, beaming with delight, urged, let us go inside together. With that, the group entered the factory, leaving the security guard shaking his head in exasperation. This kid is foolish. At his age, he could do better than toil away on an assembly line. Chapter 33. The haunted factory. As they stepped into the factory, a profound silence enveloped them. All machinery had ceased operations, with only a few departments still functioning. Mr. Tian, you've returned. A woman in her 40s greeted warmly. Tian Qihua nodded. This is my secretary, Ali. Please serve tea to our guests. Oh, and this young man here is seeking employment. Ali cast a peculiar glance at Fang Zhan, surprised that anyone would still want to work at their factory. Master Yin appeared exasperated. Mr. Tian, your taste is rather unique. I've seen many owners with young and beautiful secretaries, yet yours is quite the opposite. I value capability. Tian Qihua responded awkwardly. Master Yin, clearly uninterested in tea, insisted, let us get started. Of course, master. Please assess what's amiss with my factory's feng shui. We've been experiencing bizarre occurrences lately. Tian Qihua was eager, nodding fervently at tea this moment. He had little regard for Fang Zhan, which suited the latter just fine, allowing him to observe quietly. Master Yin adjusted his yellow robe, making it appear more presentable, albeit it looked somewhat poorly made, revealing that he was not a genuine practitioner. He extracted a compass, examining its needle with an air of seriousness, turning east and west. His brow furrowed in concentration. Master, what do you see? Tian Qihua asked anxiously. Patience. I need to investigate further. The group followed Master Yin to the rooftop of the 5th floor, where he performed hand gestures while holding the compass. Scrutinizing the factory's position from above, his frown deepened, indicating a troubling situation. This only heightened Tian Qihua's anxiety. Just as the tension reached its peak, Master Yin finally sighed. Indeed, it's quite problematic. Your chosen location is a classic Yin site. No wonder it's haunted. If this continues, it's possible that everyone leaving the factory could meet an untimely end. Tian Qihua panicked. What should we do? We must close the factory immediately. Please, master, think of a solution. Tian Qihua nearly fell to his knees. He could not afford to shut down the factory. Doing so would leave him destitute. Since you insist on continuing operations, I'll need to devise a strategy. Simple feng shui adjustments 1T suffice. You require 4 powerful talismans to subdue the malevolent spirits, Master Yin explained. But where can I find such talismans? Consider yourself fortunate. I happen to possess 4. Apprentice, retrieve the talismans I have safeguarded. However, these talismans were hard-earned, and the rituals to dispel the negative energies are quite taxing, typically priced at no less than 200,000 each. Given your urgent situation, I'll sell them to you for only 100,000 apiece. One of the aides promptly produced 4 small items, each resembling the 4 divine beasts, Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu. Each was about the size of a palm, crafted from ceramic, and appeared cartoonish, with round, bulging eyes. Fang Zhen couldn't help but burst out laughing. These are the talismans? They look like children's toys. 100,000 each. You could find 3 for $10 in a market in Yiwu. What are you laughing at? The aide glared at Fang Zhen. Feigning innocence, Fang Zhen replied, if you're going to deceive people so blatantly, how can I not laugh? It was now clear to him that this master was undoubtedly a fraud. Yet, despite the obvious scam, Tian Qihua appeared rattled, his face contorted with worry. 100,000 each? That's 400,000 total. Master, can I buy just 1 for now? If it proves effective, I promise to purchase the remaining 3. They are meant to work together. A single talisman would be ineffective and could even provoke the vengeful spirits. If you wish for just 1, I have no objections, Master Yin said curtly. No, I want them all. With a pained expression, Tian Qihua begrudgingly purchased the 4 talismans, his heart bleeding with every transaction. Fang Zhen stroked his chin thoughtfully. So this is how easy it is for the wealthy to part with their money. He had been naive, initially thinking he could earn a few thousand. It was becoming clear that he had been overly generous. Remaining silent, he wore a look of anticipation, eager to see what other tricks this feng shui master had up his sleeve. Master Yin, having received the payment, evidently appeared somewhat more pleased. As for the feng shui arrangement, I will instruct my disciples to assist you in its setup shortly. However, the crux of the issue must be addressed at its source to achieve a thorough resolution. Has there been any death in your factory recently? Upon hearing the term source, Fang Zhen's gaze flickered momentarily. Could it be that this feng shui master truly possesses knowledge of something? Tian Qihua's expression shifted subtly as he stuttered. We are a legitimate factory. How could there possibly be any deaths? Master Yin feigned an intent to depart. If you choose not to divulge, I cannot guarantee the complete resolution of the haunting. Only then did Tian Qihua hastily reply. Yes, indeed, there has been a death a few months ago. A worker had his hand crushed by machinery. He insisted on causing a ruckus for compensation, and when I refused, he jumped off a building. Fang Zhen interjected, unable to restrain himself. Injuries sustained in the factory fall under workplace accidents. Why not compensate him? What does it concern you? Tian Qihua, having lost a considerable amount of money, wore a face of ire. He was being deliberate. Attempting to extort me, why should I compensate? If every worker resorted to such tactics, would I still be able to run this factory? Do you understand how vital this factory is to the local community? If I were to close, the local economy would regress a decade. Damn it. A leech? Fang Zhen discerned the character of the factory owner. Master Yin, evidently indifferent, stated, the source lies here. You must compensate his family and then kneel at the sight of his demise to seek forgiveness. Only then can the malevolent spirit's energy be diminished. Tian Qihua dared not refute, nodding repeatedly. Subsequently, the group returned to the ground floor of the factory, the very place where death had occurred. Master Yin resolved to perform a ritual. His attendants swiftly constructed an altar, laying out yellow cloth, incense burners, copper cups, white candles, and ceremonial flags. Everything was in order. The ceremony commenced shortly thereafter. Master Yin brandished a peachwood sword, intoning incantations with fervor. The atmosphere was charged with intensity, yet it emanated an air of charlatanism. Fang Zhen, naturally disinterested in such displays, quietly slipped away. After all, the factory was deserted, allowing him to wander freely. He entered a production workshop where the assembly line machinery had long ceased operations. Rows of machines were draped with waterproof covers, and the entire workshop was shrouded in silence, dimly lit, exuding a chilling ambience. Employee photographs and attendance sheets adorned the walls. Fang Zhen cast a few glances, quickly sensing something amiss. The security guard mentioned that the factory had been idle for over half a month, yet the attendance sheet for this month indicated that no one had signed in. Last month, only 3 workers had clocked in. This suggested that the cessation of operations must have lasted at least a month, if not longer. Fang Zhan continued to peruse the records, discovering that the workshop had scarcely operated throughout the year. Since January of the year before last, workers had gradually begun taking leave. Out of 300 employees in one workshop by the end of last year, only a handful remained. This year, they had all but fled. The haunting was assuredly not a recent development, nor was it so straightforward at that moment. Fang Zhan faintly detected a metallic scent of blood. Sensing something was amiss, he promptly turned to exit the workshop. But the door would not budge. It had opened effortlessly upon his arrival, yet now it resisted his attempts. Leaning against the door, his heart sank. He observed the waterproof coverings on the machines beginning to bulge. As if something were trying to emerge, there was no wind in the workshop. Suddenly, blood erupted from the seams of the covers, creating a grotesque spectacle in the dimly lit space. Blood splattered against the walls, the glass, and the ceiling, leaving ghastly traces. The entire workshop seemed to transform into a hellscape. Chapter 34. Lost in darkness within the workshop, Fang Zhan stared at the bizarre and horrifying scene before him. Taking a deep breath, fortunately, he had encountered far more terrifying sights before. Otherwise, he might not have withstood the current ordeal. A chill breeze, inexplicably materializing from nowhere, sent shivers down his spine. All illusions, Fang Zhan inhaled deeply. Steeling himself, he cleared his mind of distractions, repeatedly reciting the first of 3 principles. Adhere to the rules. I am not an employee of your factory. Thus, I am not bound by its regulations. Without transgression, you cannot harm me. Upon reopening his eyes, all the bizarre occurrences had vanished. The workshop remained as quiet as ever. The previously surging blood appeared to be nothing but a figment of imagination. This is more like it, Fang Zhan remarked, smiling as he easily pulled open the workshop door. However, in the next instant, the stench of blood assaulted his senses. Outside the workshop, in the corridor, blood and mangled. Twisted chunks of flesh littered the floor. At the corridor's end, a throng of figures swarmed, as if a multitude were crammed into a confined space. They advanced slowly, some lacking arms, others missing legs, crawling on their hands, and some even devoid of heads. Fang Zhan's heart raced as he realized that these apparitions were fused together, their limbs writhing like tentacles as they lumbered toward him. Encountering ghosts might not have terrified Fang Zhan this much, but this phenomenon was far more unsettling. Approximately half an hour later, Master Yin concluded the ritual, appearing visibly fatigued. His attendant promptly stated, "Master, the expenditure has been considerable. We need to procure some reishi and ginseng for nourishment. According to protocol, this will cost 200,000. Boss Tian, is that acceptable? Surely, can't we just have some old hen soup instead?" Tian Qihua inquired softly. The attendant bristled. "How dare you insult my master? I am kind-hearted and will not hold it against you. But I possess some knowledge of poison arts, Boss Tian. Do not overstep." Tian Qihua trembled in fear, conceding to pay. The total expenses had already reached 800,000. Quite expensive indeed. This was still a relatively affordable master. Had it been one of the top-tier masters, the cost would likely have soared into the 7 figures. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tian Qihua noticed Fang Zhan entering, appearing weary, seemingly more fatigued than Master Yin. The others could not help but glance at him. "What have you been doing to look this exhausted?" Boss Tian's heart raced as he spotted something ominous on Fang Zhan's shoes, something strikingly crimson and alarming. "Blood!" His expression shifted noticeably. "Is it over?" Fang Zhan inquired curiously. "So soon?" The attendant glared menacingly. "My master is a renowned feng shui master, adept in exorcism and arrangement. Do you dare to doubt him?" Seeing this, Tian Qihua hurriedly scolded Fang Zhan. "What are you doing? How dare you show disrespect to the master?" At this moment, Fang Zhan evidently lost interest in the spectacle, bluntly stating, "Isn't this just pure deception? I can easily procure a ton of talismans for 10,000. Master Yan's countenance darkened immediately. "Boss Tian, this is one of your factory's employees. I understand. I understand." Tian Qihua nodded obsequiously, then glared at Fang Zhan. Get out, get out, get out of our factory. You are no longer welcomed." "I couldn't care less," Fang Zhan scoffed. "Where are the security guards?" Someone throw him out. Forget the security. There's only an old man at the entrance. And he's too frail to throw anyone out. Tian Qihua was nearly apoplectic. This is my factory. You must leave immediately, or I will call the police. That's what you said. And what of it? Nothing. I merely wanted to inform you that the haunting situation in the factory seems to have escalated. Initially, I had a way to resolve it, but since you, the boss, have said so, I shall take my leave. You can resolve it? Tian Qihua scrutinized Fang Zhen, clearly filled with skepticism. Master Yin sneered. A mere child, unaware of the vastness of the world, believes he can resolve a haunting. Have you been watching too many films and dreaming? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Fang Zhen waved dismissively. Farewell. With that, he turned and exited the factory. The security kiosk by the factory entrance. The old guard curiously opened the window. Young man. Not working anymore? This factory is on the brink of collapse. There are no jobs left. Fang Zhen replied with a smile. You should leave early too. I haven't even received my salary this month. The boss is on the verge of disappearing. Where would the salary come from? The old guard was taken aback. Really? Is it that serious? Didn't they invite a feng shui master? I heard he is quite formidable and has cooperated with the government. Dante mentioned it. He is a fraud. This feng shui master is struggling to save himself. Soon, he'll likely be begging for help. The old guard regarded Fang Zhen with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. His words seemed too far-fetched. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter a madman, the master's attendant complained. Usually, they basked in the master's glory, always surrounded by feasts and beautiful women. Yet this time, they found themselves in a remote village, enduring unpleasantness. Tian Qihua hastily apologized, promising to treat them to a meal at the best local restaurant, which somewhat improved the demeanor of the two attendants. All right, that should suffice. Master Yin, adopting the demeanor of a sage, sheathed his peachwood sword. I have done what is required. Tomorrow, I will return to assist you in arranging the grand formation. As for whether it can truly suppress the malevolent spirit, that depends on your sincerity, Master. What else should I do? Engage in more benevolent deeds. Understood, understood. I shall indeed engage in more acts of kindness. I have consistently donated to various foundations, and I possess certificates numbering in the hundreds. Tian Qihua spoke hurriedly. All right, as long as you are aware with that, the group prepared to depart. Tian Qihua immediately dialed a number to reserve a banquet, then led Master Yin to exit the factory. 5 minutes later, as they walked, they unexpectedly found themselves back in the office where the rituals were performed. Master Yan's disciple, slightly irritated, remarked, Boss Tian, have you lost your way in your own factory? Tian Qihua appeared equally perplexed. Strange, we have been heading towards the exit all along. How did we return here? I apologize. My mind must have wandered. Tian Qihua hastily offered, then led the group out once more. 5 minutes later, the four found themselves back in the ritual office again. Gazing at the familiar altar, it was evident that their expressions were far from normal. They distinctly remembered moving forward, only making a single turn. It should have been impossible to return to the starting point. Chapter 35. The murderous factory. Tian Qihua felt a wave of panic wash over him. He rarely visited the factory, where unsettling legends had long circulated. Tales of workers disappearing during late-night shifts, offices mysteriously splattered with dog blood, or workers who screamed in the workshop only to become mute the following day. Yet, he had dismissed these stories as mere excuses made by lazy employees. It was only after he himself had been involved in 2 car accidents, coupled with a mass resignation of workers, that he realized something was amiss. Master Yin, do you think we have encountered some malevolent force? Tian Qihua said, fear evident in his voice. Master Yin scoffed. What is there to fear? What malevolent spirit would dare to confront me? With that, he issued orders to his 2 young disciples. The duo, brimming with youthful bravado, shouted defiantly, "Begone, evil spirits!" Their voices boomed with confidence, providing Tian Qihua with a sense of security. Truly, they were worthy disciples of a master. However, 5 minutes later, the 4 found themselves back in the same office once more. A chill crept down Tian Qihua's spine. Master, master. He turned to see Master Yan's complexion had also soured, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Disciple, disciple, let us try again. This time, shout even louder, summon forth your masculine vigor. Master Yin urged, his anxiety palpable. The 2 disciples, hoarse from their previous efforts, croaked, Master, We can no longer shout. We've been yelling for 5 minutes straight, and without professional training, it is unbearable. Useless, useless. Master Yin kicked the two. Frustration boiling over. You excel at indulgence, yet falter when it truly matters. He turned to Tian Qihua. Is there another route to escape? Yes, there is a way out through the back door. Good. Lead us there quickly. Master, in the face of such supernatural occurrences, shouldn't you be the one to resolve this? You are a professional feng shui master. Master Yin gritted his teeth. You do not understand. This ghostly presence is formidable. I must leave swiftly and set up a formation outside to contend with it. Do not worry. I will not charge you extra this time. Upon hearing that there would be no additional charges, Tian Qihua, disregarding his confusion, hurriedly led the three towards the back door. However, the further they walked, the more they felt something was amiss. Why did the exit of the corridor seem to shrink? The entire hallway grew increasingly dark, devoid of even emergency lights. The atmosphere became more unsettling with each step. Most alarming was the appearance of numerous blood splatter marks on the walls, which multiplied with alarming speed, threatening to engulf the entire corridor. Master, something is wrong. The two disciples were already paralyzed with fear, huddled at the back, unwilling to move. Tian Qihua was equally frozen in place, terror-stricken. What is happening? It's haunted. Indeed, a malevolent spirit lurks here. We should retreat and devise a plan. Master Yin struggled to maintain his composure, though his legs trembled uncontrollably. The four turned to flee, only to find the path they had taken had transformed into something far more sinister. Blood dripped incessantly from the ceiling, resembling a downpour of blood rain. The floor was shrouded in a thick layer of viscous, pinkish substance, pulsating like a heart. The elongated corridor now resembled the intestines of a vengeful spirit, filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Help us! The two disciples shrieked, having never encountered such terror. Normally, when faced with odd occurrences, they could simply escape. But this time was different. Tian Qihua trembled uncontrollably, almost losing control of his bladder, gripping Master Yan's hand in desperation. Master, think of something. There are ghosts. There are ghosts. I know there are ghosts. Master Yin, equally frightened, felt his legs give way, collapsing onto the ground. Do not pull me. Do not pull me, Master. You must devise a plan. What plan could I possibly have? I am not a true master. I merely sought to earn some money. Who would have thought there were real ghosts? Master Yin clutched his head, his face contorted with anguish. You are truly haunted. Instead of reporting to the authorities, you seek out a feng shui master. Are you out of your mind? Tian Qihua was utterly bewildered. What good would it do to report this to the police? Yet, he was more concerned with another matter. You can't even handle ghosts, yet you dare to charge me such exorbitant fees. I will have my revenge. Tian Qihua wished he could strangle Master Yin, but the latter, despite being in his 30s, easily evaded the overweight Tian Qihua, who was gasping for breath after a few steps. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy, chaotic footsteps began to echo. The once dim corridor's exit revealed a series of eerie figures, devoid of physical form, merely shadows entwined together, accompanied by haunting, shrill cries. It felt as though countless vengeful spirits were lamenting their plight. They are coming. The ghosts are coming. Tian Qihua was paralyzed with fear. The two disciples were equally terrified, teetering on the brink of fainting, only to be jolted back to consciousness by their terror. Master Yin appeared to be the most composed among the four. Although he could not truly exorcise spirits, he was acquainted with a high-caliber master and possessed knowledge beyond that of ordinary individuals, which emboldened him to take on such a case. Stay calm. Stay calm. Do not be afraid. I have told you not to be afraid. Do not clutch my thigh. Upon entering the factory, you did not engage in any illicit activities, correct? The two disciples shook their heads vigorously. Boss Tian, your factory does not have any peculiar regulations, does it? Master Yin inquired. At that moment, Tian Qihua dared not express his anger, clinging to the last shred of hope. No, certainly none. You are not factory workers, so there should be none for you. What do you mean? There are numerous strange regulations for workers. Well, I am not entirely certain. Perhaps there are some, Tian Qihua admitted, his face betraying his unease. Master Yin could not be bothered to elaborate further. As long as we have not violated any rules, we will be absolutely safe. From now on, do not speak, do not act. We just need to endure this moment." The other three dared not ask further questions. Huddling together against the wall, time passed slowly, and none of them dared to lift their heads, all opting to act like ostriches with their heads buried in the sand. An ominous chill swept past them, and the sounds of footsteps grew clearer. They could sense something watching them, lingering nearby, brushing against their skin, as if it were poised to pounce at any moment. Each second felt like an eternity of torment. Uncertain how long had passed, one disciple, trembling with fear, dared to glance up. He rejoiced, "It's back to normal. It's back to normal." The corridor now appeared as it had before. The horrifying visions from moments ago seemed but a figment of their imagination. The other three sighed in relief. "Finally, Master, you were indeed correct. It truly will not." But the next moment, an eerie shadow emerged behind him, obscuring its features, steeped in profound darkness. The ghostly figure reached out, gently pressing a hand upon his head. Like lifting a paper lantern, it effortlessly raised a living head into the air. Severed from its body, the headless corpse collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Chapter 36. Rescue. Run! Run! The three were paralyzed with terror, springing to their feet and fleeing. They soon burst into the nearest office, hastily barricading the door. Yet, a chilling presence seeped through the cracks. "It's over. It's over." Tian Chihua slumped to the ground, his clothes drenched in cold sweat. Master Yin's voice trembled. "Quickly, call the police. The state will send help. We must have faith in the government." At that moment, blood began to ooze through the door's seams. This terrified the three anew, sending shivers down their spines. Master Yin understood that this calamity was likely unavoidable. "Wait. That young man from your factory mentioned he had a way to resolve the haunting. Where is he? Bring him here," Master Yin urged fervently. That young man. Tian Chihua recalled the young worker who had claimed the haunting had escalated. He had initially dismissed it as nonsense, but now he wondered if it was indeed true. Could that boy truly understand how to exorcise spirits? Tian Chihua was on the verge of tears. I do not know where he is. Find a way," Master Yin bellowed. "Otherwise, we shall all perish." Tian Chihua, flustered, fumbled for his phone, searching through his contacts until he finally found the number, dialing with urgency. At that moment, in the booth outside the factory, the elderly security guard, taken aback, answered the phone. "Mr. Tian? Why would the boss suddenly call me?" "Is it you, old Chin?" Tian Chihua exclaimed impatiently. "Fortunately, I saved your number. You must stop that young man who just came to apply for a job. Do not let him leave." "Why?" "Don't ask why, just stop him. And I will raise your salary, 10,000 a month, if need be." Under the threat of death, Boss Tian finally became generous. The guard, with a puzzled expression, turned to Fang Jian, who had not left. The guard did not usher him away, but instead invited him in for a cup of tea. "Could it be that he has truly encountered a ghost?" the guard muttered softly, handing the phone to Fang Jian. "Young man, our boss is looking for you." Fang Jian answered the call leisurely. "Hello? Boss Tian, what can I do for you? Little brother, help us. We need saving." The wails from the other end pierced the air. This reaction was anticipated. Fang Jian had already discerned the severity of the anomalous events within the factory, which had likely persisted for an indeterminate amount of time and had now entered its second phase, with various loopholes beginning to manifest. This was why even the nearby villages had been affected to some extent. Haunting was quite normal under such circumstances. Anything could happen in this scenario. Even adherence to the rules might not guarantee safety. Hearing the boss's cries, the elderly guard looked at Fang Jian in astonishment, realizing that the young man was indeed not speaking nonsense. "Boss Tian, I sent there a formidable master by your side. Why not send him?" Fang Jian replied nonchalantly. "He is no master, just a fraud." "Little brother, I misjudged you. Please, come save us. Blood is about to flow in," Fang Jian remarked, "but I'm not adept at ghost hunting. Perhaps you should let that master exert himself." At that moment, Master Yan's voice crackled through the phone. "Little brother, I was wrong. I truly underestimated you. You are the real master. Please, save us." Master Yan's voice trembled with fear. "Not particularly interested," Fang Jian replied leisurely. "I'm busy looking for a new job." Tian Chihua urgently interjected. "Little brother, if you agree to save us, I will offer you a position. Weekends off, 10,000 a month. What do you say?" Are you trying to insult me? Fang Zhen cursed, hanging up. You casually offer a fraud 800,000 and expect me to work for you for 10,000? Forget it. You might as well die quickly. Your continued existence is an affront to society. 10 seconds after hanging up, the phone rang again. Fang Zhen answered, his tone unkind. What is it? Little brother, I misspoke. I'll give you 1 million. Please save me. Tian Qihua cried out. That will do, but what about that Master Yin? How much is he prepared to pay for his life? Master Yin hastily replied. 1 million. I'll give you 1 million. You scam hundreds of thousands a day and only offer me 1 million? No, little brother. I'm not keeping all of it. I have to pay tribute as well. I'm merely a nominal feng shui master. I have to surrender the majority. There are true masters in our circle. I can keep at most 50,000. 1 million is all my savings. Really? Absolutely. If I find out your balance exceeds 1 million once I'm inside, I'll leave immediately. Please, little brother, I have a bit of private savings, but all combined it's only a maximum of 180,000. I truly have no more. Fine, then that will suffice. Fang Zhen hung up the phone, leaving the elderly guard in a state of shock, staring blankly. Who am I? Where am I? Is my hearing impaired? Did I just hear over 2 million? And it's just like that. Fang Zhen smiled as he returned the phone to the guard. Sir, it seems your boss will be fine. You can continue your work. I have matters to attend to. So I'll take my leave. With that, Fang Zhen quickly made his way toward the factory, leaving the guard in a daze. Entering the factory, Fang Zhen realized that dealing with loopholes was not particularly difficult. Most loopholes were not as formidable as they appeared. The factory's anomalous events likely only ranked as E-level, having gone unaddressed for too long, thus worsening over time. It seemed the factory had suppressed news of the incidents for fear of halting production. Since the workers had only sustained injuries and there were not many fatalities, the situation had not escalated. Had there been numerous deaths, the authorities would have intervened long ago. A factory owner could not suppress such matters indefinitely. Fang Zhen followed the corridor, soon catching a whiff of blood. Ever since becoming an awakened one, his senses had sharpened considerably. He had found it. Following the scent, he arrived at a peculiar hallway, strewn with severed limbs and blood. With figures writhing and struggling against the walls, as if they could burst through at any moment, it was indeed terrifying. However, Fang Zhen's expression remained largely unchanged. The first time he felt fear, the second time panic, and by the third, he had grown accustomed to it. Enough, move aside, do not obstruct my path. Fang Zhen ignited an eerie black flame in his palm and hurled it toward the figure on the wall. The black flame clung to the wall like liquid, flowing incessantly downward. The figure twisted and writhed in agony, and moments later, it split apart and vanished. Ordinary means could not kill a loophole, but rules could address rules. With his awakened abilities, he could injure or even eliminate it. As the figure dissipated, the hallway returned to normal. Most of it was merely an illusion, not reality. If one's will was strong enough, even without special abilities, one could certainly escape the assaults of the loopholes. Chapter 37. The constraints of rules in a cramped office. Boss Tian and Master Yin were in a state of frantic distress. Why haven't they arrived yet? Hurry, call again and check, Master Yin urged. Do you think I haven't tried? The guard said he already came in. Who knows when he will actually arrive? Boss Tian snapped. Beside them, a lackey leaned against the door, panting heavily. I can barely hold on. The three exchanged wide-eyed glances as the blood seeping through the door crack increased, threatening to completely engulf the office, their shoes now stained with crimson, almost submerging their ankles. The sensation was maddening. Blood. It's flooding in. They could not contain their screams. To make matters worse, urgent knocking echoed from outside the office, akin to the whispers of malevolent spirits. The three were nearly in tears, hastily barricading the door with all their might. However, the knocking grew increasingly forceful, the door trembling as if it might shatter under the pressure at any moment. Despair enveloped them. Why is there so much noise this time? At last, a voice called from outside. Open the door. Wasn't I supposed to come and save you? How can I help if you don't open up? The three, upon hearing this, felt their spirits lift from hell to heaven. A savior had arrived. Cautiously, they opened a crack in the door, 3 pairs of anxious eyes peering outside. The corridor appeared normal, without any strange occurrences, only a young man standing at the entrance. Master, you finally arrived. Tian Qihua nearly collapsed in relief. Master Yin asked cautiously. Where are the ghosts? I've dealt with them. Are we safe now? Not necessarily. Such a large factory may not have just one ghost. To avoid unnecessary explanations, Fang Zhen chose to communicate in terms of ghosts. Master Yin felt a surge of anxiety, but recalling how effortlessly the young man had dispatched the ghost, he steadied himself. Master, may I ask which organization you belong to? Certainly not one associated with your fraudulent organization, Fang Zhen replied indifferently. Master Yin's face flushed. Though I possess little talent, I have encountered many genuine masters. However, I am not yet qualified to join a true organization. I can only consider myself an external member. Boss Tian, upon hearing this, was infuriated. External member? Damned fraud. I sought a true master, yet after expending so much effort and goodwill, I ended up with a mere external member. Oh, Fang Zhen remarked dismissively. Any organization that allows its members to swindle others cannot be considered reputable. Naturally, he had no interest in such matters. Enough idle chatter. Pay me. Fang Zhen had not forgotten his ultimate goal. He was there to earn money. Securing this payment would provide him with stable capital. Boss Tian, what is your bank account number? Fang Zhen suddenly remembered a troubling detail. He had no legitimate identity, and thus no bank account. This posed a dilemma. Cash will do, Fang Zhen suggested. Huh. Tian Qihua was taken aback. Who uses cash these days? He appeared quite troubled. Master, I truly do not have that much cash on hand. Once you finish dealing with the ghosts, I promise to pay you the full 1 million. Fang Zhen understood. How much do you have right now? Tian Qihua took out his wallet, revealing all the cash. Only 2,000. All right, hand that over for now. Fang Zhen accepted it, disappointed. How does such a large boss have so little cash on him? Quite shabby indeed. Tian Qihua felt embarrassed, silently resolving to carry more cash in the future. Fang Zhen turned to Master Yin and said, It is your turn now. Esteemed one, I have no cash on me, Master Yin replied uneasily. Not a single penny. I haven't carried cash in ages. What a shame. What about your assistant? He doesn't have any either. Forget it. We can discuss it after we finish. After saying this, Fang Zhen checked Master Yin's phone, perusing through various online banking and payment apps, and indeed found that he had only 1,800,000. Taking it all, Fang Zhen felt no remorse. When dealing with fraudsters, one must be ruthless. As for the other blood-sucking capitalist, Fang Zhen had other punishments in mind. All right, let's go. I will take you all away from here, Fang Zhen declared. The three followed closely behind him as he walked out of the office alone, exuding an air of calm. This demeanor brought a sense of reassurance to the trio. Fang Zhen inquired, Why is one of you missing? One of my disciples was killed by a ghost, Master Yin said, trembling with fear. Their head was taken off. It was horrifying. Has indiscriminate killing already begun? This situation is serious. Shouldn't I do something? But soon, Fang Zhen dismissed this thought. He needed to ensure his own safety first and could not concern himself with these trivial matters. Master, shouldn't you do something? This ghost is too ruthless. Tian Qihua suggested. Fang Zhen replied, 1 million is merely the price to get you out. Are you certain you want me to help you deal with the ghost problem? Tian Qihua's expression faltered. It costs 1 million just to save a person. What would it cost to capture a ghost? I can hardly bear to part with that kind of money. Under Fang Zhen's guidance, the four cautiously made their way towards the factory entrance. Encountering surprisingly few obstacles, it seemed that those loopholes dared not attack again. Soon, they arrived at the factory hall, safe at last. We are finally safe. Master Yin and his disciple rushed out of the hall's main entrance, overwhelmed with a sense of relief after a narrow escape. Boss Tian hurriedly followed suit. An unusual scene unfolded. Boss Tian appeared as if held back by some strange force, unable to escape. What is happening? He exclaimed, panic setting in. Fang Zhen was baffled. Upon testing, he discovered that he could enter and exit freely. Among the four, only Boss Tian was trapped. Master, please save me. Boss Tian's face turned ashen. Fang Zhen found himself in a dilemma. After all, he had received a deposit. He could not simply abandon Boss Tian. Esteemed one, I will go fetch the money for you. Please wait here. 1,800,000 will be delivered immediately. Seeing this, Master Yin quickly pulled his young assistant and dashed away, disappearing in an instant. Fang Zhen attempted to pursue them, but was firmly grasped by Boss Tian, who wailed, Master, you cannot leave me behind. If you go, I am surely doomed. Naturally, he was unwilling to relinquish this lifeline. Consequently, Fang Zhan could only watch helplessly as Master Yin departed. "Let go. I stated that I would save you, and I will." Fang Zhan snapped, glaring at him. "Now look, my 1,800,000 has vanished. You owe me." Boss Tian immediately fell silent, his demeanor subdued at the mention of money. Fang Zhan inspected Boss Tian's condition closely, but found nothing amiss. This situation was indeed peculiar. Suddenly, Fang Zhan seemed to recall something. "At what time does your factory close?" 6 in the afternoon, Boss Tian replied. "Are there any strict regulations regarding early departures?" After a moment of silence, Boss Tian said, "Unexcused absences incur a fine of 1,000. Early departures and leave requests are treated the same, with a fine of 500.500 for leave." "You must be joking," Fang Zhan exclaimed. "Is it any wonder that no workers would dare take a day off?" "Basically, no one does," Boss Tian confirmed. "That explains everything. It has now become an unspoken rule. This only applies to the factory workers. Others can leave at will, but this boss must remain behind." However, this also suggested that a chaotic situation was unfolding. Chapter 38. The pitiful workers. Fang Zhan gazed at the greasy, corpulent middle-aged man before him, his expression growing increasingly unfriendly. He was nothing short of a vampire. Why not just hang him up on a street lamp? That 1 million is not worth it. The death of such a person would be a contribution to society. Boss Tian shivered, sensing Fang Zhan's intent. In a panic, he cried out, "Master, master, as long as you are willing to save me, I am prepared to offer another 1 million. Yet again, earning money was paramount. He desperately needed funds. "This is what you are offering of your own volition. I am not pressuring you," Fang Zhan stated. Boss Tian wore a troubled frown, but at that moment, he could not afford to ponder such matters. Preserving his life was of utmost importance. Nervously swallowing, Boss Tian asked, "Master, master, what should we do now? Are there others still in the factory?" Fang Zhan inquired. "There are still a dozen people in the operations office. Let us find them. Will finding them guarantee our escape?" "How could that be possible?" Fang Zhan said. "Given the escalating haunting situation in your factory, there is a significant likelihood of casualties, so it would be prudent to evacuate everyone. Surely, you do not wish to see your factory littered with corpses?" Initially, Boss Tian felt a pang of disappointment, but upon hearing Fang Zhan's words, he nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes." The two quickly made their way to the office. "Boss!" The operations office was furnished with over a dozen desks, and upon seeing Boss Tian enter, the staff rose in unison to greet him. Aside from a secretary in her 40s, namely Jia, the rest were all young individuals appearing to be in their 20s. Boss Tian asked, puzzled, "Why are you all so calm?" The others looked bewildered. "What is there to be anxious about?" "Boss, what is the matter?" Secretary Li Jia inquired. Boss Tian stammered for a moment. Nothing. He dared not speak of the haunting. The mere mention had already frightened away so many frontline workers. If the employees and operations fled as well, it would truly be the end. Most importantly, these workers earned very little. If they slipped away, it would be challenging to find others willing to work for such low wages. Fang Zhan cast a glance at Boss Tian. "There are serious hauntings in this factory. You all may be trapped inside, and it is imperative that you cooperate to escape." The staff looked on in astonishment. One young man slammed the table and declared, "Our Boss Tian has not yet spoken. Who are you to come here spreading alarm and nonsense? Do you believe we will throw you out?" Fang Zhan frowned. Boss Tian was horrified. This was a lifeline. He hastily reprimanded the young man. "Gu Zhanzhong, silence. How dare you speak to the esteemed one in such a manner? Quickly apologize." The entire office was taken aback. "What is going on with the boss today?" The young man named Gu Zhanzhong looked aggrieved. "Uncle, are you joking? You want me to apologize to him?" "I am not joking." Boss Tian stepped forward, resolutely slapping him across the face. "This is someone we cannot afford to offend. If you wish to live, hurry and apologize." Following this, he donned a sycophantic smile. "Esteemed one, this is my nephew. He has not seen much of the world and has offended you, that's so. He was a relative. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. I apologize." Gu Zhanzhong grumbled reluctantly. Fang Zhan could not be bothered to pursue the matter further. "You should have heard about the hauntings in the factory." The dozen or so employees in the office nodded. They had indeed heard of it. Frontline workers often encountered strange occurrences, but since they had never experienced it themselves, they dismissed it as an excuse for laziness. I would like to know if any significant events occurred in your factory 2 years ago or even earlier, Fang Zhen inquired. The young employees shook their heads in unison. Their tenures were too short for them to be aware of events from 2 years prior. Boss Tian, puzzled, asked, Master, why 2 years ago? The haunting in your factory has likely been ongoing for at least 2 years. Fang Zhen replied, Yes, that's so? You have no idea at all? Boss Tian felt awkward. Although he spent much time in the factory, he mostly lounged in the office sipping tea. He had only learned of the hauntings a month ago. He was curious as to how Fang Zhen knew about it. Secretary Li Jia, deep in thought, said, I seem to recall something from over 2 years ago. The worker's mother fell gravely ill and needed 10,000 for medical expenses. He heard that work-related injuries could yield substantial compensation. But for some reason, he bought a watermelon knife and severed his own hand in the workshop, demanding money from the finance department with his severed hand. What happened next? Fang Zhen asked. Naturally, such an incident could not warrant compensation. He had intentionally harmed himself, and it was not due to work-related injury. No one paid him any mind, and in his anger, he threw his severed hand away and left. He left. It seemed he intended to cause a scene at the police station. But due to the loss of a hand, he lost control while riding an electric scooter, resulting in a road accident where he was thrown from the vehicle, ultimately bearing full responsibility. His family received only a meager humanitarian compensation. Fang Zhen sighed. What a pitiful individual. However, this person had died outside the factory. It should not be related to him. A traffic accident. The factory, IT, seemed there might be some connection. Boss Tian interjected, I have a vague recollection of this matter. I believe we later visited his family to offer some assistance. We did what we could, Sisterly whispered, Boss, this is the proposal I submitted, but you later rejected it, claiming it was extortion, that leaving early violated factory regulations, and that it should warrant dismissal. Why then should there be compensation? Is that so? Mr. Tian felt a heavy weight in his heart. Those words indeed sounded like something he himself would say. He turned his head cautiously to glance at Fang Zhen, only to find him increasingly displeased, causing him to panic involuntarily. Are there any other significant matters? Fang Zhen inquired once more. Sisterly mentioned a few more issues, mostly concerning worker injuries or brawls, which had a substantial impact on the factory. However, it was evidently insufficient to constitute a rule-breaking incident. Soon, the time for clocking out arrived. The workers finished at 6 o'clock, while those in the office could leave at 5:30. Yet, the boss remained. Naturally, no one dared to leave, except for a certain well-connected individual. Ji Zhenzhong impatiently remarked, Uncle, can we leave now? We've been here accompanying this kid for quite a while. We've given you enough face. I have a date with a beauty to watch a movie. I must take my leave. You little rascal. What do you mean by giving me face? Mr. Tian fumed. Anyway, I can't stay any longer. I am off. Gu Zhenzhong clocked out and dashed out of the office. Before leaving, he shot a furious glare at Fang Zhen. Pretending to be all mysterious, I have no time for you. You can fool the old man, but I advise you to behave. If you dare cheat me out of even a penny, I will make sure you pay dearly. Mr. Tian's heart raced with fear. This brat has truly gone mad. You are really going to get someone killed. Chapter 39. Where is the severed hand inside the office? The employees exchanged glances. With Gu Zhenzhong gone, could they also leave? Mr. Tian, visibly anxious, said, Master, please don't take it to heart. I will definitely teach this brat a lesson later. But can we leave now? The latter part of his statement revealed his utmost concern. He was solely preoccupied with the possibility of leaving this place. Who could tell? Fang Zhen casually remarked, If you wish to leave, you may follow him. Upon hearing this, the office staff began to stir restlessly. Who would want to work overtime without pay? If they could clock out, they would certainly want to leave immediately. Only Secretary Li maintained a serious demeanor, saying, President Tian is busy managing affairs for the factory. He hasn't left yet. How can we just leave? The others reluctantly settled back into their seats. At such a moment, if they were to leave, wouldn't they attract the boss's attention? They were not well-connected individuals, naturally not wishing to take such risks. Mr. Tian's expression flickered. He desperately wanted to leave, but feared angering Fang Zhen. Who knew if Fang Zhen was speaking ironically? Just then, outside the office, a trembling figure returned. It was Gu Zhenzhong. His face was ashen, as if he had suffered some tremendous shock. He was breathing rapidly. his hands cold, and his legs were shaking violently. I am sorry, master. I was a bit harsh just now. No movie then? Fang Zhan glanced over. No, not watching anymore. Never again in this lifetime. Gu Zhenzhong's voice quivered. Master, you must help us escape from here. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. The office staff were left dumbfounded. What on earth had happened? The once arrogant insider suddenly seemed to capitulate. What happened? Brother Zhong? A young employee asked. Ji Zhenzhong's expression was grim. Ghosts, there are truly ghosts. The moment I stepped outside, I saw things that are hard to describe, far scarier than any horror movie. If you don't believe me, go see for yourselves. Upon hearing this, no one dared to leave. They huddled together. Fang Zhan was temporarily at a loss for clues. He turned to Mr. Tian and asked, I recall that Master Yin had a subordinate who died in your factory. Correct? Yes, he died. Take me to see. Ah, me? Otherwise, who else? I don't know where it is. Mr. Tian, with a pained expression, reluctantly stood up. Fang Zhan added, by the way, you all should come along. Huh, we have to go too. If you're not afraid of ghosts coming to find you after I leave, you can stay behind. The crowd was terrified, hastily rising to huddle by Fang Zhan's side. A group of them marched out of the office in a grand procession. Perhaps due to the sheer number of people, they encountered no strange occurrences along the way, which somewhat reassured them, leading them to speculate that perhaps Gu Zhenzhong had simply misperceived things. But just then, down the hallway, a solitary head rolled helplessly on the ground. The scene was bizarre, causing several female employees to scream in terror. Help! Help! Came a hoarse cry for assistance. Fang Zhan snapped, Don't be afraid to attract the ghosts. Just keep screaming. Yet the cries persisted, tinged with a hint of hysteria. Who is still calling out? Fang Zhan turned around, annoyed. But those behind him were shaking their heads vigorously, covering their mouths. Ji Zhenzhong pointed, his voice quivering, Master, it seems he is the one calling. Him? Fang Zhan focused his gaze. The head rolled with great difficulty, then righted itself, revealing it to be a living, breathing entity. Eyes wide open, mouth opening and closing feebly, pleading, Help, help me. Despite having witnessed numerous bizarre scenes, Fang Zhan found this one particularly unsettling. He could barely accept it, while those behind him had already slumped to the ground, paralyzed with fear. The subordinate of Master Yin? Fang Zhan called out. The head cried out in desperation. It's me. It's me. Please save me. You're not dead? I don't know. Help. All right, stop shouting. Fang Zhan stepped forward, grasping the head by the hair, lifting it up. The head grimaced in pain but dared not express any discontent. Fang Zhan inquired, Where is your body? I fainted from fright, and when I woke up, I couldn't find my body. The subordinate rasped. This was indeed a troublesome situation. One could not simply ignore it. However, holding a living head was somewhat beyond the normal person's threshold of tolerance. But why was only this subordinate attacked? Why were the other three unharmed? Was it merely coincidence? What were you doing at the time? Fang Zhan asked. The subordinate quickly recounted the events that transpired. After pondering for a moment, Fang Zhan asked Mr. Tian, When you were there, the four of you, did you do anything unusual? Something that might violate factory regulations? Mr. Tian hastily shook his head. They had all been terrified out of their wits. How could they dare to do anything? Sister Li softly interjected. For people. I recall there's a rule that prevents more than 3 people from whispering in the workshop corridor to avoid unrest among workers. If caught, a fine is imposed. At that moment, they were indeed outside the workshop in the corridor. And no sooner had she spoken than the hallway darkened ominously. The exit loomed further away, seemingly forever out of reach. Strange shadows floated on the walls, as if they were about to emerge at any moment. It's happening again. It's happening again. Mr. Tian exclaimed excitedly. That's how it was back then. Fang Zhan barked. Spread out. Everyone spread out. Do not cluster together. The people behind him were in a panic. Ghost. Ghost. There really is a ghost. All were struck dumb with fear. Although they heard Fang Zhan's words and hurriedly attempted to disperse, the more anxious they became, the more they instinctively sought the company of others, making it difficult to truly separate. Meanwhile, shadows began to emerge slowly from the walls. Upon closer inspection, one could see that these shadows were incomplete. Some were missing hands, others legs, and some heads, distorted enough that they were not clearly discernible. This only deepened the panic of the already frenzied crowd. What a ridiculous rule! Fang Zhan cursed angrily, and then a strange flame ignited in his hands. Flowing like black liquid, exuding an eerie chill and intense heat, utterly mysterious. Without hesitation, Fang Zhan pressed both hands against the wall. The bizarre flames defied gravity, rapidly spreading along the wall as the shadows within the wall made contact with the flames. They shrieked in agony before shattering into pieces, vanishing in an instant. The lights in the corridor flickered back to life. All traces of the bazaar had disappeared. We re-saved. The crowd cried out in joy. Embracing one another, Fang Zhan scolded, "I told you to disperse. How dare you hug together?" The group quickly separated, fearing to gather again. At that moment, their gazes toward Fang Zhan had transformed. Without witnessing it firsthand, they could not truly grasp the sensation. This master, though appearing young, truly possessed formidable skills, effortlessly vanquishing the ghosts. They were fortunate to have followed him out, had the master not been by their side. Encountering such an event, the consequences were simply too dreadful to contemplate. "Thank you, master, for saving us." The crowd hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Among them, a young female employee could not help but flirt. "Master, is it okay for two people to be together? Can I walk alongside you? I'm so scared my legs are weak." Male employees inwardly cursed her shamelessness but dared not voice their objections. Fang Zhan, however, replied coldly, "If your legs are weak, just stay where you are. If you can't walk, you needn't come." The female employee looked aggrieved but dared not truly stay behind. Trailing closely behind the main group, Mr. Tian, full of trepidation, asked, "Master, what should we do now?" "Simple. We need to uncover the source. I already have a lead. The current issue is, who among you knows where the severed hand that the worker cut off is?" Fang Zhan inquired. "The severed hand?" The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. "Is that severed hand still in the factory? Surely not." Chapter 40. Model Enterprise, The Severed Hand. Fang Zhan could almost definitively ascertain that this was the source of the issue. The young men in the office wore expressions of bewilderment, as they had not experienced the events of 2 years prior. "What do we need to find that for?" Boss Tian whispered. Fang Zhan replied, "What do you think? To save your life." Boss Tian hurriedly turned to inquire of Sister Li, "Ali, think quickly, where could that severed hand be?" I wasn't the one who dealt with it," Sister Li said anxiously. "The factory was in chaos at that time, and the workers in the workshop were causing a ruckus. No one was paying attention to where the severed hand ended up." Fang Zhan remarked, "Such an item shouldn't just be carelessly discarded. After all, it is rather frightening, and if handled properly, it might even be reattached." Sister Li seemed to recall something, her excitement growing. Yes, I remember now. A worker took it, saying he was going to the cafeteria to freeze it in ice, so it could be reattached later." Workers in the factory were naturally not unfamiliar with such matters. As the assembly line work carried its own dangers, IT must be in the kitchen, Fang Zhan concluded. The group hurriedly left the corridor of the workshop and made their way to the cafeteria on the first floor. The cafeteria was desolate, with thousands of empty seats. However, due to the work stoppage, the cafeteria staff had also been temporarily dismissed. The lights seemed to be malfunctioning. Ji Zhanzhong pressed a few buttons, only to discover that the cafeteria was engulfed in darkness. Everyone had no choice but to switch on their phone flashlights and search for the freezer in the kitchen. The freezer was not difficult to locate. "Let's open all the freezers and see if the severed hand is hidden in some corner," Fang Zhan suggested slowly. The group, wearing frowns of concern, cautiously opened the freezers, feeling a sense of panic. After all, the sight of a bloody, severed hand appearing before them would indeed be quite terrifying. Soon, they had searched through all the freezers, but the result was somewhat unexpected. They found nothing. "Master, what should we do if we can't find it?" Boss Tian asked. Fang Zhan frowned. Indeed, if it truly is the source, the vessel of darkness, how could it be quietly lying in a freezer? This is troublesome. Lacking experience, Fang Zhan was unsure how to handle the situation. He pondered, then looked at Boss Tian, deep in thought. "Before inquiring of the others, aside from today, have you encountered any haunting incidents?" The group nodded vigorously. "No, not at all. I often wander around the factory out of boredom, but today is particularly eerie. Gu Zhenzhong replied hastily, eager to prove his worth. Fang Zhen nodded. Boss Tian, how long has it been since you last visited? Perhaps a few months, Boss Tian replied. The last 2 times I came, my car was damaged and I had to deal with the repairs, so I didn't even enter the factory. That makes sense, Fang Zhen smiled, finally identifying the problem. Master, do you have an idea now? Boss Tian asked. A glimmer of hope in his voice. Fang Zhen replied with a grin. Indeed, in the next moment, Fang Zhen commanded everyone to evacuate the cafeteria, but left Boss Tian behind. No, Master, don't leave me alone. Boss Tian cried out, desperately trying to keep up. Fang Zhen frowned. Someone go and hold him down. Upon hearing this, the employees were invigorated. Such an opportunity was rare. They rushed forward, restraining Boss Tian and binding him to a chair with kitchen rope. With Gu Zhenzhong exerting the most effort, his face alight with excitement. You beast, I am your uncle, Boss Tian wailed. Gu Zhenzhong feigned innocence. This is the master's order. It has nothing to do with me. The only one who did not participate in the restraint was Secretary Li. Soon, Boss Tian was securely bound, and the group retreated. Initially, Boss Tian still had the strength to lament, but the dim, silent cafeteria soon rendered him too frightened to make a sound. The darkness thickened, and gradually, disordered footsteps echoed from an unknown source, heavy like a muffled drum, incessantly pounding in Boss Tian's heart. Master? Don't scare me. Boss Tian strained to widen his eyes. He seemed to see a colossal figure approaching. The light was dim, and the details were unclear, but he could vaguely discern elongated shadows swaying. As the massive form drew nearer, Boss Tian felt a chill run through him, nearly fainting. Those swaying shapes were all hands. The enormous entity was a grotesque amalgamation of severed limbs, bloodied and repulsive to behold. Ah! The scream reverberated throughout the cafeteria. Outside, the onlookers shivered in fear, unsure of what had transpired, but they dared not look. The head of the subordinate beside Fang Zhen widened its eyes in shock, gritting his teeth. I saw it. My body, my physical form is inside there. Witnessing this, Fang Zhen could almost confirm it. Indeed, it was the appearance of Boss Tian that had incited the haunting incident. How peculiar. The rules of this event seemed to be targeting a specific individual. Could it be that the source possessed its own will? Was this event truly out of control? The second rule of the 3 principles. Do not place faith in any experience, let alone Fang Zhen's meager one. Thus, he ceased to ponder further and stepped forward. Hands ignited with eerie flames. Hey, that's enough. This is bait, not food prepared for you. In the next moment, 2 spheres of black flame shot forth instantaneously. The massive, fleshly creature had nowhere to hide and was struck immediately. The flames splattered onto its body like tar, becoming impossible to shake off. Even burrowing further in, it began to tremble in agony, limbs cascading to the ground. Why? Why do you stop me? A wail emerged from within the monster's form. He deserves to die. That black-hearted boss, that vampire, he should perish. Fang Zhen felt a twinge of surprise. Something was amiss. Was it not the source, but rather a flaw? Regardless, it needed to be resolved. Fang Zhen charged forward, and the bloodied monstrosity suddenly turned. Its 2 mangled arms outstretched, the blood holes in its palms resembling 2 gory eyes. Why? Why do you obstruct me? The creature lamented. Fang Zhen summoned the bizarre flames from his palms, positioning himself before the creature. I don't know if you can understand, but your existence has brought danger to many innocent lives. I do not wish for this. The creature's voice was oddly muffled. Soon, a pale, feeble arm emerged slowly from within the monster's body, ice shards still faintly visible. The severed end of the arm moving as if trying to speak. This scene was enough to scare anyone's soul out of their body. It is your own mistakes. I merely wish to kill that black-hearted boss. Fang Zhen fixated on the arm. This was it, the source. He had found it. Yet, this was entirely different from what Bai Ming had described. A severed arm could also serve as the source. Logically, sources should be out of control. Yet this was clearly not the case. If faced with a mindless monster, Fang Zhen would strike without hesitation. But how should one treat this? At that moment, Boss Tian, summoning courage from an unknown source, shouted angrily, "Who says I am a black-hearted boss? When have I ever wronged you? On what grounds do you intend to kill me?" The creature's eyes fixated on Boss Tian. All these years, You have never raised salaries. How could I? Boss Tian retorted. Our factory is the model enterprise of the area. If we raise salaries, what will happen to other factories? They will be forced to raise salaries as well, which would ruin those smaller factories. Fang Zhan was genuinely astonished. He had never expected someone could so grandiosely articulate such a statement. Chapter 41. The vampire still remains. The monster's intellect clearly lacked the capacity to grapple with such complex issues. Its body trembled incessantly, seemingly in conflict. As Boss Tian spoke on these matters, his fear of the creature seemed to dissipate significantly. He shouted, "Every year, I donate several million to various foundations. This money is used to support the truly impoverished. Would a black-hearted boss do such a thing? You only know about raising salaries, yet you are unaware that I have been helping people poorer than yourselves." The creature swayed perilously, showing signs of collapse. The severed hand that bore the source was astonishingly fragile. At that moment, Secretary Li, who had been too afraid to look from outside the cafeteria, bravely stepped forward. "Indeed, our boss is not as black-hearted and greedy as you all imagine. You have misunderstood. Boss Tian is a true people's entrepreneur." It was evident that she held genuine loyalty towards Boss Tian, and no wonder he had kept her by his side. However, upon hearing this, the monster's form visibly solidified, emitting a deafening roar as it charged furiously towards Sister Li. "What is happening?" Boss Tian was bewildered. Fang Zhan replied, "What else could it be? A scab is more detestable than a black-hearted boss." "Haven't you heard that before?" Boss Tian attempted to retort, but Fang Zhan's next words sent chills down his spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "You needn't spout those grandiloquent phrases. Otherwise, I fear I might truly be tempted to throw you to the monster. All that talk of donations is merely a ruse to deceive a creature devoid of reason. Donating to foundations is simply a means to evade taxes," Fang Zhan stated coldly. Leaving those words behind, he rushed toward the monster. Though he held deep contempt for Boss Tian, he could not turn a blind eye to the creature's malice. This incident of rule seemed peculiar, straddling the boundary between the first and second phases. The creature was teetering on the brink of chaos. If left unchecked, many lives would be lost. Fang Zhan once again unleashed his ghostly flames, the fire spreading forth like liquid, ensnaring the grotesque creature of flesh and blood. Not only did it render the beast's movements exceedingly sluggish, but it also caused its flesh to continuously fall away. Why do you obstruct me? I have done nothing wrong," the blood-soaked abomination roared, its body inexplicably beginning to swell violently. The dismembered limbs, seemingly animated, crawled back towards it, rejoining its form. The creature became ever more terrifying, its shadow seeming to pulse with life. Severed limbs coalesced into a gigantic hand, crashing down towards Fang Zhan. "This is bad." Fang Zhan attempted to activate his memory-altering ability, but it was in vain. Clearly, his flames had not reached the true core of the monstrosity. What should I do? A sudden jolt brought him back to the pitch-black realm of consciousness. "What's the matter, my dear? Have you run into trouble?" Huang Zhengxin inquired with a smile. The entity trapped within this mental space was no longer the true Huang Zhengxin, but rather a fragment of memory tethered to Fang Zhan's consciousness. Thus, the figure before him could be seen as a representation of that person from Fang Zhan's recollections. Of course, the authenticity of memories was yet to be determined. Fang Zhan retorted, "I am on the brink of death. Are you satisfied now? If you perish, I too shall vanish. What could possibly bring me satisfaction?" Huang Zhengxin replied innocently. Fang Zhan continued, "Your abilities are inadequate. You cannot resolve that creature. No one possesses invincible powers. Why not think a little more creatively? Abilities require development and application. A sword in the hands of a skilled swordsman can face 10 adversaries. Yet in your hands, it cannot even graze an opponent. Is it the sword's fault? Moreover, have you forgotten what your true power is?" A realization dawned upon Fang Zhan. "Indeed, my true ability. Since you are merely a memory, am I conversing with you or with myself?" he mused, questioning the essence of his consciousness. Huang Zhengxin chuckled. "I do not know." As the colossal hand descended, Fang Zhan raised his hands, generating a mysterious, inscrutable force. The severed limbs that made contact visibly vanished, as if erased by some unseen power. This was the essence of his true ability, an A-class power. Confinement. In the next moment, fierce ghostly flames ignited in his palms. But this time, It was not a simple throw. The black flames roiled and scorched, transforming into two blades that clung to Fang Zhan's arms. He stepped forward, arms slicing like dual sabers, reducing everything in their path to ruin. The massive abomination was forcibly cleaved apart, revealing its hidden, severed limbs in the blink of an eye. The bizarre flames coalesced into a tangible form, violently piercing the dismembered arm. Memory alteration. You have slain the wicked boss. And all is concluded. Without hesitation, Fang Zhan modified the limb's memory. The flesh and blood monstrosity suddenly stiffened, its limbs falling one by one in a feeble surrender, its vast body collapsing with a thunderous crash. Swiftly disintegrating, with a splatter, blood sprayed forth. At last, the severed arm gently descended to the ground, devoid of color, gradually paling. A wisp of black mist escaped from the remains, dissipating into the ether. It really resolved just like that? So effortlessly? Fang Zhan pondered, though upon reflection, he realized it was not so simple. For other awakened beings, shattering external defenses was no trivial task. Memory alteration could directly cause their obsessions to dissipate, and it was the combination of both that allowed for such a swift resolution of a moderately challenging rule event's origin. In the realm of consciousness, Huang Jingxin gazed at the inexplicably manifested pile of severed hands and feet, his face turning ashen. What are you doing? Why imprison such things? Hurry and dispose of them. Help, in this cramped space, do you wish to suffocate me? There is no alternative. You prompted me to utilize my abilities, Fang Zhan replied with a smile. Consider this my gift to you, for you must be dreadfully bored in here. You bastard! What kind of gift is this? Take it away. What did you call me? Adoptive father. Will adoptive father suffice? Just take it away. Very well. With a thought, Fang Zhan summoned the severed limbs, assembling them into a scarecrow-like figure that stood silently in a corner, seemingly on guard. This form was something Huang Jingxin could begrudgingly accept. It was not that Fang Zhan delighted in such macabre creations. Rather, he had discovered that by confining these remnants, he seemed to have acquired an additional ability. Therefore, it was essential not to discard them lightly. At that moment, Boss Tian was sweating profusely, yet he forced a smile, complimenting, Master, you truly are extraordinary. Has the ghost been completely dealt with? Might I be released? The ghost is resolved, but one matter remains unresolved. What matter? You doubt me? Fang Zhan approached Boss Tian, grasping his arm and effortlessly detaching it. The monster is gone, but the vampire remains. I am contemplating whether to deal with you as well. Boss Tian's pupils contracted sharply, panic setting in. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I promise I will never be a wicked boss again. I will raise wages. I promise to increase workers' pay. You do not truly understand your wrongdoing. You are merely afraid of death, Fang Zhan coldly stated. Chapter 42. The blade falls upon oneself to no pain. Fang Zhan believed that his ability was certainly not as simplistic as mere confinement. If he had the opportunity, he would delve deeper into the study of his powers. However, at this moment, he was more concerned with how to handle this unscrupulous boss. Master, you can do as you wish. Please do not kill me. I will give you money. 2 million is insufficient. I will give you 5 million. No, 10 million. How could I exploit my abilities to extort at will? That would make me no different from a person like you. Fang Zhan replied with discontent. He still retained some integrity, but Boss Tian was already in despair. Go ahead and extort me. It's fine. Just do it. Do not pretend to be a righteous person. Witnessing Fang Zhan casually detach his own arm would likely haunt Boss Tian for a long time. In his mind, Fang Zhan's terror was now on par with that of a vengeful spirit. The other dozen or so employees were equally petrified by the scene. They even suspected Fang Zhan was possessed by a malevolent spirit. Otherwise, how could he commit such a horrific act? Do not harm our Boss Tian. Sister Li mustered her courage, trembling as she spoke. He has had a difficult time managing such a large factory. It is impossible to cover every aspect. We must believe in Boss Tian. He can lead us to a brighter future. At that moment, Fang Zhan understood why people harbored such animosity towards traitorous scabs. Is this how you all feel? Fang Zhan inquired, glancing at the other group. They exchanged uncertain glances, revealing that this batch of young individuals still held hope. With a flick of his finger, a small wisp of ghostly fire landed on Sister Li. Ability activation. Memory alteration. Your factory, in an effort to cut costs, has laid off a significant number of older employees, including you. Congratulations, you have been terminated, Fang Zhen stated indifferently. Sister Li stared blankly for a moment, then fixed her gaze on Boss Tian, unleashing a torrent of curses. You shameless scoundrel! I have been with you for 20 years. And now you lay me off. Boss Tian was taken aback, bewildered. What madness is this? Enough! You may leave. Fang Zhen waved his hand. Sister Li hurled more insults at Boss Tian before leaving, gritting her teeth as she warned the other employees. You should flee while you can. There is no hope here. This wicked boss will face justice one day. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. With that, Sister Li departed with palpable disdain. See, only when the blade falls upon oneself does one truly understand pain, Fang Zhen mused, shaking his head, and no matter how eloquently one spoke, when it came to their own interests, they were all the same. Scabs were merely petty individuals who cared only for immediate benefits. Advising generosity was futile. Fang Zhen then turned his gaze back to Boss Tian. It is your turn. Without waiting for Boss Tian to plead for mercy, he activated his ability once more, memory alteration. You were attacked by a monster and lost your arm. After this traumatic event, you finally comprehend the depths of your past depravity. The cycle of heaven and earth brings forth retribution. From this day forth, you will reflect deeply and treat your workers with kindness, genuinely using your resources for good. Boss Tian's expression of terror abruptly ceased, giving way to a gradual clarity. He bore the look of one who had survived a calamity, seemingly resolved to change his ways. Master, thank you for saving me. After this incident, I finally understand that money is worth little. There are far more important things. As long as you understand, do kindly share more of your wealth with me. He nodded earnestly. No problem. Money in the hands of a master like you can help many more people. The remaining employees stood in stunned silence, in awe of the seemingly divine master before them, whose methods were nothing short of miraculous. Master, you have worked tirelessly. I will immediately arrange a banquet and sauna for you to rest. Gu Zhanzhong rushed forward, expressing concern. Dio, you need an attendant? I can do anything. Fang Zhen shook his head. No need. You must have someone to assist you. Otherwise, it would be too exhausting to handle everything on your own. I may not excel in many areas, but I am exceptionally capable when it comes to getting things done. Just look how proactive I was when binding my uncle. Fang Zhen, disinterested and lingering, decided to unleash his abilities and erase from the minds of others any memory of his own powers. Simultaneously, he took the liberty of modifying the memories of over a dozen other employees. Speaking of his attendant, Fang Zhen cast a glance at the head beside him. At that moment, Master Yan's attendant gazed pitifully at Fang Zhen, exclaiming, Master, save me. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, your fate would have been sealed. Fang Zhen pieced together a headless body from the remnants of severed limbs. He then employed his abilities to place the attendant's head atop the newly formed torso. The attendant's face lit up with joy as he eagerly examined his newly acquired body, reveling in the sensation of having a physical form. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss and timidly remarked, Master, it seems like there's a leg that doesn't belong to me. Is that so? Shall I remove it for you? Fang Zhen inquired. No, please, let's not go that far. The attendant hastily shook his head, terrified at the prospect. He truly wished to avoid reliving such an experience. After all, he could still make do with the arrangement. It merely felt a tad peculiar. Once everything was settled, the group finally exhaled in relief. The haunting ordeal had come to an end. A chorus of flattery ensued for Fang Zhen as they surrounded him. Escorting him back to the office, Boss Tian, with a demeanor of righteousness, declared, Master, please follow me. I shall fetch your payment immediately. But it's quite late. The bank must be closed, no? Fang Zhen inquired. I have cash at home. Indeed, a wealthy man it seemed, as he had 2 million in cash stashed away, not to mention the other valuables that surely lay hidden. This Boss Tian, it was estimated, must be worth several hundred million. There's no need for that. Just bring me the cash and also procure a mask and hat for me, Fang Zhen instructed. Given his sensitive identity, it was best not to roam about unnecessarily. Exposed to surveillance, he could easily be tracked down. Boss Tian nodded vigorously and promptly exited, his nerves evident as he approached the entrance, mustering the courage to step outside. To his relief, he encountered no obstacles. Thank goodness, the ordeal was finally over. The factory could resume operations. In high spirits, Boss Tian was soon to pay out 2 million, a sum that no longer seemed to weigh heavily on his conscience. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted the security guard, Old Chin. Old Chin, how goes the work? Boss Tian inquired. Boss Tian, the guard promptly rose to offer his respects. No need for formalities. It must be quite taxing for you to stand guard alone. IVE decided to hire more personnel to share the burden, thus enhancing the security of the factory. What do you think? The guard, taken aback, responded. Boss Tian, you wouldn't consider firing me, would you? Of course not. I intend to honor my commitments. From now on, you shall be the head of security, earning a monthly salary of 10,000. Should you and your team perform well, additional rewards await you. Work diligently, and I assure you, I shall not neglect your efforts. With a smile, Boss Tian departed, his once cumbersome figure now appearing considerably lighter. The guard, perplexed, gazed after Boss Tian's retreating form. Has he turned over a new leaf? What a remarkable transformation. Chapter 43, Prey and Predator. In a high-end residential complex, the streetlights shone brightly. Master Yin, clutching the latest folding smartphone, wore a grave expression. Third brother, I've encountered a young man who appears to be an awakened one. Indeed, possessing extraordinary abilities akin to those of the prominent figures within our organization. I've forgotten his name, but he looks no older than 18 or 19. A mere fledgling. He dares to compete with me for business. Perhaps he has only recently awakened and lacks an organization of his own. Third brother, if I report this information, would it count as an achievement? A deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. If it is indeed a wild awakened one, then you will certainly earn merit. Once you've accumulated enough, I shall apply to assist you in awakening your abilities, thereby enabling you to join our organization. This revelation filled Master Yin with uncontainable joy. Excellent. Thank you, third brother. He promptly ended the call. The individual he had spoken with, third brother, was affiliated with a mysterious organization, comprised of either affluent individuals or awakened ones endowed with incredible and enigmatic powers. Gaining entry into such a network would secure him a lifetime of wealth and prestige. However, what truly captivated him was the prospect of awakening his own abilities, as a fraudulent feng shui master. He envied those with extraordinary powers, which fueled his dedication to the organization in hopes of one day gathering enough merit to be welcomed as an awakened one. Master, what transpired? Inquired another attendant. Master Yin nodded. It is settled. Should I join the organization, I will also find a way to assist you in gaining entry. The attendant, overjoyed, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Very well, you may return to rest now. Yes. After dismissing his attendant, Master Yin finally entered the residential complex and returned to his home, a spacious villa exceeding 200 square meters, valued at over 8 million, not including the cost of renovation. This was despite his having contributed most of his earnings to the organization, highlighting just how lucrative his fraudulent feng shui practice was. Where is everyone? Why is it so quiet? Master Yin muttered in dissatisfaction, then groped for the light switch. He had taken in a female college student to live with him, and ordinarily, she should have been home at this hour. He pressed the switch. Click. The lights failed to illuminate. A power outage? That's impossible. Infuriated, he retrieved his phone to contact the property management. Suddenly, he felt an icy chill creep up from behind. A shiver ran through him. What was happening? I closed the door. With great difficulty, he turned around, only to find a solitary head materializing in the pitch-black room, its outline bearing a ghostly familiarity. Master, I met a dreadful end. The disembodied head emitted a chilling wail. Master Yin collapsed in terror, stammering, It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Why'd I abandoned me? I'm left with nothing but a head. It's so tragic that I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong. Master Yin hastily knelt and prostrated himself. Appearing as desperate as one could imagine at that moment, the room's lights flickered back on, revealing the attendant, intact and standing in place, donned in a pure black coat that rendered him seemingly headless in the darkness. Beside him sat a man wearing a hat and mask, leisurely reclined on the sofa. Enough theatrics. Have you had your fill? That is sufficient. Thank you, Master, the attendant expressed with genuine gratitude. He harbored significant resentment towards Master Yin for abandoning him. Now that his anger had been assuaged, he felt relieved. You are not dead? Master Yin was taken aback. He had distinctly witnessed the attendant's head severed. The attendant scoffed, Thanks to this esteemed master, I escaped death. Otherwise, I would have been counting money for you in the afterlife. You should leave now. Yes, yes. The attendant exited, leaving Master Yin in utter shock as he stared at Fang Zhan. Can one truly resurrect the dead? This is extraordinary, Master Yin. You owe me a debt that must be repaid. Fang Zhan stated coolly as he removed his mask. Master Yin jolted. Of course, I shall repay it. I only returned to retrieve the funds. I never expected you to come personally. Fang Zhan scoffed at the tardiness of his arrival. The other party displayed no intent to settle the debt. Master Yin hurried into the room, opening the safe to extract a substantial amount of cash and several gold bars. Master, this cash and these gold bars are worth over 180,000. They are all yours. Oh? I recall you mentioning that you had a considerable sum in your account. Fang Zhan replied coldly. At that time, you claimed your savings were merely 1 million. What did I say? A chill ran down Master Yan's spine. I don't know. I forgot about that. Fang Zhan continued. Not only did you deceive me, but you also intended to renege on my debt and even leaked my whereabouts via phone. If you were in my position, what would you do? Master Yin was drenched in cold sweat. This is bad, terribly bad. This young man appears youthful, yet his imposing demeanor is genuinely frightening. Just then, the front door swung open, and a man in his 30s entered. A square-faced man with thick brows and an unmistakable air of menace. Kid, you dare to touch my people? The man said in a low voice. Master Yan's spirits soared at the sight. Third brother, you've arrived. This man was indeed his third brother, Zhao San, who had come to discuss matters regarding newly awakened individuals. Serendipitously encountering this situation, Zhao San scrutinized Fang Zhan from head to toe. Indeed, you're young. Kid, you must have only recently awakened your abilities. As Zhao San assessed Fang Zhan. Fang Zhan reciprocated the scrutiny. This man exuded an aura reminiscent of Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan. Indeed, he too was an awakened one, though his specific abilities remained unknown. Fang Zhan calmly responded, and what of it? That is precisely the point, Zhao San sneered. Let me teach you something. Don't think that a stroke of good fortune granting you extraordinary abilities makes you superior. In the eyes of others, you might merely be a delectable little lamb. In the next instant, third brother produced a small dagger from his waist, its blade gleaming ominously. Master Yan's excitement peaked. Is it about to happen? Whoosh! Zhao San vanished in a flash, as if swept away by a gust of wind. Fang Zhan felt a sharp pain in his chest. A gash appeared, his shirt torn, flesh and skin exposed, blood oozing forth in a thick, dark hue, presenting a bizarre sight. Zhao San reappeared, his dagger stained with the strange black blood. Poisoned? Why is the blood black? Zhao San pondered, though the reason was of little consequence. Fang Zhan fixated on Zhao San. Such incredible speed. Is his ability related to swiftness? Zhao San regarded Fang Zhan with a cold smirk. I possess B-class ability, speed. Do you comprehend now? To kill you is exceedingly simple. It merely requires a single thought. Fang Zhan furrowed his brow. I have no enmity with you. Why would you wish to kill me? Indeed, he was but a novice. Zhao San looked down upon him with disdain. Every awakened individual harbors a power that belongs to the rules. This power can be devoured, even facilitating the advancement of one's abilities. This matter has never been broached by Bai Ming or Chu Xiaoyuan. Thus Fang Zhan remained oblivious. A chill ran through him. To consume the powers of other awakened ones to enhance his own abilities? Did this not imply that a predator-prey dynamic existed among all awakened individuals? Chapter 44. The Dark Forest, a latent hunting relationship exists among all awakened beings. In the absence of constraints, chaos would surely ensue. This leads to the Dark Forest principle. Even if one harbors no malicious intent, one must remain vigilant against all, for one can never be certain who might seek to harm them. Enhancing one's awakened abilities is tremendously enticing, so, you intend to devour me? Fang Zhan's expression darkened. Zhao San replied nonchalantly, Rest assured, I shall not kill you immediately. The consumption of rule-based abilities is subject to limitations. Your abilities are evidently not of the same type as mine. However, you remain valuable to me, as I can exchange you for a more suitable prey. Due to the existence of this predatory relationship among awakened individuals, for the sake of their own safety, many opt to join an awakened organization. A wild, freshly awakened individual is exceedingly valuable, as they possess weak resistance and lack any background, thus posing no risk of attracting trouble. Fang Zhan furrowed his brow, realization dawning upon him regarding his worth. Was he not akin to the flesh of Tang Song? His understanding of the awakened world was still woefully insufficient. I advise you to surrender quietly. A scene of bloodshed would be quite troublesome to clean up, and it would only bring you unnecessary suffering, Zhao San said ominously. The last awakened one who resisted found himself dismembered, reduced to a mere puppet for 3 days before meeting his demise. Imagine the agony of such a fate. Fang Zhan's gaze turned icy. This man had committed numerous such atrocities. He was nothing less than a trafficker. You deserve to die. Fang Zhan could not help but retort in fury. Zhao San dismissed him with a wave. It seems you are still unaware of your predicament. In the next moment, he vanished once more. A chilling glint flashed past Fang Zhan's side, leaving him utterly unprepared. Fang Zhan's right arm was sliced open by a dagger, blood gushing forth from the deep wound, nearly exposing the bone, the intense pain causing him to gasp sharply. Truly, it was impossible to defend against. Any movement sent excruciating pain coursing through his right arm, rendering it nearly useless. Fang Zhan felt a surge of terror. This ability, if one lacked effective countermeasures, was nearly insurmountable. Should he not utilize his own abilities? If he perished, there would be no opportunity left. Zhao San observed him like a hamster scurrying in a cage, amusement dancing in his eyes, as if Fang Zhan were already a fish in a barrel. Fang Zhan, refusing to be complacent, immediately unleashed his abilities. Strange flames ignited from his left hand, swiftly shooting forth. Fool! You think you can hit me with that? Zhao San effortlessly evaded. The bizarre black fire struck the wall, spreading like flowing water, ceaselessly advancing. The peculiar flames appeared to be a powerful thought-based ability, a special attack formed from mental energy. Regrettably, it was unsuitable for him, yet it bore significant value. A smile of delight crept across Zhao San's face. He vanished again, hurtling towards Fang Zhan. Only a blurred silhouette remained visible. Seeing this, Fang Zhan wasted no time igniting flames in his palm, then struck the ground, causing the black fire to rapidly spread around him, scorching and chilling, enveloping everything within a 3-meter radius. Get away! Zhao San hastily halted, retreating several steps in fright. Such an incomprehensible phenomenon was not to be trifled with. It might possess devastating power, though he wielded speed. His physical form was quite fragile, only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Clever, employing such tactics to keep me at bay, Zhao San clapped, a hint of appreciation evident. This application is commendable. UVE made some progress. Fang Zhan, engulfed in black flames that seemed to form a grotesque armor, was a sight to behold as the liquid fire oozed outward, writhing and crawling as if alive. He resembled a monster revived from the depths of a ghastly realm. Stay back, Fang Zhan commanded coldly. Zhao San's smile faded, replaced by indifference. You think this makes you invincible? To speak to me in such a manner. A newly awakened ability user recklessly unleashing their powers. How long can you endure? I wager no more than 10 seconds. The more seasoned awakened ones understood the nuances of stamina allocation and employed various methods to enhance themselves. Even with identical abilities, the power exhibited by different awakened individuals could vary drastically. Fang Zhan's brow furrowed. Indeed, just seconds later, he began to feel fatigued, his energy rapidly depleting. Yet, he could persist a while longer. Zhao San scrutinized Fang Zhan, mentally counting to 10, his eyes widening in surprise. How could this persist? Could this brat be a seasoned awakened one? Impossible. He appeared nothing more than a novice. Fang Zhan recognized the peril of continuing in such a manner and promptly turned to flee. However, Zhao San would not allow such a delectable morsel to escape, pursuing him without hesitation. Within the upscale community, a massive, bizarre black fire swirled and roiled, drawing curious onlookers to their windows. What on earth is that? Is there a monster? Where are the property management and security? WeVE paid so much in fees for what purpose? Quick, take a picture. It might make the headlines. While some were frightened, many others, driven by curiosity, raised their phones to capture the anomaly in times of peace. Any strange occurrence drew public attention. Yet, they could only capture the swirling black flames, unaware of the figure hidden within or the swiftly moving Zhao San. Fang Zhan, wishing to avoid detection, dashed straight into the underground parking garage. Fool, by fleeing here, you're cutting off your own escape route. Where else can you run? Zhao San taunted mercilessly from behind. Yet, he too felt a twinge of trepidation. This boy had been unleashing flames with full force for nearly a minute. Such stamina was remarkable. Or perhaps it was due to the high level of his ability, making even his ordinary display astonishing. If this were the case, it would be a serious matter. Could it be that a newly awakened person was already above B class, perhaps even A class? If he truly reached A class, it would be extraordinary. Such awakened individuals must register with the state, and any significant actions must be reported. Should one be discovered deliberately evading the government's scrutiny, the consequences could be severe, even tantamount to treason. If he truly was A class, he would be a rare find in Haishi, and capturing him alive would be imperative. Zhao San felt exhilarated. Fortunately, he is a novice. Otherwise, I might not have been able to handle him then, like a cat toying with a mouse. He began to taunt Fang Zhan into releasing his abilities. Minutes later, Fang Zhan's exhaustion became increasingly evident. The flames enveloping him waned, appearing as though they might extinguish at any moment. You, get away from me. Fang Zhan staggered, his spirit diminished. Zhao San tossed his dagger into the air, catching it deftly. I cannot bear to leave you. Boy, your flames must be nearly spent, and then you shall meet your end. As Fang Zhan's strength waned, Zhao San could no longer restrain himself, unleashing his ability and charging forward. This time, his target was Fang Zhan's other hand. If he could render both hands useless, the threat would be neutralized. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced Fang Zhan's wrist, blood spraying forth. Just as Zhao San prepared to employ the same tactic and retreat, Fang Zhan twisted his wrist, forcibly embedding the dagger deeper into his own flesh. The intense pain causing his face to contort in agony. Zhao San was taken aback, his movements slowing. He had never encountered such a situation before. Pain typically induced a tremor and the instinct to flee. How could someone deliberately inflict harm upon themselves? I've got you. Fang Zhan seized the dagger, twisting it to grip Zhao San tightly, then bore down upon him. Zhao San was astonished. He still retained strength. Instinctively, Zhao San activated his ability, attempting to escape, but suddenly, he stumbled, a powerful, overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloping him. He crashed heavily to the ground. What is happening? Zhao San gasped in terror as he looked down to discover. His right leg had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 45. The Club. Ah! Zhao San screamed in terror. Though he had been awakened for a considerable time, he had seldom engaged in resolving rule-related incidents, so he had encountered few strange phenomena. Most of his dealings being with other awakened individuals now, with one leg suddenly gone and devoid of any pain. The occurrence was utterly bizarre, even nightmarish. Fang Zhan, drenched in dark, viscous blood, was a gruesome sight as blood continued to pour from the dagger wound in his wrist. The most shocking image, however, was the severed leg he clutched tightly. Why aren't you running? Fang Zhan's face was pale, the wound causing him excruciating pain, but his eyes glimmered with mocking triumph. Only through such a method could he secure his opponent. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Zhao San attempted to rise, but the sensation of weightlessness was too disorienting. He stumbled and fell. He stared at Fang Zhan in disbelief. How did you do this? It's impossible. You possess a second ability. How can you have a second ability? The awakening of two abilities in an awakener is exceedingly rare. It is rumored that some individuals can employ special methods to awaken a second ability once more. But such occurrences are infrequent. In any case, Zhao San has never witnessed it. Thus, he certainly does not feel the need to guard against such eventualities. A correct guess, yet alas, there are no rewards. Fang Zhan approached leisurely. You claim to have hunted down the last awakener, severing their limbs and fashioning them into a human stick. Why not allow you to experience that sensation for yourself? Conveniently, I possess such an ability. Zhao San felt a chill run down his spine. He wished to struggle, yet in the heat of battle, he found himself unable to rise or activate his own powers. Instead, he could only watch helplessly as Fang Zhan grasped one of his legs and effortlessly detached it. As though plucking a fully ripened apple from a tree. No, please, don't do this to me, Zhao San wailed. I am a member of the Zero-Hour Club. There are many formidable awakeners within. If you kill me, the club will not spare you. The club? Fang Zhan shook his head. I have never heard of it. He then removed one of Zhao San's hands. Zhao San was now in utter despair. He had forgotten that the person before him was merely a novice. The club was an organization formed spontaneously by awakeners in the civilian sphere, aimed at mutual benefit and forbidding internal strife. If someone were to hunt down a member of their club, they would retaliate, Zhao San exclaimed, without an organization to protect you. Once you harm me, you will break the rules and your fate will be sealed. What kind of reasoning is that? I cannot defend myself? Fang Zhen retorted. Zhao San struggled to explain, you still cannot. This is the unspoken rule among our clubs. This effectively coerces Wild Awakeners into joining some organization, which benefits both unity and management. The state tacitly allows such matters. Otherwise, unrestrained Awakeners could wreak havoc. Fang Zhen paused, realizing the complication. Evading the state's scrutiny was already troublesome. Provoking an entire club of Awakeners would be perilous. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I must contact the higher-ups of your club. Zhao San sighed in relief. It seemed that his life was at least preserved for the moment. He hastily retrieved his remaining phone and dialed. This is the president of our club, and I Wentian. Excellent, Fang Zhen said as he snatched the phone from Zhao San's grasp. Hello? A deep, resonant voice answered from the other end.in, an upscale office in He City. A robust, composed man in a suit answered the call, glancing curiously at the caller ID. Who are you? Where is Zhao San? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Zhao San has hunted a Wild Awakener and fallen into my hands. He attempted to kill me, and I understand that according to your 0-hour club's rules, if I kill him in self-defense, you must retaliate against me? Fang Zhen stated, and I Wentian's tone darkened. Indeed, no one can casually kill a member of my club. So, he was engaged in Wild Awakener hunting for black market dealings, and you are aware of this? And I Wentian was well aware that some members of the club were involved in illicit activities behind the scenes. But as president, he could not monitor every clandestine operation. If he imposed too strict a regime, the club members would surely seek other affiliations. If you release him, I can guarantee that you will face no repercussions. And I Wentian offered, deciding not to follow the opponent's lead in the conversation. Fang Zhen chuckled. He has put me in this predicament. Do you expect me to simply let him go at your word? Isn't that a touch presumptuous? Even if I refuse to release him, what can you do? Kid, don't be too arrogant. The 0-hour club ranks among the top 10 in the country. Finding you and eliminating you is hardly a formidable task, and I Wentian replied coldly. As the club president, he was bound to protect his own. Otherwise, how could he manage his subordinates? A series of busy signals interrupted the call. The line had been disconnected, and I Wentian seethed with anger. How dare he hang up on me? He immediately redialed. Hello? Fang Zhen inquired. Do you have the audacity to hang up on me? Beep, again. The call was terminated. And I Wentian was infuriated, and when he dialed back, he discovered the other party's phone was turned off. His expression darkened as he swiftly dialed a secret number. Find out Zhao San's recent whereabouts. Soon, the information was relayed. What? Han City? Recently, Han City has been under martial law for reasons unknown. All air traffic has been suspended. Damn Zhao San. Why must he cause me trouble in Han City? And I Wentian's expression soured. Chapter 46. Hiding in the safe. Hello, 110? I know where the person you are looking for is. He was captured by someone from the 0-hour club. You need not understand. Simply escalate it up the chain. And your higher-ups will surely know. Fang Zhen casually smashed the phone, indifferent as it was not his own. Zhao San looked on in bewilderment, utterly confused by the abrupt breakdown in negotiations and the sudden police report. Moreover, he could not comprehend the content of the conversation. Initially, he had believed that a club president would possess some reason. It seemed he was mistaken. He was not even discussing compensation, simply demanding that I release him. Treating me as though I were inconsequential, Fang Zhen shook his head. Even a clay figurine has its limits, and he was no exception. As an awakener himself, he reasoned that no matter how powerful the club might be, as long as he remained hidden well enough, they could not possibly dispatch a multitude of awakeners to search for him. Such an act would not be sanctioned by the state. Fang Zhen was aware that Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan were undoubtedly searching for him. Now was the perfect opportunity to create some trouble for the 0-hour club. You must remain calm, Zhao San pleaded, his face a mask of terror as Fang Zhen drew nearer. I can offer a ransom for my life. How much do you want? 500 million. I will pay 500 million. Ah, truly wealthy. Fang Zhen replied without hesitation as he severed Zhao San's head. But alas, since you sought to kill me, how could I possibly spare you? Zhao San was on the brink of fainting. With only his head remaining, he struggled to maintain coherent thought. It was an immense test of psychological endurance. The underling of Master Yin had fainted multiple times from fear. Barely accepting the situation at hand, Fang Zhan peered intently at the head before him. You mentioned that awakeners can be sold on the black market. Does that not make you quite valuable? The thought of his grim future led Zhao San to faint outright. Master Yin remained in his room, surrounded by furniture engulfed in a bizarre flame that would not extinguish. He fetched a bucket, dousing the flames repeatedly, yet the fire seemed impervious to water. The black, liquid-like flames emitted both scorching heat and an eerie chill, instilling a sense of dread. Master Yin shivered involuntarily, helplessly watching as his expensive furniture was reduced to ashes. If such flames were to touch flesh, the consequences would be horrifying. He wondered if Zhao San had dealt with that individual Yet. In his mind, Zhao San's intervention would be swift and decisive. The only question was how long he intended to toy with his prey. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside. Just as he had spoken of Zhao San, he arrived. This time, I can claim some credit. Brother San, Master Yin joyfully opened the door. Suddenly, a severed head was hurled towards him. The familiar visage sent Master Yin leaping 3 feet into the air, an uncontrollable wave of dread washing over him as he beheld the blood-soaked figure in the doorway. You. This man was still alive. Had Brother San been counterkilled? How could that be? He could not fathom how Zhao San could have lost. Master Yin was astounded by the unexpected turn of events. Brother San, you did not die? Who told you I was dead? Fang Zhan replied, displeased. Quickly, gag him and place him in the safe. If anyone discovers this, you will find yourself sharing a space with him. Master Yin dared not delay, swiftly grabbing a filthy sock and stuffing it into Zhao San's mouth. Ignoring Zhao San's murderous glare, he tossed him into the safe. Phew, at last. It is finished, O Great One. Do you have any further instructions? Master Yin asked, trembling with fear. Fang Zhan warned, you must safeguard Zhao San. If anyone inquires, you must not reveal anything, or your fate will be sealed. I comprehend, I understand. Furthermore, it is imperative that my whereabouts remain undisclosed. Indeed, this is of utmost importance. Fang Zhendao inquired, are you acquainted with any private doctors? The injuries sustained by Fang Zhen were, in fact, rather grave. He was on the verge of losing consciousness due to the pain. With both arms nearly numb from blood loss, seeking medical attention was urgent. Master Yin was perplexed. Isn't it possible to go to a proper hospital? What do you think? Master Yin silently berated his own foolishness for asking such a pointless question. Those who dare not visit a legitimate hospital are certainly not individuals of good standing. How did he find himself entangled with such a character? I know a highly skilled private doctor. One who typically attends to the affluent and powerful, though his fees are quite steep. Master Yin hastily replied. Fang Zhan succinctly commanded, take me there. All right. Master Yin quickly led Fang Zhan outside, avoiding surveillance, and entered the garage through the fire escape. Soon after, he drove his luxury vehicle, transporting Fang Zhan onward. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, they arrived at an opulent private villa. As a member of the 0 Point Club, Master Yin held some influence, which allowed him to secure an appointment with the private doctor. Upon entering the villa, a housekeeper assisted them in opening the door, revealing a lavishly adorned interior bustling with over a dozen servants. The ambience was elegant and resplendent. A well-groomed middle-aged man, clad in silk pajamas and sipping whiskey, greeted them warmly. Welcome, esteemed guests. His name was Song Zihao, a former top surgeon at a prominent hospital in Kyoto. Following a scandal involving bribery, he resigned in indignation to become a private physician, catering exclusively to the wealthy, earning several hundred times what he made in the hospital. Aware of Master Yan's background, he showed no signs of negligence. Dr. Song, I have a friend who has sustained injuries. I beg your assistance. Master Yin got straight to the point. Song Zihao glanced at Fang Zhan, his brow furrowing slightly. The injuries appear severe. This blood, could it be poisoning? If it's a rare toxin, I may not be able to treat it, as the serum is under strict control and difficult to procure. Fang Zhan shook his head. I am not poisoned. I only require treatment for my external injuries. Very well, follow me. Song Zihao guided them through the villa's grand hall to the backyard, which boasted a lawn, a swimming pool, and a 5-story building. The air inside the small structure was infused with the scent of disinfectant, filled with surgical instruments and medications, resembling a miniature hospital. "Welcome to my private clinic," Song Zihao proclaimed with pride. The three entered the makeshift hospital, where Song Zihao led Fang Jian into an operating room. "My fees are quite high, and I must inform you in advance," he stated. Fang Jian nodded. "How much will my treatment cost?" "Approximately 300,000. Fang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. That is exorbitant. He had anticipated a steep price, but this exceeded his expectations. Dr. Song chuckled. "For someone of your stature, does money truly matter? This sum is trivial for you. You chose to come here precisely for the environment, privacy, and safety, which are invaluable." "Very well," Fang Jian relented, grateful he had earned some money. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford treatment. It was evident that Dr. Song had treated many awakened individuals, as those with unusual abilities often avoided conventional hospitals to prevent drawing unwanted attention and complications. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the adjacent room. "Monster! Monster!" someone shouted in a panicked voice. Chapter 47. The Skynet Mutual Aid Society. Fang Jian's alertness surged, and he leaped from the operating table. The mere mention of the word monster could instinctively induce anxiety, especially since Fang Jian knew that such creatures truly existed. "Do not be alarmed. That is merely another patient of mine who is recuperating here," Dr. Song explained. "He overextended his abilities and is currently very weak, having experienced significant trauma. He likely just awoke from a nightmare." Fang Jian exhaled in relief and resumed his position on the table. Dr. Song administered anesthesia and disinfected the wounds before proceeding with a series of highly professional and skillful sutures. Naturally, it was not a full anesthesia. He understood that awakened individuals possessed little sense of security. Unless faced with a life-threatening injury, they would never opt for complete sedation. During the procedure, Dr. Song shared anecdotes about the patient in the next room. "That lad is battered and bruised. It seems he was quite frightened. Running amok, I heard he encountered a witch over 50 meters tall. I even suspect he might have lost his mind. Such monsters do not exist." Fang Jian was taken aback. A witch over 50 meters tall seemed eerily familiar. Half an hour later, Fang Jian's wounds were expertly stitched and bandaged. "I envy individuals like you, possessing such tenacity. After losing so much blood, you're still standing. An ordinary person would have succumbed to blood loss long ago," Dr. Song mused. "Your blood is truly remarkable. Would you mind if I take a small sample for research?" Fang Jian's expression darkened. "Absolutely not." Dr. Song appeared unfazed. "Very well, rest well. Will you be paying by card, scan, or cash?" "Cash." Fang Jian reluctantly handed over 300,000 in cash. "Thank you for your patronage," Dr. Song said, presenting Fang Jian with a business card. "I appreciate clients like you who are so straightforward. In the future, simply reach out to me directly." He was acutely aware of the necessity of maintaining a good rapport with awakened individuals for his own safety. "You may rest here. My establishment is exceedingly secure. Many club presidents are my friends, and none would dare intrude upon my villa." With that, Dr. Song leisurely departed, wine glass in hand. Fang Jian, however, had no intention of resting. He promptly rose and made his way to the adjacent room. Sure enough, he encountered a familiar face. The very individual who had once attempted to rob him. This man possessed a unique ability, absolute defense, capable of creating an incredibly resilient space. Unfortunately, he had ultimately been forcibly subdued by Chu Xiaoyuan. What a narrow twist of fate. Fang Jian unceremoniously opened the door. Ruan Yaowen was sleeping fitfully, as soon as he closed his eyes. The towering and eerie figure of the witch invaded his mind, leaving him mentally exhausted. In comparison, the bruises sustained during his escape seemed trivial. Creak. The hospital door swung open. He initially assumed it was Dr. Song checking on his condition, but was taken aback when a hand clamped around his throat, threatening him. "I advise you not to move. Otherwise, I could end your life in an instant. Your absolute defense will not activate in time." Ruan Yaowen was struck with terror. What is happening? Upon recognizing the face before him, his astonishment deepened. This individual was the very person he had sought to capture. How did he end up here? Ruan Yaowen was utterly confounded. Wasn't this person supposed to be taken to the headquarters of the National Special Department? Why was he still in Han City and, moreover, at Dr. Song's? I suggest you refrain from any actions. Daring to strike in Dr. Song's domain would place you on the wanted list of numerous clubs, Ruan Yaowen stated calmly. Fang Jian scoffed. Let us see you try. dare to capture a person sought by the state? And I'm curious to see which club would stand behind you. Ruan Yawen felt a headache coming on. Indeed, if this matter escalated, the awakened community would be compelled to maintain silence, lest they invite death upon themselves. This is not my concern. Someone has commissioned me to capture you, Ruan Yawen protested indignantly. I am merely in it for a bit of bounty. Fang Zhen inquired, which club do you belong to? Ruan Yawen dismissed him. I am not part of any club. They are merely a flock of sheep seeking warmth together. Then who are you? I am a lone tiger. Ha, a tiger terrified into nightmares. Ruan Yawen's expression darkened. I hail from the Skynet Mutual Aid Society. Members within the society are unfamiliar with one another and refer to each other by codenames. We mutually assist one another while also posting and accepting tasks to earn points. I have no knowledge of who wishes to capture you. It is merely a task within the society. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhen realized that there existed not only clubs but also such mutual aid societies. He pondered whether this organization was recognized by the state. Unfamiliar with one another? Fang Zhen felt intrigued. If that were the case, joining this mutual aid society might be a wise choice, as it would provide a semblance of organization and insight into the affairs of awakened individuals. Preventing him from being utterly in the dark. Is your mutual aid society formidable? Fang Zhen queried. Ruan Yawen swelled with pride. Of course. Our Skynet Mutual Aid Society is renowned not just domestically but globally. Undoubtedly the foremost in Asia, the criteria for joining are quite strict. One must independently resolve a D-level incident to qualify for registration as a new member. IT certainly sounded impressive. Fang Zhen contemplated for a moment. Is any task permissible? If you can afford the price, any task can be fulfilled. Very well. If you assist me with a few matters, we shall be even. Ruan Yawen smirked but, recalling the grip on his neck, could only begrudgingly remain silent. What do you require? Fang Zhen responded. I need a brand new, legitimate identity, one free of complications, enabling me to live a normal life. Ruan Yawen looked at Fang Zhen with confusion, but gradually realization dawned in his eyes. Have you committed treason? This revelation could indeed explain why Fang Zhen found himself in this predicament, and why he bore such injuries. Curse you. Help me create a new identity and assist me in joining the Mutual Aid Society. And we shall be completely square, murmured Fang Zhendao. There are quite a few requirements, he thought. It's not as simple as joining the Mutual Aid Society. Yet, he found himself compelled to comply. Ruan Yawen swiftly retrieved his phone. Logging onto a dark website after facial recognition and password confirmation, entering a website that appeared clean and straightforward, it was evident that members of the Tianwang Mutual Aid Society communicated through this platform. After contemplating for a moment, he inquired, what bounty do you intend to offer? 3 million, Fang Zhen stated. He had only earned a total of 380,000 himself. It seemed sufficient to reserve some funds for emergencies. Fang Zhen thought he had been quite generous, but Ruan Yawen cast a disdainful glance at him. Such a paltry sum. It doesn't even meet the basic criteria for task issuance. Never mind. I shall cover you for now. He promptly entered 10 million, a full 7 zeros. Fang Zhen gasped in astonishment. He had assumed himself wealthy, only to realize he fell short of the minimum amount required to issue a task. I am indeed impoverished. Chapter 48. Grasping the lifeline in that moment, Fang Zhen truly understood just how affluent these awakened individuals were. They were all immensely wealthy. Damn it, how envious I wish to become one of them. The task has been posted. Such trivial matters will soon be resolved, Ruan Yawen assured him. Fang Zhen, puzzled, replied, isn't this a significant undertaking? It equates to altering national records. The world is merely a vast stage, and the ordinary clerks responsible for safeguarding such records are just that, ordinary employees. What difficulty is there? The greatest challenge lies in ensuring the process is legal and legitimate. Do not underestimate the influence of these individuals. Some top-tier awakened ones can negotiate directly with the government. So it is, Fang Zhen realized, understanding that he needed to rapidly revise his perspective. He could not approach these matters with the mindset of an ordinary person. Well, I've already assisted you. May I be released now? Ruan Yawen stated awkwardly. How can I trust you won't betray me? If you were to suddenly rebel or summon help, what would I do? Remember, you were planning to ambush me not long ago. Not an ambush, merely a capture, Ruan Yawen corrected. I have no interest in killing. I have always championed peace. Really? I find that hard to believe. Faced with such an unyielding response, Ruan Yawen felt a surge of helplessness. What do you want then? I need to take something that can restrain you. I have nothing of value. Perhaps I could transfer my savings to you. That should put your mind at ease. I know money means little to you. Fang Zhen remarked, casually swiping an item from Ruan Yawen and tossing it into a plastic bag. I believe that possessing this lifeline will ensure your compliance. Ruan Yawen looked perplexed. What item? He felt no unusual sensation. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp what had transpired and anxiously patted his body. Oh no, it's gone. You truly took my lifeline? Return it to me. Ruan Yawen cried out in anguish, feeling utterly despondent. Fang Zhen scoffed. Do you think I desired to take it? I will return it to you in due time, but you would do well to remain compliant. The moment you make even the slightest move, you shall bid farewell to your lifeline. With that, he exited the hospital room. Ruan Yawen, in a frenzy, attempted to pursue him, but recalling Fang Zhen's final warning, he froze in place, his expression grim. You'd best keep your word, or I will make you pay, Ruan Yawen cried out despairingly. Understood, Fang Zhen replied lazily, retreating to sleep. That night, Ruan Yawen was destined for insomnia, but this time it was not due to the haunting image of the witch in his mind. Rather, it was because he had lost his most vital lifeline. Without it, what was the point of living? How could one possess such power? In the dead of night, the hospital echoed with his anguished cries. Meanwhile, Fang Zhen slept soundly, having exerted himself throughout the day and sustaining serious injuries. He fell into a deep slumber as soon as his head hit the pillow. With Dr. Song's vigilance, he need not worry about safety, allowing him to sleep undisturbed until midday. Upon awakening groggily, Fang Zhen glanced at his phone, astonished to see it was already noon. He had slept for over 10 hours, feeling remarkably refreshed. Dr. Song had also come to check on Fang Zhen's condition, confirming there was no infection and that everything was normal. Brother, you've awakened, Ruan Yawen said, ingratiatingly positioning a small table laden with a sumptuous breakfast at the bedside. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought everything. Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, stir-fried noodles, pancakes, and congee were all laid out. Fang Zhen stretched lazily, responding, no need for such formality. And of course, Ruan Yawen replied as he set the small table on the bed. His demeanor exceedingly respectful. It was evident that a man whose lifeline had been seized possessed no pride. Fang Zhen, seeing this, felt no need for decorum. Why be polite with a billionaire? He sipped the rich soy milk and devoured a couple of fried dough sticks, relishing the delightful flavors. Indeed, the soy milk and fried dough sticks of the wealthy taste distinctly better. Subsequently, Ruan Yawen produced a package and handed it to Fang Zhen. Brother, your identity has been arranged. So soon? Fang Zhen was taken aback. Of course. I added 30 million more, designating it as an urgent task. A helicopter delivered it early this morning without delay. Impressive efficiency. It was apparent that Ruan Yawen was genuinely anxious. Fang Zhen opened the package, extracting a dossier containing information about a young man who bore a 5 to 6% resemblance to him, a rural resident from Xisheng, also named Fang Zhen. Whether this was fabricated or based on a real individual remained uncertain. The dossier also contained a brand new identification card, a phone card, and a bank card, all legitimate and compliant with regulations, ensuring that no inquiries would reveal any discrepancies. At last, Fang Zhen possessed his own identity, freeing him from the inconveniences of his previous existence. A heavy burden lifted from Fang Zhen's heart. I truly appreciate your efforts. Ruan Yawen gazed at Fang Zhen with anticipation. Brother, what about my situation? Patience. I still wish to join your mutual aid society. I cannot decide that. You need not decide. Simply help me navigate the proper channels. Fang Zhen pondered for a moment. Given the current martial law in Han City, do you have any means to leave? Ruan Yawen shook his head. If I could leave, I wouldn't be hiding here with Dr. Song. The government has ordered a lockdown, and attempting to escape is no simple feat. With Ruan Yawen expressing such concerns, Fang Zhen reluctantly abandoned the idea of fleeing. Now that he possessed a legitimate identity, he should be able to remain cautious and avoid trouble. Then assist me in joining the Tianwang Mutual Aid Society. I trust you will find a way. Ruan Yawen had no choice but to retrieve his phone, log into the Tianwang forum, and subsequently dial a virtual number, one belonging to the forum's administrator. Though different individuals answered each time. Hence, it was likely that the Tianwang forum had multiple administrators. I am the city wall. Ruan Yawen announced his code. The administrator replied coldly, what is your business? I have a friend who wishes to join the Tianwang Forum. His identity is clean, and I can serve as his recommender and guarantor. What abilities does your friend possess? B-level ability. Slaughter. Fang Zhan cast a glance at Ruan Yawen, who awkwardly smiled in response. Unable to sleep the previous night, he had taken the opportunity to search the forum for solutions regarding such abilities, ultimately discovering that no answers existed. Once limbs or organs were taken, it was not fatal. But restoration could only be achieved through the assistance of the awakened individual or another with the same power. In the short term, finding another awakened individual with the same capability would be exceedingly difficult. Chapter 49. The hospital theft incident. Before long, the forum administrator had registered Fang Zhen's identity information. Next, they needed to complete a D-level rule event. You may either assign a task or take one on your own. The administrator stated, "We'll take one on our own," Ruan Yawen replied. Soon, Ruan Yawen had successfully guided Fang Zhen through the process. I managed to find a D-level event in the bounty section that doesn't seem too difficult. Let's go and resolve this swiftly, Ruan Yawen urged. However, my injuries have yet to heal. Let's wait a few more days before we depart. Ruan Yawen looked pained. We must wait? Yet, he had no choice but to bide his time. You mentioned that you accepted a task before you attempted to capture me. Who issued that task? Was it someone from your mutual aid society? Fang Zhen inquired. Ruan Yawen nodded. Indeed, his codename is Deepwell. After the task failed, I reported him on the forum. His intel was incomplete and nearly cost me my life. The witch's strength was far greater than the information indicated. However, he has not responded. Likely out of guilt. Is there any way to locate him? No, all identities are encrypted. Doesn't your mutual aid society have someone accept every task? Ruan Yawen furrowed his brow. Such matters would likely be disallowed by the mutual aid society. Moreover, uncovering the truth would require breaching the forum's servers, which entails a hefty bounty. How high would the reward need to be? I've heard that the black market sells awakened individuals. You are aware of such things? Ruan Yawen disdainfully remarked, I hold in the utmost contempt those who prey upon inexperienced awakened individuals, only to sell them off. They are nothing but a band of ruffians. Fang Zhen cast a sidelong glance at him. Retorting, what difference is there between your act of capturing me to complete a task for profit and their behavior? For a moment, Ruan Yawen found himself at a loss for words. I have an awakened individual in my possession who attempted to capture me for the black market. But I managed to turn the tables and kill him. If you have connections, help me sell him, and I can offer you a commission. It should amount to a considerable sum, Fang Zhen stated. You captured an awakened individual? Ruan Yawen exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. What of it? Fang Zhen responded. Ruan Yawen was taken aback. This fellow had only just awakened, yet he had managed to turn the tables on a hunter known for targeting novices. It was indeed impressive, and no wonder he had fallen victim to him. However, Ruan Yawen regrettably lacked connections to the black market, and posting a task would require a significant expenditure. Fang Zhen had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea. After 5 days of recuperation in the villa, Fang Zhen finally regained his ability to move and was ready to set off. Truly, awakened individuals possess recovery capabilities that far exceed those of ordinary people. Dr. Song cheerfully handed him the bill. The daily hospitalization fee is 100,000. We appreciate your patronage and welcome you next time. Fang Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. What, there's a hospitalization fee? Nevertheless, Ruan Yawen readily paid the amount, leaving Fang Zhen to grit his teeth and part with his money. Now left with only 300,000, this won't do. I must find a way to sell Zhao San quickly. Otherwise, this amount won't even cover medical expenses. Ruan Yawen drove his red convertible, ferrying Fang Zhen out of the villa at breakneck speed, garnering attention from passers-by. I love this feeling, Ruan Yawen exclaimed, thumping the steering wheel with laughter. Fang Zhen inquired, aren't you afraid of attracting the government's attention? Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan are already investigating you, aren't they? Let them investigate. The member information of the Tianwang Mutual Aid Society is encrypted. Even if the government wishes to look into it, it won't be that simple. Besides, I haven't genuinely disrupted the Special Operations Group's mission. Are they going to execute me? Ruan Yawen whistled at a beautiful woman by the roadside. Hey? Gorgeous, interested in a joyride? The woman, clearly intrigued by the flashy convertible, glanced back. Fang Zhen scoffed. Do you still have the ability to flirt? The thought of this made Ruan Yawen's face darken, and without a word, he pressed the accelerator and sped off, leaving the bewildered beauty in his wake. Could it be that this dashing driver was impotent? Soon enough, The duo arrived at a large public hospital, Han City People's Hospital. Class D incident, hospital theft case, Ruan Yaowen stated, producing a file. This hospital frequently experiences thefts. It began with trivial items like pins and keys, but escalated to money, cars, and even medical equipment. The police have visited dozens of times over the past month but found nothing. And the surveillance cameras also captured nothing. Any leads? Fang Zhen asked. Ruan Yaowen shook his head. If there were leads, it would have been resolved long ago. Finding the root cause is the most challenging part. For now, there have been no casualties, so the danger level is relatively low. The Special Operations Department is always busy and can't spare resources for such minor issues, which is one reason the government tolerates the existence of these civilian organizations. All right then. The two exited the vehicle. Fang Zhen glanced at the red convertible. Your car isn't parked straight. It's over the lines. What does it matter? I always park like this, Ruan Yaowen replied dismissively. You're encroaching on the lines, making it hard for other cars to park. Ruan Yaowen scoffed. The parking spaces in public areas are drawn too small. It's nearly impossible to park perfectly. Besides, my convertible is high-end and lacks a parking assistance system. Fang Zhen understood. So your poor parking skills are to blame, yet you blame your car's design. Ruan Yaowen retorted, has anyone ever told you that your tongue is quite venomous? No, let us go. We need to solve this problem quickly. The problem has already arisen. Where? Look for yourself. Fang Zhen pointed at the red convertible. Ruan Yaowen looked down and gasped, who the hell stole my tires? It was audacious to steal tires in broad daylight. He exclaimed, I need to check the surveillance. At that moment, the ostentatious car had lost both front tires, causing the bumper to crash heavily onto the ground. The expensive vehicle began to emit smoke. Stop checking. We're not going to find anything. We just got out of the car, and we haven't even walked away. It's evident that we've already been affected by rule-related incidents. Fang Zhen remarked. Ruan Yaowen immediately grasped the implication, the hospital theft case. Are you suggesting that I violated a rule? While there may not be a specific rule inside the hospital, parking properly is a rule that every driver should adhere to. Just because no one is penalized doesn't mean it can be disregarded. The way you speak so seriously makes you sound like a naive university student who believes in truth, goodness, and beauty. Why does it always feel like I'm being scolded? Fang Zhen coldly huffed. The three major principles for handling rule-related incidents. The first is to adhere to the rules. You'd best continue to believe in truth, goodness, and beauty, or one day you'll face dire consequences for violating the rules. Chapter 50. The weeping in the hospital. Ruan Yaowen stared blankly at Fang Zhen, somewhat lost in thought. Wasn't this guy newly awakened? Why did he seem more professional than himself? The three major principles were widely circulated within the community, often taken for granted and seldom pondered. Most of the time, resolving rule-related incidents relies on experience and adaptability. As rich experience can often solve the majority of problems. Fang Zhen, being a newcomer, had heard Chu Xiaoyuan mention the three major principles several times, which he took very seriously. Let us go, Fang Zhen urged. Ruan Yaowen followed behind, muttering under his breath, you may have a high ability level, reaching B rank, but your power's effectiveness hinges on contact and a direct confrontation with me. You wouldn't stand a chance. I could easily eliminate you. This statement held some truth. Abilities that require contact to activate are often powerful but come with significant limitations. Ruan Yaowen possessed the ability to create transparent defensive walls, making it nearly impossible for Fang Zhen to approach him. Yet, with the upper hand in this situation, Ruan Yaowen could only submissively lower his head. The two entered the hospital. Despite it being a weekday, the city hospital was bustling with people, particularly middle-aged and elderly individuals, most wearing masks and few sporting smiles. Let us try to find some clues, Fang Zhen suggested. Ruan Yaowen approached the information desk, flashing his most charming smile. Hello, Angel in White. There's something I can inquire about. The staff member at the desk remained impassive, having faced a myriad of individuals throughout the day, her demeanor as cold as someone who had filleted fish for a decade. I'd like to know if there have been any recent deaths in the hospital. The staff member looked at Ruan Yaowen as if he were an idiot. Are you here to cause trouble? Hey, what's with your attitude? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? And do you believe I'll call security to have you removed? You. Just as Ruan Yaowen was about to explode with anger, Fang Zhen pushed him away, apologizing with a smile. My apologies, my apologies. He is not quite right in the head. We're here to see the psychiatry department. Psychiatry is on the 8th floor. Please keep the mental health patients from wandering around. Understood. Fangjin pulled Ruan Yaowen to a corner of the hospital. Have you lost your mind? What's wrong with me? The origins of these incidents often relate to deaths. Asking this may yield some clues. That may be true, but this is a hospital, a major city hospital at that. How many people must die daily here? What do you expect others to reply? Ruan Yaowen paused. Oh, right? No wonder that staff member had such a foul expression. Ugh, then doesn't that mean we're completely at a loss for leads? Ruan Yaowen frowned. Fangjin replied, exactly, it's entirely impossible to find any clues. What were you thinking, taking on a task at a hospital? While the danger level isn't high, the difficulty in solving it is off the charts. Ruan Yaowen slapped his forehead. No wonder no one competed with me for this task. It turns out there is such a trap. I am genuinely impressed with you, you pig teammate. Ruan Yaowen fell silent, not daring to retort. This matter was indeed his oversight. Now you need to leverage your resources and connections to thoroughly investigate when the large-scale thefts began. At the very least, we can eliminate some incorrect answers, Fangjin said irritably. Understood. Ruan Yaowen, feeling guilty, stepped aside to log into the Tianwang forum and began searching for information. Meanwhile, Fangjin aimlessly wandered through the hospital. The hospital was a microcosm of human nature, showcasing its most fragile facets. In the corridors, family members appeared dazed, as if they hadn't slept in days, especially at the entrance of the intensive care unit, where relatives pleaded with doctors and unknown deities, hoping for someone to save their loved ones. A thought flashed through Fangjin's mind. The walls of a hospital hear prayers more devout than those in a church. At that moment, a mother and daughter descended the escalator. The mother appeared to be in her 40s, while the daughter, clad in a school uniform, seemed to be in her early teens, small in stature. Looking quite uncomfortable in the crowd. Faintly visible, it appeared that there were still blood scabs on her wrist. Had she attempted suicide by cutting her wrists? Fangjin could not help but steal a few more glances. The mother, with her loud voice, shot a glare at her daughter. Is it really worth it to protest by self-harm just because you have to attend a few more tutoring sessions? Why don't you just go ahead and die? You might as well jump off a building. The daughter hung her head low, too intimidated to utter a word. Am I not doing this for your own good? Why concoct a story about depression to frighten me? The mother squeezed her daughter's arm harshly. Do you think this means you can escape studying? The daughter winced in pain, her breath quickening, and mustered the courage to say, this was confirmed by a doctor. The mother scoffed coldly. Indeed, you are quite impressive, managing to deceive even a doctor. Should I award you a prize? I warn you. If you dare to harm yourself again, I will make you regret it. The daughter's complexion paled, her head bowed, rendered speechless. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to hope. At that moment, perhaps the daughter's heart had truly died. The exchange between the two drew the attention of several onlookers who regarded the young girl with sympathy. Yet, in a hospital, everyone had urgent matters to attend to, and none had the time to meddle in such trivial affairs. How unfortunate, I find myself with the leisure to intervene. Fangjin casually picked up a white lily at the door of the ward and approached the mother and daughter. They were just exiting the hospital when Fangjin stopped them. Excuse me, could you please wait a moment? The mother, puzzled, asked. What do you want? Fangjin, disinterested in further discussion, directly grasped the mother's shoulder and invoked his ability. The daughter looked up at Fangjin in confusion, yet she was too timid to speak. Fangjin smiled gently and handed the lily to the young girl. Everything will be all right. Don't worry, I hope you recover soon. There are still people in this world who will love you. Upon hearing these warm words, an unprecedented warmth surged within the girl's heart. Though he was a stranger, she felt an inexplicable closeness to him. For someone who had never experienced love, a single flower was enough to bring her immense joy. Subsequently, Fangjin glanced at the somewhat detestable mother. However, she was the girl's mother after all. He could not simply eliminate her. Fangjin slowly spoke. Continue on your current path, and one day, your daughter may choose to end her life by jumping from a building, unable to bear the burden any longer. No matter how much you regret it, nothing will change. Your husband will abandon you, your relatives will distance themselves from you, and you will succumb to severe depression. Only then will you truly empathize with your deceased daughter. Realizing how terrifying it is to feel abandoned by the entire world, to exist in a state worse than death in the end, you will choose to end your own life. You will deeply regret not having said a single caring word on that fateful afternoon when your daughter was diagnosed with depression. Perhaps if you had, everything could have been different. Suddenly, you awaken from a dream, only to find it was merely a fleeting illusion, yet the sensation remains as vivid as reality. Fang Zhen finished speaking. The mother remained in a daze for quite some time before tears streamed down her face. She knelt and embraced her daughter, sobbing uncontrollably. I was wrong, dear. I will never force you to attend those tutoring sessions again. From now on, you can read novels, listen to music, do whatever you wish. Qianqian, please don't leave me. The daughter was taken aback by the sudden embrace, feeling somewhat lost. She was bewildered, yet the bond of blood compelled her to instinctively hug her mother. And the heavy gloom in her heart seemed to dissipate somewhat. The girl named Qianqian looked around, trying to find the figure of the big brother who had given her the flower. But amidst the bustling hospital, she could not locate him. Chapter 51. Flowers for Patience. One more person. Fang Zhen watched as the mother and daughter departed. With this, the mother would likely no longer be so harsh on her daughter. He believed that the mother loved her child. It was just that everyone has their own way of showing love. Some individuals do not know how to express their affection for their children. Becoming a parent does not require any courses or exams, which is why many tragedies occur. Perhaps this girl would not become someone extraordinary or brilliant in the future, but she would certainly not leap from a high building. Fang Zhen mused to himself. With so many patients in the hospital, Fang Zhen lacked the ability to cure them all. However, when faced with matters within his capacity, he felt it was his duty to act. At that moment, Ruan Yawen walked over, looking dejected. I can't find any clues. Items go missing frequently in the hospital. The large-scale loss of belongings has existed since the hospital's inception, especially the doctor's pins, which are almost lost daily, and it's impossible to determine when the pattern began. And no worries. I've already found a clue, Fang Zhen replied with a smile. Ruan Yawen was taken aback. Where did you find the clue? That's not your concern. Come, let us head to the 8th floor psychiatry department. You're not actually planning to send me to the psychiatric ward, are you? Don't mess around. I'm not really insane. Who cares whether you're insane or not? If I'm not mistaken, the source might be in the psychiatry department. Why? Ruan Yawen wanted to dig deeper, but Fang Zhen had already entered the elevator. He had no time to ponder and hurriedly followed Fang Zhen. When Fang Zhen altered someone's memory, the recent memories of that person would also surface in his mind, albeit not in large quantities. Otherwise, if he were to absorb lengthy memories from a stranger, his mind would surely burst. Thus, when he was in the mother's mind, he saw some peculiar things. The mother and daughter had been in the hospital for 10 days, receiving treatment for wrist injuries and depression. The mother would see a girl in white attire visiting her daughter daily, yet every time the mother appeared, the girl would vanish. This girl was neither a nurse nor a doctor. The strangest thing was that the mother subconsciously forgot about her presence. Though she existed, she was overlooked. Go check if your car's tire has returned, Fang Zhen instructed Ruan Yawen. Ruan Yawen looked puzzled. Is that even possible? You'll know once you look. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already come with you to the 8th floor. Then it seems you'll have to go back down. Ruan Yawen had no choice but to take the elevator back to the 1st floor. Fang Zhen, meanwhile, quickly received a call from Ruan Yawen on the 8th floor. His phone card was brand new, legal, and capable of normal communication. Bro, my tire is still missing, Ruan Yawen reported. Fang Zhen replied, look again more carefully. I did. There's nothing. I need you to check again more thoroughly. There's really nothing. Look a bit closer. Even if I gouge out my eyeballs to look, if it's gone, it's gone. I'm not blind. Can't I tell if something is there or not? Ruan Yawen gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Yet Fang Zhen persisted. I need you to confirm again. Touch it with your hands, kick it with your feet, and then give me your final answer. Even if I kiss it, something that shouldn't exist won't suddenly appear, can it? The sound of Ruan Yawen angrily kicking something came through the phone, thuds, somewhat muffled. Suddenly, Ruan Yawen exclaimed, how is that possible? What happened? I found my tire. It was clear that the kicks he had just delivered were aimed at the tire. Fang Zhen smiled. That's right. Your tire hasn't been missing at all. A special force has made us overlook it. It has always been there. A special force? Ruan Yawen's tone turned serious. So the ability behind this event has been identified. You could say that. So does that mean you have a lead? Indeed. Fang Zhen hung up the phone. Initially, he could not be certain, But now he was. The source of this incident possessed the power to make people overlook certain things. The manifestation of this ability was the sensation of having lost something when, in reality, it had not truly disappeared. However, this should only be the first stage. Once the rules begin to collapse, this ability might cause significant repercussions. It was imperative to resolve this swiftly. Fang Zhan began to wander through the psychiatry department, where many patients awaited their turn to be seen. The entire department was steeped in a palpable sense of desolation. Even when someone spoke, their words were weak. He approached the reception desk. "Hello? I am looking for a girl in a white patient gown, disheveled hair, who frequently visits other psychiatric patients." The nurse at the reception desk looked somewhat puzzled. "There's no one like that. Is that so?" Fang Zhan pondered, silently chiding himself. Since the source possessed the ability to be overlooked, it was only natural that others would overlook her as well. Her existence was akin to that of a ghost. No one could see her. How could he possibly find her? Perhaps he had already encountered her but had disregarded her. Fang Zhan felt the situation was quite tricky. No wonder the hospital's issues had remained unresolved for so long. After some contemplation, he called Ruan Yawen. "Help me order some flowers, the kind suitable for visiting patients. The more, the better. I need to conduct an experiment." Soon, Ruan Yawen delivered a truckload of flowers, drawing gasps of astonishment from the hospital's patients. "Mom, look at all the flowers," a child exclaimed. The truck was filled with various flowers: carnations, lilies, cornflowers, sunflowers, violets, each perfect for visiting patients, a riot of colors, utterly delightful. Fang Zhan casually handed some flowers to the nearby astonished children, who beamed with joy. Afterward, Fang Zhan entered the psychiatric ward, clutching a large bouquet of flowers. The rich hues seemed to infuse a considerable amount of vitality into the stark, sterile confines of the psychiatric ward. Many patients find their gazes irresistibly drawn towards Fang Zhan. "Who wants flowers? They are being given away for free," Fang Zhan proclaims with a smile. Numerous children can hardly contain their excitement as they rush forward to claim the blossoms. With a beaming countenance, Fang Zhan distributes the flowers one by one, and the delighted children, encircled by the floral bounty, joyfully exclaim in unison, "Thank you, big brother." Naturally, the patients in the psychiatric ward are not solely children. The majority are adults and the elderly. Although they do not actively approach to receive the flowers, it is evident from the flicker of expectation in their eyes that they long for some semblance of joy. Patients afflicted with mental illnesses, aside from those with congenital conditions, often suffer from a lack of familial care, leading to ailments like depression. If someone were to bestow flowers upon them, it would undoubtedly elicit immense joy. Fang Zhan, ever equitable, carries bouquet after bouquet into the ward, presenting them to each patient. He can distinctly perceive a glimmer of light emerging in their eyes. This sensation is truly gratifying. Even the doctors and nurses at the hospital regard Fang Zhan with approving glances. Almost every ward is graced with flowers. Subsequently, Fang Zhan retrieves his phone. The notes reveal the quantity of flowers distributed and the number of patients visited. 720 bouquets given out, while he has recorded the number of patients as 719. "I accidentally gave one extra," he exhales softly. This is definitely rooted in the psychiatric ward. Chapter 52. The money dispensing strategy. Fang Zhan dials Ruan Yawen's number once more. "Brother, how's it going?" Ruan Yawen inquires. Fang Zhan nods. "I found it. It's in the psychiatric ward, but the source's power makes me subconsciously overlook her, and no matter how I search, even if I do spot her, I cannot recognize her. What should we do?" "I need you to find a way to draw everyone from the psychiatric ward outside." "Huh? How am I supposed to do that?" "I don't care what method you employ, just think of something." Fang Zhan hangs up the phone. Outside the building, Ruan Yawen is agitated. "Damn it, you arrogant fool, do you believe that I—" Ruan Yawen grits his teeth. Forget it. I must not act impulsively." After some contemplation, he finally hatches a plan and rushes towards the nearest bank. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The bank teller smiles warmly. Ruan Yawen tosses down a black card, his tone grave. "I want to withdraw money." The teller looks astonished at the black card, a rare item with an overdraft limit reaching hundreds of millions. The seemingly ordinary individual exudes an aura of charm as he presents the card with such flair. "What amount would you like to withdraw?" The teller beams, flashing the brightest smile of their life. "Withdraw it all?" Ruan Yawen coldly replies. A moment later, he emerges from the bank with two large briefcases. flanked by a sweating bank manager who follows closely behind. Sir, you've withdrawn too much. According to policy, prior reservations are required, and this is already the maximum for today. Maximum? Ruan Yawen sneers. Call your president. If my important business is delayed due to this money withdrawal issue, your president can consider his position vacated. Do not doubt my capabilities. With that, he strides away, leaving the bank employees in stunned silence. Ruan Yawen returns to the hospital, opening the briefcase to reveal it brimming with stacks of vibrant cash. Fang Zhen, IFU, he shouts, leaping atop a car, then seizing handfuls of cash and scattering them into the air. Money rain. Pick it up freely. Whoever catches it keeps it. The crimson petals flutter through the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. No festive fireworks could rival the scene before them. The entire hospital erupts in jubilation, with jubilant cheers echoing from the buildings. Countless individuals surge from the wards and out of the hospital, frantically competing for the bright paper notes. The scene is reminiscent of a chaotic movie, even resulting in a stampede, with cries of distress ringing out. As for the security personnel tasked with maintaining order, they are too busy collecting money to intervene. After dispersing the cash, Ruan Yawen confidently dials Fang Zhen. Hey brother, how is it going? Fang Zhen, exasperated, responds, I'm on the 8th floor, and the stairways are completely blocked. There's no way down. And you expect a crowd of individuals suffering from depression, personality disorders, and autism to compete for money? You truly are something. Failed. Is that even a question? Ruan Yawen's expression darkens. Then what does it mean that I scattered several million? Consider yourself a generous benefactor. Fang Zhen remarks. Do I hear the sound of police sirens? Oh no, they are coming for me. Outside the hospital, the wailing of police sirens fills the air as several patrol cars arrive at the entrance, but traffic is paralyzed, preventing them from entering. Several officers swiftly enter the hospital, directing their warnings at Ruan Yawen, who stands atop the car. You up there? You are suspected of disrupting public order, leading to a stampede event. We are now detaining you in accordance with the law. Damn it! Ruan Yawen leaps down from the car, vanishing into the crowd. It's not that he's frightened. He simply wants to avoid trouble. Resistance would only invite more aggressive pursuit, which is unacceptable, yet being captured is equally untenable. The police attempt to pursue him, but the crowd stands in their way. Don't arrest him. He's just a good person. It's all our fault. The police should be capturing real criminals, not a benevolent soul who is simply distributing money. Don't take that big brother away. You're all the bad ones. At that moment, people of all ages unite to defend their hero. Hidden within the crowd, Ruan Yawen feels a warm glow in his heart. When you care for the people will remember you. Truly, great men do not deceive me. However, the most pressing issue remains unresolved. How to handle the situation in the wards. Ruan Yawen ponders for a long while before ultimately deciding to stick to his money-driven approach. He stealthily slips out of the hospital and returns to the bank where he had withdrawn money earlier. The bank manager, wiping sweat from his brow, rushes to greet him. Mr. Wan, I've urgently arranged for a batch of cash from other branches. Please allow us a bit more time, and I assure you we will do our utmost to meet your requirements. He had already contacted the president, who, upon learning of a black card holder, panicked at the thought of offending such a client. Thus, the president immediately issued orders for all branches to cooperate fully. Very well, well done. Ruan Yawen withdraws 10 million, clutching 4 massive briefcases as he exits the bank. The bank staff breathe a sigh of relief, grateful to have weathered this ordeal. Ruan Yawen returns to the hospital, where order is gradually being restored. Fortunately, there are no casualties, and the stampede victims are receiving timely medical attention. He discreetly makes his way up to the 8th floor via the fire escape. Cash for flowers, Ruan Yawen announces grandly, placing the 4 briefcases down with a thud. Patients who received flowers can exchange them for cash, 1 bouquet for 10,000. Furthermore, as a token of appreciation for the hard work of doctors, nurses, caregivers, and cleaners, those with work identification can exchange for bonuses ranging from 3,000 to 10,000, first come, first served, while supplies last. Only for the psychiatric ward. Instantly, the 8th floor erupts in excitement. The people's hero has returned. Fortune has finally fallen upon me. Patients and doctors alike flock towards him. Sick? I merely have a mental illness. My limbs are not incapacitated. Even if I were truly impaired, I have family to support me. Don't underestimate the bond between me and my loved ones. If you are willing to dispense money, I will gladly come every day to collect. That day may well have been the one with the most smiles in the psychiatric ward. How to alleviate worries? Only with cash, particularly for those patients who typically languish in gloom. They now bloom with smiles unprecedented, a veritable medical miracle. Is this finally going to work? Ruan Yawen muses, gazing at the long line of eager individuals. Finally letting out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the psychiatric ward stands nearly empty, save for a few patients who are truly unable to communicate with the outside world. Fang Zhan strolls past each room, the corridor feeling somewhat chilling. Even with the sun shining brightly outside, an unsettling chill permeates the air. Finally, he halts at the doorway of room 821. Knock, knock. Fang Zhan raps on the door, peering into the vacant room. Hello? May I come in? Beside the bed rests a bouquet of pure, immaculate white lilies, their fragrance enchanting. Chapter 53. Where has my hospital gone? The room is enveloped in silence. No sounds emerge. Thank you for the invitation. Fang Zhan cheerfully enters the room and instinctively opens the window, muttering to himself, patients need to breathe fresh air. Being cooped up is detrimental to their health. The bed is meticulously arranged, the blankets folded with precision, suggestive of someone with obsessive tendencies. Children suffering from autism and depression are indeed pitiable. Thank you for frequently visiting them. Fang Zhan continues to speak to himself, still receiving no response. However, he is certain that something is amiss within this room. It is too pristine, and the bouquet of lilies remains untouched on the table, not exchanged for cash, indicating much about the situation. You must be quite pleased to receive this flower, he muses. After all, no one has ever truly acknowledged your existence. Everyone tends to subconsciously forget you. I believe you possess a kind heart, unwilling to inflict harm upon others. That little girl is truly grateful for your visit. Without you, she might have attempted to take her own life once more. For many, forgetting can be a blessing, yet erratic forgetfulness can incite panic. Fang Zhan spoke softly. In light of these flowers, could you perhaps come out and converse with me? Nonetheless, you could allow me to forget all of this. After his words lingered in the air for quite some time, a figure gradually emerged from the chair in the hospital room. It was a girl with flowing hair. Clad in a hospital gown, she appeared quite listless, her complexion pale, reminiscent of someone suffering long-term malnourishment. While not unattractive, she exuded an air of despondency. I surmise this marks our second encounter. Fang Zhan smiled, attempting to recall the girl's features, yet found his memory utterly blank. This was not a case of altered memory but rather forgetfulness, an act of negligence. She had been seated in that very spot all along, only becoming visible when she wished to be seen. Thankfully, her interest in flowers provided a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, Fang Zhan would have been at a complete loss as he gazed at the girl before him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. She basked in the sunlight, her shadow swaying gently. Despite her melancholy, she undeniably possessed warmth and breath, appearing quite normal. Wait a moment, is she truly alive? Can someone who has not perished also become a source? Fang Zhan yearned to call Ruan Yawen for clarification, but the current circumstances were evidently unsuitable. Once again, he found himself lamenting his lack of experience. Joining the network was imperative. Fang Zhan exerted himself to present a gentle smile, wishing to draw closer. Yet, the girl's body visibly trembled, a clear indication of her resistance. She was reluctant to meet anyone, to engage in any form of physical contact. It was a form of rejection, not resembling a source but more akin to an awakened individual suffering from autism. Fang Zhan, feeling helpless, took a step back. I am not a doctor, nor do I know you. I am merely a flower deliverer, soon to depart for another delivery, so you needn't harbor any concerns. This approach evidently bore fruit, as the girl's resistance towards Fang Zhan significantly diminished. He was increasingly certain of one thing. Incidents of rule emergence arise from dark points, and these dark points require a vessel, often necessitating intense emotional fluctuations. Sources are exceedingly perilous, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. However, there is at least one advantage. Heightened emotions facilitate the discovery of the underlying causes of the source's formation. Identifying the cause essentially resolves the majority of the issue. At this moment, the girl finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Mother only loves my brother, prioritizing all the good things for him. Why? Why? They promised that even with a brother, They would treat me well, they lied. They lied that my brother drowned. Yet mother cried, asking why it wasn't me who died. Why wasn't it me who died? Dying. Why was it me? As she spoke, her mood sank further, her entire being seemingly melting into a pool of darkness. Fang Zhan's heart ached in response. He envisioned a sweltering summer afternoon by the riverbank, where a mother clutched the lifeless body of her cold little boy, wailing in despair, while a little girl stood timidly to the side. Engulfed in panic, the mother, tears streaming down her face, fixed her gaze upon her daughter. Why? Why weren't you the one to die? You are the one who deserves to perish. The girl felt as if she had plunged into an ice cavern. At that moment, the entire world lost its color. From then on, she succumbed to severe depression, becoming a ghost in her own home, no longer receiving any attention. Fang Zhan could not suppress his anger. Yet he spoke gently. It is not your fault. None of this can be attributed to you. No one wishes for such events to transpire. This is the world's error, and you should not bear the burden. Individuals suffering from mental illness are akin to fragile towers of glass, teetering on the brink of collapse. They require ample care and understanding. Even the slightest provocation can be detrimental. Do not punish yourself for the mistakes of others. Fang Zhan cautiously approached. This is the most unjust aspect of all. You must learn to love yourself and disregard the opinions of others. Do not live so exhaustively. The girl wept, tears streaming down her face, continuously falling to the ground. Perhaps it was due to the fact that no one had ever spoken such words to her before. This was the first time. Empathy and understanding serve as the finest healing balm. She cried, "Yes, it is the world's fault. I am not to blame." Fang Zhan felt a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that the knot in her heart had been untied. However, there should have been some unusual transformation, akin to forcibly altering a memory of a severed limb, wherein the fixation on the severed limb dissipated, thus concluding the occurrence of the rule. Yet now, nothing had changed. Was there still an unresolved knot? No, something was amiss. Fang Zhan sensed an unsettling discrepancy. If she had indeed been neglected by her family, subsequently abandoned by her parents, why then was she sent to the hospital? A daughter despised by her parents would hardly be taken to a hospital for treatment, would she? Shall we step outside and bask in the sun? Fang Zhan casually suggested. The girl suddenly became agitated. You want to leave? You want to leave? All of you leave, get out. I can live perfectly well on my own, get out. All of you, get out. I do not need you. I do not need. Her shrill cries echoed, her face contorting in anguish, resembling a black hole that absorbed all surrounding light. This was dire. Fang Zhan was taken aback. It had spiraled out of control so swiftly. He had yet to do anything. Was she truly this sensitive? On the bustling street, vehicles flowed incessantly. The area in front of the People's Hospital was congested with cars. Regardless of whether it was a workday or a holiday, individuals seeking medical attention were perpetually arriving, especially in the city's larger hospitals. Yet at this moment, the space was filled with vehicles, and their owners disembarked, expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. They gazed at what should have been a hospital. Now a desolate expanse of silence. Where is the hospital? Where has my large hospital gone? Chapter 54. Medical records. This was truly a headache. Fang Zhan felt no discomfort, yet as he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with utter darkness. Nothing existed at it. Was as though someone had erected a black curtain over the world. Fang Zhan walked through the shadows but was quickly halted by a wall. Though he could see nothing, only darkness greeted his eyes. Was this the wall of the hospital room? He realized. It seemed he was still within the hospital. He had not been transported to a different space. He remained in place, merely unable to see. The power of the source was indeed formidable, rendering everything before him invisible, akin to being blinded. Fang Zhan exhaled a heavy breath. At this juncture, should someone strike him from the shadows, he would likely be unable to respond at all. He extended his hands to feel his way forward, yet this was highly limiting and frequently resulted in him stumbling. Sudden blindness, even in familiar surroundings, would render anyone clumsy, let alone in such an unfamiliar environment. Most importantly, there was a suspected out-of-control source nearby. The initial phase of a rule incident should be quite stable. However, the current situation seemed to have exceeded that threshold. Out of control? A complete loss of control was characteristic of the third phase. Fang Zhen furrowed his brow. While he had never experienced an authentic third-phase event, he certainly could not afford to be complacent. He continued to feel along the wall, intending to exit the hospital room. Yet he soon encountered a dilemma. He could not locate the door. Had the door been obscured from him, creating a sealed chamber? Fang Zhen steadied his thoughts and endeavored to speak in a gentle tone. Little sister, I believe you have misunderstood. I do not wish to leave. If you desire my presence, then I shall remain. Shall we be friends? In the darkness, a trembling figure materialized, though it was now evidently no longer human in form. It twisted and elongated, resembling a shadow cast by a streetlight. They all blame me. They all blame me, came the sorrowful wails, echoing like a leaky faucet, creating infinite ripples within Fang Zhen's heart. He replied, They all blame you. It is they who are mistaken, and you need not bear the guilt. Yes, it is their fault. It is unequivocally their fault. The woman's voice gradually faded, but the next moment erupted with hatred and madness. Then you should kill them, eliminate all those who have erred. Fang Zhen's heart jolted. This source was truly amiss, perpetually teetering on the edge of chaos. His actions should have been sound. What could be the cause? Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. It was Ruan Yaowen. Fang Zhen answered the call, and the other end was filled with a cacophony of panicked shouts, a chaotic clamor. Brother, what is happening? Ruan Yaowen inquired impatiently. It's still unresolved. What is the situation on your end? Everyone is engulfed in darkness. It is utter chaos. The situation is grave. In fact, some have already fallen from the upper floors in a state of panic. It feels as though the rules are spiraling out of control. Could we have jumped to the third phase? If it becomes untenable, we must retreat. Once casualties begin to mount, the state will undoubtedly intervene. Are you unharmed? My abilities extend beyond mere physical defense. I can also withstand a certain degree of rule manipulation. But if the rules continue to collapse, the outcome is uncertain. You must act swiftly. Fang Zhen was, of course, anxious. Yet the issue lay in his ignorance of the source of the problem. If only he had access to some documentation. Wait, can you move freely now? Fang Zhen inquired. Of course, I cannot take calls at the moment, as I am in Ward 821, needing to converse with an innocent young girl for a while, so please do not disturb us. Following a rustling sound, it seemed the phone was shoved back into a pocket, yet the call remained active, allowing Fang Zhen's voice to continue to be heard. Ruan Yaowen couldn't help but mutter to himself. What time is it? Still chatting with a girl? Is he out of his mind? Once this is over, I'll take you to the finest nightclub. You can indulge however you wish until you're utterly exhausted. Just don't let me down now. However, Ruan Yaowen soon sensed something amiss. If that were the case, why not simply hang up? Though their interactions had been limited, Fang Zhen did not strike him as someone who would prioritize flirting over serious matters. Ward 821, an innocent girl and a plea for silence? Ruan Yaowen stared intently at his phone. He held his breath, keenly listening to the sounds emanating from the device. Younger brother drowned, depression, mother. Ruan Yaowen extracted several key phrases. He was certainly not foolish and quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. He was actually conversing with the source of impending chaos. Remarkable. He immediately seized a nearly frantic doctor. Tell me where the records room is. I need to check the patient's information. In the darkness, a doctor, yanked forcefully by the collar, was left utterly bewildered. At the end of the corridor on the second floor. The doctor quivered in response. Ruan Yaowen abandoned the doctor and rushed toward the second floor. Transparent barrier walls materialized beside him, forcefully pushing aside everyone in his path, further dispelling the encroaching darkness. As he had stated, his abilities could indeed thwart certain incursions of regulatory forces. Meanwhile, Fang Zhen was in a pitch-black hospital room, striving to stabilize the other person's emotions. You are right. Everyone else is wrong. They all deserve to die. But death does not resolve all problems. We must be more forgiving of ourselves. Do not become ensnared in the past. Perhaps if you strive to step into the hospital, you will find that none of this is worth the anguish. You deserve a better life. Yet, despite Fang Zhen's fervent pleas, it seemed he could not effect much change. The already distorted figure grew increasingly shadowy, as though ensnared in darkness. I refused to listen. You are all deceiving me. You only trick me into taking medication and receiving injections. It is all ALIE. No one genuinely cares for me. The girl wept. In the darkness, fragments of shredded white lily petals fell, a poignant, frigid sight, before being dragged into the abyss, vanishing from view. Fang Zhan felt overwhelmed. "Sister, what do you truly desire?" Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A text message had arrived. Ruan Yaowen had sent a lengthy series of messages. Fang Zhan pulled out his phone and glanced rapidly at the screen. Soon, his expression darkened considerably, and his eyes ignited with boundless fury. "So this was the reason for your hospitalization." Ruan Yaowen had forwarded information about a patient name, Fu Silu, gender, female, age, 16. Medical history. Following the birth of her parents' second child, she became despondent, developing delusions that her parents no longer loved her. One afternoon, she drowned her younger brother in a filthy ditch while laughing and eating ice cream with her friend. There are multiple records of animal cruelty. During home-based treatment, she attempted to poison her parents several times, ultimately being sent to the hospital for care, with a mental institution already contacted for immediate transfer. Diagnosed conditions: anxiety disorder, mania, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and a degree of antisocial personality disorder. Recommendations: inpatient treatment. Chapter 55. You are not really a ghost. The Special Operations Division of Han City. Have you found them? A sweet and charming little girl, lollipop in hand, gazed sternly at the well-equipped and robust military operation team before her. The scene was somewhat peculiar, yet no one dared raise any objections, for she was one of the 5 captains of the Han City Division, the witch Chu Xiaoyuan. Not only did she wield significant authority, possessing the power to command military operations when necessary, but she also possessed incredible strength. Regarding the awakened individuals, the general populace remained oblivious, fearing panic, while the military had long been aware of these matters. With most cities already housing military forces responsible for maintaining order under special circumstances, the military operatives shook their heads helplessly. "Sorry, Captain Chu. We have yet to locate them. Is it truly so difficult to find a couple of individuals?" Chu Xiaoyuan slammed her palm onto the table in frustration. The state has invested so much in public safety, with surveillance almost omnipresent, and now you tell me you cannot even find 2 people. She was furious. Yet, her lowly appearance and sweet voice made it difficult for anyone to feel truly intimidated. Rather, it evoked a peculiar sense of charm. What about the individual with special defensive capabilities? Any news? Chu Xiaoyuan inquired again. The Special Operations Division personnel replied, "That person is named Ruan Yaowen, hailing from the Skynet Mutual Aid Association. He has no relatives, no registered residence, and his identity information is partially classified, making him difficult to locate." Upon hearing Skynet Mutual Aid Association, Chu Xiaoyuan's brow furrowed. No relatives? A person without a vulnerability, no wonder he acts so brazenly and dares to take on such tasks. She understood the power of this organization. Among civilian groups, it was already considered top tier, having gathered a multitude of formidable individuals unwilling to join official channels. Most critically, if it were indeed the Skynet Mutual Aid Association. Even if they found this Ruan Yaowen, they would not be able to unearth the true orchestrators behind the scenes. At that moment, Bai Ming appeared, still clad in a trench coat and smoking a cigar. "Captain, there is a special situation," Bai Ming stated. "An anomalous incident has occurred at the People's Hospital, resulting in the disappearance of over 10,000 individuals. There were already existing rule-related events, classified as D-level. In the initial phase, the situation at the hospital is complex, making it challenging to identify the source, and given the low danger level, it was not prioritized. However, the People's Hospital has now seemingly entered the 3rd phase, with chaos in the regulations, losing all logic and order, and has been elevated to the highest priority incident." Chu Xiaoyuan was astonished, jumping directly from the 1st phase to the 3rd phase. Indeed. What is the reason? It cannot be determined at this time. Based on the available intelligence, it may be due to the intervention of awakened individuals from the civilian organization, but their methods were improper, resulting in the source becoming uncontrollable. Understood. Dispatch personnel to resolve the issue. "Captain, we must go there." "Why? Do you remember Zhang Yueying?" Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. "I have a vivid impression. That girl who was severely injured from a fall, I treated her wounds without anesthesia, and she did not utter a sound. No ordinary person could endure such pain and psychological trauma. Yet, she managed to persevere. After treatment, she seems to have recovered and is now at the People's Hospital for a prosthetic limb. But it appears she has gone missing," Bai Ming remarked. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Chu Xiaoyuan immediately rose. "Gather Moli and Shangtai. We have work to do." Jiang Yueying remaining conscious during a rule-related incident indicated she had begun to awaken her abilities. She was someone Chu Xiaoyuan valued highly, and thus, her rescue was of utmost priority. In the hospital room, Fang Mu confronted the distorted figure before him, his tone icy. This world is not at fault. Others are not at fault either. Fu Silu, from beginning to end, it is solely your error. She was a severely mentally ill patient, exhibiting antisocial traits, warranting immediate transfer to a psychiatric facility. Yet, the reason she remained here was simple. At that particular moment, she had become the source. Indeed, a normal individual could not become the source, so her loss of control was entirely predictable. It had little to do with Fang Mu. Had another person attempted to resolve the rule-related incident, it would have catalyzed the source's instability. You are talking nonsense. You are lying. The distorted shadow screeched sharply. Fang Mu angrily stomped the ground, eerie flames quietly seeping into the floor. What have I said that is untrue? You drowned your own younger brother without a trace of remorse or guilt, and you even attempted to poison your parents. No wonder every attempt to untangle her mental knots proved futile. For her issues lay elsewhere. Even though she had killed her brother with her own hands, she remained envious of the love he received, believing her mother's affection was directed at him. She was a madwoman, and reasoning with a madwoman was impossible. It was an inextricable deadlock. Only physical elimination would suffice. They should have loved me entirely. Why must they divide their love among others? They are the ones who caused me to become like this. What is wrong with killing them? They all deserve to die. The twisted shadow screamed in fury, nearly shattering eardrums. You have no hope left. Fang Mu activated his abilities, the eerie flames already primed, sweeping forth like waves, instantly filling the entire room. In the darkness, anguished howls were unmistakably heard. The target was indeed within the confines of the room. Such an area of effect attack would not miss. The eerie flames engulfed the figure. Fang Mu, though unable to see anything, sensed the precise location of the distorted shadow, which writhed in relentless struggle. You want to kill me too. All of you wish to harm me. Why? The distorted figure screeched once more. Truly a madwoman. Fang Mu felt dizzy, his heart pounding wildly, chest tightening, suffocating, his legs losing strength, and his vision dimming. The power of the rules is interfering with me. It is attempting to make me forget my own existence. Fang Mu never anticipated that such force could be wielded in this manner. Without hesitation, he activated his ability against himself. Modify memory. Remember, my own existence. After the ability was unleashed, Fang Mu felt all discomfort rapidly dissipate. Indeed, when confronting the rules, one must employ the very rules themselves. Fortunately, his ability could counteract it. Although this power is elusive, its actual damaging effect is rather weak, which is why no one has died for an extended period. It can only be classified as a D-level incident. This is somewhat good news. I will kill you. A twisted shadow suddenly materialized before Fang Mu, gripping his throat tightly, accompanied by a piercing scream that caught him off guard. Without hesitation, Fang Mu delivered a powerful kick. A contorted figure crumpled to the ground, trembling in agony. You claim to be a ghost? Yet dare to confront me directly? Fang Mu shook his head. With your malnourished, frail form, I could easily embody Yip Man and defeat 10 of you. Chapter 56. The escaping source. Fang Zhen had experienced 2 complete rule incidents. This was the third. In the previous 2 encounters with the source, physical attacks were ineffective. Yet this time, physical assaults proved to be effective. Those awakened with transformation abilities must be envious when dealing with such a source. It is not that everyone wishes to harm you. Rather, it is your thoughts that merit your suffering. Fang Zhen stepped forward assertively, striking down with his palm engulfed in black flames. Accept your treatment. Undergo transformation. You once had the chance to be reborn, but you squandered that opportunity. A madman like this is not beyond salvation. Perhaps God might have a solution. Thus, Fang Zhen resolved to kindly escort her to meet God. Ah! The twisted figure emitted an even more agonizing wail. The eerie flames were also an aggressive awakening ability, possessing characteristics such as burning, adhesion, and rapid spread, causing sustained destruction. An ordinary human body could not withstand it. However, Fang Zhen sensed something. The opponent was the source. It wouldn't be so easy to kill. Therefore, he unleashed his ability. Modify memory. Your parents suddenly arrive, confessing to you, and you finally let go of everything. But Fang Zhan's ability was not fully released. The twisted figure cried out sharply, "I will not forgive. I will never forgive. Even if you die, I will absolutely not forgive." The modification of memory failed. "Damn it, a lunatic," Fang Zhan cursed. Although modifying memories is tyrannical, it also has its prerequisites. One cannot forcibly overturn a person's worldview or cognition, as it will inevitably conflict with other memories, leading to failure. It must be reasonable and justified. Yet he did not expect that he had indeed achieved reasonableness, while the other party was sufficiently ruthless and unreasonable. "You all deserve to die." Just then, the twisted figure painfully rose, suddenly darting away with a swoosh, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, vanishing from Fang Zhan's perception. In the next moment, everything around returned to normal. The darkness receded. Fang Zhan regained his sight and saw a chaotic, empty ward with broken window glass and countless shards scattered across the floor. The source's power had dissipated. The People's Hospital reappeared before the public. Countless onlookers gathered outside, embodying the characteristic nonchalance of the populace. Regardless of how bizarre the circumstances may be, they were determined to witness the spectacle. "Look, the hospital has reappeared. It's like a game of hide and seek," an elderly man called out with a chuckle. The crowd looked up, seeing the hospital that had vanished for over half an hour reappear. Many expressed their astonishment. Truly incredible. Some speculated it was a large-scale reality show magic trick, while others believed it was an exceedingly rare weather phenomenon causing a mirage. And some confidently declared it to be an American conspiracy, a new type of weapon. The discussions were rife with rumors flying in all directions. Although the hospital had reappeared, the number of spectators only grew. Traffic was completely paralyzed. Was it resolved? No, that's not right. She escaped. Fang Zhan was taken aback and rushed to the shattered window to look outside. Aside from some glass shards, there was nothing else. Fang Zhan felt a sense of foreboding. The source was able to escape. That shouldn't be possible. He immediately took out his phone. The call had not yet ended, and Ruan Yaowen's voice came through. "Brother, amazing. The hospital has appeared. Did you manage to deal with the source? I'll help you complete the task. Finding the source so quickly is impressive, though it's also thanks to my golden support. You must admit I'm quite clever." Ruan Yaowen sounded smug. Fang Zhan replied sternly, "It's not resolved yet." "Huh. The source escaped." "Brother, don't joke. How could the source possibly escape?" "But she did escape. Breaking the window and jumping down the stairs. That I've never heard of such a thing. There has never been any mention of this on the Tianwang forum. If the source can act freely, resolving rule incidents would become infinitely more difficult. To combat the rules is merely a means of self-preservation. One cannot solely rely on confrontation to resolve rule incidents. That's an endless cycle. The only way to resolve rule incidents is to address the source. The source is extremely difficult to locate, hidden among countless normalities. Thus, there is a prevailing belief that finding the source is the most challenging aspect of resolving rule incidents. Once located, a solution can always be devised. However, if the source can move freely, finding them becomes nearly impossible. Theoretically, that is indeed the case, but she is a living person, capable of running and jumping. When I attacked, she broke the window and leaped out. Fang Zhan spoke rapidly. Ruan Yaowen was astonished. A living person? Unheard of. A living person can also be a source. People's understanding of rule incidents is still insufficient. "Our luck is terribly poor," Ruan Yaowen lamented. Fang Zhan replied curtly, "Thank goodness you chose a good task. Quickly use your ability to seal off the hospital. The source has likely gone out of control. If she escapes the hospital, the destruction could be unimaginable." Ruan Yaowen suddenly said, "If she escapes, then the hospital is safe, which actually means our task is complete. Brother, what do you think? We are essentially here to complete a task." Fang Zhan was silent for a moment. If the Mutual Aid Association discovers this kind of deception, what punishment would there be? Ruan Yaowen was rendered speechless. Such actions are absolutely forbidden. There would be severe repercussions. Not only would one be forcibly expelled from the association, but if significant consequences ensue, the Tianwang Forum might issue a task to eliminate those who engage in deception. Seeing there was no response, Fang Zhan snorted. "In that case, you better get to work honestly." "Fine." He hung up the phone and stepped out of the ward. Although the hospital had reappeared, the people inside remained in a state of panic. Screams echoed everywhere, creating a chaotic tumult. "Honey, I'm fine. It seems like nothing is wrong. Wait. Ah, A middle-aged man pulled out his phone to call home and report his safety, hurrying along, but as if he didn't see the guardrail. He fell directly from the 8th floor. Doctor, doctor, help! The respirators in the emergency room have all vanished, and patients have fainted from fear. A nurse cried out anxiously. Someone lay on the ground, struggling like a fish out of water, crying out in agony. Ah, my hand, my foot are gone, gone. Yet his hands and feet were perfectly intact. Some had stubbed their toes, others hit their heads against the wall, and some, out of habit, pushed their glasses up, forgetting they were holding chopsticks, injuring their eyes and bleeding profusely. Someone forgot to turn off the gas, causing a gas leak, filling the 1st and 2nd floors with a pungent odor. Patients with heart conditions and asthma could not find their medication, their faces turning dark as they struggled, nearly on the brink of death. The hospital was in utter chaos. Fang Zhen watched this scene unfold, a single phrase surfacing in his mind: the 3rd stage of the rules. Chapter 57. Literally flying dagger, completely out of control, distorted rules, utterly chaotic and disorderly regulations. Everyone is a killer. These terms describe the 3rd stage, representing the most terrifying unknown disaster facing human society today. If not addressed, the number of deaths could escalate dramatically. Fang Zhen took a deep breath. The source is out of control. This is just the beginning. Deaths have already begun to occur in considerable numbers. The People's Hospital is vast. Just in the outpatient department, thousands of patients are received daily, in addition to those in the inpatient wards, hospital staff, and residents nearby who are likely to be affected. The number of individuals impacted is conservatively estimated to exceed 100,000. A delay of even a minute could result in many more lives lost. Although Fang Zhen is not a saint, he is not so cold-hearted as to remain indifferent while so many suffer. He must find her. Fang Zhen immediately headed to the 1st floor. Aside from the shards of broken glass, he could also see some blood stains. Slightly darkened, with signs of burning, at this moment, Ruan Yaowen had already deployed his ability, creating an invisible, transparent barrier, forcibly confining everyone within the hospital. Brother, hurry. The hospital is too large. My ability won't last long. Ruan Yaowen called, sounding somewhat fatigued. Understood. Fang Zhen took a deep breath, focusing intently. The source had been scorched by his flames, leaving a mental scar. Therefore, he should be able to sense the general location of the opponent. The surroundings fell silent. The cacophony of screams seemed to drift far away, while the sound of the wind grew nearer. In the haze, it seemed a shadow was swiftly moving. Fang Zhen abruptly turned his head and caught sight of a barely perceptible shadow darting from the southwestern corner, only to collide violently with an invisible barrier. Indeed, it was a judicious decision to have Ruan Yaowen create a defensive wall. I found you. Without hesitation, Fang Zhen dashed toward the direction he had observed. The scene was chaotic. Numerous individuals sought to escape the hospital. The cacophony of honking horns filled the air. However, due to the prevailing regulations, those inside vehicles paid no heed to pedestrians, while the latter disregarded the vehicles, resulting in dozens of accidents occurring within mere minutes. The air was rife with screams and the gruesome sight of bodies crushed as if they were overripe melons. Panic spread like wildfire. At that moment, Fang Zhen yearned fervently for the ability to transform. His own powers offered little enhancement to his physical condition, rendering him akin to a feeble university student when he ran. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. Breathless, he finally reached his destination. Though his eyes could not see, his spirit sensed the distorted figure. The source was in a dire state, having fallen from a great height. Scorched by strange flames and crashing into the formidable invisible wall. Bloodied and battered, it cried out in agony. Ah! The source screamed, frantically attempting to flee once more. Fang Zhen could only continue his pursuit. Despite the source's lack of speed, Fang Zhen's own pace was far from quick, and the pair moved like reluctant participants in a university exercise, struggling to keep up. Anyone witnessing this scene would scarcely believe that an awakened individual was pursuing the origin of a rule event. Stop! Fang Zhen gasped, longing for the days when he wielded a firearm, now regrettably confiscated. Just then, two glimmers of cold light shot forth from an unknown direction. Ah! The source stumbled and fell to the ground. Fang Zhen focused his gaze and discovered that two surgical knives had embedded themselves in the source's legs, inflicting excruciating pain and rendering her immobile. Oh? Flying knives? Fang Zhan was astonished. Who was aiding him? He scanned the surroundings and noticed a luxurious wheelchair emerging slowly from a nearby outpatient building, equipped with an intelligent system that allowed for remote control, its alloy frame exuding an air of sophistication. Seated in the wheelchair was a remarkably familiar girl, her skin radiant and healthy, her bright eyes reflecting a tenacious confidence. She bore little resemblance to the frail figure he once knew. Yet that familiar visage stirred a sudden recognition within him. "Could you please not leave? Stay with me for a while." A memory flashed through Fang Zhan's mind like thunder. The girl who had been on the brink of death, yearning for companionship in her final moments. Jiang Yueying. "It's you?" Fang Zhan exclaimed. It was just as it had been before. He found himself ensnared in a memory trap. A weak girl, drenched in blood, had hurled a sharpened piece of iron, striking the illusory phantom. And now, it was she again. The two surgical knives became her weapons, flying from her hands to pierce the fleeing source. Jiang Yueying smiled and said, "It's me. Sister Chu mentioned you had been abducted, and I was worried. I'm relieved to find you safe. I never expected to see you here. Indeed, I never anticipated this. How have you been lately?" Fang Zhan inquired, filled with emotion. His memories had been distorted, akin to a dream wherein the leading lady was none other than her. Although he understood it to be false, the feelings that surged within him were undeniably real. Jiang Yueying chuckled softly, patting her legs. "That I'm perfectly fine now. However, I won't be able to recover my legs. I'm in the process of customizing prosthetics, and I should be able to stand with a cane in the future." I've heard of mechanical prosthetics that can directly connect to the nervous system, enabling the disabled to stand and walk freely. Once I earn enough money, I'll get one of those. Despite having lost her legs, her confidence and optimism remained unshaken. She had resolutely leapt from a building, refusing to be a puppet of the rules, resulting in severe injuries to her legs, which were nearly shattered. Ultimately, she endured surgery performed by Chu Xiaoyuan without anesthesia, a testament to her indomitable spirit. By the way, what is that? Jiang Yueying turned her head to the side. Fang Zhan was astonished. "Can you see her?" "I can't see her, but I can vaguely sense something. Since it's what you're pursuing, it probably isn't anything normal. Is it a ghost?" "No, it's the source of the rule event." Jiang Yueying, having recovered over the past few days, had learned much and quickly accepted the situation before her. At that moment, the source struggled to rise, seemingly intent on fleeing once more. Jiang Yueying waved her hand, and once again, several beams of cold light shot forth, piercing the source's legs with brutal precision. The source shrieked and collapsed again. "Another surgical knife?" Fang Zhan gazed at Jiang Yueying in astonishment. She replied, "I took them while the doctor wasn't paying attention. Oddly enough, they seem to have become quite oblivious. They don't notice anything I take. When did you learn to wield those flying knives? Your precision is remarkable. It seems to have come naturally. My senses have become exceptionally acute, and I can manipulate various tools with ease, particularly weapons, and no matter how I use them, I don't injure myself." She produced another surgical knife from seemingly nowhere, twirling it like a butterfly at her fingertips. Exuding a breathtaking yet chilling beauty, Fang Zhan realized that she had evidently awakened her abilities. "Please wait a moment. Let me deal with the source first." Fang Zhan stepped forward, approaching the source. Though it was flesh and blood, it had become a vessel for the rules, impervious to conventional means of destruction. Even after sustaining such severe injuries, it continued to scream and wail, showing no signs of dissipating. However, no one pays it any mind. The rules must be dealt with using rules. Fang Zhan contemplated silently. In the next instant, his power activated, and the source vanished from its location. Outside the hospital, a complete lockdown had been enforced. Military vehicles cleared the paralyzed traffic, and a well-trained, fully equipped army was stationed outside, dispersing the onlookers. Members of several special operations teams gathered at a distance. "Captain, should we request the breach telescope?" inquired a mature and composed woman in a long dress. Her name was Jasmine, 27 years old, a member of the Special Operations Department with an A-grade ability, Shield, capable of countering the vast majority of rule forces and rendering them ineffective. Due to her unique ability, she had always been a prized asset at headquarters, requiring approval from the division in Han City before she could undertake any missions. Chu Xiaoyuan stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, observing the hospital with keen attention. "No need. We won't require that for the time being. The hospital lacks any special forces concealment. Everything inside is visible. After watching for a moment, she noted, the situation is indeed serious. Confirm that the rule event has entered its third phase. Prepare to dispatch the military to rescue civilians if necessary. The soldiers nearby felt a chill. They understood what the third phase signified. Yet, to safeguard the lives of the people, they had to accept it was their duty. Wait, Captain. Bai Ming lowered his binoculars, astonished. I think I saw Fang Zhan. Chu Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Fang Zhan? Wasn't he abducted? How could he be here? In the realm of consciousness, darkness enveloped everything, representing chaos. Only a seemingly young man lay soundly asleep, alongside a bloodied scarecrow standing eerily still. The scene was quite bizarre. Fang Zhan materialized. Lao Huang, do you want a wife? Fang Zhan asked cheerfully. Huang Jingxin awoke. Aside from sleeping, he had little else to occupy his time. He was not a real person, but merely a fragment of memory tethered to Fang Zhan's consciousness. Huang Jingxin shot Fang Zhan a sidelong glance. You fool, are you out of your mind? I'm just asking if you want one. What strange thing are you planning to bring in this time? He glanced at the scarecrow beside him, which was grotesquely fashioned from various dismembered limbs. The sight was quite nauseating. Fang Zhan protested. This time I'm sincere. I worry you might be too lonely. So I found you a companion. Just say the word, and I'll bring her to you immediately. Huang Jingxin looked at Fang Zhan with suspicion. Are you really that kind-hearted? Of course, we're like brothers. Despite having different fathers and mothers, I always think of you when I come across something good. And no sooner had he finished speaking than a figure appeared within the realm of consciousness. It was a pale girl clad in a hospital gown, her hair disheveled, exuding a dejected aura that reeked of nihilism. Huang Jingxin was taken aback. She was indeed a normal person. He knew of Fang Zhan's abilities. So he wouldn't find anything odd about strange entities entering, but encountering such a seemingly ordinary human was perplexing. You two have a good chat, Fang Zhan said without hesitation, exiting his consciousness space. Huang Jingxin sensed something was amiss, but was unable to leave. He could only grit his teeth and approach the girl. Hello? The girl in the hospital gown, still in a daze, lifted her head slightly. Will you love me forever? Can you guarantee your heart is entirely mine, without sharing your love with anyone else? Huang Jingxin felt a shiver run down his spine. What on earth had he brought in? In reality, Fang Zhan gazed at the drifting white clouds. His heart heavy with melancholy. His ability lies in confining the source within himself, thereby acquiring entirely new powers. That girl is not the true Fu Silu. The real Fu Silu can be said to have perished the day she became the source. What remains is merely a powerful emotion that dominates everything, transforming her into an abnormal semblance of life. What Fang Zhan has imprisoned in the realm of consciousness is not Fu Silu, but the source itself. However, the consciousness of the source has become irrevocably intertwined with that of Fu Silu. Thus, it is merely the source possessing fragments of human emotions. It seems to be quite compatible with the audacious Huang Jingxin. Perhaps they could coexist harmoniously, possibly. Has this resolved the matter? Jiang Yueying inquired with curiosity. Fang Zhan replied with a smile. Indeed, it has been resolved. Strange occurrences will no longer plague the hospital. Jiang Yueying gazed around, taking in the chaos enveloping the hospital. Corpses littered the ground, and several buildings were engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the air. The cacophony of screams and wails resonated, lingering endlessly, even after the source had dissipated. Yet the hospital staff remained oblivious. They knew nothing, only gripped by fear and anxiety, especially since such emotions are contagious. Everyone dreaded becoming the next inexplicably deceased. Who knows how many lives have been lost? Jiang Yueying murmured. Fang Zhan did not respond. He was uncertain himself. However, a conservative estimate suggested that at least hundreds had perished, with the number of injured being countless. Jiang Yueying continued. I heard that many students from our school have not returned, including several I know, classmates, friends from clubs, and even teachers. Even those who have returned bear deep psychological scars. It remains uncertain whether they can recover in the future. My attending physician is a remarkably handsome gentleman. He is exceptionally skilled, having become one of the country's top surgeons by the age of 40, performing hundreds of major surgeries each year and frequently participating in national medical conferences to share his expertise. Yet, not long ago, he accidentally cut his hand during surgery, a rather trivial error that should never have occurred. While tendon injuries can heal, he may never again perform intricate surgeries. Jiang Yueying's voice flowed smoothly, as if recounting a trivial tale. However, Fang Zhan understood well that such a minor mishap in surgery was likely a consequence of the rule event that transpired. Cultivating such an exemplary physician is no small feat, and to see it all come to an end is truly regrettable. Sister Chu mentioned that I, too, would become an awakened one, and I wish to join the special operations team, Jiang Yueying stated calmly. By resolving one more rule event, we can avert numerous human tragedies. Fang Zhan nodded in agreement. Quite commendable. Could you push me out to bask in the sunlight? My caregiver seems to have vanished. Certainly. Fang Zhan maneuvered the intelligent wheelchair with ease towards the hospital's largest lawn. The sunshine was delightful, and the breeze of late spring was refreshing. A young couple basked in the sun amidst the disarray of the hospital, incongruous with the surrounding panic and unease. Ding ding ding. Fang Zhan's phone rang. A glance revealed it was Ruan Yawen. He promptly ended the call. Jiang Yueying, curious, asked, "Why didn't you answer?" "Oh, it's nothing. The mobile company is trying to sell me a package. Attempting to trap me with a free upgrade, futile endeavor," Fang Zhan replied solemnly. Jiang Yueying stifled a laugh. "Isn't free quite nice? The upgrade may be free, but the package costs money. How utterly despicable." "Exactly. They even try to deceive someone as impoverished as me. It's shameless." The two resumed their light-hearted banter. Jiang Yueying shared her recent circumstances. She suffered a severe infection in her wound, necessitating amputation. Fortunately, only her lower leg was removed. She had heard that this would facilitate the fitting of a mechanical prosthetic in the future. Her parents were heartbroken, unable to sleep at night, tirelessly raising funds to secure the best prosthetic for their daughter. Yet Jiang Yueying appeared optimistic, believing that she would eventually adapt to her new life. Fang Zhan mostly listened, occasionally offering his views. After all, his situation was exceedingly unique. The past might not hold any truth, and the present was rife with uncertainty and peril. The two engaged in a wide-ranging conversation. Meanwhile, Ruan Yawen was utterly perplexed. Why didn't he answer the phone? Whether success or failure, there should be some news. "Brother, you cannot fail. My fate rests in your hands." At that moment, he was utterly spent, having to lower the immense defensive barrier he had created. It seemed that no further malevolent incidents had occurred. Observing his surroundings, Ruan Yawen muttered to himself, "It appears to have been resolved." At this moment, the military had entered the hospital, beginning to rescue civilians. The chaos was gradually subsiding, and the public held unwavering trust in the military. It was time to make his exit. Ruan Yawen turned to leave, but was confronted by a tall figure blocking his path. It was a long-haired man, clad in a trench coat, smoking a cigar, narcissistically brushing aside his bangs as he exhaled wisps of smoke. "Kid, I've finally got you." Ruan Yawen's expression shifted. "This is bad. Beast King Bai Ming. How did he end up here? I advise you to release Fang Zhan immediately. Otherwise, I will make you understand what it means to suffer a fate worse than death." Bai Ming sneered, cracking his knuckles ominously. Ruan Yawen was filled with confusion. "Release whom? Me? Please, let him off the hook." Chapter 59. Always alone. Ruan Yawen was bewildered. He had no idea what Bai Ming was talking about. Having fled in terror from the witch, he couldn't even fathom the enormity of his psychological trauma. How could he possibly have the capacity to abduct Fang Zhan? Is this not a baseless accusation? "Don't go too far. Beast King Bai Ming, don't think I fear you, even with the army at your side." "You are no match for me," Ruan Yawen declared confidently. His abilities completely countered Bai Ming's. He was effective against ordinary individuals, and the military would be no exception, no matter how well trained the soldiers. Unless they brought in tanks, they would never breach his defenses. "Oh, absolute defense. Quite impressive." A voice that sounded both mature and yet youthful chimed in. Ruan Yawen glanced toward the source of the voice and spotted a little girl with twin ponytails. Clad in a pink dress, her features exquisitely delicate, leisurely approaching him. "Oh no." Ruan Yawen trembled and feared. A nightmare had materialized. The witch Chu Xiaoyuan. Ever since he had witnessed her final form, Ruan Yawen had been thoroughly terrified to the core. Just as he had begun to forget the horror, her appearance rekindled the deepest fears buried in his mind. "Help!" Ruan Yawen screamed, turning to flee without a moment's hesitation, as if even a second's delay would result in being devoured by a demon. At that moment, he wished he had 2 more legs to escape more swiftly. He would rather face an S-level incident alone than see Chu Xiaoyuan's face again. It was far too terrifying. Bai Ming scoffed, "Coward." Chu Xiaoyuan made no move. She merely casually called out, "Rope, do your job?" "Yes, Captain." A slight figure emerged from seemingly nowhere, saluting. He appeared to be about 1.7 meters tall, yet as thin as a wire. His clothing hanging loosely on him as if it were drying on a clothesline. His real name was Wu Luin, but he was nicknamed Rope. Rope grinned at the fleeing Ruan Yaowen and then blew a breath. A gust of wind swept past. Ruan Yaowen sensed danger approaching but could not identify it. Without hesitation, he activated his powers to create an invisible wall of defense behind him. This was an instinctive action, capable of blocking the vast majority of attacks. Yet this time, something seemed amiss. He felt something entangle him, his body rapidly losing weight, and he fell forward heavily. His hands instinctively reached for the ground, only to find nothing beneath them. His feet were pulled upward by an inexplicable force, hoisting him into the air. Ruan Yaowen dangled upside down, swaying like a little rabbit caught in a trap. "What is happening?" Ruan Yaowen struggled desperately, but to no avail. His feet were ensnared by invisible ropes. Rope, with a mischievous grin, said, "Kid, encountering me is your misfortune. I excel at dealing with non-transformed awakened ones. Once I set my eyes on you, you are already defeated. See great ability. Invisible Rope. Although its level is not high, it is exceedingly difficult to defend against. This ability belongs to the strong thought category, using mental energy to create invisible ropes that can appear anywhere within his line of sight. Against ordinary people, it is akin to a dimensional strike. However, the strength of the ropes is average. Some of the top human boxers and weightlifters can break free with sheer brute force, not to mention the transformed awakened ones. Yet, it proves highly effective against those with average physical constitutions. Ruan Yaowen was dumbfounded. "This is bad, and I've encountered my nemesis. Is it really necessary to deploy so many people for a mere D-level incident?" Ruan Yaowen felt quite aggrieved. Bai Ming sneered. "The hospital's source of rules is out of control. It must be your doing, quite audacious, to carry out missions while being hunted by us. Where is Fang Zhan?" "Hand him over." Ruan Yaowen felt utterly stifled. "The source's loss of control has nothing to do with me." He shouted, "I did not abduct Fang Zhan. Why are you looking for me? How can you indiscriminately pursue a law-abiding citizen without evidence? I will file a complaint against you." Bai Ming, cigar in mouth, exhaled a puff of white smoke before drawing a gun and aiming it at Ruan Yaowen's head. "What did you say? I didn't catch that." "Wait, bro, I'm just joking," Ruan Yaowen quickly conceded. "I can't afford to be stubborn. The Special Operations Team truly possesses the authority to wield firearms and immunity." "What about Fang Zhan?" "I genuinely don't know." Bai Ming rolled his eyes, still putting up a front. "I've already seen Fang Zhan in the hospital. He must be under the control of your accomplices. I advise you to come clean. Honesty brings leniency." Ruan Yaowen felt despair. "Control? Who's controlling whom? I'm the one being controlled." He couldn't betray Fang Zhan. If Fang Zhan were taken away, it would mean the end of his lifeline. So stubborn. Even with a gun to your head, you refuse to speak. Such loyalty. Bai Ming was somewhat perplexed. "Captain, why don't you give it a try?" Chu Xiaoyuan nodded, preparing to step forward. Ruan Yaowen, frightened, rolled his eyes and fainted. The Rope remarked, as expected of the captain, conquering without a fight. "Let's put him away for now. Fang Zhan is in the hospital, and the military has surrounded it. They'll find him sooner or later." Chu Xiaoyuan instructed, "Moli, be ready to act at any moment. If you discover an ability user, immediately neutralize their powers." Moli nodded, understood. At that moment, Fang Zhan was still chatting leisurely with Zhang Yueying. Suddenly, Zhang Yueying received a phone call. "Hello, Sister Chu. Have you all arrived at the hospital?" "Yes, don't worry. I'm fine, just soaking up the sun." "You're at the hospital too? Great. Come find me." Fang Zhan's heart sank. "Sister Chu?" Indeed, it was Chu Xiaoyuan. Zhang Yueying smiled. "She seems quite young, but she knows so much. Her real age must be greater than mine." This was concerning. They had actually come. Fang Zhan did not wish to be taken to headquarters. Zhang Yueying keenly sensed Fang Zhan's emotional shift and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sorry, I have to leave now," Fang Zhan said hastily. As he turned, he saw Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming's figures already appearing at the edge of his vision. This was bad. If he could see them, they could certainly see him. "Fang Zhan," Bai Ming exclaimed joyfully. Leaping forward, covering a distance of over 100 meters, nearly cracking the cement floor. "Finally found?" Huh. Bai Ming rubbed his eyes, doubting his vision. Before him sat only Jiang Yueying in her wheelchair, with no one else in sight. Strange, he had clearly just seen Fang Zhan. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Captain, you saw him just now, right? As Chu Xiaoyuan approached, Bai Ming eagerly asked. Molly and the rope nodded. Chu Xiaoyuan appeared slightly bewildered. I did see a somewhat familiar figure, but it vanished in an instant. It can't be that we all hallucinated at the same time. The group turned their attention to Jiang Yueying. Jiang Yueying smiled gently. What are you talking about? I've been here alone the whole time. Chapter 60. Online friends. Jiang Yueying's response caused Chu Xiaoyuan to furrow her brow. She quickly moved in front of Jiang Yueying, gazing intently into her eyes. Sister Chu, what's the matter? Jiang Yueying inquired. Chu Xiaoyuan replied, I'm concerned that your perception might be influenced by the powers of an awakened. Don't worry, it's not your fault. After all, you've just awakened. So, do I have any issues? Looking into Jiang Yueying's clear, bright eyes, Chu Xiaoyuan felt increasingly puzzled. No, your ability, Controller, can enhance your attributes comprehensively and has strong resistance to external mental interference. It's not so easily disrupted. A B-grade ability, Controller, allows for the most subtle manipulation of muscles and spirit, belonging to the transformation category. Unlike Chu Xiaoyuan's morphic ability, which allows her to undergo the most extreme changes, even transcending species limitations to distort herself into different forms, Jiang Yueying develops her humanity to the utmost. She could become the fastest athlete in the world, the most graceful dancer, the finest marksman, the most formidable assassin. In certain specialized fields, there may be awakened individuals who surpass her, but in terms of overall capability, Jiang Yueying's score would be exceptionally high. Hearing Chu Xiaoyuan's words, Jiang Yueying sighed in relief. That's good. Bai Ming asked, have you seen Fang Zhan during your time in the hospital? The guy from your school who was taken away. He might be in danger. Jiang Yueying blinked. I haven't seen him. We're not very close. All right, then I'll search around and check the hospital surveillance. Bai Ming quickly departed. Chu Xiaoyuan turned to Jiang Yueying. A serious rules incident recently occurred here. I'm unsure if it's been resolved. I'll send someone to take you home. Thank you, Sister Chu. No need to be so polite. Chu Xiaoyuan pressed her lips together, unable to hide her happiness. Most people call her little sister upon first meeting, but only Jiang Yueying addresses her as Sister Chu. This alone was enough for her to take special care of her. Chu Xiaoyuan pushed Jiang Yueying's wheelchair as they left. Fang Zhan watched as Chu Xiaoyuan's group departed, finally exhaling in relief. He certainly lacked the ability to escape Bai Ming's line of sight instantly. He merely activated his new power, Neglect, which made Bai Ming and the others subconsciously overlook his presence. Of course, his actual position had not moved. In such a situation, he couldn't make any attention-grabbing movements. Otherwise, if someone deduced his location, the effectiveness of his ability would be significantly diminished. This was not true invisibility. If one were to stab someone with a knife, they would be immediately discovered. It resembled the experience of searching for a phone. Sometimes, while holding it, you might suddenly forget and search everywhere, doubting whether it was lost. This is a form of neglect. However, if the phone suddenly jumped up and slapped you, could you still ignore its existence? Clearly not. Fortunately, it had proven effective. Fang Zhan felt a sense of joy. If used properly, this ability could be quite formidable. However, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. Jiang Yueying mentioned that they weren't very close. If they weren't close, why had she spoken to him for so long? Still, he was grateful she hadn't revealed his whereabouts. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a note left behind where Jiang Yueying's wheelchair had been. Picking it up, he found it was a string of phone numbers. Oh, her phone number. Fang Zhan couldn't help but look up. Jiang Yueying, seated in her wheelchair, turned her head, secretly smiling and subtly waving, as if to say goodbye. How could they not be familiar? Fang Zhan was the first normal person she encountered after her suicide attempt. That moment, she was so fragile and regarded Fang Zhan as the only person who would accompany her for the rest of her life. Her emotional anchor. At least that moment was genuine and unforgettable. Moreover, Jiang Yueying had witnessed the loophole transform into her form, sharing intimate moments with Fang Zhan. Even the thought of it made her feel flushed with embarrassment. Damn loophole. This is the number you left for me, considering it your attempt to flirt. Fang Zhan couldn't help but smile as he pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and quickly searched for the user. A user popped up in the search bar with an avatar of a wheelchair. WeChat nickname. I love Lu Dehua. What? She actually likes my idol? I didn't expect us to be rivals. Understood. I'll block you then. Fang Zhen sent a friend request. Soon, the request was accepted. Jiang Yueying asked, "Who are you?" "Guess." "Why don't you have an avatar? Your WeChat nickname is also garbled." New account, new account. You specially added me with a secondary account?" "Yeah, afraid of being discovered by my wife." "That makes sense. I should switch accounts too. This one might get checked by my husband." Fang Zhen sent a panda emoji with a question mark. "I didn't expect you to be so abstract. No wonder you're my rival. Thanks for not exposing me. Is that all? How about some actual action?" Fang Zhen pondered for a moment, then clicked on the red envelope. Amount, 0.01 cent. Jiang Yueying laughed. "Is that all? You think this can win me over? You're so stingy, rich girl. Send me 50 to show your strength." The next moment, a red envelope notification popped up. Jiang Yueying actually sent a red envelope. Fang Zhen opened it, astonished. It contained a whopping 50. Oh, it turns out being an online beggar really works. "Thanks, sis. I'll treat you to KFC on Thursday." "I don't like KFC." "Then what do you want?" "Sha County Hotel. As expected of a rich girl. You usually frequent such high-end places. I feel a gap between us." Jiang Yueying sent a rolling eyes emoji. "Can't talk. Sister Chu is watching me." "Okay, I won't say any more. I'm going to take a shower. Bye." Jiang Yueying sat in her wheelchair, looking at the chat history, rolling her eyes playfully and unable to suppress a smile. The rope sniffed. "I seem to smell the scent of love." Chu Xiaoyuan looked at Jiang Yueying. Jiang Yueying shook her head earnestly. No, it's just an online friend." And Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. Many people would be depressed for a long time after losing their legs. Having an online friend to chat with is quite nice. "Sister Chu, what's wrong?" "I have recently fallen victim to an online scam, losing 50. Jiang Yueying feels unjustly wronged. Chu Xiaoyuan, with a resigned smile, remarks, "How could you be so careless? I will transfer you 100. Is that acceptable? Just be cautious not to trust unreliable online acquaintances next time." "Understood. Thank you." At this moment, Fang Zhen briskly prepares to leave. Having accomplished his task, he can now join the Tianwang Mutual Aid Association. He dialed Ruan Yaowen's number. Beep, beep, beep. The line indicates no answer. Strange. Fang Zhen immediately became alert. The military has surrounded the hospital. Could he be captured? Chapter 61. Completion of the assessment. At this moment, Ruan Yaowen finds himself confined within a military vehicle, guarded by no less than 16 soldiers wielding submachine guns. His escape seems impossible. His hands and feet are bound, and a uniquely designed metallic silver helmet, equipped with a special clasp, is fastened to his head. This is a specially crafted psychic power inhibitor. Once donned, non-transformation type awakened beings are rendered incapable of utilizing their abilities. Such devices are not cheap and have been collaboratively developed by various nations to counter awakened beings. Nations are deeply concerned about the potential for chaos instigated by awakened individuals, thus taking extensive precautions. Sigh. What a dismal time this is. Ruan Yaowen exhales heavily, peering through the iron bars toward the outside world. I ought not to have accepted that mission. It has brought me nothing but trouble. That moment, a faint voice suddenly whispers in his ear, "Stop complaining and prepare yourself. We need to escape together." Ruan Yaowen, bewildered, looks around the empty military vehicle. It is desolate, with only himself present. What is happening? Am I imagining things? Do not doubt. I am right beside you, now. Grasp my hand and let us leave. Do not speak or make any peculiar movements. Simply follow my lead. The voice of Fang Zhen resounds once more. Ruan Yaowen's skin prickles with goosebumps. What is going on? Am I perhaps encountering a ghost? Yet, why does this ghost sound so familiar? Noticing Ruan Yaowen's dazed expression, Fang Zhen realizes, "Oh, I forgot to activate my invisibility. Now you can see me." He deactivates his ability, and Ruan Yaowen can finally see Fang Zhen. "Let us go. Stop dawdling." Fang Zhen seizes Ruan Yaowen's wrist and swiftly makes his way out of the vehicle. He possesses the ability to make these soldiers overlook him, and naturally, he can extend that to Ruan Yaowen as well. Ruan Yaowen, pale with fright, pleads, "Wait, don't be reckless. Bai Ming has issued orders. Anyone daring to leave will be shot on sight. My abilities are restricted, and I cannot fend off bullets. Do not worry, everything will be fine." Their conversation is hushed, going unheard. Ruan Yaowen steels himself and follows Fang Zhen, and remarkably, they manage to step-by-step exit the military's encirclement without detection. Surviving this ordeal, his heart races uncontrollably. It is only after they leave the hospital that he cannot restrain his curiosity. When did you learn to become invisible? Surely you haven't awakened a second ability? Sort of, Fang Zhan replies. But it's not a second. It's the fourth. Is it possible for others to awaken a second ability? Fang Zhan inquires. Ruan Yaowen gazes at Fang Zhan with immense envy. I've heard that a very small number of awakened beings can indeed awaken a second ability. Some even resort to extreme methods to stimulate the emergence of a second ability, though the risks are exceedingly high. Only major players succeed in such endeavors. I know of one such figure on the Tianwang Forum. During an S-class incident, he narrowly escaped with his life and subsequently awakened a second ability, drastically enhancing his power. He never expected that Fang Zhan might possess the potential of a major player himself. Should I seek to ally with him? Though somewhat reluctant, it would indeed be beneficial to have such support. Ruan Yaowen reflects on the major figure he knows, who soared to prominence after awakening his second ability and is now one of the administrators on the Tianwang Forum. Many wish to gain favor with him, but are unable to do so. As the old saying goes, to aspire to be a general's wife, one must first marry a lieutenant and endure 20 years alongside him in the borderlands, forests, and deserts. Fang Zhan ponders this revelation, realizing that he is not the only one capable of possessing multiple abilities. Brother, this is not the place for idle chatter. We should leave immediately, Ruan Yaowen urges, leading Fang Zhan swiftly away from the hospital. What about your sports car? Not to worry, I can simply buy another one. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Not at all. If I run out of money, I can always earn more. For awakened beings, making money is not particularly difficult. Fang Zhan feels his perspective has yet to shift. In truth, he could become a billionaire at any moment should he so desire. Though the methods might be somewhat arduous. When you came to capture me, what was the bounty? Fang Zhan inquires. 300 million. Ruan Yaowen responds. Is that a substantial amount for you? I meant in dollars. A task on the Tianwang Forum can yield several tens of millions. You mentioned it was a Tianwang Forum task, all related to regulated events. One misstep could lead to disaster. Would you prefer to take several risks, or just one? Fang Zhan appears skeptical. You don't strike me as a law-abiding citizen. Shouldn't you be robbing the wealthy instead? Do not underestimate the power of the rich. Their self-defense capabilities far exceed your imagination. They invest in various private organizations, forge collaborations, and hire awakened beings as bodyguards. Some even conceal heavy weaponry within their luxurious safe houses. Attempting to rob them is no simple feat. Fang Zhan understands now. Ruan Yaowen leads Fang Zhan to a bank, where they utilize the privileges of a black card to have the bank's staff drive them away. Soon, they arrive at a relatively secluded neighborhood, picturesque and nestled by water. Where is this? Fang Zhan asks. One of my residences. You have many homes. Just over 100. Having 3 burrows for a cunning rabbit is already excessive. Yours is downright absurd. Do you have numerous enemies? Not necessarily. I simply enjoy accumulating properties, an old habit in the past. As property prices soared, I felt a sense of security in owning real estate. Now, with prices plummeting, it has shattered my heart and nearly driven me to depression. Fang Zhan internally scoffs. With fixed assets worth over $1 billion, what right does he have to feel depressed? In the realm of wealth, capitalists reign supreme. I have more than a dozen properties that have gone belly up. After they took my money, they dare not deliver the houses. Yet, I can hardly track down the responsible parties. It's utterly infuriating. Ruan Yaowen continues to ramble as he guides Fang Zhan to his home, a 180-square-meter apartment, fully furnished and impeccably clean, suggesting that someone frequently comes to tidy up. Brother, the matter at the hospital is resolved, correct? Ruan Yaowen inquires. Fang Zhan nods. Indeed, it is settled. Excellent, I will help you apply for it right away. Ruan Yaowen retrieves his phone, logs into the forum, and after a series of operations, submits the task. Soon, a call from the Tianwang Forum confirms the details. Ruan Yaowen begins to explain the day's events according to protocol, D-class incident. Indeed, the source went out of control, directly escalating to the third phase. The military and special operations teams have been deployed. It should be easy to verify. This situation should earn us extra points. Right? Okay, no problem. I'll await your updates. Half an hour later, a notification from the Tianwang Forum arrives. Task completion confirmed. New user registration successful. Fang Zhan cannot help but feel a sense of relief. Finally, it has come to fruition. He is now part of an organization. Ruan Yaowen exclaims with excitement. You have exceeded the task requirements and earned an additional 1,000 forum points. You have advanced from a newcomer to a level 2 official member. You are nearly catching up to me. I am still a level 3 member, by the way. Hand me your bank card. The task completion bounty is 40 million. Tianwang will transfer the funds within 3 days. Your card seems rather basic. I will find a way to get you a black card. That thing is incredibly useful. Even when you go to the bank, the staff will praise your style. Fang Zhen disregards the latter part of his statement, astonished. There's money involved? Isn't this an assessment task assigned by the Tianwang Forum? Assessments are assessments. Tasks are tasks. Completing a task naturally warrants a reward. Withholding payment would be utterly unreasonable. Working without compensation is a violation of labor laws. Chapter 62. I will find you. Fang Zhen never anticipated that he would abruptly become a millionaire. The happiness arrived quite unexpectedly. Should I indulge in an extra chicken leg with my meal? How much did you spend at the hospital? This is my affair, and I cannot let you cover it. Fang Zhen states. Ruan Yaowen replies, it wasn't much, just over 17 million. Well, why did you spend so much? That's quite extravagant, brother. You are being rather ungrateful. Had it not been for my quick thinking, you would not have easily identified the source. All right. Fang Zhen reluctantly agrees to cover the expense, disliking the idea of being in debt to someone. He prefers to resolve such matters promptly for peace of mind. Subsequently, Fang Zhen logs into his newly acquired Tianwang Forum account, binding his fingerprint and iris, finally gaining access to the forum. The forum is divided into several sections: task area, discussion area, strategy area, trading area, and more. Member levels range from newcomer to level 6, above which lie the administrators. Newcomers lack even the privilege to post, and some sections remain inaccessible. Yet, Fang Zhen has achieved level 2 status, allowing him to browse all sections freely. However, reading strategies and posting tasks require the expenditure of points. Should his points dwindle too low, he risks demotion. To accrue points, one must continuously complete tasks or publish strategies for others to purchase with their points. In essence, points serve as the currency of the forum. Without them, one is hindered in every endeavor. Fang Zhen clicks into the strategy area, where a plethora of strategies fills the screen. All of this revolves around how to conquer rule events. The strategies in them may not be reliable, as some could simply be fabrications. Thus, it would be wise to purchase with caution. 4 points are hard-earned. Ruan Yaowen offered a word of caution. Fang Zhen nodded in understanding. He then opened the, which was filled with an array of enticing offerings. One could procure firearms, confidential intelligence, various mysterious potions, and special items usable by awakeners. With sufficient funds, even aircraft and tanks could be acquired. What are these special items? Fang Zhen inquired. Ruan Yaowen replied, in rule events. There may emerge special items imbued with the power of rules. If utilized wisely, they can be considered a form of rule weaponry. However, they often come with usage limits. Once depleted, they revert to mere mundane objects. These are known as awakening items. Their value is immense, capable of enhancing an awakener's immediate combat prowess, but they are exceedingly costly. I doubt I could afford even one with all my possessions combined. If one were to acquire such an item, it would indeed be a windfall. Fang Zhen perused the offerings and, as expected, the cheapest awakening item commenced at a staggering 10 billion, and it was in an auction format where others could bid. Ensuring the final price would far exceed the starting point. In light of this, it seemed that 40 million was inconsequential, rendering him unable to purchase anything. After browsing the forum to grasp the general situation, he returned to the dot. He entered the keyword, confinement. Soon, a strategy emerged. A-class ability, confinement, extremely rare, could imprison another's power within oneself and utilize it. Without an awakener to borrow from, it would be tantamount to that of an ordinary person. Fang Zhen wished to view the subsequent details. To his dismay, it required payment. Annoyed, he paid 10 points of his hard-earned credits. The continuation materialized. The confinement ability, as determined by various nations' research, could allow an awakener to contain up to 3 types of awakening abilities within their body. If a powerful ally were to lend their strength, it could yield tremendous results. There have been instances where an awakener with this ability, borrowing from an S-class awakened, single-handedly resolved an A-class event. This indicates that the potential of this ability is vast, even qualifying it as a pseudo-S-class. Nonetheless, it bears its flaws. The amount of power confined dictates the amount that can be utilized. Once exhausted, the individual reverts to being an ordinary person. Hence, it necessitates teamwork among capable individuals. Indeed, my ability is different, Fang Zhen mused. His power appeared to be a superior form of confinement. However, upon searching, he found no related content. After contemplating, he anonymously posted a task. offering a bounty of 10 million, seeking knowledge regarding the superior abilities of confinement. Naturally, answers would not come swiftly. Brother, I have fulfilled all your conditions. Shouldn't it be time for? Ruan Yaowen inquired, rubbing his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Fang Zhen realized he had almost forgotten. He then employed his skills to restore Ruan Yaowen's severed limb, returning him to normalcy. Ruan Yaowen, clutching his pants with uncontainable excitement, exclaimed, "Second brother, we can finally be together again. Now I understand. Nothing compares to your importance over money or houses." Once the excitement subsided, Ruan Yaowen confidently opened the door. Fang Zhen asked, "Where are you off to?" "To host a welcoming feast for my second brother. You can stay here, just make yourself at home. If anything arises, give me a call," Ruan Yaowen replied eagerly as he left the house. Fang Zhen cast a disdainful glance at him. Taking a bath is just taking a bath. No need to make it sound so grand. Fang Zhen resumed browsing the Tianwang forum, seeking to enrich his meager knowledge. Rule events were erupting globally, with numerous wars and plagues shadowed by their influence. The emergence of rule events has been a topic of much debate, with some tracing their origins back to World War II. Fang Zhen also acquainted himself with the most terrifying rule events that have occurred. The Martyrs Monument incident on Liberation Road in Huaxia, where over 100,000 foreign tourists reportedly perished, and the Divine Sacrifice incident in the Ganges country, where tens of thousands lost their lives, even with the government concealing much data. The Shrine Crying Baby incident in Sakura country, the supernatural occurrences at the British Museum in Europe, the wildlife mutation incident in Australia, and the Snow Demon incident in the Antarctic Circle, all classified as S-class rule events. There are approximately 13 recorded globally, all resulting in significant casualties. To this day, not a single S-class incident has been resolved. They can only be temporarily managed through isolation and lockdown, with the potential for future expansions remaining a concern. It's this severe, Fang Zhen murmured to himself. Ding-dong-at that moment, Fang Zhen received a WeChat message from Jiang Yueying. He smiled as he opened his phone. "I know you're home alone tonight. I will come find you." Fang Zhen was puzzled, feeling something was amiss. "I don't mind you coming over tonight, but how do you know where I am?" "What's wrong?" Fang Zhen typed back. A red exclamation mark appeared. Message sending failed. "You are not friends with the other party? How strange. Why had he been blocked?" Just as Fang Zhen prepared to re-add her as a friend, ding-dong. 3 consecutive identical messages flooded in. "I know you're home alone. I will find you. I know you're home alone. I will find you. I know you're home alone. I will find you." These characters twisted like venomous serpents, as if they intended to leap forth and burrow into Fang Zhen's eyes. He felt a chill run down his spine, if he had indeed been blocked. How could she send him messages? Chapter 63. The Misunderstanding of Insults. Fang Zhen took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. "It's nothing, and no matter how bizarre, can it really reach through the internet to harm me?" "Who are you?" Fang Zhen sent another message. This time, it met with the same red exclamation mark, but the next moment, the other party responded. "I am Jiang Yueying. You're home alone, right? I'm coming to find you. Wait for me. Wait for me. Wait for me." The last two words seemed to distort the very font, as if blood were seeping from the screen. Fang Zhen felt a chill in his heart. This is truly eerie. Damn it, not this again. Fang Zhen opened his browser and searched. The most vicious insults and profanity, 100 lines. He copied the results and sent them all at once, filling his phone screen with a barrage of highly offensive characters. On the other end of WeChat, there was no immediate reply. It seemed she had been intimidated. Trying to scare me? First, take care of your parents. Then we'll talk. Can you withstand this punch honed over 20 years? Fang Zhen mocked. Yet at that moment, he sensed a chill in the room, as if the air conditioning were on. An indescribable aura of gloom appeared to linger in the space. Fang Zhen jumped up from the sofa. Alert, he scanned the room. It was eerily quiet. The air conditioning was off, and the windows closed. Yet the light within dimmed progressively. Although nothing seemed amiss, Fang Zhen felt a peculiar sensation. As if invisible hands were slowly encroaching upon his neck, as if someone were poised to strangle him. What the hell is this? Is it really coming for me through the internet? Wait, will you accept my apology? Fang Zhen shouted. Yet, this clearly bore no fruit. The chilling sense of impending doom was palpable. He rolled away to evade an attack that did not exist, yet the sensation of impending strangulation shadowed him. It felt as if no matter how he dodged, those invisible hands would eventually find their mark. I can't escape this. Without hesitation, Fang Zhen activated his newest ability, Ignore. In doing so, no one would notice his presence. This tactic proved effective. The bizarre sensation of being captured vanished. Is this a rule event? Or is there an awakener targeting me from the shadows? Fang Zhen's expression shifted as he stared at his phone for a long time. With no new messages appearing, he dialed Jiang Yueying's number. In a modest yet cozy room within an old community, though small, it radiated warmth with its beige bedding and walls adorned with numerous travel photographs depicting a girl hiking, rock climbing, and swimming, her smile radiating joy. However, the girl in those photographs once possessed healthy legs. This was Jiang Yueying's room. After leaving the hospital, she returned home for recuperation. At this moment, her phone rang. Jiang Yueying answered. Hello? Is this Jiang Yueying? It's me, Fang Zhen. I wanted to ask if you sent me a message earlier? No, her tone carried a hint of annoyance. Fang Zhen felt perplexed. Why was she angry? But soon, the answer revealed itself. However, you did send me a lot of things, Jiang Yueying said through gritted teeth. What have I done to offend you that you'd insult me like this? Oh no. Fang Zhen nearly spat blood. His side had clearly indicated failure in sending that. It turned out Jiang Yueying had seen everything. Wait, that's not how it is, Fang Zhen hastily explained. Jiang Yueying, displeased, replied, Go on, I want to know why you did this. She had not hung up angrily, which momentarily stunned Fang Zhen. She was surprisingly composed. Unlike the dramatic characters in TV shows, Fang Zhen recounted everything he had encountered. Jiang Yueying's anger began to dissipate, revealing a hint of worry. That sounds rather eerie. Have you encountered another rule event? How unfortunate that I don't know. I can't believe such things happen while playing on my phone, Fang Zhen lamented. In any case, those words were not meant for you. All right, I believe you. Fang Zhen let out a sigh of relief. I need to investigate this matter thoroughly. I'll hang up for now. Be cautious. I suspect this is a random murder rule event. The rules and logic are not yet clear, but it may be related to being alone with someone. I understand. You be careful out there too? Jiang Yueying said with genuine concern. After all, rule events are often fraught with peril. She refrained from probing into why Fang Zhen was reluctant to meet with the special operations team. There must be a good reason for it. The fact that he was willing to brave danger to handle rule events at the hospital was enough for Jiang Yueying to believe that Fang Zhen was a good person. A warmth spread through Fang Zhen's heart. Yes, I will be careful. He ended the call. Moments later, WeChat pinged again. Jiang Yueying had sent another red envelope. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it contained a substantial sum of 50 yuan. Rich girl, this amount is barely enough to sustain me for a month, Fang Zhen messaged back. Jiang Yueying replied with a hands on hips emoji. Weren't you going to treat me to a meal? After being scolded by you, I was quite upset, so I had to raise my meal allowance. Just accept it. I obtained this through online fraud, robbing the rich to help the poor. Fang Zhen chuckled. I am treating you to a meal, and yet you still want to give me money. This soft life is rather appealing. Which gullible fool is so easily deceived? Pass them my way, and I'll scam a little pocket money too. Ding dong. Jiang Yueying quickly sent over a WeChat ID. The profile picture featured an adorable magical girl with the nickname, Call Me Captain. Fang Zhen gasped. Chu Xiaoyuan? Yes, you should scam a little too. No, maybe next time. Jiang Yueying sent a disdainful emoji. Disdain all you want. Who would dare to commit fraud? Leaning on her desk with her chin in her hand, Jiang Yueying stifled a laugh while gazing at her phone screen. She had lost her legs and her situation was indeed tragic. Yet, she felt no pity for herself. Instead, she felt a pang of sympathy for Fang Zhen, who was out there hiding and homeless. Facing the dangers of rule events, it must be an unstable existence, indeed heart-wrenching. She decided to quietly subsidize him a little within her means. Glancing at her balance, she realized she only had 3 yuan left. Her family was not well off either, with her parents seeking loans to fund her prosthetics, leaving her with no pocket money. Oh dear. I am so broke, Jiang Yueying lamented as she opened her phone, hoping to find suitable online part-time work. After all, her lack of mobility prevented her from joining the special operations team for a stable job. She scrolled through her phone for quite some time. But most listings seemed to be scams. There were offers like mothers with no barriers earning thousands monthly, Sister Yangyang promises a Porsche after an initial investment of 1,000, and online shopping reviews with commissions up to 500,000 monthly. Clearly deceptive, Jiang Yueying was not fooled. Then there were some voice chats, ladies first, phone girlfriends, late-night videos, and blushing heartbeats. Jiang Yueying clicked on one, critiqued it thoroughly, and quickly exited, her face flushed. No, no, this won't do either. Suddenly, a new message popped up on WeChat. I know you're home alone tonight. I will come find you. A strange atmosphere enveloped the room, as if the lights had dimmed. Jiang Yueying opened WeChat. It was Fang Zhan. She sensed something was off. What's wrong? Jiang Yueying replied. But a red exclamation mark appeared. Her pupils dilated. This situation mirrored exactly what Fang Zhan had described. Oh no, Dad, Mom, Jiang Yueying cried out in alarm. Ding dong. Another message arrived, and oh, need to open the door. I'm outside your window. A chill coursed through Jiang Yueying's body as she slowly turned to look at the window. The blue curtains were drawn, yet they were clearly moving. Why were the curtains fluttering if the window was closed? A suffocating sensation gripped her throat, as if someone had their hands around it. Jiang Yueying clutched her neck in agony, trying to fight back, but grasped nothing. Unable to hold on, she couldn't resist. Her voice hoarse, consciousness fading. Mom, bang, bang. Urgent knocking came from outside the door, accompanied by her parents' anxious voices. Yueying, Yueying, what's wrong? Chapter 64. The pattern of murder. Fang Zhan closed the WeChat app and logged back into the Tianwang forum. The earlier experience left him somewhat unsettled. This was undoubtedly a rule event, and a serious one at that, certainly above sea level, as it was an event that could lead to immediate death. But what rule had I violated? Surely, it couldn't be the underage anti-addiction policy? Fang Zhan was utterly perplexed. Thus, he navigated to the forum's discussion area, spending 10 points to create a new post. Title: Mobile Chat Murder Event. Content: Dear Seniors. Today I encountered a rule event. Without any warning, a bizarre dialogue emerged from WeChat, followed by an odd force that nearly killed me. I'm curious if anyone else has experienced this rule event. If so, are there any clues or insights to share? If not, I hope everyone takes heed. The triggering conditions of this event are uncertain, but it seems related to solitude. Fang Zhan also uploaded screenshots of his chat history. The forum members were evidently intrigued, especially by a rule event that seemed so extraordinary. Point 1 SD floor. Sofa second floor. Haven't heard of it, but bumping this point 3 RD floor. What's the danger level? What abilities do you have? Can an ordinary person survive? 4 TH floor. Random murder, at least be level. Point 5 TH floor. I've encountered a mobile murder event, but it was quite different from what the poster described. The post quickly garnered dozens of replies, indicating the members of the Tianwang Mutual Aid Society were quite active. However, useful information was scant. It was likely a newly emerged rule event. As Fang Zhan searched for clues in the discussion area, a phone call came through. It was Jiang Yueying. Hello, what's the matter? Fang Zhan asked. Jiang Yueying's voice was hoarse and weak. I've encountered the rule event you mentioned. Fang Zhan was alarmed. What happened? Are you hurt? I almost died. My throat is very sore, and I'm having trouble breathing. I'm in the ambulance. Jiang Yueying's voice was frantic. At the critical moment, my parents burst into my room, and then that strange force vanished. You were right. Being alone seems to be one of the prerequisites for the rule murder. Or perhaps I violated some rule. I suspect that staring at my phone for extended periods triggers the rule event. The method of killing is strangulation. The force is intangible. Those with stronger physiques can endure a bit longer, but even they are limited. Most transformation type awakens likely 1T survive. My physique, bolstered by my awakened abilities, is among the strongest of ordinary humans, yet I nearly perished. That's all the information I have. I hope it's useful to you. Jiang Yueying concluded. At that moment, Fang Zhan could hear her mother's nagging on the other end, seemingly scolding Jiang Yueying for being in such a poor state and still making phone calls that disturbed her rest. Jiang Yueying responded helplessly. I'll hang up for now. You take care. Understood, Fang Zhan nodded, ending the call. That a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. Initially, he had only been curious about the rule event, which was not his responsibility. The special operations team would handle it. However, Jiang Yueying's near-death experience infuriated him. I must see what this thing truly is. Fang Zhan gritted his teeth. He took a 10-minute break, then focused on his phone, starting a timer. The room was eerily quiet, with only the occasional sound of marbles rolling from upstairs. An hour later, a WeChat message popped up again. I know you're home alone tonight. I will come find you. Its here. Fang Zhan replied. Come on, your dear father is waiting for you. In the next instant, a chilling breeze swept through. The sensation of an invisible hand descending upon his neck returned. This time, Fang Zhan did not evade. He allowed the unseen force to grip him. The immense pressure constricted, and in an instant, Fang Zhan felt his vision blurring. Ordinary people truly could not withstand this. Ghost fire. While he still had consciousness, Fang Zhan immediately summoned the eerie flames, enveloping his entire being. He remembered one crucial detail: to combat rules with rules. Only flames birthed from the source could counteract the enigmatic force. Yet, unexpectedly, the force did not dissipate. The pressure around his neck intensified, nearly choking Fang Zhan. Instinctively, he activated his ignore ability. Suddenly, the force vanished. Fang Zhan collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, narrowly escaping death. He rushed to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Bruised imprints from fingers appeared on his neck, confirming that everything had been real, not a figment of his imagination. The ethereal, elusive force could not be touched, and the flames of mental energy could not attack. Fang Zhan made a mental note of these observations. To be honest, this was somewhat absurd. Aside from fleeing, it seemed there was no way to counter it. Returning to the living room, Fang Zhan pondered for a moment before reopening his phone. This time, he uninstalled WeChat and began the countdown. An hour later, nothing happened. Could it be related to WeChat? Fang Zhan was astonished. This was a ubiquitous app. Very few people did not have it on their phones. If this was indeed one of the triggering conditions, the scope of its impact seemed far too broad. Could it truly be an American conspiracy? He reinstalled WeChat and started the countdown again. An hour later, the eerie message re-emerged. "I know you're home alone tonight. I will come to find you." Fang Zhan replied, "No, my wife is home today." Yet, this was of little consequence. That strange force surged once more. However, this time, Fang Zhan had grown accustomed to it and directly employed his ability to ignore, successfully evading this calamity. Textual responses could not deceive, so could communication truly occur? A question mark lingered in Fang Zhan's notes. After much turmoil, night had fallen at that moment. Ruan Yaowen returned, brimming with vigor, his face glowing with good spirits. He carried 2 takeaway bags in his hands. "Bro, I'm back. I knew you hadn't eaten yet, so I specially brought you some takeout. I wasn't sure if you preferred Chinese or Western cuisine, so I got you a steak and some lobster fried rice." Ruan Yaowen entered, puzzled. Why aren't the lights on? He flicked the switch, only to be startled by Fang Zhan's appearance. Fang Zhan lay on the couch, his complexion somewhat pale, with alarming handprints around his neck. "What the hell?" Ruan Yaowen retreated cautiously. "Has someone come?" Fang Zhan weakly replied, "It's nothing. Come in." He had been deeply engrossed in researching the rules of the incident, neglecting to eat and exhausting considerable energy, naturally appearing somewhat feeble. Fang Zhan swiftly devoured all the takeout Ruan Yaowen had brought before stating earnestly, "I encountered a rules incident and nearly perished. This situation is rather bizarre." "Really? What kind of rules incident?" Ruan Yaowen inquired, appearing relatively calm, as he had seen such matters frequently. "Dio, you have WeChat on your phone?" "Of course. You can return to your room alone and scroll through your phone for an hour to find out." "That's strange." Although Ruan Yaowen found it odd, he still returned to his room alone, confident in his abilities. Regardless of the rules incident, his absolute defense would surely not be breached in the short term. Chapter 65. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos. Third update. Ruan Yaowen entered his room, reclined comfortably on his bed, and pulled out his phone. His mood was evidently buoyant today, as he hummed a tune while scrolling through short videos. Besides watching beautiful women dance, he enjoyed various exhilarating highlight reels. Who claims invincibility? Who dares say undefeated? Those who chant my true name shall witness eternal life in the cycle. Ruan Yaowen shouted with fervor. Ding-dong. An hour had passed. A new message popped up on WeChat. Yet, Ruan Yaowen, in high spirits, felt no fear. "Come on, whether you're human or ghost, I, who bear the name of absolute defense, cannot lose." An invisible barrier swiftly formed, shielding him securely, but the next moment, a chilling force surged forth, an unseen hand gripping his neck. The terrifying strength constricted like it was choking a chick. "Damn it, I miscalculated. Bro, save me." Ruan Yaowen strained to utter these words. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open by Fang Zhan. The strange force dissipated instantly, and Ruan Yaowen felt his body relax as the threat of death vanished. However, a glaring blue handprint now marred his neck. Fang Zhan asked, "Are you all right?" "Just a bit of wind and frost." Ruan Yaowen sighed in relief, rubbing his neck. "Fine. You can die on your own." Fang Zhan, uninterested in Ruan Yaowen's plight, instead focused on recording crucial information. Even an invisible barrier could not block an unseen hand. Truly troublesome. Ruan Yaowen, now recovering, remarked, "This is indeed a strange phenomenon. Even I nearly fell victim. I wonder how many people in this world must perish. Have you checked the Tianwang forum?" "I have. There are no leads." "Let me take a look." He logged onto the forum and searched for keywords. "Isn't there a post here? It's quite popular. This is the one I posted." "Oh, I see. Many people have replied. It's already reached over 500 comments, and it seems others have encountered similar occurrences." Fang Zhen opened his phone to verify. Indeed, after he had posted, others gradually shared their experiences, though none were directly about themselves. Rather, it was their acquaintances who had faced such incidents. Only Fang Zhen had come forth with first-hand accounts. Fang Zhen pondered, "Is it that I am simply unlucky? No, that cannot be. Perhaps those who encountered such events on the forum cannot even post anymore." The discussions surrounding this matter on the Tianwang forum were growing. Yet Fang Zhen felt overly fatigued. The energy expended throughout the day had left him drowsy. "I'll sleep first. We can discuss it tomorrow." Fang Zhen chose a quiet room and fell into a deep slumber, while Ruan Yaowen, clearly intrigued, continued browsing the posts. When Fang Zhen awoke, his energy restored. Ruan Yaowen, sporting dark circles under his eyes, eagerly approached him. "You must see this video." In his hand, a phone was playing a somewhat blurry video, evidently from surveillance footage. It appeared to be an office setting. A middle-aged man dressed in a formal suit was sipping tea while browsing files on his phone. Suddenly, terror crossed his face, and he clutched his neck. Trembling violently, ultimately, he lost his strength and collapsed from his chair. It seemed he had even lost control of his bladder before dying, leaving a small wet patch on his trousers. "What a poor, unfortunate soul." Fang Zhen remarked, "He must have encountered a rules incident. This phenomenon is alarmingly easy to trigger." "Where did this video come from?" "It was widely circulated on major websites at 3 in the morning yesterday, but was banned within 10 minutes, leaving no trace of its source. The Tianwang forum has members with significant influence who managed to obtain and share the video." Ruan Yaowen then spoke solemnly, "Do you know who he is?" "Who?" "The deputy mayor of our city." "Oh." Fang Zhen sat up immediately. No wonder the video was so swiftly banned. This was a serious matter. A person of such stature would undoubtedly have awakened individuals surrounding him for protection. Yet he still met such an untimely end. His death was shrouded in mystery, which posed a serious political issue. The deputy mayor's demise would attract immense governmental scrutiny, and special operations teams were already mobilizing to investigate. "This was bound to stir up quite a commotion," Ruan Yaowen said, relishing the drama. The impact of this incident was profound, with hundreds of posts flooding the forum discussing it. Yet Fang Zhen had read through them all and found them to be nothing but boastful chatter. With few grasping the prerequisites for murder, it seemed that only Fang Zhen's first-hand experience provided any valuable insights. Now, everyone merely understood that avoiding solitude could ensure safety. Rumor had it that government departments were mandating all employees to pair up for joint operations, and many companies had received the same directive. Fang Zhen yawned. Such rules incidents were unlikely to be resolved swiftly. He called Jiang Yuang to inquire about her condition, but the call indicated her phone was off. Well then, Fang Zhen opened his phone and accessed the Tianwang forum, where a flurry of messages awaited him. Numerous forum members sought details and clues regarding the mobile chat murder incident. It was apparent that everyone was wary of such random and hard-to-guard-against rules incidents. However, Fang Zhen had no intention of disclosing any information. What was paramount in dealing with rules incidents? Intelligence was crucial. In such perilous scenarios, information was often acquired at the cost of one's life. Fang Zhen happened to possess the ability to forcefully evade disaster, allowing him to continuously experiment and gather intelligence. For others, each encounter would likely entail a life-threatening risk. Such intelligence, if sold in the strategy zone, would surely fetch a handsome price. At that moment, a private message caught Fang Zhen's attention. "Hello, can we chat? I'm with the Special Operations Department." Fang Zhen was taken aback. The Tianwang forum had official personnel? Moreover, the individual was one of the administrators. However, upon further reflection, Fang Zhen understood. Such a powerful grassroots organization undoubtedly required oversight from official channels. Fang Zhen replied, "What's the matter? Did you personally experience the mobile chat murder incident? Or were you merely an observer?" "I experienced it firsthand." "Can you share your intelligence?" In Kyoto, At the headquarters of the Special Operations Department, Deputy Minister Zhang Guoqing exhaled deeply as he gazed at the computer screen. Finally found a survivor. It seems there are indeed formidable individuals among the awakened in these grassroots organizations. There were 3 deputy ministers in total, and he was one of them, wielding considerable power, a major general with significant influence at the central level. Following the outbreak of the mobile chat murder incident, he had been overwhelmed with work. Overnight, many officials had met untimely deaths, adding to his immense pressure to resolve the situation quickly. However, the randomness of the rules incident, both in location and timing, rendered effective investigation nearly impossible. Thus, he urgently needed to decipher the logic behind the rules. After long hours of work, he had even refrained from using his phone, opting instead for a computer. Fortunately, he had contacted a well-known grassroots organization in the country and finally managed to find a suspected eyewitness among the Tianwang Mutual Aid Association. The intelligence from a survivor was incredibly valuable. At this moment, a reply came through on the forum. Sure. How much are you willing to offer? Zhang Guoqing nearly choked on his own saliva, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, in times of national crisis. Shouldn't T1 act with a little selflessness? He patiently inquired, how much do you want? Then let it be 300 million. What? Zhang Guoqing, infuriated, slammed his fist onto the table. Damn it, taking advantage of a crisis. And now it's landed on my head. The table resounded with a loud bang. The department staff could not help but glance at the deputy minister. Their curiosity piqued about who had provoked this powerful figure. Chapter 66. Price increase. Zhang Guoqing's face darkened as he stared at the computer screen before him, wishing he could reach through the screen and grab the person on the other end of the internet. A tall soldier approached, bringing a cup of tea. Minister, please calm down. The soldier, with a square face, exuded composure and determination. His name was Wang Wei, Zhang Guoqing's adjutant and, in many ways, his secretary. In the Special Operations Department. He was a key figure responsible for assisting Zhang Guoqing in handling numerous confidential documents regarding regulatory incidents. A secretary to a high-ranking official could never be inept. It was fair to say that Wang Wei might even succeed the position of deputy minister in the future. Damn it, this bastard actually dares to demand 300 million. Zhang Guoqing cursed. The number of deaths due to the mobile phone chat incident keeps rising. Is this not profiting from national misfortune? Wang Wei replied, perhaps the information he possesses is genuinely valuable. Zhang Guoqing's expression fluctuated. Normally, he would never entertain compromise, but this time, the pressure was immense. Various departments of the state were engulfed in panic, with mounting pressure directed at their Special Operations Department. If this continued, even government bodies would be living in fear, and the nation might descend into paralysis. Though this incident may not be the most dangerous, its priority must be escalated to an S-level threat. Damn this random killing. Zhang Guoqing slammed the table again, causing even the monitor to shake. He suppressed his anger and messaged the members of the Skynet Mutual Aid Association. Comrade, your asking price is too high. High? I think it's quite reasonable. If you can directly resolve this regulatory incident, 300 million is certainly not excessive. I would even accept 1 billion, but you've merely experienced it. Your information is not only incomplete but may not even be 100% accurate. What if I can guarantee accuracy? On what basis can you guarantee that? Based on the fact that I've experienced 10 mobile phone killings. What? Zhang Guoqing was taken aback. In this regulatory incident, the number of survivors was exceedingly low, with most escaping by sheer luck, often due to the presence of others. The only certainty was that one must not be alone while fixated on their phone. Your ability precisely counters this regulatory incident? Zhang Guoqing quickly grasped the situation, more or less. Can you divulge more details? That would be a different price. Zhang Guoqing gritted his teeth. How much? Not much, just 10 million will suffice. Deal. I will transfer the funds to the forum. The forum served as a trust platform, ensuring the interests of both parties. Soon, Fangzhen received a notification about a transfer of 10 million to his forum account. Once the transaction was completed, he could directly withdraw it to his bank account. My ability is akin to invisibility, Fangzhen provided. Zhang Guoqing stared at the screen for a long while. Invisibility. So that's how it is. Wang Wei, quickly, investigate which awakened individuals in our department possess invisibility abilities. Zhang Guoqing commanded. Wang Wei promptly set to work. In less than 3 minutes, the information dossier was laid before Zhang Guoqing. Wang Wei informed him. Our department has 3 awakened individuals with C-level invisibility abilities. 2 are in other provinces, and 1 is at headquarters. Bring him here. Already notified, he's on his way. Well done. 10 minutes later, a nondescript man appeared before Zhang Guoqing. His name was Li Zhong, an individual with the ability of invisibility. You should be aware of the mobile phone chat killing incident. I need you to use your ability to assist the nation in gathering intelligence. Zhang Guoqing stated gravely. Li Zhong, upon hearing this, was elated. This was an opportunity to achieve great merit. Deputy Minister, rest assured, I will complete the mission. He was soon escorted into a small room, where he began to play with his phone alone. Approximately an hour later, Li Zhong received the fatal message. He felt a surge of anxiety, as this was a regulatory incident that could result in death. Thus, he activated his ability immediately, causing his entire being to vanish. Just when he thought he was safe, a pair of invisible hands suddenly clutched his neck. Li Zhong struggled in agony, trying to scream but unable to produce a sound, resorting instead to desperately banging on the floor, hoping to create some noise. Moments later, staff rushed in, but Li Zhong had already lost consciousness from asphyxiation. Quick, get him to emergency care, Wang Wei shouted. The Special Operations Department was equipped with a specialized hospital, and soon medical personnel arrived to take Li Zhong for urgent treatment. Upon learning of this incident, Zhang Guoqing erupted with fury and immediately questioned in a private message, "Are you trying to play me?" Meanwhile, Fang Zhan, enjoying a leisurely lunch, received the message and replied innocently, "Sir, from where do you derive such an accusation? The invisibility ability cannot prevent death from occurring. I never claimed my ability was invisibility." Zhang Guoqing retorted, reviewing the chat history. Indeed, the other party had described it as similar to invisibility. "Are you trying to deceive me?" Zhang Guoqing fumed. "Isn't it you who first tried to deceive me?" After inquiring about my ability, an hour passed without any further contact. "I assume you sought someone to experiment with? 300 million is your business. You expect to settle it for 10 million? That's a bit excessive." Zhang Guoqing's expression darkened. While the other party's ability might manifest similarly to invisibility, its true essence was entirely different. This time, he had made a misstep. Time was of the essence. The longer the delay, the more unfavorable it became. Zhang Guoqing had no choice but to concede. "I will purchase your information. Thank you for your patronage. 500 million. What? Wasn't it 300 million? The price has increased. Within this hour, many have approached me, eager to buy intelligence. If the information is passed through several hands and sold to the government, it could easily exceed 500 million. This reasoning was undoubtedly sound. There existed a notorious intelligence dealer who specialized in profiting from such information disparities. They did not engage in the exploration of intelligence, but rather traded it for profit. At times, the government had no choice but to engage in transactions to procure information. "You're undoubtedly retaliating against me. Damn it. Don't let me find out who you are." Zhang Guoqing inhaled deeply and replied, 500 million is simply too much. Our department's budget is limited. Can we negotiate? We could exchange other intelligence or even an awakened item. Your thoughts are rather naive. An awakened item is valued at no less than 1 billion and is priceless in the market. What can you offer? Immediately usable. The maximum I can provide is only 200 million. Fang Zhan contemplated for a moment. He initially intended to use the 300 million to acquire intelligence about himself. But upon further reflection, it seemed too deliberate. When dealing with the Special Operations Department, one must tread carefully. Who knows if there might be an awakened individual among them with the ability to open boxes? I have a distant relative who is also part of your Special Operations Department, a newcomer named Zhang Yueying. She has lost her legs. With the remaining 300 million, I hope you can arrange to customize the most perfect mechanical prosthetics for her, allowing her to live and move like a normal person. After much thought, Fang Zhan sent the message. Zhang Guoqing replied promptly, "No problem. I will immediately assign the most authoritative expert in this field to oversee the matter." Chapter 67. Selling Intelligence. Fang Zhan was acutely aware of the value of his intelligence. He harbored some grievances against the Special Operations Department, as they had initially intended to take him to headquarters for research. Thus, he aimed to extract a hefty sum from them to compensate for his mental distress. Simultaneously, Fang Zhan recognized the importance of expediency. The Special Operations Department was diligently striving to resolve the regulatory incident involving random killings that transpired without regard to time, location, or identity, causing significant disruption to social stability and instilling fear in the populace. Hence, it was best to sell the intelligence promptly. Before long, 200 million was credited to his account. The efficiency of the Special Operations Department was indeed commendable. Zhang Guoqing, holding a cup of tea, exhaled a long breath, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed. Secretary Wang Wei chuckled. Minister, you appear to be in good spirits. 200 million is acceptable. As for the mechanical prosthetics, I have investigated the newcomer Jiang Yueying. Her background is clean, and she has only recently joined the Special Operations team. Her abilities are commendable. Spending money on our own people is hardly a waste. Zhang Guoqing chuckled. You can take charge of this matter, ensuring the use of the best materials and the most authoritative experts. Understood. Additionally, look into Jiang Yueying's network. I am curious about who is willing to spend such a large sum to help her with her prosthetics. At that moment, Fang Zhan had already sent over all the intelligence he had gathered. Zhang Guoqing fixated on the screen, thoroughly engrossed. Indeed, the details were exceptionally comprehensive. One, being alone while playing on the phone for over an hour will trigger a regulatory incident. 2. If there is no WeChat on the phone, the regulatory incident will not be triggered. 3. Upon receiving a killing message, there is a high probability of being unable to communicate, so it is advisable not to waste time. 4. Once encountering a regulatory incident, neither mental resistance nor physical enhancement will be effective. One should promptly seek the company of others to resolve the predicament. While it cannot be ruled out that there are mysterious abilities capable of resisting or combating. 5. The recurring regulated events continue to adhere to a certain pattern, exhibiting no extraordinary manifestations or responses. A preliminary assessment indicates that the source lacks independent thought, or there may be other exceptional circumstances. 6. The method of attack employed by these regulated events involves strangulation. After 10 experiments, this method has remained unchanged, suggesting that it is likely the sole mode of attack. Boldly hypothesizing, if there are awakened individuals unafraid of asphyxiation from strangulation, perhaps other discoveries await. This aspect remains untestable for me. Zhang Guoqing surveyed the 6 pieces of summarized intelligence. Thank you, this is quite useful. Should this regulated event be resolved successfully, I could acknowledge your contribution. Would you be interested in joining our Special Operations Department? Zhang Guoqing sent the message. I only sell intelligence, not my allegiance, came the cold reply. Very well. I hope we can collaborate in the future. The other party's abilities appeared distinctly unique, exceptionally suited for intelligence gathering. Although Zhang Guoqing felt considerable displeasure towards opportunistic behaviors and price hikes, he ultimately prioritized the greater good. He closed the chat window. Zhang Guoqing promptly convened personnel from various departments. Everyone, please uninstall WeChat temporarily. All communications must be conducted via internal messaging software. Additionally, notify other departments to do the same. Furthermore, sift through the awakened individuals in your departments and select those who are unafraid of strangulation. The members of the Special Operations Department were left thoroughly bewildered. What is the purpose of this? Uninstalling WeChat is understandable, but the criteria of being unafraid of strangulation sounds utterly absurd. 200 million has been credited. Fang Zhan felt immensely pleased. While earning rewards through hard work is undoubtedly gratifying, unexpected windfalls bring unparalleled joy. Initially, he had merely been curious about the regulated events, dedicating an entire day to research. Never imagining he could sell such high-priced information, yet, fortune favored him. Other intelligence regarding regulated events would likely not command such lofty sums. Ruan Yaowen's eyes turned red with envy. Did you really earn 200 million just like that? No wonder they say intelligence brokers are the wealthiest. I must risk my life to handle several regulated events just to earn that much. You could also seek out more troublesome regulated events and sell the intelligence. Fang Zhan suggested with a smile. Ruan Yaowen shook his head vigorously at the thought of nearly being strangled by an unseen force the previous night. Forget it, forget it. Such unknown regulated events are far too perilous. I prefer tasks that cannot breach my defenses. And I was awarded 1,000 points. Fang Zhan remarked in surprised. My level on the Skynet forum is already 3. Ruan Yaowen was incensed. What? I've toiled for 2 years just to reach level 3. And you've achieved it in 2 days? He understood well the value of points. These points were more useful than currency, not only for purchasing intelligence and strategies, but if one was willing to expend points. They could even solicit assistance from the forum's prominent figures. Fang Zhan replied innocently, it was a reward from the administrators. Underhanded practices, abuse of power, despicable, Ruan Yaowen lamented. Fang Zhan chose to ignore him, as a message from WeChat arrived. It was from Jiang Yueying. She sent a cheerful dancing bunny emoji, appearing quite happy. Why did you turn off your phone this morning? Fang Zhen asked curiously. Zhang Yueying replied honestly, I was a bit scared. I'm currently hesitant to use my phone, but I just received some good news, so I turned it on to share my joy with you. Don't be afraid. I have deciphered the patterns of the regulated events. As long as you don't stare at your phone for more than an hour, you'll be fine. As for the suggestion to uninstall WeChat. How could you say that? If I uninstall WeChat, how can we chat joyfully? Really? That's wonderful. Just now, Sister Chu called me and suggested I uninstall WeChat. She said doing so would prevent encounters with these regulated events. Oh dear, news travels so fast. Fang Zhen asserted. Where did this rumor come from? It's sheer nonsense. WeChat is such a splendid messaging app. How could one simply uninstall it? Fine, I'll heed your advice. You mentioned good news. What is it? The supervisor of the Special Operations team contacted me. The organization received donations from kind-hearted individuals, and there are funds specifically allocated for treating injured members. As a newcomer, I've been chosen. The organization has decided to provide me with a custom mechanical prosthesis, and they've even invited a highly skilled expert. Zhang Yueying excitedly sent a lengthy voice message, her voice brimming with joy, suggesting that words alone could not convey her elation. The donations from kind-hearted individuals. What a splendid reason. Fang Zhen replied, Congratulations. It's astonishing that such benevolent people exist in the world. They are truly saints, unparalleled in their generosity. If I were a girl, I would gladly offer myself in gratitude. Your reaction is rather strange. Are you not praising yourself? What are you saying? I'm happy for you. Besides, do I look like someone with that much money? That is true. In the next moment, another red envelope arrived, inscribed with the message, Let you enjoy a bit of happiness. Fang Zhen eagerly opened the envelope, only to find a meager sum of 3.1 yuan. Rich sister, you've changed, he replied. Zhang Yueying sent back a screenshot showing a balance of 0, pouting, This is all my savings. I gave it all to you. Fang Zhen chuckled at the sight. What a pitiful rich sister. He sent a screenshot of his own balance. Your investment has been credited, and through my efforts, it has now yielded a return of 200 million yuan. Would you like to withdraw it now? Cut it out, you image manipulator. I can't talk to you right now. The expert is about to arrive to check my health. And I'm so nervous. You had the chance to cling to the leg of a billionaire, yet you chose to let it slip away. Fang Zhen smiled, feeling quite content. At that moment, the forum system notified him of a new message. Upon opening it, he saw a comment on his post seeking intelligence. An anonymous user had written, Do you wish to know about the upper-tier abilities related to imprisonment? I can tell you. Fang Zhen's heart raced. There was news. This was a matter of great importance regarding his own abilities and warranted serious attention. Chapter 68. No Shadow. Fang Zhen had long harbored a concern regarding his identity. If he were truly the greatest loophole birthed from regulated events, could he still be considered human? If he were not human, would there be any latent dangers? Would he suddenly lose control, or would he forfeit all that it meant to be human? The mere thought of this sent waves of panic through him. Thus, he sought to ascertain the truth about his situation. However, lacking any official records, approaching the matter through his abilities seemed a prudent choice. Therefore, upon receiving the message, Fang Zhen promptly replied, Brother, I am immensely grateful to you. Soon, the anonymous user responded, No need for thanks. We are mutually beneficial. Your bounty is simply too low. 10 million is insufficient. Then how much do you require? My information is exceedingly valuable. I can confirm that fewer than 5 individuals nationwide are privy to it. Thus, I demand 500 million. Fang Zhen's expression darkened. 500 million? The retribution for my actions won't come that swiftly, will it? Just after I extorted someone, another comes to extort me. Truly, how the tides turned. That's excessive. I cannot afford that, Fang Zhen replied. Then find a way to raise the funds. I will not lower my price. Brother, this information has no relation to resolving regulated events. No one would find it useful. Information about abilities in the strategy section is worth a maximum of 100 points. Isn't your demand for 500 million a bit outrageous? If you truly desire it, then it is not excessive. I don't care what others charge. This is my price, and you may seek others if you wish. Damn, could I have encountered an information broker? My intelligence is hard-earned. 500 million is a modest sum. Consider it carefully. The anonymous user sent another message. Fang Zhen now understood Zhang Guoqing's feelings back then. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike someone. The other party clearly lacked the understanding of reason, refusing to even entertain negotiations. Fang Zhen cursed inwardly. You'd be satisfied if the information rotted in your hands. Yet, despite his frustration, Fang Zhan remained eager to uncover the truth about his abilities. Just as he had become a billionaire, he was now required to relinquish all his wealth. How infuriating! Fang Zhan felt despondent. However, while money could be earned again, intelligence, once lost, might never be recovered. He took out his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, a cautious voice answered. "Hello? Master Yin? Do you remember me?" The person on the other end of the line panicked. What do you want?" Master Yin was the dubious feng shui master. In recent days, he had been restless, plagued by anxiety, convinced that he was in imminent danger. Yet, he dared not leave his home, enduring a torturous existence. Fang Zhan inquired, "The item I concealed in your safe. Nothing has gone awry." "Has it?" Just the thought of the disassembled figure in the safe sent Master Yin into a panic. "No problem. Absolutely no problem. I've kept a close watch on it. But what?" At first, Zhao San made some noise in the safe. But these past 2 days, it's been increasingly quiet. Fang Zhan calculated the time and realized he had been negligent. It had nearly been 10 days without sustenance. Even an awakened individual could not withstand that. "Open the safe and give him some water," Fang Zhan instructed. Master Yin shuddered. "Me? Inside the safe, there's a head, hands, feet. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. And now I have to feed it water. What is going on? Is that not permissible? No. I'll go right away." With a face etched in worry, Master Yin hung up the phone. He held the water, staring at the safe before him, as if he were about to open Pandora's box. Speaking of feeding it water, would it suffice to only nourish the head? Master Yin's thoughts grew increasingly muddled. After hanging up, Fang Zhan turned to Ruan Yawen and said, "Do you have any free time this afternoon? I need to take a long trip. There's a Mercedes in the garage. Here are the keys. You can go on your own," Ruan Yawen replied, yawning, having not slept a wink all night. "I don't have a driver's license." "You've committed treason, and you're worried about traffic laws? Let me reiterate, I haven't committed treason. I'm merely evading the Special Operations Department." Ruan Yawen resignedly became Fang Zhan's chauffeur. The two set off from home. Arriving at Master Yan's residence half an hour later, Master Yin appeared haggard, clearly distressed, smelling unpleasantly, surrounded by takeout boxes. Upon seeing Fang Zhan, he became overly excited. "Master, you've finally arrived. Thank you for keeping it safe. Please, open the safe." Yes, he hurriedly replied, unlocking the safe and dragging out a waterproof large cloth bag. Ruan Yawen, puzzled, leaned closer for a better look. "What is it?" The next moment, he nearly jumped in fright. Holy cow! His gaze towards Fang Zhan shifted dramatically. Murder, dismemberment, and corpse concealment in the safe. And now he has come back to retrieve it. How is this not perverse? This is an awakened hunter, Fang Zhan remarked. Moreover, he is not dead. He is merely a bit weak. Upon hearing the term awakened hunter, Ruan Yawen's expression softened. He understood that among awakened individuals, if their abilities were similar, they could devour one another to enhance their own powers. Thus, some people specialized in hunting awakened beings for profit. Such individuals wouldn't be enough to die 100 times over. Fang Zhan asked Master Yin, "No one from the Midnight Club has sought you out?" "Have they?" "Yes, someone called inquiring about Zhao San's whereabouts, but I managed to mislead them." "The Midnight Club has been looking for you lately," Master Yin replied cautiously. This wasn't surprising, considering Fang Zhan had not only dealt with Zhao San but had also called to provoke the president of the Midnight Club. However, let them search as they please. Fang Zhan's identity was so clean that even the government wouldn't find anything on him. His new identity was as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. It would be miraculous if they managed to uncover anything. Before leaving, Fang Zhan erased all of Master Yin's memories from recent times to avoid any future complications. "Why are you bringing this along?" Ruan Yawen disdainfully tossed the corpse into the car's trunk. Fang Zhan replied, "He wanted to sell me, and I can certainly sell him too. That makes sense, but why the rush? I'm short on cash." "Didn't you just earn 200 million? I want to buy some information, and it costs 500 million. Ruan Yawen gasped. What kind of useless information could possibly cost 500 million? Fang Zhan also felt helpless. There was no way around it. The entire Skynet forum yielded no information about his abilities. Just as they were about to depart, a familiar figure rushed over, his steps unsteady and his face pale. His movements were stiff. Despite the approach of summer and the warm sunshine, He wore a thick cotton coat, appearing quite out of place, with one sleeve hanging empty, missing an arm. "Master, I finally found you," the newcomer exclaimed excitedly. Fang Zhen scrutinized him closely. "Boss Tian, how did you become so gaunt?" This man was Tian Qihua, the factory owner, once a rotund capitalist, now nearly emaciated. His once black hair had turned significantly gray, making him look as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. "Master, I didn't have your contact information, so I had to wait here for you at Master Yen's. I can't believe I actually found you. The factory has reopened. All the workers are back, and their wages have doubled. Now, everyone is motivated. I've tried to recover the funds I donated to the foundation over the years, and I've sold my car and house to pay back every cent of taxes owed to the state." Ruan Yaowen couldn't help but glance at Boss Tian. This seemingly frail old man was indeed one of the rare conscientious entrepreneurs. Fang Zhen nodded in satisfaction. "Well done." After he had taken one of Boss Tian's arms and altered his memories through intimidation, Boss Tian had reformed himself, becoming an asset to society and its people. But why had he changed so drastically? At that moment, Ruan Yaowen poked Fang Zhen's arm and pointed. "This old man seems off. What's wrong? Look at the ground." Fang Zhen focused intently and furrowed his brow. Standing in the sunlight, Boss Tian was on his tiptoes, appearing weightless, yet beneath him, there was no shadow. Chapter 69. "You see, right?" Fang Zhen observed for a while, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Boss Tian truly had no shadow. "What is going on with you?" Fang Zhen inquired. Boss Tian immediately broke down in tears. Master, please save me. I had no choice but to seek you out. I've encountered another ghost. I've encountered ghosts as a villain, and now as a good person. What is the point of being good?" His sobs were eerie, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Ruan Yaowen shivered and said irritably, "You look quite ghostly yourself. Go find a geomancer to exorcise your ghosts, or at the very least, report it to the police. The state will send someone to help you. We don't have time for your nonsense." Upon hearing this, Boss Tian cried even harder. "All right, stop crying," Fang Zhen said. "Get in the car." Ruan Yaowen, puzzled, asked, "Are we really going to help him?" This old man said he sold his car and house. He doesn't seem to have much money. Consider it aftercare. Yes, only been 10 days since we last met. I is quite strange that Boss Tian has changed so drastically in such a brief time. He can't be this unfortunate. Fang Zhen felt that Boss Tian's predicament might be somewhat related to his own, so he decided to lend a hand. Boss Tian stifled his sobs, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes. But it swiftly turned bitter. "Master, I can't get into the car." "Why not?" "My body has become extremely stiff lately. I can only stand or lie down, unable to bend." "How peculiar." Fang Zhen exited and lifted Boss Tian's coat. At that moment, Boss Tian was emaciated, yet thankfully, he had a strong foundation. Otherwise, he might have already starved to death. A cold aura radiated from him, his body temperature noticeably lower than that of a normal person, resembling a living corpse. Perhaps the term zombie would be more fitting. Fang Zhen, with no other option, directly picked up Boss Tian and awkwardly tossed him into the back seat of the car. "Now, tell me what happened. Did you not resolve the oddities at the factory?" Fang Zhen asked. Boss Tian shook his head laboriously. "No, the factory is fine now. I managed to locate the worker who lost his hand. He had an accident but didn't die. He is just half paralyzed. I personally visited, leaving 50,000 in compensation for his wife and children, and helped his wife secure a decent job. They're all very grateful to me." "Didn't he die?" Fang Zhen was taken aback. He had assumed the worker with the severed hand was deceased. The severed hand actually belonged to a living person. That was certainly eye-opening. "Then what is happening with you?" Fang Zhen pressed. Boss Tian replied, "I don't know. For the past few days, I felt extremely cold. I initially thought it was a cold and didn't pay much attention, but my weight kept dropping. No matter how much I eat, I can't stop losing weight. In just 5 days, I lost over 100 pounds. Ruan Yaowen interjected, "You could advertise for weight loss pills. It would be a huge profit." Boss Tian, pale with fear, said, "Then more strange things began to occur. My body became stiff, and I couldn't even bend over. I can't see my own shadow, and my reflection doesn't appear in the mirror. It is terrifying. My wife was so frightened that she took our daughter back to her hometown. I've slowly lost my appetite. Whenever I eat, I start to vomit, and I can't sleep at night." His experiences grew increasingly bizarre. resembling a gradual transformation from a human to a ghost. It was indeed peculiar. Feng Zhen inquired, "Do you have anyone around you who has experienced similar occurrences?" "I've asked. But no one. Have you visited any strange places recently?" "No, I've mostly been at the factory and home." Feng Zhen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could this be another random incident of harm? If so, you might be in deep trouble. Even a deity might not be able to save you. Boss Tian stammered in fear. It can't be that serious, can it? This is still considered mild. Ruan Yaowen casually remarked. The deputy mayor of Han City died suddenly this morning without any warning, and there was no way to avoid it. At least you're still alive and able to speak. These words terrified Boss Tian to the point of tears. If such high-ranking officials could die without a means of escape, what hope did he have? All right, stop scaring him. With his current condition, if he gets too agitated, he might just drop dead. Feng Zhen, with evident irritation, said, "Please elaborate on your actions. The more detailed, the better." Boss Tian, struck with fear, could hardly muster the courage to cry, desperately racking his brain for recent events. He recounted everything from his recent meals to the times he visited the restroom. At last, a memory surfaced. "Yes, indeed. The foundation to which I donated, I communicated with them and declared that I would no longer contribute. The manager seemed quite irate, insisting that I would surely regret my decision." "What foundation?" "The Shun Charity and Welfare Foundation." "What is its background?" The Shin Family Group is a well-known corporation nationwide, with a vast array of business interests. The particularly famous charity, Haishui Cho, which raises funds for critically ill patients, is under their purview. Initially, when there were rumors of hauntings at the factory, I reached out to a feng shui master through the foundation. Feng Zhen immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. It was unmistakably linked. This Shun Foundation had intricate ties to the 0 Point Club. It appeared they had uncovered the crux of the issue. Ruan Yaowen shook his head in disbelief. To wield such malevolent power against ordinary people, do they not regard the Special Operations Department at all? We could report them, and a successful tip-off could yield a substantial reward. How dare you say such things? Who was it that intercepted the Special Operations Team Leader midway? Feng Zhen retorted. What reward could you possibly claim from a report? All right then, none of us are saints, Ruan Yaowen replied. Meanwhile, Boss Tian trembled in the corner, his demeanor suggesting that the person beside the master was an exceedingly vicious criminal. You won't be able to wait for the state to assist you. If this continues, you will undoubtedly meet your demise within 2 days. Feng Zhen decisively asked, "Do you have the manager's contact information?" Upon hearing the words, "undoubtedly meet your demise," Boss Tian nearly succumbed to despair. He hurriedly retrieved his phone. I possess his mobile number and WeChat.at that moment. Feng Zhen was his sole beacon of hope. Call him. Boss Tian, without hesitation, quickly dialed the number. Beep. Hello? Is this Boss Tian? What brings you to call me? Came a sarcastic voice from the other end. Boss Tian rasped, Manager Zhou, I've been feeling quite unwell lately. I wonder if you might have any solutions. I'm not a doctor. What use am I to you? However, it seemed that Boss Tian's conscience was burdened. Our foundation has been dedicated to supporting children in impoverished rural areas and assisting patients with severe illnesses, such meaningful endeavors. Yet you have chosen to withdraw your donations and even demanded a portion back. Manager Zhou chuckled maliciously. Such guilty deeds inevitably lead to nighttime disturbances. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 70. Is it really true? Within a luxurious, towering office building in Han City, adorned with opulence and grandeur, a massive logo reading Haishui Cho hung prominently, symbolizing the pooling of resources to achieve greater aims, while also hinting at the inexhaustibility of resources to be squandered at will. A man in his 30s, clad in a tailored suit, stood by a vast floor-to-ceiling window, mockingly observing the colossal shopping mall set to open soon. What do you think? Boss Tian, now frantic, exclaimed, That was my own money. I've sold my house and car, investing every last cent into the factory's operations. I truly have no funds left to donate to the foundation. How does that concern me? Manager Zhou retorted nonchalantly. If you choose not to donate, then so be it, as long as Boss Tian is unafraid of the consequences. You may act as you wish. He uncorked a bottle of fine whiskey, poured a modest amount into a glass filled with ice, and savored it, completely disregarding Boss Tian's panicked tone on the other end of the line. You people refuse to donate my salary, my whiskey, my skyscraper. Where do you think they come from? Initially, we were engaged in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yet you have chosen to withdraw. If everyone were to back out, how could I continue my work? If my work ceases, how will the nation's GDP rise? Who will understand my noble intentions? At that moment, a young voice interrupted from the other end of the line. Hello? Zhou Qing paused. Who are you? The 0 Point Club, is it? Bring forth your superiors, or I shall promptly notify the Special Operations Department about the malicious slaughter of ordinary citizens by awakened individuals. I might even share the salacious details about Boss Tian to ensure your downfall. Zhou Qing felt a jolt of fear. Such matters were best kept under wraps. Should they escalate, it would spell trouble, especially when dealing with the state. The prosperity of private organizations was merely a result of tacit governmental approval. However, should the state decide to unleash its wrath, no private entity could withstand such might. He was confident that Boss Tian, being an outsider, lacked the connections and resources to escalate the situation. Tio them, a factory owner, even with assets in the hundreds of millions, was still merely a commoner. Zhou Qing coldly replied, You needn't know who I am. The young man spoke with audacious arrogance. Threats are easy to make, but you don't dare reveal your identity, do you? Zhou Qing relaxed, sneering, Go ahead and escalate it. I am eager to see if Boss Tian survives. Until then, if another club intervened, he would have to reassess. But if the other party remained unwilling to disclose their identity, he felt secure. With that, he hung up the phone. Beep, the call ended. Fang Zhen was astonished. Is this foundation truly so brazen? My threat bore no weight. Do they not fear the Special Operations Department? Boss Tian was on the verge of tears. Master, you may have found some amusement in your words, but my life hangs by a thread. Ruan Yaowen glanced over. You didn't disclose your identity, so of course, they wouldn't take you seriously. Anyone can talk tough. I could claim to be the head of the Special Operations Department, but it requires belief from others. Now, what do you intend to do? Boss Tian looked at Fang Zhen with a pale face. His expression fragile, as if death could come for him at any moment. Fear not. Your life is not forfeit. I am merely contemplating how to make this arrogant manager Zhou pay the price. After a moment of reflection, Fang Zhen picked up his phone and composed a message, sending it forth to I in the office. Zhou Qing's phone chimed. A message from WeChat. Sorry for not calling to beg for mercy. IVE prepared to send you a message instead. Too late. Do you truly believe I would miss your paltry donations? This is merely a lesson. Zhou Qing scoffed, opening the WeChat message, only to be met with a chilling revelation. I know you are home alone tonight. I will come to find you. Zhou Qing's heart raced. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the office. His heart pounded, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Though he was not an awakened individual, he communicated with the powerful figures of the 0 Point Club. Thus possessing his own network of connections, he was acutely aware of the recent uproar surrounding the mobile chat murder incident. Impossible. I merely made a phone call. I haven't even touched my phone. Panic surged within him. This shouldn't be happening. His pupils constricted sharply, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It was said that ordinary individuals were doomed in such predicaments, and even awakened beings might not escape unscathed. Terrifyingly, he had done his utmost to avoid using his phone. How could he have fallen victim? He frantically glanced around, yet nothing seemed amiss. Damn it! Zhou Qing suddenly realized, am I being played? He shakily poured himself another glass of whiskey, gulping it down to steady his nerves, then slammed the glass onto the table. I will make you pay for this, with a scowl. Zhou Qing grabbed his device and typed a message. You fat pig. Dare to threaten me? Just wait. I will flip your hearse and send your entire family to the crematorium with you. To his surprise, a red exclamation mark appeared, indicating a failure to send. What? Zhou Qing was bewildered. You dare to delete me as a friend? This fat fool truly has a death wish. The death curse was nearly impossible to lift unless the awakened one intervened. Just then, to his astonishment, a reply came through. No need to wait. I have already arrived. What? Zhou Qing felt the office grow dimmer, despite the fact that it was daylight and the office was filled with large windows. Why did it feel so dark? The thought flickered through his mind, and the next moment, an unseen grip tightened around his neck. Shadows of death loomed ominously. No. Is this really happening? Zhou Qing was seized by terror. His eyes wide with fear, he leaped to his feet, attempting to escape through the door, but a vice-like grip held him fast, choking him as panic coursed through him. He struggled desperately, flailing his limbs as he toppled from his chair. crumpling onto the plush carpet, writhing in agony. "Help!" He croaked, but the next word refused to escape his lips. Zhou Qing lay on the ground, his eyes wide with terror, as color drained rapidly from his face. In the end, he drew his last breath. Chapter 71. Tagging, packing, selling in the vehicle, Fangzhen sent forth a message. Ruan Yawen, glancing at the familiar text, was astonished. "Is this even possible?" "Just a guess," Fangzhen replied with a smile. Rule-based events, even those spiraling out of control, must adhere to a certain logic, however chaotic it may be. Therefore, there are inevitably traces to follow. Fangzhen could be considered the most knowledgeable individual regarding the mobile chat murder incident. Due to the fact that each occurrence of the rule event is almost identical, it indicates that this rule event is rather inflexible. Thus, he speculated whether it could be actively triggered. He attempted to borrow the opening lines used during the occurrence of the rule event for his own purposes. In retrospect, it seems he may have succeeded, as Manager Zhou has yet to respond to his messages. After waiting for 10 minutes, Fangzhen redialed Manager Zhou's number, only to be met with a continuous busy tone. No one answered. It appears he has indeed succeeded, Fangzhen mused to himself. Ruan Yawen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Incredible! If it can be done this way, then if I had an enemy, could I not strategize from the shadows and eliminate them from afar? How exhilarating! Just ensure that if you get caught, you don't implicate me. I know nothing. But didn't you do the same? I'm not even using my own number." "What evidence do you have to prove it was me?" Ruan Yawen pondered, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Several prerequisites were necessary. He needed to be on the other party's WeChat friend list, confirm that the other party was alone, and ideally, he could not use his own number to execute this plan. Otherwise, it would become a case of real name assassination. Considering this, the opportunities for implementation were indeed limited. Boss Tian, standing nearby, wore a face of grievance. This was his number. After all, he vaguely felt as if he had been duped, yet he could not articulate exactly how. "Master, what should I do?" Boss Tian gulped. "I feel increasingly cold, as if I might die at any moment." He was in a state of panic, having completely offended Manager Zhou. Was there no hope for him? Fangzhen shook his head. "Do not worry, you shall not perish." With that, he casually tossed Boss Tian's phone out of the car window. With a crash, the phone shattered into pieces. Boss Tian stared in disbelief. "Master, my phone is a new model." "Forget about the new model. If your life is at stake, that phone must go," Fangzhen replied decisively. Ruan Yawen was utterly baffled. He could not comprehend the significance of Fangzhen's actions. However, soon, Boss Tian's face regained a hint of color, and his eyes began to sparkle with vitality. "I feel that a bit warmer. Of course, with summer approaching, wearing a thick cotton coat would naturally make one feel hot." Boss Tian attempted to stretch his limbs and was pleasantly surprised to discover he could bend down and lift his legs. Perhaps even manage a light jog. His stomach growled, and he felt dizzy from hunger. "I could eat a whole cow." "I doubt I have recovered," Boss Tian exclaimed with joy. "Thank you, Master. I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace. How much do I owe you for your assistance? I will sell my possessions to repay you." After this experience, his outlook on life had become markedly more open-minded. To live is more important than anything else. Wealth is merely an external possession. As long as he had his wife and children by the warm hearth, that was sufficient. Even if he had to sell his factory and return to farming in his hometown, he would comply without hesitation. One must face death to truly understand what one needs most. Fangzhen waved his hand. "You have offended a petty individual. If I were to exploit you further, how would that differ from those in the Foundation? You are currently in a fragile state. Seek a nutritionist to restore your health. Cut all ties with the Foundation. I will give you my phone number. If you encounter any issues, you may reach out to me." "Thank you, Master. Thank you." Boss Tian expressed his gratitude as he was ushered out of the vehicle. He hurried off to purchase a new phone and replace his SIM card. Now that he had finally returned to normalcy, he wanted to call his wife and children without delay in the car. Ruan Yawen looked at Fangzhen with astonishment, struggling to grasp what he had missed. How did that elderly gentleman return to normal? "What exactly did you do?" Boss Tian had been in a safe place for the past few days, without encountering any unusual individuals. Even if someone wished to target him, there should be a means to do so. Right? This recent rule event provided me with some insight. The only connection to Manager Zhou was through mobile communication. Therefore, the phone was likely a medium. Ruan Yawen suddenly understood. No wonder the phone had to be smashed. But are you not concerned about making a mistake? If you inadvertently harm Manager Zhou and it turns out to be a miscalculation, would not Boss Tian be in dire straits? Ruan Yawen inquired. Fang Zhen retrieved his own phone. I have checked on the Tianwang forum. It cannot be wronged. A strategy post costs 20 points to purchase. It clearly outlines a certain awakening ability. See great ability, Death Curse. Through certain connections and mediums, one can inflict a curse on the target, causing them to weaken continuously and die an unnatural death within half a month. Method of breaking the curse. Destroy the medium. Eliminate the caster and remain 1,000 miles away from the caster. Ruan Yawen was left speechless, so it can be done this way. When dealing with enemies, it seems entirely reasonable to consult a strategy guide. With so many strategies available on the forum, it is an immense reservoir of intelligence. Isn't this one of the greatest benefits of joining the Tianwang Mutual Aid Society? Fang Zhen asked. Yes, you are correct. Ruan Yawen awkwardly scratched his head. I thought the same. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Having been a member of the Tianwang Mutual Aid Society for 2 years, he had rarely purchased intelligence. Most of the time, he relied solely on his own abilities to push through. If he encountered an insurmountable challenge, he would retreat, favoring a strategy of bullying the weak and avoiding intellectual engagement. He had always preferred to act alone, believing that others would only hinder him. Yet at that moment, Ruan Yawen suddenly had a thought. Having a teammate willing to think critically might not be such a bad thing after all. Where do we go next? Ruan Yawen asked. Fang Zhen replied, to the black market. We need to earn some money first. Where's that? Why do you know nothing? And how do you know? Fang Zhen pointed to his phone. Joining the Tianwang Mutual Aid Society was indeed a wise choice. Much information could be purchased directly. Now, Fang Zhen exuded the air of an experienced veteran, while Ruan Yawen, who had frequented the forum for years, resembled a novice. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. The avenues for earning forum points were exceedingly limited, and Ruan Yawen had been reluctant to squander them. It was only Fang Zhen, newly arrived and having received an abundance of point rewards, who could spend so freely. In an office building, Manager Zhou, there is a contract that requires your signature. A flamboyantly dressed secretary entered the office. Upon suddenly spotting the body on the floor, she turned pale and screamed, sending the entire office building into a frenzy. An ambulance soon arrived to transport the nearly lifeless Zhou Cheng away. A man with a sinister glare entered the office. He was Shen Weifeng, one of the heirs of the Shen Consortium, a shareholder of the Foundation, and responsible for handling some unsavory matters for the Foundation due to his apt abilities. Shen Weifeng picked up Zhou Cheng's phone, noticing the strange messages that appeared on the screen. Has the incident occurred? How foolish! Weren't you instructed to limit your phone usage? Shen Weifeng cursed. Fool! At that moment, he noticed a missed call on the phone. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a call log preceding the missed call. Boss Tian? Isn't that the factory owner who refused to donate? No, something is amiss. Shen Weifeng opened the phone's call recording. Most individuals in large corporations tend to activate the recording function to preserve evidence for business dealings. Soon, a conversation recording played. Point Club, is it? I will see how you all perish. You do not need to know. Shen Weifeng immediately became alert, realizing that knowledge of the club's name indicated an insider. Could Zhou Cheng's death be suspicious? This voice sounds somewhat familiar. He promptly saved the recording and forwarded it to the club's president, and a swift reply came. Indeed, it is the individual I instructed you to find. He killed Zhao San. Locate him and eliminate him, and I shall commend you for your efforts. President Wantian's voice came through firmly. Shen Weifeng felt a surge of joy. This was fortuitous. If he gained the strong backing of the 0 Point Club, his standing within the Shen family would greatly increase. Rest assured, President, capturing him will be a piece of cake. Long-range assassinations are my specialty. I have already locked onto him. Shen Weifeng stood in place as dark, swirling clouds of energy emanated from him, appearing almost alive as they twisted and coiled. Faintly, one could hear the wailing of vengeful spirits. The dark energy swirled around the phone but hesitated to enter. Shen Weifeng was taken aback. Communication had already been established through the phone. How could he not pinpoint the location? His expression darkened suddenly. Unless the other party had smashed their phone. Could it be that the efficacy of his ability had been discerned by the other party? This was inconceivable. The voice of President Wantian came through again. What is the situation? Have you resolved it? There is a minor issue. Shen Weifeng could not suppress his perspiration. He had previously guaranteed success. Now, he faced outright failure. You incompetent fool, did you not claim it would be a simple task? And I Wentian's tone was cold. If you continue to handle matters ineffectively, I may reconsider our partnership with the Foundation. Shen Weifeng was alarmed. President, grant me a little more time. I assure you I will capture him. And I Wentian hung up the phone, leaving Shen Weifeng drenched in cold sweat. The power possessed by the president was sufficient to obliterate the entire Shun consortium. In the face of absolute strength, wealth meant nothing. At that moment, a phone call came in. It was from a friend of his, also an awakened. His business had fallen into obscurity. Brother Wang, do you have any advice? Shen Weifeng inquired politely. The man referred to as Brother Wang spoke in a peculiar tone. Young Master Shen, you are quite familiar with Zhao San, aren't you? He is a regular in the black market. Yet today he was stuffed into a sack and labeled for sale. Are you aware of this? What? Shen Weifeng's eyes widened. Zhao San, packaged, for sale? How do those three words even go together? Chapter 72. The black market exists beyond the confines of the law. A realm shrouded in shadows, a place the state forbids. However, where there is demand, a market will inevitably arise. The establishment of rules simultaneously creates vast profits for those who defy them. Such immense profits can entice individuals to take risks, and even allow those in lofty positions to discreetly wield their influence. Yet, stripping away the illegal and mysterious FAAD, the black market is merely a marketplace where participants seek their own desires, illicit firearms and ammunition, banned goods from overseas, precious jewels and artifacts, organ trafficking, even human beings. Transactions are swift and clear-cut, leaving all parties satisfied. Fang Zhan spent 100 forum points to learn the location of the underground black market in Han City from a forum user. And he obtained a pass to the black market, allowing him to bypass what should have been a complex threshold. Normally, completing a low-level rule event below D rank only rewards 100 points. Ruan Yaowen lamented that he would never part with such points. Yet for Fang Zhan, it was inconsequential. Rule events can be perilous. Even the mightiest awakened may falter in low-level encounters. However, Fang Zhan possessed multiple abilities, granting him a significant advantage when confronting rule events. The black market was situated beneath a villa in the suburbs, concealing an abandoned underground boxing arena. Numerous factions held sway over the black market, creating a labyrinthine web of power. Even if someone were to report it, the information would never reach the desks of the powerful. As Fang Zhan and his companion arrived, four men clad in black intercepted them. Credentials? Please. Each of the four bore handguns, sufficient to intimidate ordinary people. A considerable number of awakened, too, would find themselves powerless against firearms. Fang Zhan produced his black market pass, and they were allowed entry into the underground realm. Inside the black market, nearly everyone wore masks to conceal their identities, and Fang Zhan and his companion were no exception. The underground was divided into small rooms, where product information was printed and compiled. If someone found the pamphlet intriguing, they would enter a small room to negotiate prices. The entire process was secure and discreet. No one dared to cause a disturbance. After a leisurely stroll, Fang Zhan observed a variety of illegal goods for sale. There were even elegantly dressed female awakened offering their services with exorbitant prices, yet numerous wealthy patrons were interested. After all, bringing a beautiful awakened woman as a companion to a banquet was both safe and impressive. Making one the center of attention in affluent circles, however, upon glancing at the prices, which reached into the tens of millions, he couldn't help but feel that there were simply too many wealthy individuals in this era. Fang Zhan printed his product information and chose an unoccupied small room to await potential buyers. The sale of a living awakened was a significant newsworthy event, quickly attracting many gazes, as everyone understood the implications of such a sale. Soon, a man in a black mask approached to inquire about the price. Fang Zhan boldly stated, an awakened with B-level ability, speed. For 300 million, non-negotiable. This price was neither high nor low. Among those with similar abilities, there was a tendency to absorb each other's power, enhancing their own. But this was not always guaranteed to succeed and carried certain risks. Thus, it resembled a gamble. Those without substantial resources would hesitate to partake. I want to see the goods first, the masked man pondered for a moment before replying. Fang Zhan unceremoniously opened the waterproof bag. Take a look. The man's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, what kind of joke is this? A living awakened is valuable. What use do I have for a bunch of mangled flesh? Inside the bag were limbs, gruesomely displayed. Fang Zhen shook his head. This is alive. He then kicked the bag, eliciting a faint, pained moan from Zhao San, who appeared on the brink of death. The masked man was left dumbfounded. The scene was too surreal, leading him to question whether he had fallen into some sort of rule event. Without uttering a word, he hurriedly turned to leave. Hey, are you still interested? Fang Zhen called out, but unfortunately, the man did not even glance back. Fang Zhen grumbled, such a lack of manners. If a deal isn't struck, at least one should finish the conversation. Ruan Yaowen, beside him, casually munched on seeds, enjoying the spectacle. Your goods are rather alarming. Anyone would think twice, he remarked. The entire afternoon passed with numerous inquiries, yet no one made a genuine offer. After all, this was a substantial transaction, and closing a deal was considerably more challenging than with firearms or ammunition. Let's call it a day and return tomorrow, Fang Zhen decided, not feeling rushed. Just as he prepared to leave, a burly man entered the small room, masked and speaking in a deep voice. Kid, I'm interested in your goods, but you'll have to piece him back together first. Fang Zhen replied with a smile. That's naturally no problem, but I do ask that you transfer the payment first. What, are you worried I might cheat you? Of course not. Who in such a vast black market would dare to cheat? The burly man responded coldly, then put him back together for me. Fang Zhen's expression darkened. It was troubling that he was about to leave just as the man arrived to buy. What if I refuse? What can you do? Fang Zhen retorted coldly. The burly man's expression shifted. You? Fang Zhen, brimming with confidence, arrogantly declared, if you have the guts, go ahead and detain me. I refuse to believe anyone can act with impunity in the black market. He had already done his research. Black markets existed in every province, and the power dynamics were exceedingly complex. Many awakened clubs held shares in the black market. Regardless of who it was, no one could disrupt the rules without incurring the wrath of all parties involved. Fine, consider it my fault. The money will be transferred immediately. You just put him back together. The burly man gritted his teeth, reluctantly conceding. As the notification of payment arrival echoed, Fang Zhen instantly transformed his demeanor. Exuding warmth, thank you for your patronage, esteemed guest. Please have a seat. I will get everything ready for you right away. With that, Fang Zhen retrieved the dismembered limbs and began piecing Zhao San back together like a puzzle. The macabre scene indeed caused a flicker of horror in the burly man's eyes. Before long, the man was restored. The goods are yours. We shall take our leave now. Fang Zhen pulled Ruan Yaowen and departed. Ruan Yaowen, perplexed, asked, why the rush? This person feels off. The sooner we leave, the better. As they exited the black market, they noticed an increase in the number of parked cars around them. Leaving the black market meant they were no longer protected by its rules. As darkness fell, numerous figures in black emerged from the vehicles, seemingly indifferent, yet gradually surrounding Fang Zhen and his companion, all concealing firearms. The atmosphere shifted uneasily, a bunch of nobodies. Leave this to me, Ruan Yaowen declared confidently. But Fang Zhen shook his head. Just walk away. Don't stir up trouble. If a few awakened show up, it could spell disaster. The unknown rule events and the unpredictable awakened were truly the most troublesome elements. Utilizing his ability, Ignore, Fang Zhen and Ruan Yaowen strode boldly through the encircling crowd. The black-clad figures looked around in confusion, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of their targets. It was only when Ruan Yaowen's vehicle roared to life and sped away that the black-clad figures realized their quarry had slipped away. Brother Wang, they got away. The black-clad man reported helplessly over the phone. The burly man in the black market cursed, useless fools. You couldn't even block two people. His name was Wang, a longtime denizen of the black market who had managed to secure a minor managerial position, granting him a modicum of influence. Those who knew him referred to him as Brother Wang. He glanced at the motionless Zhao San on the ground and scolded, Get up already, damn it. I spent 300 million to rescue you. You need to repay that. Had it not been for Shen Weifeng's involvement, he would not have bothered with this matter. Yet this fool had arrived far too late. Had he not intervened, Zhao San might not have been saved at all. But Zhao San remained sprawled on the ground, utterly unresponsive. Brother Wang furrowed his brow. His subordinate immediately approached to check, and his expression shifted dramatically. Brother Wang, he has no pulse. What? Brother Wang exploded with rage. How is that possible? He was alive this afternoon. Wasn't he just breathing? It seems he just passed. Damn it. Brother Wang nearly spat blood in disbelief. He immediately summoned a doctor for emergency measures, but alas, it was too late. The doctor conducted an examination and exhausted all resuscitation methods before delivering the grim notification. It's too late. He can't be saved. How did it come to this? In this day and age, how can someone starve to death? How rare! Brother Wang felt his heart shatter. Why 300 million? He could never have anticipated that Zhao San would die of starvation. Had he acted sooner to save Zhao San, perhaps with just a bowl of rice soup, he might have lived. A living Zhao San would have been useful, but a deceased Zhao San was nothing more than a pile of useless flesh. Chapter 73. Where is our car? As night fell in Han City, a first-tier metropolis, towering skyscrapers loomed in the darkness, their radiant neon lights bursting forth like vibrant blossoms. The scene was a kaleidoscope of indulgence, with a cacophony of traffic and the flickering of headlights creating a stunning spectacle. Ruan Yaowen steered his car towards home, musing, "Brother, now that you've amassed such wealth, shouldn't you consider elevating your quality of life? I would certainly welcome you to stay at my place, but sometimes it can be a bit inconvenient. After all, we're both men. You know what I mean." It seemed that Fang Zhan's presence had indeed affected his romantic pursuits. "It's time to buy a house," Fang Zhan mused to himself. However, he was solitary and indifferent to where he resided. Yet, owning a home remained an obsession for modern individuals. Without one, life felt as though it lacked something essential. Of course, this was not the most pressing concern at the moment. Fang Zhan took out his phone and opened the forum, sending a message to the anonymous user. "Brother, I have gathered 500 million. Swift indeed. It appeared the price had been set too low. You'd best not think about raising it." "Ha ha ha, just kidding. I still hold to the basic principles of honesty in business. How do we proceed with the transaction?" Typically, one generates an order in the trading area, exchanging money for goods, with the forum ensuring a fair transaction for both parties. However, some individuals opt for private or offline transactions. Fang Zhan awaited a response. But curiously, there was none. 10 minutes passed, and still no reply. This was perplexing. After all, this was a 500 million deal. What could possibly be more pressing? At that moment, the car halted at a traffic light. A striking pink motorcycle pulled up beside Ruan Yaowen's vehicle. The rider, a tall woman clad in tight leather, had long black hair, fiery red lips, and large eyes that exuded a certain glamorous, internet celebrity charm. The engine purred, embodying the essence of freedom. "Hey, beautiful," Ruan Yaowen whistled. The female rider glanced at him, uttering a word that was lost to the wind, but her lips seemed to form the word loser, her gaze laced with disdain. Ruan Yaowen raised an eyebrow. Such arrogance piqued both his interest and temper. "So haughty, little sister. Normally, girls like you would look up to my luxury car." Just then, the traffic light turned green. The female rider tossed her hair, flashed him the middle finger, and donned a pink cat-eared helmet. "Catch me if you can, little chicken." With that, she revved the throttle, and the motorcycle roared off, disappearing in an instant. If my red supercar were still here, she'd be begging me for a ride. Ruan Yaowen slammed on the accelerator, the car surging forward, in a way. I can't let some spirited girl outdo me. The Mercedes sped away like the wind, darting through several red lights in the blink of an eye. "Whoa, calm down," Fang Zhan exclaimed, gripping the overhead handle. He was of ordinary constitution. One accident could spell disaster. Ruan Yaowen laughed heartily. "Don't worry, my driving skills are impeccable. Running so many red lights, aren't you afraid of losing your license? Why do you think I have one?" "Huh, it was revoked ages ago. It doesn't matter anymore. If I catch this girl, I can always ditch this car and get a new one." Fang Zhan rolled his eyes. This was the folly of being blinded by worldly desires. How decadently wasteful. Why replace the car just for a girl? He couldn't be bothered to engage with Ruan Yaowen further, instead focusing on his phone, sending another message to the seller, hoping for a reply. But alas, silence persisted. At that moment, Ruan Yaowen's car caught up with the pink motorcycle. He rolled down the window against the wind. "Hey, beautiful. Want to grab a drink? I have a little villa with a pool that's just empty, and the bed is quite spacious. Care to grace me with your presence?" he shouted. The female rider revved her engine, flames almost shooting from the exhaust, accelerating even faster, only to turn back and give him another middle finger. "So spicy. I like it." Ruan Yaowen accelerated once more. Meanwhile, Fang Zhen was growing increasingly impatient, contemplating calling the forum's management to request they contact the anonymous user. What did it mean for someone to suddenly go missing amidst a promised transaction? Just then, he noticed his phone had lost signal. Strange. How could there still be places without signal in this day and age? Fang Zhen looked up. The car had now entered the old town, where streetlights dwindled, high-rises were absent, and only layers of single-story houses remained. The once spacious road now appeared increasingly narrow. Odd. Even in the old town, there shouldn't be a lack of signal. Just then, the female rider, racing ahead, encountered an accident. She toppled over while leaning into a turn, the tremendous inertia launching the motorcycle into the air, trailing sparks like fireworks. Both rider and bike flew over the barrier, crashing heavily into the desolate ground nearby. "Oh no!" Ruan Yawen gasped, slamming on the brakes, gazing at the billowing black smoke. "Great, now I'll have to sleep alone tonight." Fang Zhen retorted, "Stop worrying about that. Let us save her." The two hurried to call for emergency services, but their phones remained without signal. They had no choice but to exit the car and attempt to lift the injured individual. "Hey, girl, what were you thinking, driving so fast?" Ruan Yawen sighed as he climbed over the barrier. After a moment, he returned with a puzzled expression. "Where is she?" "I'm just as curious," Ruan Yawen replied, bewildered. "She clearly crashed here. Why can't we find her?" "Not just her. I can't even see the motorcycle. I asked this girl so fierce that she just got up and carried her bike away." This was indeed strange. Fang Zhen turned back to the accident site, shining his flashlight for inspection. The spot that had once been littered with sparks was now inexplicably clean. Something was amiss. There should have been marks, black smudges, and pieces of the motorcycle scattered about. Yet, it was as if nothing had ever occurred. "Something's wrong. Let us go," Fang Zhen urged. Ruan Yawen sensed something was off as well. The surroundings were too dark. Even in the old town, there shouldn't be this few lights. Everything was eerily silent, no chirping of insects or birdsong. "Let us get out of here." The two hurriedly turned around, only to find themselves frozen in shock. Their car, which had been parked merely a few meters away, had vanished without a trace. "Brother, where is our car?" Ruan Yawen asked, panic-stricken. Fang Zhen felt a chill creep into his heart. He had been standing on the main road. The car had been right there. Yet, he hadn't heard a single sound of the engine starting. It wasn't merely taken. It had simply disappeared. The air grew chilling, and Fang Zhen glanced around, noticing the night sky seemed to darken further. Only the distant old houses stood solemnly in the desolate landscape, their windows flickering with dim lights. When had the streetlights vanished as well? Chapter 74. Violation and disappearance. This counts as yesterday's update. The remote suburbs were eerily quiet, devoid of the flashing neon of high-rises or the bright streetlights of highways. Only the faint glow of stars, the moon, and a flashlight illuminated their path. "My phone has no signal. Does yours?" Fang Zhen inquired. Ruan Yawen shook his head. "None here either. In such a desolate place, without transportation or navigation, they were utterly lost, uncertain how to find their way out." "Let South follow the road forward. We should eventually find the main road," Fang Zhen suggested. The two pressed on along the dimly lit path, the surrounding silence fostering an unsettling atmosphere. The only sounds were their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Ahead lay an abyss of darkness, and behind them, the same void. "Brother, why does this darkness feel so abnormal?" Ruan Yawen shivered, goosebumps prickling his skin. "If there's a proper road here, it shouldn't be this dark." Fang Zhen whispered, "Let us keep talking to a minimum and just move forward." He too felt a gnawing unease. However, voicing such thoughts at this moment served no purpose. It would only disrupt their composure. They walked for what felt like an eternity. Logically, they should have covered a significant distance. Yet, the rows of houses to their right appeared unnervingly close, dim lights flickering from their windows. Unsure if they were the result of subpar light bulbs or candles, Ruan Yawen suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, brother, this place looks oddly familiar." He turned on his flashlight, fixating on a nearby corner. Fang Zhen squinted, recognizing it as the very spot where the female rider had crashed. Yet, the ground bore no trace of the incident, casting doubt on his certainty. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Suppressing his growing anxiety, Fang Zhen pondered why they had seemingly returned to the same spot. He turned to look at the distant houses, exhaling a heavy sigh. It seems we might be ensnared in a bizarre event. The distance between people and houses has remained unchanged. This is utterly maddening. Ruan Yawen muttered under his breath, even if we truly did violate some rule. Isn't taking my car enough? Typically, violations of rules invite unknown punishments, but rarely do they ensnare individuals in such a manner. If that were the case, the state would surely intervene, at least isolating the affected area. Yet, this suburb showed no signs of such measures. Fang Zhen spoke gravely, there's no other option. We must find another way. Ruan Yawen expressed his confusion. Isn't there only one road in total? I mean this very road. Fang Zhen, without hesitation, leaped over the roadside barrier and descended into the desolate land. This wasteland, once perhaps fertile farmland, now lay neglected and sparsely populated, gradually transforming into a dumping ground for construction debris and household refuse. Beyond this barren expanse lay a cluster of dilapidated houses. Ruan Yawen widened his eyes in alarm. Brother, we aren't actually going to those houses, are we? They look rather eerie, and we might encounter something strange. We are already trapped. What other option do we have but to confront the bizarre? Fang Zhen retorted. Ruan Yawen fell silent, compelled to jump down from the pathway as well, gazing from a distance at the desolate, silent, and utterly lifeless houses. A chill ran down his spine. The two made their way slowly towards the houses, the distance between them finally beginning to diminish. I wonder what rule we violated that led to our detention. Ruan Yawen pondered aloud, attempting to ease the tension. The darkness enveloped them, and they could only rely on their flashlights, though the battery of his phone had already begun to flash red, indicating impending failure. Fang Zhen cautiously navigated around trash and dog feces. Perhaps it's a matter of not racing and disturbing the peace. The noise you two made while speeding is honestly more disruptive than honking indiscriminately. What bad luck. Does this mean we must adhere to the law from now on? This time we were fortunate, losing only the car, but next time we may not be so lucky. Fang Zhen recalled vividly when Chu Xiaoyuan had cited an example of someone who, after violating rules, had perished for merely running a red light. It seemed that incidents of rules being enforced were occurring with increasing frequency. A friend had mentioned that 7 or 8 years ago, such occurrences were far less common. Ruan Yawen muttered softly. Suddenly, his foot sank into something soft, and his expression darkened. Fang Zhen turned. What's wrong? Did you step on something squishy? Please don't tell me it's dog feces. Damn it, whose dog has such poor manners? I can't believe this, Ruan Yawen exclaimed, glancing down to see he had stepped on a patch of dark, soft earth. Upon closer inspection, it was simply tilled soil. And he soon realized it was likely from someone cultivating vegetables, with small green sprouts emerging. Ruan Yawen let out a sigh of relief. Fang Zhen remarked casually, that's quite normal. Elderly folks in the countryside often utilize every bit of land to grow vegetables. And this is just wasteland anyway. He continued walking forward, but the footsteps behind him had ceased. What is going on? Fang Zhen turned, a chill coursing through him, raising goosebumps all over his body. Ruan Yawen had vanished. His footprints were clearly visible, yet he himself was nowhere to be found. Silent and absent, just like his car. The surrounding area was eerily quiet and unsettlingly empty. Fang Zhen stared at the footprints for a long time. It seems he must have inadvertently trampled someone's garden. That feels rather excessive. Clearly, the rules to observe extended beyond just public safety regulations. This is a serious predicament. When dealing with rule-related incidents, larger spaces are often better, as public areas have their regulations laid out for all to see. As long as one is careful, violations are unlikely. Conversely, smaller locales tend to be more perilous, for no one can predict what odd village rules might exist. If the rule enforcement is confined to a single household, the trouble multiplies, as no one can foresee the family's specific rules. Some households have no rules at all, while others have an abundance of peculiar guidelines. For instance, children must stand by while their father eats, they must return home before 8 p.m., they cannot cry when punished, or air conditioning is forbidden above a certain temperature. Encountering such household rules means even the most virtuous individuals cannot avoid transgressions. One can only fend for oneself. Fang Zhen's gaze darted about. From the information at hand, it seemed that violations led to disappearances. The critical question remained. Where do those who vanish go? Are they confined in some forsaken place, or are they simply erased from existence? If it were the latter, the dangers of this locale might be exceedingly high. Yet given the strictness of the rules here, One would expect a significant number of missing persons, which would inevitably draw the attention of special operations units. Was their presence here merely a stroke of bad luck? Fang Zhan took a deep breath. Regardless of the reason, they were already ensnared in this predicament. Some places, it seemed, were simply meant to be visited. He cautiously approached the dimly lit row of houses, his heart racing. Chapter 75. Seeking thrills in the distance. Atop a mountain stood a villa, brightly lit. Inside, guests mingled, exchanging toasts and laughter, while reflections of beautiful women danced in their glasses. Under the flickering lights, a fine white powder lay scattered across the table. Soon, chaotic murmurs accompanied the intoxicating atmosphere. Shen Weifeng pushed aside his female companion and stepped onto the expansive balcony of the three-story building, gazing out at the dim suburban expanse, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Do you truly think I cannot uncover your secrets? What can the Tianwang Mutual Aid Society do? Han City is my Shen family's domain. If you are a dragon, you must coil. If a tiger, you must lie low if I desire your demise. You shall meet it. Of course, to eliminate two awakened beings, ordinary methods would not suffice. To counter rule-related incidents, one must rely on awakened individuals. Conversely, to deal with awakened beings, rule-related incidents serve as the most effective weapon. The phone rang. He answered, and a woman's voice came through. Boss Shun, I followed your instructions and lured them to that village. Well done indeed. I shall arrange for your father's donation to be sent shortly. However, a processing fee is unavoidable. Shen Weifeng chuckled, resembling a smiling tiger. Charging half the processing fee is already quite generous, but if you would be willing to spend a night with me, we could negotiate those fees. The woman stifled her discomfort and replied coldly, no need. I believe half of the donation will suffice for my father's surgery. Hee. If you think it's enough, then let it be so. He hung up, a mocking grin gracing his face. Whether it was enough was not for her to decide. Anping Village. This quaint village lay on the outskirts. However, as the youth continued to leave and the elders gradually passed away, it had succumbed to desolation. Last year, land reforms were announced, promising the development of an old town and the planning of a new district. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the plans fell through. At this moment, 2 cars were parked at the village entrance. 7 young students emerged, 4 males and 3 females, radiating youthful vibrancy. Although they were of tender age, their physiques were well developed, each notably tall, yet their faces bore traces of naivety. This Anping village, Zhu Tu? Is this your home? A young man, brimming with curiosity, looked around. He was dressed stylishly, adorned with an expensive watch, and held the hand of his female companion, clearly a wealthy second-generation heir. His partner, unadorned with makeup, was youthful and beautiful, her jewelry appearing quite valuable. He was Bai Junfei, and his partner was Lu Miaomiao. The two were a couple. The youth referred to as Zhu Tu was Zhu Ziming, who appeared shorter and less imposing. Clad in a school uniform, visibly out of place among the others, suggesting a less fortunate background. The disparity in their demeanor, confidence, and social presence was palpable. Zhu Ziming nodded. Yes, this is my home. We just moved here last year. Why move to such a godforsaken place, devoid of any amenities? A girl dressed in a Gothic style, her face painted heavily with dark makeup, scoffed. A bespectacled boy, mild-mannered and polite, interjected, this place is not to be underestimated. Anping Village was once slated for a new district, and land prices soared to 2,000 or 3,000 per square meter. Without connections, one could hardly acquire property here, a slightly plump girl timidly asked. But why does it look so run down and a bit frightening? That's precisely the point. We're here to seek thrills, Bai Junfei exclaimed with excitement. This is far more interesting than an escape room. Zhu Tu, do you think there are any treasures here? Zhu Ziming replied, indeed, a few months ago, a robber was caught here, but not a single penny of the stolen goods was found. It was said he had robbed a jewelry store. And many have come searching for the jewels, yet none have succeeded. Bai Junfei clapped his hands, that's exactly what we need. Being a rich second-generation heir, he had no need for jewels but craved the thrill of the hunt. He had grown tired of escape rooms and desired something real. The other 5, who typically moved in the same social circle as Bai Junfei, had joined him for this adventure. Let us go? Let us go treasure hunting. Bai Junfei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Despite the absence of clues, his enthusiasm was undeterred, his hands trembling with anticipation as to why they had chosen to come at night. It was simply more thrilling. During their treasure hunt, they could also engage in other exhilarating activities with their partners. The slightly plump girl hurriedly produced a specialized flashlight from her bag. Once the flashlight was switched on, the pitch-black village illuminated as brightly as day, instantly dissipating the fear among the group. "Now we need not fear," the girl said happily, swinging the flashlight towards the distant houses, even from hundreds of meters away. The dilapidated structures appeared clearly, weathered, peeling, and with broken windows, resembling abandoned houses from a horror tale. Zhu Ziming quickly cautioned, "Don't shine the light directly at the houses. There aren't many people in the village. But there are still a few households in the village. The inhabitants retired early, and the flashlight was excessively bright, easily disturbing the peace." The early bedtime was a testament to the dullness of rural life. A slightly plump woman, exhibiting traces of annoyance, remarked, "What's the big deal about shining a light? It won't cost me any weight," as if I were particularly concerned about it. The 5 others remained silent, evidently indifferent to the matter, and perceived Zhu Ziming's concern as an overreaction. Zhu Ziming, feeling helpless, chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, a cold, unfamiliar voice interrupted. "I advise you to heed his words. Otherwise, I fear you may not survive until dawn." The sudden voice startled all 7, in the pitch darkness, with the old house looming like a haunted mansion in the distance. The unexpected utterance was truly alarming. Who is speaking?" The slightly plump girl stammered in fear. At that juncture, Fang Zhan emerged from the desolate land. Initially intending to head towards the bungalow, he was momentarily pleased to see others, thinking it might provide an opportunity to leave this place. However, upon witnessing their foolishness, he was left utterly speechless. "Who are you?" Bai Junfei demanded. Zhu Ziming looked at Fang Zhan with a hint of surprise, questioning whether he was also a local. "I don't matter. What's crucial is that you should promptly extinguish that blinding flashlight," Fang Zhan advised. "And if I don't, what will happen?" The slightly plump girl retorted angrily. "You rural folk are so fussy. Do you want a fine? Here, take it. 200 enough? If not, 500 will do. I'll shine it if I want." Her family was quite affluent, both parents running their own businesses, thus her upbringing had fostered a somewhat spoiled disposition. "A fine? I doubt you can afford what's truly at stake," Fang Zhan scoffed. "Just look if your cars are still there." The 7 turned in unison, realizing that of the 2 cars they had driven, one had inexplicably vanished. "Where's my car?" Shang Qianqin's complexion shifted dramatically. She had taken her car without her father's consent, and if discovered, she would surely face severe reproach or even confinement. The others too were taken aback. If one car was missing, their return would be problematic. Most alarmingly, they had been right beside the vehicles, making its sudden disappearance all the more baffling. "What's going on?" Shang Qianqin glared at Fang Zhan. "What have you done with my car? Hand it over immediately. I'll pay the fine." "You have no idea how much my car is worth." "Fool." Fang Zhan couldn't help but retort, bemused that she could think he had taken her vehicle. "You." Shang Qianqin's face flushed with rage. "Zhu Ziming, go beat him up. I'll give you 5,000. Unable to rally the others, she could only turn to the less privileged Zhu Ziming. He chuckled helplessly, aware that he wasn't a lunatic willing to assault someone without cause, as that would land him in jail. Bai Junfei interjected, "Friend, what did you mean by your earlier words? It seems you know something. Is there another group nearby searching for jewels?" "Jewels? What jewels?" Fang Zhan feigned ignorance, but opted not to pry further. "If you can leave, it's best to hurry while your car is still here. I warn you, this place is not for children like you." His statement instilled an inexplicable tension among the group. "You call us children? You aren't that much older," Shang Qianqin retorted through gritted teeth. "Fine, we're leaving," Bai Junfei declared. He was not foolish. While he enjoyed thrilling adventures, he understood that they were merely students and could not contend with the dangers of the real world. With that, they all prepared to depart, leaving Zhu Ziming with a flicker of disappointment. Except for Zhu Ziming, the remaining 6 crammed into the solitary car left. The vehicle roared to life, its headlights illuminating the path ahead. Yet no one acknowledged Zhu Ziming. Fang Zhan leisurely approached the car, tapping on the window. "You're overloaded. Which of you is willing to sacrifice themselves and get out, allowing the other 5 to leave first?" A sedan could only accommodate 5 people, thus their 6-member arrangement constituted an overload. "Are you out of your mind? What does it matter to you if we're overloaded?" Shang Qianqin, wedged beside her friend, spat angrily. "Get lost. Country Bumpkin, by Junfei. Let us go. Fang Zhen chuckled. Suit yourselves. By Junfei accelerated, and with a roar, the car vanished. The six tumbled out, cries of surprise echoing around them. What just happened? They exchanged bewildered glances. A chill creeping up their spines. The first car's disappearance could have been attributed to a trick, but this was altogether different. They had been inside. How could the vehicle simply vanish? Is it haunted? Lu Miao Miao quivered, her voice trembling. Her words only heightened the group's panic. I've warned you. You were overloaded, and now look, the car is gone. You might have escaped with 5, but now you're entirely trapped here. Fang Zhen stated calmly. The group's faces drained of color. Trapped here? No. Bai Junfei suppressed his rising terror. Brother, what is happening? Can you explain this to us? It can't truly be a haunting. We are educated individuals and do not believe in such things. Fang Zhen pondered, finding explaining too cumbersome. It's a haunting. The mere suggestion rendered the six pale with fear. Nonsense. Don't listen to this country bumpkin. Shang Qianqin exclaimed angrily. I'll call my dad and have him send someone to fetch us. Don't worry. He's just trying to scare us to extort money, but I won't fall for it. She fumbled for her phone, only to discover there was no signal. They were using a signal jammer. Despicable. And you claim you're not the one orchestrating this? It certainly wasn't a large jammer. A few steps would restore the signal. Shang Qianqin raised her phone, striding angrily into the darkness. Shouting, I won't be fooled by you. The light of her phone was soon engulfed by shadows, and abruptly, her voice ceased. Silence lingered for an unsettling duration. Shang Qianqin, stop fooling around and come back. Lu Miao Miao called out anxiously, but received no reply. Fearful of venturing into the darkness, she concluded that hope was lost. Fang Zhen shook his head, turning to Zhu Ziming. You're Zhu Ziming, right? You seem to be from around here. Care to join me? I need to head that way too. Zhu Ziming hesitated for a moment before agreeing. All right. He followed Fang Zhen towards the row of old bungalows. The remaining 5 were in a state of panic, too frightened to wander off, hastily trailing behind. Fang Zhen inquired, You seem like students. School hasn't let out for summer break yet, has it? We're from the first high school, currently in our senior year. They replied. The first high school was the top institution in Han City. Fang Zhen was taken aback. You're out here at this hour, playing treasure hunt right before the college entrance exams? They were from wealthy families, opting not to take the exams, instead pursuing studies abroad. Zhu Ziming nervously added, I've been under a lot of pressure lately, so I took this opportunity to return home for a few days. Fang Zhen scrutinized Zhu Ziming closely, sensing he was not being entirely forthright, yet it was not his place to pry. Living here, don't you find anything odd about this village? Fang Zhen inquired. Zhu Ziming shook his head, not at all. It seems quite normal to me, however. I only come home once a month, so perhaps I haven't noticed anything unusual. Despite being a local, he evidently lacked familiarity with the village. At this moment, Bai Junfei and the others caught up, visibly anxious, huddling together in fear. Be careful where you step. Don't trample the crops planted by the villagers, and avoid any reckless behavior, or else misfortune may befall you. Fang Zhen casually warned. Lu Miao Miao swallowed hard. What kind of misfortune? Fang Zhen halted, his gaze icy. Death. In the pitch-black wasteland. A stranger uttered such chilling words, causing the 5 to shiver in unison, nearly screaming in terror. The effect was quite satisfactory. Fang Zhen was pleased. With this, the 5 would likely refrain from causing trouble. It was not out of a desire to save 5 privileged individuals. Rather, when confronting anomalous events, someone had to err to gather information. Fang Zhen certainly did not wish to be that person. Just then, the beautiful Lu Miao Miao trembled, on the verge of tears. I think I stepped on something. It's hard yet soft. Junfei, please help me see what it is, to ask her boyfriend. Bai Junfei was too frightened to approach, retreating to the side. You check it yourself? It's too dark for me to see. Why, you coward? Lu Miao Miao seethed, wishing she could bite him. Summoning her courage, she looked down. The soft ground had formed a small mound, as if something were buried beneath. She kicked away some of the topsoil, revealing a faintly visible face. It was somewhat plump, yet elegantly adorned, with red lips and an unnaturally pale complexion, reminiscent of a mortician's makeup on a deceased individual. The 5 exchanged horrified glances. Wasn't she just calling for help? How could she be here? Shang Qianqin, indeed Shang Qianqin, Lu Miao Miao discovered, to her astonishment, that she had inadvertently stepped upon the face of another, and thus could no longer contain herself. Her body weakened, and she fainted in fright. Chapter 77. A most fortuitous coincidence. The very person they had seen not long ago, now adorned with a macabre visage, lay buried in the ground, so eerily serene and tranquil. In the desolate night, amidst the dilapidated and weathered old house, the scene was enough to terrify this group of affluent heirs to the point of near incontinence. Despite Fang Zhan's previous encounters with frightful sights, he too felt a shiver run down his spine. Could it be that the missing individuals were all buried beneath the earth? If that were the case, should there not be 3 vehicles and the unfortunate Wan Yaowen down there as well? How convenient to be directly laid to rest. Those wronged have their grievances, and Shang Qianqin, please do not come seeking us, for we are innocent. The girl clad in leather, adorned in a Gothic style, trembled incessantly. Her hands clasped in prayer as she murmured. Her words jolted the others awake, and they began to beseech the deities they could recall for protection, while simultaneously imploring Shang Qianqin not to transform into a vengeful spirit seeking them. The events of this night transcended their understanding. The only one capable of maintaining composure was Zhu Ziming. Although he too was somewhat shaken, he remained standing, his complexion largely unchanged. Fang Zhan glanced at Bai Junfei. This is far more thrilling than an escape room. Isn't it? Bai Junfei, caught off guard by the absurdity of the situation, grimaced and replied, "It's far too exhilarating. I cannot bear it. All I wish is to leave and never partake in such escapades again." "Enough, no need to kneel. No one has truly perished, let us proceed," Fang Zhan said nonchalantly. The group paused in surprise at his words. "Not dead?" The bespectacled youth cautiously checked for Shang Qianqin's breath and found a faint sign of life. A collective sigh of relief swept through them. Thank goodness, she is alive. Fang Zhan was the first to notice that Shang Qianqin had not actually died. She merely appeared terrifying, and this realization brought him a modicum of comfort. While there are consequences for breaking the rules, it does not equate to immediate death, indicating that the peril of this incident is not as extreme as it seems. Miao Miao, awaken. Shang Qianqin is not dead. Bai Junfei called out as he held Lu Miao Miao, rousing her from her stupor. Lu Miao Miao opened her eyes, her confusion visibly eased upon hearing Bai Junfei's words. Yet, she quickly pushed him away in anger. "How dare you embrace me? You refused to help me see what I stepped on. Bai Junfei, let me assure you, we are finished." Bai Junfei's expression darkened. He had expended considerable effort to pursue Lu Miao Miao, the daughter of a major corporation. Not only beautiful but also hailing from a more affluent background than his own. His pursuit was motivated not merely by hormones, but also by familial expectations. Now that he had incensed Lu Miao Miao, his mood was understandably soured. However, in front of so many, he could not afford to concede, opting instead for silence and a sullen demeanor. "Enough with the shouting. Since you're awake, let us continue on." "We are nearly there," Fang Zhan stated coolly to Lu Miao Miao. In her high heels, approached Fang Zhan, her large, exquisitely made-up eyes sparkling with life, exuding the scent of an expensive perfume. "Handsome, you appear quite reliable. Whether we can leave safely rests entirely upon you." She was astute, recognizing Fang Zhan's confident demeanor, instinctively seeking his protection. Fang Zhan replied in a measured tone, "Do not cause trouble, and I will do my utmost to ensure your survival. As for how you survive, that is contingent upon your own fortune." A chill ran through the group. Ensuring survival? Losing limbs or sanity, or being subjected to countless abuses still constitutes survival. This was hardly a reassuring promise. Fang Zhan chose not to elaborate further and continued onward. This time, the remaining 5 affluent heirs followed him in silence, not daring to utter a single complaint. As for Shang Qianqin, buried beneath the earth, she was entirely disregarded, left to remain where she lay. Though carrying a burden would be strenuous, the fact that no one mentioned her plight evoked a sense of lament for the superficial bonds among this group. They had banded together for an adventure. Yet in the face of real danger, they might very well abandon one another. The remainder of the journey was relatively uneventful. They traversed the wasteland and arrived at a series of low-rise houses. Taking little more than 10 minutes, from a distance, the decaying structures resembled a haunted house, but upon closer inspection, they were merely ordinary old tile-roofed homes. "How many residents are there in the village?" Fang Zhen inquired of Zhu Ziming. Zhu Ziming responded. When we moved in last year, there were about 17 or 18 households. I'm not sure now, but it may have diminished. Have they moved away? No, not moved. They passed away. Fang Zhen, puzzled, asked. Is there some infectious disease in the village? No, Anping village had long since been deserted. The current residents are primarily those who relocated here last year. I've heard that a new park is to be constructed nearby, and it will be quite beneficial. With the help of the foundation, many patients have moved here in hopes of a better environment for recovery, and those who relocate here reportedly receive certain advantages when seeking medical care. Zhu Ziming explained, the benevolence of kind-hearted donors. Fang Zhen furrowed his brow. Are all the residents like this? Indeed. You do not mean to suggest that the foundation is the Shun Charity Benefaction Foundation? Zhu Ziming clarified. We have all received assistance from the Haishui Fund, yet our luck has not been favorable. There are not many willing to contribute, and we have struggled to gather enough for surgery. Such a coincidence? Fang Zhen could not believe it was merely serendipitous. Such a remarkable coincidence was no coincidence at all. It suggested that someone had deliberately drawn them to this place. Was someone attempting to orchestrate my demise through the rules? A glint of coldness flickered in Fang Zhen's eyes. A clever stratagem. I shall remember this debt for later reckoning once we depart. You wish to rely on the Haishui Fund to gather money for medical treatment? It appears that will be a challenge, Lu Miao suddenly remarked. Zhu Ziming, perplexed, inquired. Why? Isn't it a collective effort from kind-hearted individuals? True, but that does not imply it is intended for you. If you wish to accept exorbitant deductions, only then will a meager amount be transferred to your account, and you must seek treatment at a private hospital under the Shin Consortium to be permitted to utilize it. No, that cannot be. Yet many have succeeded as reported in the news. The news is for your viewing, not for your belief. Lu Miao shook her head. My father's business frequently interacts with these charitable organizations. The Haishui Fund was established merely 2 or 3 years ago and has already gone public, with annual revenues in the hundreds of billions. How do you suppose that wealth was amassed? Surely, it could not have come solely from altruistic deeds. Zhu Ziming's face darkened significantly. The Haishui Fund had long represented his hope, and now that hope had been shattered, a few of the affluent heirs regarded Zhu Ziming with pity. This starkly illustrated the divide between the rich and the poor, not just in terms of lifestyle luxuries, but in the vast gulf of understanding. Zhu Ziming remained silent for a long while, finally mustering a difficult smile. No, let us not dwell on this. Come, let us sit at my home for a while. Chapter 78. Taking Shelter. Zhu Ziming led the group to his home, a modest single-story dwelling, likely several decades old, its walls nearly stripped bare. The front door was an ancient wooden one, adorned with couplets from who knows how many years past, and the threshold was drafty. Zhu Ziming produced a key and unlocked the door. Can we turn on the lights? Fang Zhen politely inquired. Zhu Ziming nodded. Of course, it is very safe here. With that, he stepped inside and flicked on the dim lights. The interior was sparsely furnished, reminiscent of the 1980s, with scarcely any modern appliances or furniture. Fang Zhen contemplated, wondering why Zhu Ziming felt the need to emphasize its safety. Mom, we're back, Zhu Ziming called out. A rustling sound emanated from within, followed by the emergence of an elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, her eyes clouded, rendering her gaze somewhat unsettling, as if she could see nothing. The hardships of life and the ravages of illness had aged this middle-aged woman beyond her years. Upon hearing her son's voice, her face lit up with joy. Why have you returned so suddenly? Isn't today a weekday? The teacher said that with the imminent college entrance examinations, maintaining a positive mindset is crucial, so students are allowed to take leave whenever necessary. I just wanted to come home and see you, Zhu Ziming replied. His mother, knowing her son to be an exemplary student, did not question further, merely smiling as she chided. What is the point of coming back? I am perfectly fine living alone. You must concentrate on your studies with the exams approaching. Understood. Mom, I have a few classmates visiting as well. Upon hearing this, his mother nervously adjusted her hair, attempting to appear more presentable. Oh, I see. Please, come in and have a seat. Have you eaten? I'll go heat up some steamed buns for you. These are homemade by me. No need, Mom. They've already eaten. Oh, I see. His mother appeared somewhat disappointed. Fang Zhen, noticing her demeanor, smiled and said, Auntie, could you please heat a few for me? They have eaten, but I'm still hungry. Very well. His mother brightened at this. moving to the kitchen to boil water, retrieving the cold buns from the cabinet and placing them in the steamer. In no time, steaming hot buns were brought to the table. The affluent heirs exchanged disdainful glances. Whether it was the aged house, the weathered mother, or the unremarkable buns, all contributed to their discomfort, making them yearn to escape. Yet, they dared not voice their feelings and could only sit down helplessly. Fang Zhen unceremoniously grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. It was warm, soft, and sweet, prompting him to give a thumbs up. "Auntie, did you make this bun yourself? It's truly delightful. Far tastier than what is sold in shops." Upon hearing such praise, his mother beamed with joy, seemingly rejuvenated by several years. "If you find it delicious, do indulge yourself. You can take some home as well. Don't be shy." Zhu Ziming bowed his head, feeling a mix of urgency and unease, as if he found the situation somewhat embarrassing. "Thank you, Auntie, I will take a few with me," he said with a smile. His mother could hardly contain her happiness. It was indeed a source of joy to have someone relish her homemade food, especially since visitors were rare. This was Zhu Ziming's classmate's first visit, and judging by the classmate's attitude, it was evident that he was a good friend. Zhu Ziming, being rather introverted, had always caused his mother some concern, so naturally, she felt even more pleased now that her son had made a good friend. "You are all Ziming's classmates, which surely means you are all bright students. With the college entrance examination approaching, you must encourage one another," Zhu Ziming's mother said cheerfully. The group responded vaguely, while Zhu Ziming wore a bitter expression. Among the 7, he was the only one facing the pressure of the entrance exam, while the others had already secured a significant lead at the starting line. After satisfying his hunger, Fang Zhen inquired, "Auntie, have any strange happenings occurred recently around here?" "Strange happenings? Not at all," Zhu Ziming's mother replied as she wiped the table. "Everything has been quite normal that I see," Fang Zhen mused, realizing this information held little value. Especially since Zhu Ziming's mother was blind. Even if something peculiar occurred, she would not be able to see it to T that moment. Zhu Ziming's mother yawned. Being of advanced age, she typically went to bed early and rose early. Now, it was already 10 at night. "Isn't it getting late? Shouldn't we be leaving?" murmured the Gothic girl, feeling quite uncomfortable, particularly when she caught sight of Zhu Ziming's mother's cloudy, pale, hollow eyes, which always sent a shiver down her spine. Zhu Ziming's mother hurriedly interjected, "It's so late. It's dangerous to roam about in the dark. Why not stay here? Although the place is humble, I do have 3 vacant rooms. For the older generation, there is always the utmost enthusiasm for their juniors and guests. A few wealthy second-generation youths looked troubled. How could we possibly stay here? They thought, incredulous. However, Fang Zhen cheerfully responded, "Thank you, Auntie, I was just thinking of imposing myself upon you for a night's stay. But I worried about causing you trouble since my car is lost and I can't leave for the time being." "What trouble could that possibly be?" Zhu Ziming's mother said with a radiant smile, quickly rummaging for bedding and tidying up the room. Although she was blind, in her own home, she was no different from anyone with full sight. The Gothic girl expressed her discontent. "Do we really have to stay here? This place is so shabby. I can't stand it. Zhu Ziming, your home is too dilapidated." "Indeed, indeed," echoed the others. They were aware of Zhu Ziming's family's financial struggles, but had expected that even the poor would reside in a modest apartment, though cramped. It should at least have a clean 3-bedroom layout. They were taken aback to find it was this desolate. Zhu Ziming's face fell, and he whispered, "I'm sorry." "There is no need to apologize to them." Fang Zhen shot a cold glance at the group. "If you're not afraid of dying, then leave. The wasteland outside is yours to inhabit. Zhu Ziming owes you nothing." Fang Zhen's outburst rendered the 5 wealthy youths silent. Too intimidated to retort, "I in such a haunted place, they wouldn't dare venture out into the wilderness. That would be courting death." Soon, 3 empty rooms were prepared. Fang Zhen unceremoniously claimed one for himself. The 3 boys shared another, and the 2 girls took the last is for Zhu Ziming. He squeezed into a room with his mother. Although the bedding was old, it was impeccably clean and odorless. At last, he could rest well. Fang Zhen lay on the bed, feeling considerably more relaxed. The darkness outside was profound, and it seemed unrealistic to address the rules of the peculiar events. Having a safe place to sleep was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Whether the 5 wealthy youths could adapt was no longer of his concern. At that moment, the 5 wealthy youths were in a terrible mood, each wearing a frown. They had never stayed in such a miserable place before. How could they possibly sleep? Yet, leaving was not an option. They were in agony. Bai Junfei, abandoning his two male companions, approached the girl's room and politely knocked on the door. Meow meow, it's me. The Gothic girl opened the door and asked. What do you want? Bai Junfei pleaded. Li Qingyin, grant me a chance to be alone with Meow Meow. Sure, it'll cost you 100,000 pocket-moneyed. No problem. With such a straightforward agreement, the Gothic girl left the room. Allowing the two to be alone at that moment, Lu Meow Meow removed her coat, revealing her fair arms. Upon seeing Bai Junfei, she scolded. Bai Junfei, what are you doing? Bai Junfei squeezed into the room, shamelessly enveloping Lu Meow Meow in an embrace. Meow Meow, I was wrong that I truly made a mistake. I panicked at the time. It wasn't intentional. Bai Junfei begged, if you're angry, hit me twice. Just don't stay in it. Lu Meow Meow showed no signs of softening. Get out. I don't want to see you. You make me sick. Don't be like this. We've been dating for so long, shared our true selves with each other. This little incident shouldn't come between us. Bai Junfei pressed Lu Meow Meow against the wall, his gaze filled with deep affection as he continuously whispered sweet nothings, planning to kiss her like a domineering seal. Lu Meow Meow struggled. You rogue, get away. However, how could a girl truly escape the hold of a boy? Just as their lips were about to meet, Lu Meow Meow suddenly felt her hands loosen. Instinctively, she pushed him away. Bai Junfei staggered back a few steps, his eyes wide with terror, clutching his throat, his face reddening as a distinct mark began to appear around his neck. What's wrong, Bai Junfei? Don't scare me, Lu Meow Meow said, her legs weakening with fright. Bai Junfei tried to say something but couldn't find his voice. In the next moment, his feet gradually lifted off the ground, his tongue lolling out, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. As if an invisible rope was tightening around his neck, leaving him dangling like a hanged man. Bai Junfei kicked his legs and waved his arms, but it was futile. Ultimately, the color drained from his face, replaced by a ghastly hue, as he hung helplessly in the air, swaying gently, devoid of sound. Chapter 79. More than one kind. Fang Zhan was preparing to enjoy a good night's sleep when there came a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Fang Zhan stood alert, first checking for any unusual occurrences in the room, then peering out the window, finding nothing amiss before finally opening the door. Standing outside was Zhu Ziming, still dressed in his school uniform, looking somewhat restrained. What's the matter? Is something wrong? Fang Zhan inquired. Zhu Ziming replied earnestly, although I don't know you well, I still want to thank you for speaking up for me earlier. It's been a long time since I've seen my mother this happy. No need to be polite. In truth, you don't have to associate with those wealthy second-generation youths. They merely regard you as a dispensable sidekick, and you gain nothing from it. If you've managed to get into a prestigious school, it's clear you have the ability to change your destiny through your own efforts. That's far more reliable than being a sycophant. Fang Zhan stated candidly. He continued, as for your mother, it's evident you're very considerate, wishing to spare her from worry and striving to handle everything well. However, that may inadvertently leave her feeling frustrated. If you want to see your mother happy, remember to trouble her with some small tasks now and then. Zhu Ziming stood frozen for a long time, having devoted himself entirely to his studies. Never contemplating such matters. Thank you, he finally said after processing Fang Zhan's words. All right, you should head back and rest, Fang Zhan urged. Actually, I still have something to discuss. What is it? Zhu Ziming asked. You inquired whether any strange occurrences had transpired nearby. Fang Zhan's expression turned serious. Come in and let us talk. He welcomed Zhu Ziming into the room. Zhu Ziming, no longer hiding anything, confessed, as I mentioned, the residents of Omping Village have all moved away. Those living here now are patients who arrived over the past 2 years. More than half of these patients have peculiar backgrounds and have experienced supernatural events. That makes sense, Fang Zhan thought. As this information aligned with his expectations, supernatural events were to be anticipated. It was the absence of such happenings that would be surprising. Have you encountered any? Fang Zhan probed. Zhu Ziming shook his head. Nothing has happened to me, but I have witnessed someone being lifted into the air by a strange force and subsequently hanged. Hanged? Fang Zhan sensed something was amiss. Could there be fatalities? If that is the case, the danger level escalates significantly. Yes, there have also been cases of outsiders becoming paralyzed, turning into madmen, or drowning for no apparent reason, Zhu Ziming elaborated. Being buried underground is merely the mildest form of supernatural event. Fang Zhan's expression shifted. Rule-based events were indeed terrifying, a fact that required no elaboration. However, the issue lay in the fact that typically, punishments for rule violations manifest in singular forms. Regardless of how chaotic or uncontrollable the rule may be, there exists an underlying logic. While one cannot rely solely on experience, this degree of variation seemed excessive. He began to understand why the forces behind Zhao San had lured him to this place. It was far more dreadful than he had anticipated. "Can you leave this village?" Fang Zhan asked. Zhu Ziming nodded. "I'll take you away tomorrow." With this promise, Fang Zhan felt a degree of relief. However, his instincts warned him that it likely wouldn't be that simple. At that very moment, a piercing scream echoed from another room. "Help! Help!" It was Lu Miaomiao calling for assistance. Fang Zhan's expression darkened. What are these rich second-generation kids up to again? Shouting nonsense in the middle of the night. Do they want to scare everyone to death? Quickly, let us go check it out. Zhu Ziming hurriedly dashed out of the room, followed closely by Fang Zhan, and the two made their way to the girls' room. Meanwhile, several other wealthy youngsters arrived, drawn by the commotion. Strangely, the Gothic girl stood outside the door, while Bai Junfei was conspicuously absent. The other rich kids trembled with trepidation, hesitant to break down the door, fearing they might encounter a ghost. "What is going on?" Fang Zhan inquired. The Gothic girl was visibly anxious. Bai Junfei went inside. He wanted to reconcile with Miao Miao, so I stepped out. I have no idea what happened. Fang Zhan couldn't he help but curse. A bunch of fools. Didn't I tell you to stir up less trouble? Can't you even sleep peacefully? At that moment, Zhu Ziming's mother also emerged. "Ziming, what's the matter?" "Auntie, it's nothing. We were just playing around and telling ghost stories. One of our classmates got scared. But don't worry, we'll be going to sleep soon." Fang Zhan replied. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhu Ziming's mother felt reassured. "Oh, I see. Enjoy yourselves. It's good for young people to have some energy." She cheerfully turned and returned to her room, pleased that her son was getting along well with his classmates, even sharing ghost stories. Perhaps he might even find a girlfriend. Once the elder had left, Fang Zhan's expression turned grim. "In a moment, we'll all go in together. No one is allowed to shout. We can only speak in whispers. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing him out." The group of wealthy youngsters nodded fearfully. "All right, let us go in." Fang Zhan cautiously opened the door. Inside the room, Lu Miaomiao, clad only in her undergarments, lay unconscious in a corner. "Miao Miao!" Li Qingyin rushed forward, draping her coat over Lu Miaomiao to prevent any exposure. The boys entered the room. Initially finding nothing amiss, the bespectacled boy scanned the room, puzzled. "Where's Bai Junfei?" A chill ran down Fang Zhan's spine. Unable to resist, he looked up and indeed, there he was. Bai Junfei was suspended from the ceiling, his face dark, tongue protruding, and his eyes bulging as if he were staring blankly at everyone, conveying a haunting sense of unresolved death. The others noticed Fang Zhan's reaction and instinctively looked up. In that instant, it felt as though a heavy hammer had slammed down on everyone's hearts. "He is dead. Internally, they were all screaming, but thankfully they remembered Fang Zhan's instructions, promptly covering their mouths, too terrified to utter a sound. Nevertheless, they all turned pale and trembled uncontrollably, their minds on the verge of breaking. Last time, Shang Qianqin hadn't he truly died. She had merely been buried underground, but this time, it was different. Bai Junfei was undoubtedly dead, hanging in the air, his eyes wide open, as if fixated on them. The shock of this scene was overwhelming. A nauseating sensation churned violently in their stomachs. Ugh, someone could no longer bear it and immediately retched. "All right, if you can't bear to look, then don't. Gather together and do nothing," Fang Zhan said in a low voice. The group, too frightened to argue, quickly huddled in a corner. Fang Zhan jumped up, grasped Bai Junfei's feet, and pulled him down. His lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, the marks around his neck clearly visible, yet no actual rope was present. He had been hanged by an invisible force. It seemed they had encountered a rule-related incident. Fang Zhan muttered to himself. Zhu Ziming whispered, "Is he dead?" "Yes, quite dead," Fang Zhan replied, noticing that Zhu Ziming appeared less frightened than the others, revealing a significant difference in mindset between those who had seen death and those who had not. Chapter 80. We rely on ourselves. Bai Junfei was the first person to die in the true sense this night. Fang Zhan examined him closely. There were no other unusual signs, the fatal injury being the marks on his neck. Fang Zhen fell into deep thought, contemplating whether he could have avoided this incident. The logic of murder seemed similar to that of killing someone via text. One involved strangulation, the other suffocation. Ignoring should be able to preserve one's life. Wake Lu Miao Miao up, Fang Zhen instructed. The group scrambled to rouse her. Upon awakening, Lu Miao Miao was filled with terror. Thankfully, everyone was around her, which helped to calm her down. She had indeed been unfortunate, having fainted twice in one day. Once she regained her composure. She began to weep. Bai Junfei barged in and begged for my forgiveness. When I refused, he tried to force a kiss on me. Actually, I had planned to let him have his way. But then, she cried, gasping for breath, her inner turmoil evident. Fang Zhen immediately understood it was hardly unjust. He had warned them time and again not to stir up trouble, yet they insisted on engaging in such rule-breaking antics. Couldn't they have waited until it was safe to discuss matters? Fang Zhen felt speechless. However, at least one thing was clear. In Anping village, violating the rules could indeed lead to death. Fang Zhen's gaze swept over the group. Now do you understand why I repeatedly instructed you not to break the rules? This is the consequence. Their fear of Fang Zhen had transformed into a sense of desperation. He was their only beacon of hope for escaping this haunted village. All right, let us go to sleep, Fang Zhen declared. The group looked bewildered. Sleep? Right after someone has just died? Isn't that a bit too abrupt? The Gothic girl timidly asked, what about Bai Junfei? What can we do? He's dead. Once we leave here, he'll receive a grand burial, Fang Zhen replied. You can do nothing. Your only contribution now is to sleep immediately. The group exchanged glances. With a corpse lying in the room, who would dare to stay? Fang Zhen paid them no mind and went to sleep himself. The others, of course, didn't dare remain with the body and could only reluctantly squeeze into another room. That night was destined to be sleepless. However, Fang Zhen managed to sleep quite well. The long-term mental strain from school had fortified his psychological resilience. The next day, Fang Zhen rose feeling refreshed. In contrast, the other wealthy youths were all sporting dark circles under their eyes, looking utterly exhausted, clearly having not slept at all. Let us go deal with the body, Fang Zhen commanded, taking on the role of a foreman. The remaining two girls huddled together, their faces pale with fear. The Gothic girl, Li Qingyin, had her makeup smeared, but after washing it off with water, she appeared much more pleasant. Let me handle it, the bespectacled boy gritted his teeth. Mustering his courage and hoisted Bai Junfei's corpse, Fang Zhen made a mental note of the boy's name, Zhou Ziruan. Bai Junfei's body was discarded in a desolate area, covered with some weeds and branches. That was the end of it. If Bai Junfei's family needed to retrieve the body, they could come for it later. Fang Zhen pulled out his phone for a quick check. There was still no signal. Is there always no signal here? Fang Zhen inquired. Zhu Ziming nodded. It's been like this all along. You have to walk quite a distance to get a signal. Normally, there are buses that come by the village entrance. But only twice a day. If you miss them, you're out of luck. I can take you there. Upon hearing they might leave, the wealthy youths were ecstatic. Finally, they could escape this ghostly place. The group arrived at the village entrance. But after waiting for a full 2 hours, there was still no sign of a bus. How strange. Why hasn't T1 come today? Zhu Ziming wondered aloud. Fang Zhen made a decisive call. We're not waiting anymore. Let us walk along the main road to get out. Ah. The rich kids stared in disbelief. Walk back. Want that break our legs? You don't have to follow me, Fang Zhen said, proceeding down the village path toward the city. The wealthy youths, seeing this, hurriedly followed, not daring to lag behind. The distance from the suburbs to the city was at least 40 kilometers. Walking back would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Yet, in their eagerness to leave this cursed place, the rich kids summoned unprecedented determination, pushing themselves forward. An hour later, they found themselves back at the village entrance, waiting for the bus. Indeed, we've been trapped. Fang Zhen nodded. It had merely been an experiment, but now it seemed that leaving this village was no easy feat. Zhu Ziming appeared astonished. He hadn't anticipated being unable to leave after entering. The wealthy youths were left dumbfounded. You mean, after all that walking for over an hour, we've made no progress? One particularly tall rich kid exclaimed in disbelief. His name was Su Tai. Fang Zhen nodded. Pretty much, Su Tai was furious. If you knew, why didn't you tell us? We walked for nothing. I mentioned you didn't have to follow me, Fang Zhen replied nonchalantly. Su Tai fell silent. Indeed, Fang Zhan hadn't forced them to come. They had chosen to follow him, believing it would lead to their escape. As the realization that they could not leave set in, a somber atmosphere enveloped the group. Surely, they would have to continue staying in that room where someone had just died. Please, no. Zhou Ziruan adjusted his glasses. Fang Zhan, if we can't leave, what should we do next? Shouldn't we do something to find the root of this problem to break the strange restrictions? He was the calmest among the group, wearing glasses and exuding an air of studiousness. Hearing from Zhu Ziming, it was said that this individual serves as the brains of a small team. A group fond of adventure games, yet they are rather inexperienced, often relying on Zhou Ziruan for insights and strategies. In hindsight, he indeed appears to be the most exceptional among them. Perhaps they should first pay a visit. Those willing to follow may do so, while those unwilling can find their own way out. Fang Zhan turned to Zhu Ziming, pondering for a moment. Do you know who is cultivating vegetables in the wasteland? Zhu Ziming nodded. Yes, it's an old gentleman with mobility issues. Take me to find him. With that, the two departed. The remaining wealthy youths wore expressions of distress. We cannot be led by the nose like this. What makes him so remarkable? He is just an ordinary person, Su Tai said indignantly. We can surely find a way to leave on our own, Li Qingyin echoed. Exactly, let us not forget why we are here. We are here to play adventure games, and we are experts at it. We can treat this as a decryption task. Liu Miao Miao, having been startled twice and lacking sleep, appeared quite dispirited. I can go along? You all decide what to do. The group looked towards Zhou Ziruan, clearly aware of who among them was the true master of decryption. Zhou Ziruan let out a sigh of resignation. I initially intended to follow that person, but seeing your strong objections, let's try on our own. The group became invigorated, believing it wouldn't be too difficult as long as they adhered to the rules. They fancied themselves already possessing the secret to safety. Chapter 81. Two old gentlemen under Zhu Ziming's guidance, the duo arrived at a modest dwelling. Unlike Zhu Ziming's home, this one was not only smaller but also appeared filthy and disheveled, with heaps of cardboard and kitchen waste piled at the entrance. Emitting an unpleasant odor, several greasy windows were shattered, seemingly never repaired. The weather was splendid, with bright sunshine, especially warm in the morning light. An elderly gentleman reclined on a chair, wrapped in a blanket, basking in the sun at his doorstep. The back lot was haphazardly planted with various vegetables, greens, radishes, scallions, though their growth seemed unremarkable, as if not given much care. This was Old Man Wang, one of the earliest residents in the area, Zhu Ziming whispered. He has trouble walking and seldom ventures out. I heard he has no children, just a nephew, and after being diagnosed with lung cancer, he moved here alone. Lung cancer, coupled with advanced age, meant little hope for recovery. Each additional day was a blessing. His nephew lacked funds and sought help through crowdfunding, but it was said that Old Man Wang's household registration issues had delayed approval for the funds. Fang Zhan, having grasped the basic situation, approached cheerfully. Good sir, enjoying the sun? Old Man Wang did not even lift his eyelids, ignoring him completely. Fang Zhan contemplated and then directed his gaze to the pile of cardboard. Sir, I collect cardboard. Would you be willing to sell this? The old man slowly raised his head. Huh? What do you do? I collect cardboard. Collect what? Cardboard. What cardboard? Collect cardboard. Collect what? All right, sir. Enjoy your sunbathing. Oh. The old man resumed soaking up the sun. Fang Zhan couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old fellow was clearly ignoring him on purpose. An elderly man could resist the temptation of selling cardboard. He was indeed no ordinary individual. Fang Zhan encouraged Zhu Ziming to give it a try, but the old man treated him the same way, indifferent to his attempts. Zhu Ziming returned, helplessly chuckling. I suppose it's because I haven't visited enough. He doesn't recognize me. After hitting a dead end, Fang Zhan decided to check on another residence. That moment, he sensed something peculiar. Although Old Man Wang had remained in the same position, there appeared to be a slight shift. He had originally faced away from the door, but now his angle seemed slightly askew. Do you notice anything odd? Fang Zhan asked. Zhu Ziming looked puzzled, failing to see anything amiss. Fang Zhan insisted they remain where they were. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 wealthy youths strolled past them. Fang Zhan intended to caution them against causing trouble, but to his surprise, they did not stop and simply moved on. Fang Zhan was taken aback. What are they up to? Among the 5, Su Tai retorted defiantly. Rest assured, we cling to you. The 5 of us surely won't lose to you. We can find our own way out. Point 3 cobblers can rival Zhuge Liang, he mused, especially with their numbers. With that, they strode away confidently, while Zhou Ziruan offered a slightly embarrassed nod before following the others. Watching them enter a dilapidated old house, Fang Zhen couldn't help but inquire. Have they always been this confident? With good family backgrounds and decent academic performance, they were seen as the elite by most. Naturally brimming with confidence, Zhu Ziming said with a hint of self-deprecation. Not like me at all. What about that old house? Just an empty dwelling, seemingly the ancestral hall of this village, but everything has long been removed. Even the plaque has been dismantled for firewood. The history of the house seemed unremarkable and did not appear strange to Fang Zhen, so he dismissed it. As for those five, their naivety was so refreshing that Fang Zhen found it amusing rather than infuriating. They were so eager to serve as minesweepers, he certainly could not stop them. The most pressing matter was to keep an eye on the old gentleman, the only one in the village growing vegetables in the wasteland. Likely holding the greatest connection to the unfolding events, as time ticked by, approaching noon, the sun grew increasingly blinding, while the old gentleman remained utterly still, seemingly asleep and at peace. At that moment, Zhu Ziming's eyes widened. This have you noticed? Noticed what? Old man Wang's position is changing. He has always faced the sun, yet he hasn't moved at all. Why is this happening? Old man Wang lay under the sun, peacefully soaking it in. Yet this serene scene sent chills down Zhu Ziming's spine. Fang Zhen calmly stated, it's quite simple. It indicates he is not old man Wang at all. Then what is he? What do you think? Zhu Ziming's expression began to contort. How can one see a ghost in broad daylight? Fear not, it is not a ghost, Fang Zhen reassured him. What we are dealing with is far more terrifying than a ghost. Zhu Ziming's expression darkened further. You might as well not explain. Fang Zhen studied old man Wang for a while, hesitant to make a hasty move. After some contemplation, he stealthily circled to the side of the dwelling. There, he found a broken window, shards of glass scattered on the ground, possibly lying there for quite some time. Fang Zhen peered inside, revealing an impenetrable darkness. Despite it being daytime, the interior was utterly devoid of light. Accompanied by an indescribable dampness, tinged with a hint of decay, it was hard to see. Fang Zhen pondered whether to turn on a flashlight, but Zhu Ziming trembled, saying, I can see clearly, Dado? You have good eyesight. What do you see inside? Old man Wang is lying in a chair. Zhu Ziming was horrified. Fang Zhen felt a shudder run through him as well. Inside lay one old man Wang, and outside lay another. What a coincidence! Fang Zhen switched on his phone's flashlight, cautiously illuminating the pitch-black interior. It was chaotic, seemingly neglected for ages, with a thick layer of dust accumulated. In the center of the darkness stood a chair identical to the one outside. And within the shadows lay a frail, stinking body, peacefully reclining. It was a corpse. Fang Zhen suppressed his unease. Old man Wang was dead. How long had he been deceased? What about the one outside? Truth be told, Fang Zhen could not discern any abnormality in the old man Wang outside. His speech and demeanor were almost indistinguishable from a normal person. Was he the source? Fang Zhen found it hard to ascertain. As he appeared too normal to be real, cautious, he refrained from acting recklessly, fearing a misstep. It was better to observe a while longer before deciding. By the way, where had those gullible wealthy youths disappeared to? Fang Zhen recalled them entering the old house 2 hours ago, but they had not reappeared since. Chapter 82. Raising Gu. The old house was empty, nearly devoid of anything. Only the altar that once held the ancestral spirit tablets remained. What a strange place. We are merely innocent travelers, and if we have disturbed anything, we sincerely apologize, Lu Miao Miao muttered, trembling with fear. It's so dark here. Indeed, we can't see a thing. Should we turn on the flashlight? No, that might violate some taboo. Look, there's light ahead. This dilapidated house has no electricity. Where could the light be coming from? There really is something. Look quickly, Li Qingyin exclaimed excitedly. The group suddenly noticed the altar slowly opening, emitting a rich glow, as if a path to a paradise was materializing. Freedom lay just ahead. An escape from this backward and dilapidated place, back to a comfortable environment. All their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Li Run struggled to resist the allure of the light, urgently shouting, Don't go. There's definitely something off. We need to retreat. Leave this house. There's nothing wrong. I see my home. What could possibly be wrong? This must be the exit, Su Tai exclaimed joyfully. Dashing toward the light, Lai Qingyin could not help but step forward. It seems I can see my parents and the Western restaurant I usually visit. They are all waiting for me. I must hurry back, or it will be gone. Lu Miao Miao appeared dazed, also unable to resist moving forward, clearly drawn to something that stirred her heart. The remaining boy, Kai Yinfeng, had already recklessly dashed ahead. No, don't go, Li Run's managed to utter, struggling to comprehend the situation. Wasn't he had said that only those who violate the rules would suffer? They had done nothing wrong. He understood that what lay before them was undoubtedly an illusion, yet an invisible force influenced their perception, gradually drawing them in deeper. At that moment, Fang Zhan and Zhu Ziming arrived outside the old house. The interior was unnaturally dark, however. It was daytime, and with sunlight streaming in, some details were still visible. Fang Zhan observed 5 wealthy heirs encircled, each with a vacant gaze, walking along the walls of the old house. Endlessly circling, round after round, they were relentless. Particularly Lu Miao Miao, who, in high heels, had worn her feet raw and was bleeding, with blood seeping from her shoes, leaving trails of crimson footprints that rendered the entire old house even more eerie and chilling. Yet, despite this, she continued to move forward like a marionette, unwilling to stop. The 5 maintained an eerily synchronized pace, as if engaged in some sinister ritual. The scene was too uncanny. Zhu Ziming took several steps back in fear, unwilling to gaze any longer. Had their thoughts been influenced by some primal force? A sense of unease stirred within Fang Zhan. Being buried in the ground, hanged by an unseen force, trapped in the old house and ensnared in a bizarre illusion. This was already the 3rd strange occurrence. Fang Zhan had to consider a possibility. Perhaps this place harbored more than one anomalous event. Could a village exist with multiple coexisting rule-bound phenomena? After pondering for a moment, he suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. All these residents had moved in with the assistance of the Shen Corporation. What a remarkable coincidence, with so few residents. How could so many bizarre incidents occur? Although there was no evidence to confirm this, Fang Zhan already harbored a suspicion. The Shen Corporation had deliberately relocated rule-bound events to a single location, creating an exceedingly strange village for their own use, perhaps to eliminate their enemies. Such grand schemes, such audacious tactics. If it were only Fang Zhan, he would certainly seek the source, perhaps even venture into the old house. Only to fall victim himself. He ought to be grateful to these wealthy heirs for clearing the path for him. Is there any rope? Fang Zhan turned and asked. Zhu Ziming quickly nodded. Yes, I'll get it right away. Soon, Zhu Ziming returned with a length of rope. Fang Zhan did not enter the house but tied one end into a loop and tossed it inside, managing to ensnare Zhou Zairuan, pulling him forcefully from the old house. Once outside, Zhou Run shook himself awake, bewildered and scanning his surroundings. Fang Zhan repeated the process, tossing the rope again and again, dragging each of the wealthy heirs out one by one. The expressions of those pulled out were vacant, a hint of befuddlement evident on their faces, especially Kai Yinfeng, who seemed utterly dazed, clinging to a pillar of the old house, drooling and occasionally breaking into a foolish grin, as if he had become a madman. Only Zhou Zairuan appeared relatively normal. Well, one has gone mad, Fang Zhan sighed, and I wonder if he can be cured. If he does recover, will he still drool? Gradually, the remaining individuals began to regain their senses. Although each bore a faint daze, as if they had not slept for days and had just awakened from a terrifying nightmare. What happened? Su Tai asked, bewildered. Fang Zhan replied coolly, congratulations on escaping death. However, you have sacrificed one teammate. You still have 4 remaining, so conservatively, you can still make 4 more attempts. Su Tai's face turned a mix of red and green. He understood that Fang Zhan was mocking them, yet he lacked the confidence to retort. They had spoken of finding a way out, yet they had initially met with disaster, encountering ghostly occurrences that nearly led to their demise. Soon, they each began to realize what had transpired, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Lu Miao Miao sobbed as she hugged her legs. Her feet ached terribly, and the bloodied high heels had frightened her. She would probably never wish to wear high heels again. So can someone tell me about your experiences? Fang Zhan inquired. The others were reluctant to reminisce, but Zhou Zairuan took a deep breath. Upon entering the old house, we inexplicably saw a path to leave. It seemed impossible, yet at that moment, We believed it wholeheartedly, continuing to walk, believing we would leave any moment, but could not escape. Fang Zhan pondered. These individuals had done nothing wrong. They had merely entered the old house. It appeared that the house itself posed a problem. Potentially the very source that trapped everyone in the village. If the entire house was the source, how could it be resolved? Burn it down. That would surely be a violation of the rules. What a headache. Fang Zhan was at a loss. You should go to Zhu Ziming's house to rest. Don't wander about. Point one had gone mad. Another could not walk at all, and the remaining 3 were in a daze. Utterly devoid of spirit. Zhou Ziruan forced a bitter smile, genuinely afraid to roam. This hazardous game was truly too daunting to play again. Zhou Ziruan carried Lu Miaomiao on his back, while Su Tai led the now-dazed Kai Yanfeng, with Li Qingyin closely following Zhu Ziming. They sought an escape route, having faced a dismal defeat in the first encounter. Li Qingyin trailed Zhu Ziming, wiping her tears. Zhu Ziming, why is your village so terrifying? Had I known, I wouldn't have come with you. Woe is me, I want to go home. I detest this filthy village. Zhu Ziming could only smile helplessly. It was you who sought an adventurous place. I merely mentioned our village in passing, yet you insisted on coming. Li Qingyin pouted, feeling very wronged. Suddenly, her face turned pale with terror, her feet moving uncontrollably towards a small river in the village. What are you doing? Zhu Ziming shouted. Li Qingyin's voice trembled with fear. I don't know. It's not me. Help. My feet are moving on their own. No. She suddenly broke into a run, then fell heavily to the ground, rolling directly into the river. With a splash, a great spray of water erupted. The sudden turn of events startled everyone anew. Fang Zhan's expression fluctuated. Another one. They had gathered so many rule-bound events together. Was it a breeding ground for curses? Chapter 83. Rules beyond resolution. Help! Help! Li Qingyin splashed about in the river, struggling desperately, choking and coughing, as if she might drown at any moment. Everyone was taken aback. Seeing this, Su Tai shouted, Calm down, Li Qingyin, don't panic. You can swim. Remember, you can swim. Just calm yourself and you'll float. She could swim, her arms thrashing the water. Yet she continued to sink. Li Runs felt a chill. It was as if something was pulling at her feet. Coupled with Li Qingyin's words before she fell in, a wave of dread washed over everyone. Someone was grasping her leg, dragging her under. The haunting folklore of a water ghost seeking a substitute flashed through their minds. Lu Miaomiao cried out, Someone go help Qingyin. She is in danger. Su Tai and Zhou Ziruan hesitated. If it truly was a water ghost seeking a substitute, who would dare to help? They might be dragged down too. Zhu Ziming glanced at Fang Zhan, unable to restrain himself. Fang Zhan shook his head. Don't look at me. I can't swim. He had no memories prior to university, naturally lacking any swimming experience. Zhu Ziming gritted his teeth, resolutely shedding his outerwear and leaping into the water, swimming towards Li Qingyin. He, however, was clever enough to grab a wooden plank over a meter long from the riverbank. He reached Li Qingyin and handed her the plank to Iti. That moment, Li Qingyin was nearly unconscious, on the brink of drowning, instinctively grabbing the plank and refusing to let go. Drowning victims will instinctively grasp anything nearby before they succumb. If Zhu Ziming had approached carelessly, it was entirely possible that Li Qingyin would cling to him, dragging them both down. Fortunately, with Li Qingyin holding on to just a wooden plank, that risk was mitigated. After rescuing Li Qingyin, Zhu Ziming headed back to the shore, swimming with her in tow. Fortunately, it was merely a small creek, without swift currents. Zhu Ziming managed to pull Li Qingyin back to the bank, where the others hastily came forward to assist. Zhu Ziming struggled to climb ashore. The group collectively tugged on the wooden plank. It's so heavy. Su Tai grimaced. It feels like pulling a hippopotamus. Zhou Ziruan strained, his face turning crimson. Come on, we can do this. It was astonishing that one girl and 3 boys struggled so much to pull her up, as if she bore the weight of 1,000 pounds underwater. After about 2 minutes of intense effort, Li Qingyin suddenly felt lighter, and they managed to haul her onto the shore. As soon as she reached the bank, she began to vomit, expelling dirty water mingled with bile. She retched until she felt as if her insides would spill out, ultimately collapsing on the ground, utterly drained of energy. Zhu Ziming, thank you. Li Qingyin managed to express her gratitude with the last of her strength. Zhu Ziming's face flushed slightly. It's nothing, really. Could you carry me? I simply have no strength left. Well, then, Zhu Ziming hoisted the frail Li Qingyin onto his back, who promptly succumbed to a deep slumber. She had already been deprived of rest, and the overwhelming fatigue rendered her utterly incapable of holding on. He felt the damp skin of a girl his age against him. Zhu Ziming became noticeably tense, and his steps grew increasingly unsteady. In his entire life, he had never even considered romance. Poverty and a sense of inferiority made even the act of looking a girl in the eye a source of profound anxiety for him. Soon, the group returned to Zhu Ziming's home. 7 affluent heirs. 1 buried underground, another strangled, 1 driven mad, 1 nearly drowned, and 1 with feet so worn that walking was almost impossible. Only 2 remained relatively unscathed. It was indeed a tragic scene. Fang Zhen shook his head in lamentation. Zhu Ziming's mother emerged from her room. "You're back. I've steamed a fish and made some bread. If you're hungry, feel free to eat." Although everyone was utterly exhausted, none had the appetite to partake. Zhu Ziming feebly concocted an excuse for his mother and led the group back to their quarters to rest. Naturally, Fang Zhan had no inclination to tend to these individuals. He intended to investigate the matter concerning Grandpa Wang further. However, Zhou Ziyun volunteered. "I'll accompany you. Do you still have the energy?" Fang Zhan cast a glance. "Indeed. Aren't you all looking to find a way out?" Zhou Ziyun shook his head. "I now realize that we, as novices, know nothing. Wandering aimlessly will only lead to trouble. You, clearly, are an expert in this situation. Following you is our best chance of survival. You possess significantly more intelligence than the others." Fang Zhen replied. "Then follow me, but do refrain from calling me an expert. It sounds rather vulgar." "Understood." The 2 arrived outside Grandpa Wang's abode. Grandpa Wang was still basking in the sunlight, his posture unchanged. Although Zhou Ziyun did not comprehend the purpose of this, he remained calm, standing behind Fang Zhan. Soon, he noticed something amiss. "Wait, why is this old man's position changing? He hasn't moved at all." "You quick to observe," Fang Zhan commended. "There's another old man inside, but he has been dead for quite some time." "You mean this is a ghost?" Zhou Ziyun's pupils trembled. Fang Zhan shook his head. "I cannot confirm what it is just yet. I am still observing. There are many inexplicable supernatural occurrences in this world, but they are officially referred to as anomalous events. Since they had nothing better to do, and Zhou Ziyun was the most reliable among the affluent heirs, Fang Zhen briefly explained the concept of anomalous events. This individual might prove useful. Although Zhu Ziming was honest and simple-minded, he was, after all, not particularly helpful. As Zhou Ziyun listened to Fang Zhen's account, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. It was astonishing to learn that such bizarre yet logical phenomena existed in the world. There could be multiple anomalous events. Zhou Ziyun adjusted his glasses. The village appears to be peaceful on the surface. Doesn't that suggest the anomalous events are likely still in the initial phase, and thus manageable? Fang Zhen shook his head. Not necessarily. Different anomalous events manifest in varying ways. Even if there are loopholes, they may not be observable. Zhou Ziyun remained undeterred, continuing with his speculations. "You mentioned that to resolve an anomalous event, one must address its source. But since different anomalous events influence each other, actions taken to handle the source could potentially violate the rules, rendering it unsolvable." "Indeed, it becomes unsolvable," Fang Zhen sighed. "If that old house is the source, then burning it down would be the optimal solution. However, with multiple anomalous events coexisting, destroying the house would undoubtedly invite the attention of other anomalous occurrences. The coexistence of different anomalous events significantly complicates the resolution process." Thus, Fang Zhen had been contemplating a means to break the deadlock. Therefore, resolving the source is no longer a viable path. We should be considering ways to escape the rules. Zhou Ziyun suggested it's akin to an escape room. There's no need to understand the meaning behind the room itself. All that matters is finding the final key to leave. Sometimes, it's unnecessary to ponder various conditions and prerequisites. Simply escaping is enough. Fang Zhen suddenly had an epiphany. "Yes, I have indeed fallen into the trap of experiential reasoning. What do sources and rules matter to me? All I need is to leave." "Let us go," Fang Zhen declared suddenly. Zhou Ziyun inquired curiously, "Aren't we going to investigate this old man?" He instinctively wanted to follow the unfolding developments of such an odd occurrence. "No more investigations. This old man can bask however he pleases. It won't solve anything." Fang Zhen clapped his hands and prepared to depart. "Then where are we going?" "To Zhu Ziming's house." Fang Zhen recalled something. The residents here were all specifically relocated by the Shin family to artificially create unsolvable, anomalous events. Thus, every household must harbor some issue. Zhu Ziming had recounted many strange happenings in the village, but had never mentioned any problems with his own family. Therefore, he must have an issue. Chapter 84. Discovery at Zhu Ziming's home. The atmosphere was heavy with despair. Each of the wealthy heirs bore the weight of immense psychological trauma. Li Qingyin had ingested too much contaminated water and was in a feeble state. Burning with fever, Liu Miao's feet were bloodied, now scabbed over and stuck to her high heels. No one dared to treat them, aware that any infection could prove disastrous. Kai Yinfeng sat dazed, clutching the bedpost. Continuously chuckling foolishly, drooling profusely. Kai Yinfeng, wipe your drool, it's disgusting. Su Tai exclaimed in frustration, but he had already completely lost his mind. Fear and anxiety loomed over Su Tai's heart. He felt restless, uncertain of what to do, terrified that he might be next after witnessing the calamities befalling the others. At that moment, Zhu Ziming entered the room, holding a plate of steaming bread. Here, eat something. You must be hungry after so long. Eat what? Su Tai shouted angrily. You pig-headed fool. It's because of you that we ended up in this cursed place. Knowing full well it was haunted, you still brought us here. What were you thinking? Zhu Ziming's expression darkened. You all insisted on coming. I warned you beforehand you should have been more resolute in your refusal. You damned country bumpkin. Su Tai seized Zhu Ziming by the collar. Zhu Ziming was not very tall, and Su Tai, being much larger, nearly lifted him off the ground with one hand, while the other forcefully hurled the bread onto the floor. What kind of slop are you feeding us? Su Tai cursed. I've never eaten such pig slop in my life. Now that we're in dire straits, you bring this to humiliate me? Zhu Ziming's face flushed crimson with shame and indignation. Lu Miao hurriedly intervened. Su Tai, don't go too far. Unfortunately, she could barely stand, let alone intervene. What do you mean going too far? I see this pig-headed fool deliberately led us into this trap. Su Tai roared in fury. Just then, Su Tai's body stiffened. A distinct, visible mark began to emerge around his neck. What the hell? In the next instant, an invisible force yanked him up, suspending him in the air without allowing him to utter a word. His limbs twitching, eyes bulging, tongue outstretched. His death mirrored that of Bai Junfei. Liu Miao gazed in terror at the body hanging in the air, her voice trembling. How is this happening again? This time. She did not faint, likely due to an enhanced capacity to endure psychological strain. Yet, she wished she could have passed out. At least then, she would not have to bear this terror. Zhu Ziming silently rose and began picking up the scattered bread from the floor. At that moment, Fang Zhan and Zhou Ziyun returned, witnessing this scene. Another had perished. Fang Zhan felt utterly speechless. These individuals truly had a knack for courting death. Zhou Ziyun felt a jolt of genuine fear. Approaching Zhu Ziming with a heavy tone, what has happened? Why is Su Tai dead? What did you do? Zhu Ziming appeared somewhat at a loss. Liu Miao interjected. It's not Zhu Ziming's fault. Su Tai lost his temper and not only threatened to hit someone but also knocked over the bread. That must be the reason he was targeted by the ghost. She was unaware of the concept of anomalous events. She simply knew that the place was haunted. Is that so? Zhou Ziyun took a deep breath and apologized to Zhu Ziming. I'm sorry. I may have been too hasty. Don't take it to heart. Zhu Ziming said nothing, merely silently carrying the bread out of the room. Fang Zhan also remained silent, his gaze fixed on the hanged Su Tai. Another had died, and the manner of death was identical, strangulation, and it occurred within Zhu Ziming's home. Something fell off. Violating the rules in Zhu Ziming's house resulted in death by strangulation, which at least indicated one thing. A terrifying, anomalous event enveloped Zhu Ziming's home. I need to have a word with Zhu Ziming. Fang Zhan decided and departed. He found Zhu Ziming, who was having lunch with his mother. Upon hearing Fang Zhan's voice, Zhu Ziming's mother beamed. Classmate Fang, come join us for a meal. I need to discuss something important with Zhu Ziming. Fang Zhan replied politely. It's no rush. Zhu Ziming shook his head. Let us eat first, and we'll talk afterward. Zhu Ziming's demeanor seemed somewhat off. He kept his head down, eating the bread incessantly. Fang Zhan had no choice but to sit down. Zhu Ziming's mother had steamed a large yellow fish, drizzled with fragrant sauce, making it quite appetizing. In his household, this was akin to a festive occasion, reserved for entertaining guests. However, at this moment, Fang Zhan found himself lacking in appetite. while Zhu Ziming's mother warmly urged him to eat. Reluctantly, Fang Zhan complied. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziruan remained silent, deep in thought for a considerable time. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he sprang to his feet. Kai Yin-feng, come, we must leave, he commanded, leading the dazed Kai Yin-feng outside. Lu Miao Miao gasped, what are you planning to do? Find a way to survive. Zhou Ziruan replied calmly. The two entered Zhu Ziming's room, which was modestly furnished with merely a desk and a bed. The desk was cluttered with an array of books, and the makeshift shelves were overflowing. The desk, made of solid wood, bore the marks of age, with many corners damaged and a faint musty odor lingering nearby. Come, Kai Yin-feng, let's open this drawer and take a look. Zhou Ziruan cautiously guided Kai Yin-feng to open the desk drawer. In a daze, Kai Yin-feng opened the first drawer, revealing only books and some stationery. Zhou Ziruan then prompted him to open the second drawer, which was filled with Zhu Ziming's awards and certificates accumulated over the years. They proceeded to the third and fourth drawers without incident. However, just as Kai Yin-feng was about to open the final drawer, an unexpected turn of events occurred. He suddenly displayed a pained expression. Zhou Ziruan urgently urged, hurry, pull the drawer open. The bewildered Kai Yin-feng yanked out the last drawer, only to be suspended in midair by an unseen force, crimson marks appearing around his neck. He struggled for a few seconds before succumbing to asphyxiation. He was strangled to death. This marked the third casualty. Zhou Ziruan stood by, trembling yet composed, observing the scene unfold. He did not attempt to save him, for he understood that such an effort would be futile. The source had been identified. Zhou Ziruan's gaze fixated on the final drawer, which was nearly empty, containing only an antique wooden box adorned with archaic carvings. Strangely, the box emanated a faint light, forming a line of eerie text. As he deciphered the words, Zhou Ziruan's complexion paled, and his eyes sparkled with anguished fury. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Zhu Ziming felt an uncanny sensation. His expression shifting slightly, he chuckled awkwardly. Mom, Fang Zhan, please continue your meal. I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to use the restroom. I'll be right back with that. He quickly rose and headed towards his room. I'll go too. Fang Zhan followed suit, but was seized by Zhu Ziming's mother, whose thin, aged arm evoked the image of a mummy. With a gentle smile, she said, no rush. Our restroom is too small for two. Please finish your meal first. It's perfectly fine. Dio, eat more fish. It's all prepared for you. Gazing into her murky, hollow white pupils, even Fang Zhan felt an inexplicable wave of unease wash over him. Chapter 85. I simply cannot afford the cost inside Zhu Ziming's room. Zhou Ziruan's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the antique box within the last drawer. He realized that the deaths of his companions were likely tied to this box. Yet he hesitated to act. Such an object, imbued with mystical power, could yield unpredictable consequences if disturbed. What are you doing here? A cold voice from behind pierced through Zhou Ziruan's thoughts, causing his heart to race. He turned slowly to find Zhu Ziming standing behind him, his head slightly bowed, obscuring his expression but emanating an ineffable chill. Though Zhu Ziming excelled academically, his malnutrition rendered him unremarkable among his peers. His self-doubt and frugality often made him a target for mockery. Zhou Ziruan recalled how Zhu Ziming had come to associate with by Junfei and his circle, likely drawn in by Junfei's amusement at Zhu Ziming's fear during a horror-themed escape room experience, which had elicited uproarious laughter from the group that afternoon. Yet now, Zhu Ziming appeared dark and detached, a stark contrast to the timid boy previously observed. Zhou Ziruan felt a chill run down his spine. Having studied criminal psychology extensively, he recognized the glimmer in Zhu Ziming's eyes, reminiscent of unrepentant murderers. Impressive, you've discovered it, Zhu Ziming replied with unsettling calm. Zhou Ziruan clenched his teeth. From the beginning, it appeared as though we were making decisions. But it has always been you pulling the strings. You casually mentioned the possibility of treasures in your home, employing provocations to assert that this place was too perilous for games. After arriving here, we encountered Fang Zhan, and you continuously altered your narrative, first denying any strange occurrences and later claiming bizarre events elsewhere in the village, all while omitting any mention of your own home. You led us away, yet no one knows if a vehicle was ever available. It was all dictated by you alone. We went to the old house searching for an exit. As a local, how could you not know it harbored dangers? You've confessed to witnessing others descend into madness from strange occurrences, yet you failed to warn us, watching as we entered the old house. fully aware we wouldn't perish. You never disclosed the village's taboos, the burial of Shang Qianqin, Li Qingyin's drowning, and the strangulation of Su Tai and Bai Junfei. I refuse to believe you were oblivious to any of this. You never cared whether we would fall into traps. In fact, it would be better if we did. It would instill fear in us, confining us to your home. You leapt into the water to save Li Qingyin, which initially quelled my suspicions. But knowing Su Tai's volatile temperament and disdain for the impoverished, you provocatively presented him food in that moment, igniting my doubts anew. And now, seeing this box, I finally comprehend why you chose to save Li Qingyin. Zhou Ziruan glared at Zhu Ziming, filled with contempt. You devil! Zhu Ziming remained impassive, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, everything was orchestrated by me. Although there were a few unforeseen complications, overall, it has proceeded smoothly. The mentioned complications referred, of course, to Feng Zhen. Zhu Ziming had not anticipated the emergence of such a competent individual. Fortunately, these affluent heirs remained as arrogant and foolish as ever. As Zhu Ziming approached the desk, seemingly indifferent to Zhou Ziruan. Zhou Ziruan felt an inexplicable dread. At this moment, he should have fought back, taken the offensive for a chance at survival. Yet, paralyzed by fear, he stood still. Ultimately, Zhou Ziruan was merely a student, though adept at puzzle-solving in games. He understood that resolving a riddle simply concluded the game. Victory was achieved. Reality, however, was far more dire. Solving the puzzle merely signified one thing. The rules of the game no longer applied. Zhu Ziming retrieved the antique wooden box from the drawer, its surface shimmering with ripples and a soft glow, the radiance coalescing into words that conveyed the box's rules. This world adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange, and so too do its rules. Offer 5 lost souls, and you shall be granted the opportunity for equivalent exchange, fulfilling your deepest desires. Yet, what do you intend to do as you stand before me? Zhu Ziming asked calmly. Do you wish to thwart me? You hardly seem inclined. Zhou Ziruan's face flushed red. I merely fear to touch that box. I am here to stop you. You have already taken 3 lives, and it must end. He summoned his courage and lunged forward, attempting to seize Zhu Ziming's wrist. However, Zhu Ziming, shorter in stature yet unyielding, swung his fist with force, striking Zhou Ziruan squarely on the nose, sending his glasses flying. Zhou Ziruan cried out in agony, clutching his nose as tears of pain streamed down his cheeks. Blood flowing freely, he looked at Zhu Ziming in terror. Zhu Ziming's demeanor remained cold. Do you think I am merely a feeble bookworm? From a young age, I helped my mother with farm work, hauling crates of beverages up hills to sell on weekends, sometimes even working in the cafeteria to help unload goods. I may not match the strength of formidable opponents, but you pampered rich heirs present no challenge at all. In school, rules and laws restrain me. Injuring you would incur costs. I simply cannot afford the price. Zhou Ziruan was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with fear. Stripped of the protections of family, school regulations, and the law, he realized how powerless he truly was and how unqualified he was to engage in a genuine adventure. Zhu Ziming slowly approached, instilling dread and despair within Zhou Ziruan. Yet, Zhu Ziming did not act against him. He merely exited the room, stating, I will not kill you. You are the only one among these wealthy heirs who has never bullied me. Zhou Ziruan may have once laughed at Zhu Ziming, but he had never actively bullied, insulted, or mocked him. Hence, Zhu Ziming deemed Zhou Ziruan worthy of survival. A jolt of realization struck Zhou Ziruan. 5 lost souls. 3 had already perished, leaving only 2 remaining. 200. Lu Miao Miao, Li Qingyin, run! Zhou Ziruan shouted hoarsely. Chapter 86. The wish of Zhu Ziming. In the girl's room, Lu Miao Miao felt utterly exhausted, yet her feet ached to an unbearable degree. Sleep eluded her completely. Lu Miao Miao, Li Qingyin, run! In a daze, Lu Miao Miao heard Zhou Ziruan's cries. However, her overwhelming fatigue dulled her perception. Li Qingyin had already succumbed to a deep slumber. At that moment, Zhu Ziming burst into the room, his face etched with urgency. We must go now. Something terrible has happened. Everyone else is dead. We need to leave immediately. Lu Miao Miao's expression changed drastically. Dead? How could this be? Zhu Ziming quickly leaned down to rouse the slumbering Li Qingyin. Wake up. Quickly! We must flee. Upon hearing the word run, Li Qingyin jolted awake, her instincts kicking in. Run, let's hurry. She struggled to get up. The harrowing events of the past 2 days had stripped her of any arrogance. Zhu Ziming shouted, "The front door is dangerous. We'll jump out the window." Having been saved by Zhu Ziming before, Li Qingyin had no doubts about his words and hurriedly leapt out of the window. The drop was not significant, as Zhu Ziming lived in a single-story house, with the window barely a meter above the ground, making it easy to jump down. However, Li Qingyin twisted her ankle in the process, limping a few steps away before turning back to call out, "Meow Meow, hurry! You must jump down too." "Yes, come on. Time is of the essence," Zhu Ziming urged anxiously. Lu Meow Meow instinctively prepared to leap, yet an unsettling feeling washed over her. The warning she vaguely heard from Zhou Ziruan echoed in her mind. Running was undoubtedly correct, but why did Zhou Ziruan only call for the two of them to flee? Why not Zhu Ziming? In that brief moment of hesitation, she witnessed Li Qingyin suddenly lifted by an invisible force, a familiar scene. "Help!" Li Qingyin cried out in desperation, but no one could save her. Within seconds, she stared wide-eyed in disbelief as a familiar crimson mark appeared on her neck. And then she lost her life. Terror filled Lu Miao Miao's eyes. If she had jumped out just then, would she have met the same fate? Qingyin also broke the rules. Jumping out the window was forbidden. But why, then, why was Zhu Ziming? Lu Miao Miao turned to Zhu Ziming, who had lost all trace of panic, replaced instead by a chilling indifference. "You are quite perceptive. Consider yourself fortunate," at that moment. Zhou Ziruan stumbled back in, covered in blood, shouting, "Zhu Ziming, stop! I now understand the condition for your murders. It requires violating your family rules. You've succeeded in your scheme. From now on, we will follow you without question. Whatever you do, we will do, and we will not break any rules." Lu Miao Miao was left dumbfounded. What did this mean? Were these people all killed by Zhu Ziming? Indeed, you are quite clever. You've deduced the murderous condition of the box. Zhu Ziming replied with a calm demeanor. Zhou Ziruan sensed something was amiss. Why was he not the least bit worried? Why, by Junfei, Su Tai, Kai Yinfeng, Li Qingyin, yes, that makes 4, but there's still one missing. You wouldn't want to be the 5th, would you? Zhou Ziruan's expression changed dramatically. Zhu Ziming, calm down, don't go insane. Zhu Ziming looked at Zhou Ziruan as if he were a fool. Are you out of your mind? At that moment, Fang Zhen finally arrived, albeit belatedly. He had no need for a 5th. Fang Zhen said with a hint of regret. He was not lamenting the deaths of a few rich heirs, but rather, he felt Zhu Ziming need not have taken such a path. Zhou Ziruan cast a surprised glance at Fang Zhen. You've been absent. How do you know this? Zhu Ziming glared at Fang Zhen. How do you know? I just went to the backyard to check on by Junfei's corpse and happened to see a new body. Fang Zhen replied. It should have been moved by you, right? Zhou Ziruan asked in confusion. Whose body? You tell me. There were 7 of you in total. Fang Zhen replied leisurely. Zhou Ziruan's heart sank. Now, only he and Lu Miao Miao remained. He recalled Sheng Qinqin, the girl who had been buried on the very first night. She had not originally been dead. It turned out she was the 5th. She too had perished. Zhu Ziming was exposed but remained unfazed. You are indeed quite the expert. I have researched the bizarre powers of such rules for a long time. But there is so little information available. I never expected there would be someone like you in this world. If given the chance, I would truly like to consult with you. I am equally curious about the item in your hands. Would you mind discussing it? Fang Zhen replied calmly. Newly relocated residents often have peculiar issues. It seems your family possesses this box. There's no time to discuss it now. This is an item left by my father. It harbors unimaginable power. It can help one fulfill their deepest desires, but it equally demands a hefty price. Zhu Ziming cradled the box in his hands, his heart racing with excitement. The box glimmered with a mysterious light. Dark rays of light surged forth, entwined with blood-red hues, as if a scarlet eye was slowly opening, emerging from the darkness, gazing intently at Zhu Ziming. Fang Zhen observed the scene, and at that moment, he was certain. This was the source of the rule's power within Zhu Ziming's household. It was an object. However, it seemed to be controllable. Therefore, in theory, it did not constitute a rule. It had an official designation. An awakening object? On the Tianwang forum, such incredibly rare items often commanded prices in the billions, capable of providing astonishing powers to the awakened. But could ordinary people truly use such a thing? What do you truly desire? Zhou Ziruan trembled in panic. Sacrificing the lives of 5 individuals to fulfill a wish, such a thing is deemed utterly malevolent in tales throughout history. Once its power is unleashed, What horrific consequences might ensue? Zhu Ziming remained silent. He had awaited this day for far too long. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he fervently expressed his innermost wish. Box, I wish to forever lose my eyes in exchange for my mother to see the light of day once more. The box's glow flickered uncertainly. Mysterious forces began to coalesce, sending gentle ripples through the air. The blood-red eye suddenly closed, shimmering with an enchanting light. Yet in the next moment, the brilliance emanating from the box abruptly waned. No, no, Zhu Ziming cried out in anguish, then fell into despair. Why? Why did it fail? I have fulfilled your conditions and am willing to pay the price. Why? Mother, she has less than 6 months to live. All I wanted was for her to see this world with her own eyes for the last half-year. Why won't you let me succeed? Silly child, at that moment, Zhu Ziming's mother finally entered the room. Weary and aged, a smile gracing her lips as tears streamed from her hollow eyes. For the box must adhere to its own rules. The same wish cannot be granted twice. How could eyes that have been forever lost be made to see the light again? Chapter 87. On the sacred, the noble, and Justice Point 17 years ago, a young mother cradled her infant in her arms, traversing across the nation's hospitals, seeking treatment for an exceedingly rare congenital blindness. Yet, the ophthalmologists at every major hospital were at a loss. For the child's eyes were a congenital anomaly, devoid of normal structure, with the entire eyeball appearing murky white. Modern medical techniques could neither cure nor improve the condition. The mother, who had never placed her faith in deities, entered temples, monasteries, and churches with her child. She vowed to exhaust her wealth and dedicate her life to good deeds, pleading only for her child to recover. Yet faith could not alter the course of fate. On that day, she took out the box left by her deceased husband. The child's father had faced business failure, accumulating immense debts. In a bid to provide a normal life for his wife and child, he chose to take his own life. Box, I wish to forever lose my eyes in exchange for my child to see the light again. With tears streaming down her face, the mother voiced her wish to the box. Thus, she lost her sight. A child loved dearly by their parents gained his mother's eyes, witnessing the hazy light of the world alongside the one who loved him most. The child's name was Zhu Ziming. As a dutiful son, he distinguished between grace and grievance. Zhu Ziming gazed at his aging mother, understanding her meaning. His heart stirred, and he could not help but weep profusely. Mother. Zhu Ziming knelt and cried. His mother embraced him, speaking softly. Silly child, I have already seen this world. I have grown weary of it, but your life is just beginning. You must see this world for yourself, for me, and for your father. Others looked on, their hearts heavy with emotion. Fangjin sighed. The hearts of parents are indeed pitiable. For many parents, their child's blindness is 1,000 times more painful than their own. Zhu Ziming's mother initially did not understand what he intended to do. She merely thought Zhu Ziming had invited some close friends over. However, a blind person naturally possesses heightened hearing. How could she not perceive the various sounds within the room? She sensed that something was amiss. Thus, she rummaged through her late husband's belongings and discovered that a wooden box was missing. Zhu Ziming's mother was in a state of utter turmoil, clueless about her son's intentions. Ultimately, she chose to remain passive. Her son had grown up. If he had truly resolved to utilize the wooden box, what could she, a person nearing death, possibly do? Fang Zhan had interacted with Zhu Ziming before. The other party's unfamiliarity and astonishment regarding various rules and events seemed genuine. Thus, despite harboring some skepticism towards Zhu Ziming, Fang Zhan still felt that his mother was the most suspicious figure. Of course, it could also be that her eyes were simply too intimidating. Consequently, Fang Zhan always regarded Zhu Ziming's mother as a potential ultimate adversary. Naturally, this assumption proved to be erroneous, as nothing was ultimately prevented at that moment. Zhu Ziming's mother seized Fang Zhan's hand, inviting him to stay for a meal, during which they discussed many matters concerning Zhu Ziming, evoking a sense of sympathy for the unfortunate boy in Fang Zhan. Perhaps a little assistance in tidying up the aftermath was warranted. Fang Zhan turned to Lu Miaomiao and Zhou Ziruan. You two? Please take a seat in the living room and give them some space. Lu Miaomiao was still trembling with fear. So many lives had been lost, and she was terrified of becoming the next victim. No one else will die from now on, at least not in Zhu Ziming's home, Fang Zhan stated solemnly. Lu Miaomiao sensed the ominous tone in Fang Zhan's voice and shivered as she made her way to the living room. Although it was quite touching, he had, after all, taken lives. Zhou Ziruan, Summoning his courage, whispered, "He needs to face legal consequences. I can pay for a lawyer to defend him." Fang Zhan shot him a glance. "Do you realize that you should never underestimate a mother's concern for her child? When her son is bullied and humiliated at school, even a blind mother can sense it. The disheveled hair, the perpetually torn backpack, the dog feces stuffed in his shoes. When school is mentioned, a faint resistance seeps into the son's tone. Yet no matter how relentlessly his mother inquires, Zhu Ziming always denies it, for he does not wish for his mother, who struggles with mobility, to run around for his sake. Bullying always tends to fizzle out. You should consider yourselves fortunate. If the box had been taken from Zhu Ziming's mother, none of you 7 would have survived." Fang Zhan coldly remarked, "What difference does it make if the bullies are eradicated? The reason you stand here unscathed is not due to your cleverness, but simply because Zhu Ziming does not wish to kill you." Zhou Ziruan's expression soured. He had never been involved in a true bullying incident. Yet he had witnessed Zhu Ziming being bullied and humiliated without speaking out. Thus, he felt guilty. He knew this was wrong. But the bullies were his friends. Don't talk to me about the law. When the law fails to protect the rights of the bullied, then vengeful killings driven by personal motives become extraordinarily noble and just. Fang Zhan grasped Zhou Ziruan's wrist. Moreover, after experiencing what transpired in Anping village, on what grounds can you still believe that the law is supreme? Zhou Ziruan's pupils trembled violently. He saw Fang Zhan slowly removing his hand from his grasp. And why hand? Fear flooded his mind in an instant. Cold sweat soaking his back. "What is this? This isn't the rule we adhere to," Fang Zhan said casually. "The rules we need to follow are different, understand?" Fang Zhan pressed Zhou Ziruan's hand back down. Zhou Ziruan was so terrified that he was left in a daze, nodding numbly as he trudged toward the living room. Ordinary people hold a deep reverence for rules, yet there are always those who can make the rules bend for them. Fang Zhan had witnessed such occurrences firsthand, thus losing his respect for the rules, while also coming to understand why the state was so vigilant towards awakened individuals. Those who lose reverence for rules are prone to destabilizing actions, becoming sources of instability. Perhaps, in the eyes of the state, awakened individuals with special powers are also seen as vulnerabilities. Fang Zhan smiled thoughtfully. However, he did not wish to become a vulnerability. He favored a stable and harmonious society. If necessary, he would not hesitate to become a guardian of the rules, provided that those rules did not harm him. Chapter 88. Exchange. After a considerable amount of time, Zhu Ziming and his mother finally emerged from the room. Their faces stained with tears. Within the confines of that room, they had shared many heartfelt conversations. "You may leave. I will see you off, as long as you promise not to disturb my life again." Zhu Ziming said solemnly, "I need to prepare for the college entrance examination, and there will be no further intersections between us." Fang Zhan smiled. "So it is possible to leave. I am merely curious as to what means one might employ to depart from this place." "Quite simple," Zhu Ziming replied. "There is indeed a bus that passes through here, though it is a privately contracted coach. The driver was once a villager here, and it only makes a detour on Wednesdays and Sundays, with just 1 trip per day. Other than that, no other means of departure exists." That bus had been in operation for many years, existing long before the complete exodus of the people from Anping village. Therefore, it was an integral part of the village. The rules of Anping village recognized that bus. Fang Zhan suddenly understood. So that was the case, and no wonder he could never find a way out. This method of departure would be beyond the guess of anyone who was not a local. Not even a celestial being could fathom it. "All right, let us take you away." Zhu Ziming's demeanor appeared distant. As he was acutely aware of how frightening his actions might seem to outsiders, Liu Miao Miao and Zhou Ziruan looked at him with eyes filled with fear. Yet Fang Zhan remained remarkably calm, even wearing a faint smile. "This person is truly peculiar," Zhu Ziming thought. He seemed utterly unafraid, exuding an aura of danger. "Not in a hurry, actually. I have something I wish to discuss with you," Fang Zhan said. Zhu Ziming warily inquired, "What is it?" "It pertains to your box." "Humph, that box is a relic left by my father. No one should dare to covet it." Fang Zhan shook his head. "What I mean to convey is that your wish can actually be fulfilled quite easily, and there is no need to pay such a hefty price. That box imposes far too many restrictions." Zhu Ziming appeared momentarily dazed, hesitating for a long time before confirming he had not misheard. You said what?" "You said you would be willing to exchange your own eyes for your mother to regain her sight." "Indeed. Would you mind only exchanging one eye?" "One eye?" Zhu Ziming was stunned for a long time. Wouldn't that mean both he and his mother could see with one eye each? This, of course, was something he would be more than willing to accept. However, Fang Zhen approached Zhu Ziming. Do not be anxious. There will be no pain, merely a strange sensation. Just relax. Before Zhu Ziming could react, Fang Zhen's hand glided over his left eye. The next moment, he felt half of his vision vanish, as if a black curtain had descended over his left eye. Immediately afterward, Fang Zhen moved to Zhu Ziming's mother. Auntie, there is no need for you to be overly anxious. Zhu Ziming's mother appeared remarkably composed, showing no signs of worry. She had endured too many trials over the years and feared nothing anymore. Fang Zhen removed her eyeball and then replaced it with a new one. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say it was not a new eyeball, for this eyeball had originally belonged to the mother. It was simply a gift to her son and was now merely half of that gift being reclaimed. Ability Level B. Slaughter, Ability Manifestation. The capacity to cut and exchange any part of the body and organs. Ability Preconditions, Physical Contact. Zhu Ziming's mother blinked, the familiar yet strange sensation returning. Light flooded her eyes, dazzling and brilliant. Subsequently, Fang Zhen pressed the removed eyeball into Zhu Ziming's hollow eye socket. The eye exchange was complete. I can see. Zhu Ziming's mother could barely contain her excitement. 17 years of darkness had now dissipated, and no matter how one might claim to be indifferent, enduring days of darkness was ultimately unbearable. At this moment, Zhu Ziming finally understood what Fang Zhen had done. Tears once again streamed down his face, enveloping his heart in a wave of happiness. The mother and son embraced once more, their mutual exhilaration unmistakable. However, both now possessed one normal eye and one murky, pale, altered eyeball, creating a somewhat unsettling scene. Naturally, they would not mind this. Thus, I maintain that you need not have gone to such lengths. Fang Zhen remarked. In this world, there exist many mysterious powers beyond your imagination, far more reliable than seeking assistance from a mere box. Zhu Ziming felt a mix of excitement and disorientation, listening to Fang Zhen's assertions, which seemed so self-evident, yet left him feeling utterly bewildered. This must be the disparity in information. Ordinary people cannot access such matters. Summer insects cannot discuss ice. The frog in the well cannot speak of the sea. The morning mushroom knows neither the dark nor the bright, and the cicada knows not of the seasons. A frog, striving its entire life to escape the well, merely seeks a broad pond, only to inadvertently behold the vast and boundless ocean, perhaps leaving it as perplexed as Zhu Ziming. Zhou Ziruan looked on in disbelief. Eye transplantation? How is that possible? Modern medicine cannot achieve such a feat. This defies all logic. There are far too many things in this world that defy logic. It merely contradicts the rules you are familiar with, Fang Zhen replied. Once, the witch Chu Xiaoyuan was able to transform flesh and blood into threads, completing an intricately precise surgery in under a minute. This too was utterly absurd. Many medical conundrums that elude resolution can actually be addressed through metaphysics, they just cannot be publicly disclosed. Once publicized, the repercussions would be monumental, not only disrupting the established order but also driving the families of terminally ill patients to the brink of madness. Yet, the number of awakened individuals possessing such capabilities remains exceedingly scarce. Beyond inciting chaos, it holds no meaningful purpose. Zhu Ziming's cognition lay shattered and fragmented. He offered a bitter smile and shook his head, feeling like a frog at the bottom of a well. Thank you, truly, thank you, Zhu Ziming expressed with immense gratitude towards Fang Zhen. The opportunity for his mother to witness the light in the final 6 months of her life had filled him with complete satisfaction. Fang Zhen inquired, "What ailment does your mother suffer from?" "Late-stage liver cancer," came the somber reply. Indeed, there was a grave illness present. However, it was merely blindness, not enough to render a life so utterly destitute. Regrettably, he had no means to remedy this affliction. "Could we discuss the wooden box in your possession?" Fang Zhen asked, his interest piqued. Zhu Ziming's mother wiped her tears and said, "Ziming doesn't know much. Allow me to explain. This is a relic left behind by Ziming's father before he passed, an antique said to have been stolen from an ancient tomb. My husband claimed that this wooden box is undoubtedly an old artifact, confirmed to have been pilfered from the tomb of a high-ranking official from the Ming dynasty. It is not merely a burial item, but something the deceased personally held. Its value is incalculable, a national treasure. Thus, my husband collaborated with several partners to purchase the box. However, their business failed, and they sought to sell the box to recoup their funds. The outcome was unexpected. Over time, the box appeared increasingly new. Its shape and patterns altered beyond recognition, rendering it unsellable. Ultimately, the company went bankrupt. My husband and 4 partners chose to hang themselves in the office, leaving only this box behind. Chapter 89. Zhu Ziming's vision. Zhu Ziming's mother recounted the origins of the box. After her husband's demise, she gathered his belongings, including this counterfeit antique wooden box. One day, in a moment of despair, she discovered something unusual about the box. It could grant wishes but required certain preconditions, specifically 5 lost souls. Additionally, fulfilling a wish necessitated an equivalent sacrifice. The conditions were exceedingly harsh, bordering on feudal. However, if a wish could indeed be realized, one might be tempted to accept even the most stringent terms. Fortuitously, the preconditions for the box had already been met. Thus, Zhu Ziming's mother voiced her wish, and it truly came to fruition. Following the realization of her desire, she concealed the box and never used it again. For such an object was far too terrifying. It required the sacrifice of 5 lives, akin to a key left by a demon in the mortal realm. Careless use would undoubtedly open the gates to hell. Having fulfilled her greatest wish, she resisted temptation. Little did she anticipate that 17 years later, her son would unearth the box. The box seems even newer than it did 17 years ago, Zhu Ziming's mother remarked. Fang Zhan was astonished. Although he had not encountered other awakened items, the notion of something changing with time was indeed rare and certainly not a common occurrence. Zhu Ziming's mother noted, "You appear quite interested in this box." "Indeed, I am," Fang Zhan replied candidly. "Then let this wooden box serve as a token of my gratitude," Zhu Ziming's mother stated, handing it directly to Fang Zhan. "Thank you for alleviating the regret between my son and me." Fang Zhan was taken aback. This is far too precious. He was genuinely intrigued by the box and had initially intended to purchase it, but recognizing its sentimental value as a relic of the deceased husband, he abandoned that thought. Zhu Ziming was evidently surprised as well, taken aback by his mother's decision. Zhu Ziming's mother, however, was resolute. "This item is far too sinister. I worry that Ziming may resort to using the box again if he encounters difficulties. I would rather he face some hardships than witness him utilize that box." Zhu Ziming's face reflected helplessness. He had to concede that his mother knew him well. Given the box's potential utility, he considered the possibility of needing it again in the future. Fang Zhan, understanding Zhu Ziming's mother's good intentions, replied, "Thank you, Auntie. If Zhu Ziming encounters any challenges, I will assist him if I am able." Zhu Ziming's mother smiled brightly, as this was one of her objectives. She recognized that Fang Zhan was no ordinary individual. As her life drew to a close, her primary concern was her son. Finding a future ally through the box was undeniably a wise choice, showcasing her profound care for Zhu Ziming. "All right, Ziming, please see them off. There happens to be a vehicle today." Zhu Ziming's mother exhibited signs of fatigue. "Once you've seen them off, return home. There's no need for school in these final days. Just review at home." Her health had already been precarious, and she lacked the strength to say more, coupled with the excitement of seeing the light again. She felt even more exhausted and needed rest. Zhu Ziming nodded obediently. "Brother Fang Zhan, I will escort you away. And you too, come along as well," Zhu Ziming added, his demeanor towards Lu Miaomiao and Zhou Ziyun noticeably cooler. They were still alive, but the box required 5 souls, not 7. Now that it needed 7, none of them could escape. Zhou Ziyun and Lu Miaomiao followed Zhu Ziming with trepidation. Zhu Ziming led the 3 to the village entrance to wait. Along the way, he ominously warned, "You'd best keep everything that has transpired over the past few days to yourselves. If my life is disrupted due to you, I will spare no effort to make your existence a living hell. Do not doubt my capabilities." Lu Miaomiao, already terrified, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. To her, Zhu Ziming was no different from a demon. Zhou Ziyun remained silent, saying nothing. He was awed by Fang Zhan's methods and had begun to question his existence. His worldview lay shattered, leaving his mind in disarray. Zhu Ziming, evidently not inclined towards violence, could lead others to break rules, yet he harbored psychological barriers against taking a life, which is why he spared the 2. The 4 arrived at the village entrance without encountering anyone else along the way. However, they did glimpse shadows moving past a row of bungalows, the village imbued with an air of mystery. Rife with various anomalous occurrences, Fang Zhan felt a sense of relief. Encountering Zhu Ziming had proven fortuitous. Otherwise, relying solely on himself to find a way out would have been a time-consuming endeavor fraught with complications. And death was a real possibility. "The bus is coming," Zhu Ziming announced after waiting for approximately half an hour, gazing down the road. Fang Zhen looked into the distance but saw nothing. "Where?" he asked. "Right there," Zhu Ziming replied, prompting Fang Zhen to question his own eyesight. He turned to Lu Miaomiao and Zhou Ziyun, who also saw nothing. After a few more seconds, Fang Zhen finally spotted a very old bus wobbling its way from afar. "So it really exists. I thought we were facing another anomaly," Fang Zhen sighed in relief. He then looked at Zhu Ziming with astonishment. "Your vision is remarkably sharp." It had been the same earlier in front of old Wang's house. Despite the darkness inside, Zhu Ziming could discern its contents. Zhu Ziming shrugged, accustomed to the remark, "I have naturally good eyesight. It's something people often envy. That's a bit unreasonable." Fang Zhen scrutinized Zhu Ziming, who can see that far with the naked eye. "Have you ever considered that you might possess some extraordinary talent?" Zhu Ziming shook his head, "Never thought about it." Fang Zhen encouraged, "Try focusing intensely on looking far away." He suspected Zhu Ziming might also be an awakened one, albeit unaware of it. Zhu Ziming, slightly puzzled, complied, but nothing seemed to happen. His perspective remained unchanged. Suddenly, Zhu Ziming clutched his left eye, his brows knitting together. Fang Zhen inquired, "What's wrong?" "My left eye hurts, a sharp pain." Zhu Ziming grimaced. "Brother Fang Zhen, is this eye surgery going to have any side effects?" "It's that white, mutated eyeball." Fang Zhen was perplexed. That shouldn't be the case. Zhu Ziming couldn't suppress a cry of pain as his left eye bizarrely twitched. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him entirely, as if he had been thrown into an inkwell. Fang Zhen and the others suddenly found themselves blind, unable to see anything. It was a tangible manifestation of utter darkness. Chapter 90. The dilapidated bus. "Ah!" Lu Miaomiao screamed in terror. Losing one's sight so abruptly was a harrowing experience for anyone, let alone a girl already on edge. "What are you shouting about?" Zhu Ziming, already in pain, snapped at her in annoyance, seemingly oblivious to what had occurred. He quickly turned to look at the bus in the distance. At that moment, Fang Zhen and the others suddenly regained their vision. "How strange," Zhou Ziyun remarked, bewildered. Zhu Ziming turned back. "What's so strange?" The three individuals suddenly found themselves engulfed in darkness once more, losing their sight again. Fang Zhen immediately exclaimed, "Zhu Ziming, quickly close your eyes." Although Zhu Ziming was bewildered, he complied and shut his eyes. As a result, light returned. "Indeed, there was an issue with your eyes," Fang Zhen realized. Zhu Ziming's blindness stemmed from an abnormality in his eyeballs. However, this anomaly did not appear to be malevolent. Rather, it seemed to bestow upon Zhu Ziming certain extraordinary abilities, a natural awakener. Fang Zhen was astonished, for the prevailing belief was that only survivors of rule-related events could fuse with rule powers to develop awakening abilities. He had never heard of anyone possessing innate abilities. Could it be? Fang Zhen glanced at the box in his hand. Was Zhu Ziming's newly acquired ability linked to the wooden box? After closing his eyes, Zhu Ziming seemed to feel considerably more at ease. His eyes no longer pained. He sensed something peculiar. What had transpired, and why had he been urged to shut his eyes? "When your eyes were hurting, we all became blind," Fang Zhen replied. "How is that possible?" "As improbable as it may seem, it has already occurred." Fang Zhen guided Zhu Ziming to open his eyes again, and everything around them plunged into darkness once more. Yet, when Zhu Ziming shifted his gaze, Fang Zhen could still see everything, even with his eyes wide open. After several rounds of experimentation, Fang Zhen confirmed Zhu Ziming's ability. When activated, wherever Zhu Ziming looked, darkness would envelop that area. It did not transform those who were seen into blind individuals. Rather, it absorbed all light, rendering the eyes of those under his gaze incapable of perceiving reflected light, thus rendering them blind. "I possess a strange ability as well?" Zhu Ziming was utterly taken aback. Fang Zhen nodded. "Indeed, it is genuine." Zhu Ziming appeared dazed for a moment before shaking his head in resignation. "But it does me little good. I still need to prepare for the college entrance examination. This ability cannot extend my mother's life by even a couple of days. However, now that you have become an awakener, you are regarded as a special talent valued by the state. If you were to join the National Special Operations Department, there might be a way to treat your mother's liver cancer. Is that true? I cannot say for certain, as I have never joined. But it is certainly a path worth considering." Zhu Ziming's excitement surged. "I will give it a try that moment." a bus came to a halt in the distance. Perhaps due to the earlier flickering of light, it sensed fear and stopped. Zhu Ziming led Fang Zhan and the others toward the bus. The vehicle was quite dilapidated, its engine buzzing and vibrating with an unpleasant noise, seemingly able to accommodate only 17 or 18 passengers. As it had taken a detour, the bus was empty of any riders. "Uncle," Zhu Ziming called out. The group then noticed that the driver's seat was also empty. There was no driver at all. This scene sent both Lu Miaomiao and Zhou Ziruan into a panic once more. Are we about to encounter a haunting incident again? They had clearly seen the bus approach. Why was there no driver? Who could be operating the vehicle? Fang Zhan scanned the surroundings with caution. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s climbed up from below the railing. Dressed plainly, he moved with agility, though his face bore the wrinkles of a life well lived. "Oh my goodness, you scared me to death. Just now," the light flickered, "and I thought it was a ghost. I was so frightened I abandoned the bus and ran away." The middle-aged man muttered in a thick accent. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao were momentarily speechless. "So that's what happened," Zhu Ziming greeted Dada Ming. "Did you see it suddenly go dark? It was terrifying." The driver, still shaken, replied. Zhu Ziming explained, "It seems to have been a solar eclipse. It's nothing to worry about. Just a brief darkness, so that was it." Indeed, education is paramount. Those who study know everything, unlike an uncle who can only drive a broken bus. The driver grinned, revealing a set of yellowing teeth, exuding optimism. "Perhaps ignorance is bliss for ordinary folk. Uncle, these are my classmates. We're taking your bus back to the city to—" "Oh, sure, no problem." The driver appeared quite welcoming. "You are all from number 1 high school, right? Impressive. You'll be significant figures in the future. Come aboard." The trio climbed onto the bus. They intended to pay, but the driver adamantly refused. "What's the point of collecting such a small fare? It's no trouble. My bus is so old it doesn't even have cameras. So I won't be fined. Just get settled." "We're about to drive off." The bus roared to life, rumbling along the main road. Zhu Ziming and Fang Zhan bid farewell, excitedly hurrying home. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao exhaled in relief. Finally, they were safe. The rickety bus swayed as it made its way toward the city, the green belts on either side rapidly receding, gradually revealing more modern buildings, indicating their departure from the haunted location. Meanwhile, Fang Zhan took out the wooden box, examining it closely. The box felt remarkably light in his hands. It exuded an antique charm, yet its intricate pattern seemed unfamiliar and did not correspond to any known dynasty's style. The box emitted a misty glow, forming a message. "This world adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange, as do the rules. Offer 5 lost souls, and you shall be granted the opportunity for equivalent exchange to fulfill your innermost desires." At that moment, the wooden box had already sacrificed 5 souls, allowing for a direct wish to be made. What were my innermost desires? To attain great wealth. However, such wishes require equivalent exchange, and this desire likely would not suffice. Fang Zhan muttered to himself. What constitutes equivalent exchange, then? Perhaps trading a kidney for several 100,000 yuan might qualify. Yet, Fang Zhan was no fool. He would not wish for such trivialities. What if one could exchange several 100,000 yuan for a healthy kidney? At this moment, Fang Zhan had no such need and would not squander the precious opportunity to wish on such matters, especially considering the latter half of the statement regarding one's deepest desires. This must be intricately tied to the wishmaker's intense emotions. If the desire was not fervently yearned for, the wish might very well prove ineffective. Just as Fang Zhan pondered these things, a loud bang echoed through the bus. The vehicle suddenly came to a screeching halt, nearly throwing the 3 individuals out of their seats. The tires emitted a piercing screech. Fang Zhan turned to look outside. They were still in the suburbs, but the surroundings were now shrouded in darkness, as if they had entered a tunnel. "Uncle, what happened?" Fang Zhan inquired curiously. The driver, trembling, turned his head, swallowing nervously. Just as we entered the tunnel, a figure suddenly appeared. "I think I might have hit someone." Chapter 91. Chivalrous and righteous. This was a very small tunnel, dimly lit. The change in lighting upon entering the tunnel inevitably caused visibility to diminish momentarily. Logically, one should slow down to navigate the tunnel, yet the dilapidated bus showed little sign of deceleration, given the absence of nearby vehicles. The driver appeared increasingly anxious. If he had indeed struck someone, he could very well lose his job. Surely, his luck could not be that dire, he thought, his face contorted in worry. He hastily opened the door to inspect the situation. Seeing this, Fang Zhan tucked away the wooden box and rolled down the window to peer outside, while Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao nervously followed suit. However, they saw nothing. What the hell? The driver circled the bus, finding no trace of the supposed figure. Fang Zhan asked, "Uncle, could you have mistaken it?" "I might have. But the front of the bus is indeed dented. It wasn't like that before. It can't have just appeared out of thin air." The driver scratched his head, displaying a hint of fear on his face. Fang Zhan stepped outside for a closer look. Indeed, the front of the bus showed a distinct dent, as if it had collided with something. Lu Miaomiao's face turned pale as she clutched her head in distress. Could it be that we encountered that kind of situation again? She was severely neurotic, having endured immense stress multiple times. At this moment, she seemed disoriented, almost unable to distinguish reality from nightmare. There's no reason for such misfortune, Fang Zhan frowned. Could this be yet another scheme by the Shin family consortium? After searching in vain, they found no evidence of anything amiss. The group reluctantly prepared to return to the bus. Help me! A feeble cry for help echoed from somewhere unknown. The driver was instantly horrified, his expression twisting in terror. "I feel as though I've encountered something dreadful. Did you all hear that?" "Uncle, don't panic. We heard it too," Fang Zhan reassured him. "It seems to be coming from under the bus." "Under the bus? The front is dented. One would think the figure should have been thrown clear." The driver hesitated, wanting to look down but lacking the courage. Fang Zhan, however, was unafraid. He did not believe that looking under the bus would be a taboo act, so he boldly bent down to take a look. At that moment, a figure covered in mud struggled to crawl out from beneath the bus. His face was pale, devoid of color, and he appeared filthy, his eyes filled with a desperate longing, faintly glowing a ghostly green. Resembling a starved wolf, "It's too dark down there, too dark. I finally managed to crawl out. Who hit me?" A weak voice emanated from beneath the bus. The driver was so frightened that he abandoned the vehicle and fled. "Too dark? Oh my goodness. Have we truly encountered a ghost?" Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao's faces turned ashen, fearing they had indeed met a spirit. Fang Zhan, however, fixed his gaze on the shadow beneath the bus. The figure looked somewhat familiar to him. Suddenly, he realized something important he had forgotten. "Right? I didn't come here alone." Fang Zhan slapped his forehead. The figure beneath the bus, now somewhat clearer, recognized Fang Zhan and was overcome with emotion. Tears streaming down his face. "Brother, is that you? Have you come to rescue me? I knew my cries for help were not in vain. You are different from those ungrateful people in society. You embody true righteousness." "Well, somewhat I did come to save you." Fang Zhan extended his hand to pull the person from beneath the yard. It was none other than Ruan Yaowen. Initially, he had chased a female motorcyclist into the outskirts, which resulted in both of them being trapped here. However, Ruan Yaowen had violated some rule at that time and was subsequently buried alive. Fang Zhan had completely forgotten about him. "I'm so hungry," Ruan Yaowen said weakly, barely able to stand. "Fortunately, Zhu Ziming's mother brought me some buns. They're yours now. Eat up." Fang Zhan offered Ruan Yaowen a few soft, fragrant buns. Although they had gone cold, Ruan Yaowen devoured them greedily, tears streaming down his face. "This is the best bun I've ever had." Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao stared at this scene, utterly dumbfounded. "Who is this person? He seems to have also come from Anping village." "All right, how did you end up in this place?" Fang Zhan inquired. Can I have another bun?" "There's none left. I saw you hiding too. They're not for you." Fang Zhan replied tersely. "Could you at least save me too?" Ruan Yaowen gazed longingly at the hidden buns before beginning to lament. He had no idea what rule he had violated at the time. He simply fainted. When he regained consciousness, he found himself buried underground. He felt utterly powerless, and no matter how he struggled, it seemed futile. The thin layer of soil felt like an impenetrable seal, rendering him incapable of escape. Ruan Yaowen realized he must have encountered a rule-related incident. So he abandoned the idea of crawling out and instead began to burrow painfully through the earth, digging as if he were a plump earthworm. He exerted tremendous effort and lost track of time. Finally reaching the edge of the wasteland, utterly fatigued, disoriented, and famished, having fainted several times along the way, it was truly heartbreaking to witness. Evoking tears from those who heard his tale, Ruan Yaowen lamented, "I reached the edge of the wasteland, unexpectedly breaking the rule and successfully escaping." Fang Zhan nodded in acknowledgement. It seems there are indeed ways to escape. The rules are not as unyielding as they appear. Just as I was exhausted and struggling to climb over the railing, a bus suddenly appeared in the distance, barreling towards me. Is there any justice in this world? Surviving was such a challenge. It would be utterly frustrating to be struck down just like that. So, I summoned all my strength to create a barrier to stop the bus. Ruan Yaowen continued indignantly. And the outcome? Fang Zhan asked. The outcome. Ruan Yaowen's expression fell. I was too exhausted. The barrier was obliterated. And I was dragged under the bus, nearly crushed to death. Thankfully, I survived. He was furiously incensed. What about the driver? How could they drive like that without seeing? Fang Zhan shook his head in disbelief. You can't blame the driver. This is a tunnel. Who allowed pedestrians to be here? At most, they might offer you some humanitarian compensation for nutritional expenses, but nothing more. Ruan Yaowen's face darkened. Is that so? If I claimed I were a cross-dressing homosexual with gender identity disorder and a staunch supporter of qualityism, could I then hold the driver fully accountable? What nonsense. We need the bus to take us out of Onping Village. Dio, you want to get on the driver's bad side and remain trapped here? Fine, I concede my full responsibility. Ruan Yaowen reluctantly accepted. Fang Zhan then jogged off to retrieve the fleeing driver. The driver returned, looking sheepish. Are you really human? Ruan Yaowen retorted angrily. Of course I am. Do you admit full responsibility? I do. That's good, the driver said, beaming. Chapter 92. Revenge. The rickety bus creaked along at a leisurely pace. After about an hour, it finally arrived at the city's terminal. However, Fang Zhan was slightly surprised that the bus had not stopped at any stations along the way, nor had anyone attempted to flag it down. There were only 4 passengers aboard. Finally back? Ruan Yaowen exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. I never want to set foot in that dreadful place again. If I ever lose my mind over a woman again, brother, please give me a good beating. Not a problem. Fang Zhan agreed without hesitation. Creak. The dilapidated bus came to a halt, and the doors swung open with a bang. You've arrived. You've arrived, the driver said cheerfully, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. You can disembark now. But be careful in the future. Don't venture to such remote places again. You were lucky to escape this time. Who knows if you'll be so fortunate next time. Thank you, uncle. Fang Zhan expressed his gratitude. The 4 of them stepped off the bus. The driver slowly restarted the rickety vehicle and drove off into the distance, showing no intention of returning to pick up passengers. Only after disembarking did Fang Zhan realize that the driver's words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. He wished to inquire further, but the opportunity was lost as the driver had already left. It was likely that the driver knew something, given that he frequently passed by Onping Village. No one could be oblivious to the happenings there. You can all go home now, Fang Zhan said, patting Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao on the shoulder. He discreetly activated his memory-altering ability. You went to the outskirts for an adventure game and encountered kidnappers. You both struggled mightily to escape but, unfortunately, were unable to save the others. The remaining 5 have been taken by the kidnappers and are unaccounted for. They may have already met with misfortune. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao's expressions grew increasingly vacant. They were already fearful of this memory, so Fang Zhan's intervention to help them forget went smoothly, without any hindrances. After completing this, Fang Zhan and Ruan Yaowen left without looking back. As for what would transpire next, Fang Zhan couldn't concern himself with that. Likely, 5 wealthy families would become furious, frantically searching for the whereabouts of the kidnappers. But ultimately, they would uncover nothing. Brother, what shall we do next? Ruan Yaowen asked. Fang Zhan smiled. What do you wish to do most? Ruan Yaowen answered candidly. Have a lavish meal, sleep deeply, and then find a beautiful woman to discuss life with. After all, food and sex are fundamental desires. He regarded himself as rather mundane. That's a decent choice, Fang Zhan said, his eyes flickering with a cold glint. But what I desire most is to exact revenge. Revenge? Do you truly believe our entrapment in Onping Village was merely an accident? Ruan Yaowen was taken aback, his expression darkening. He was no law-abiding citizen. He would dare to offend special operations teams for the sake of money. If someone had the audacity to conspire against him in the shadows, he was more than ready to unleash his pent-up frustration from these past days. In the affluent district, a lavishly decorated villa stood. Outside the villa were over 10 armed bodyguards. The expansive lawn was dotted with dozens of luxury cars, a massive swimming pool, and a wine cellar stocked with fine wines. Alongside various high-tech smart appliances, the hidden wardrobe in one of the rooms was already larger than most ordinary homes. Within this opulent villa, Shen Weifeng, dressed in a sharp suit, instructed the maid and butler to leave. Beside him stood a tall, defiant woman with long hair named Yao Qingxi, a minor internet celebrity. From a young age, she adored riding motorcycles, captivated by the thrill of speed. As she grew older, she attracted numerous followers through her passion and now earned a living by filming motorcycle rides. Clad in a form-fitting leather outfit and holding her pink cat ear helmet, she appeared even more slender. "Qingxi, what brings you here again?" Shen Weifeng lounged on a comfortable sofa, crossing his legs with a malicious smile. "I have already approved your father's donation." Anger flashed across Yao Qingxi's beautiful features. "Despicable. The doctors have delayed your father's surgery. Are you not behind this? Shen Weifeng, you have no shame." She had agreed to a peculiar request from him in exchange for her father's surgical expenses. That was to lure two individuals into a small village in the outskirts. She complied, only to find herself ensnared in a trap. The approved surgical funds could only be used at a few designated private hospitals, all of which were under the Shen family's control. If Shen Weifeng did not consent, no one would dare perform the surgery on her father. She wished to transfer hospitals, but lacked the funds, and her father could hardly withstand further complications. Who could have anticipated that a charity foundation, renowned for its benevolence, would harbor such corruption? "I advise you to watch your tone when speaking to me." Shen Weifeng replied coolly, his gaze unabashedly appraising Yao Qingxi, filled with possessiveness. "Do not wear down my interest in you. It wasn't a lack of women. Rather, Yao Qingxi had once ruthlessly rejected him and even publicly humiliated him. Thus, he was all the more determined to see this woman kneel before him, to lower her stubborn head. Yao Qingxi gritted her teeth. "What do you want from me? Do you still not comprehend what I desire?" "Despicable, shameless, vile." Shen Weifeng's expression grew cold. "This is your final warning. I can make your entire family disappear, but I am still offering you the chance to stand before me. Do not test my patience. It is limited." Yao Qingxi yearned to slam the door and depart, yet the mere thought of her father lying in the intensive care unit brought forth a stream of tears from the corners of her eyes. Her expression wrought with anguish. "I shall only grant you this one chance." "Very well," Shen Weifeng replied coolly. "After all, I harbor but a singular interest in you." Soon, the two found themselves in a chamber reminiscent of a presidential suite. Yao Qingxi trembled as she attempted to remove her form-fitting leather attire, only to be halted by Shen Weifeng, who coldly stated, "Do you truly believe I had you adorn yourself in such a manner for no reason? Put on your helmet and prostrate yourself like a Diogedian." The next moment, he slowly retrieved a black leather whip from the wardrobe. Yao Qingxi's pupils widened in shock. She bit her lip, nearly drawing blood, realizing that her adversary merely sought to humiliate her. Trembling, Yao Qingxi knelt down. "A foolish woman. This is your fate, an inescapable destiny." Shen Weifeng brandished the black whip, the air crackling with a sharp sound as it descended heavily. Crack, contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The long black whip seemed to strike against an invisible barrier, abruptly halted. "What?" Shen Weifeng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yao Qingxi heard the violent crack of the whip but felt not a trace of pain. In a state of anxiety and confusion, she turned her head. "What is happening?" Chapter 93. A ferocious beating strange. Shen Weifeng, perplexed, presumed he had merely miscalculated. Thus, he swung the whip once more toward the woman kneeling before him. Crack! The whip came down again. Yet once more it was halted just before making contact, striking against an unseen wall. Yao Qingxi, clad in the snug black leather, her figure curvaceous, particularly accentuated by the helmet, had Shen Weifeng's blood racing. However, the current events felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over him, extinguishing all desire. "No, this is decidedly amiss. There is an awakened one." Shen Weifeng was not a fool. He quickly sensed something was off. Yet he had not anticipated the presence of bodyguards outside his villa, nor the various identity verifications and defensive measures set within. How could someone have infiltrated so silently? Damn! A chill ran through him, and he couldn't help but curse. He discarded the whip and dashed toward the door. Fleeing this place, summoning the bodyguards, and activating the villa's defenses seemed his most prudent option. What has transpired? Yao Qingxi gazed perplexedly at Shen Weifeng's retreating figure. Could it be that this pervert had a change of heart? Shen Weifeng, however, had no time to concern himself with the woman. His mind was singularly focused on one matter: escaping. The wealthier one is, the more they cherish their life. As an heir to the Shun Corporation, unexpectedly endowed with awakened abilities, he was destined to be a luminary in the business realm. He could not die. Absolutely not. As long as he exited the room, he would be safe. Shen Weifeng sprinted. Fixating on the door, he flung it open, and just as he was about to step outside, bang! Shen Weifeng collided headfirst into an invisible wall, blood streaming from his head. Clenching his forehead in pain, he looked down to find his hand smeared with blood. It's over. Trapped. Shen Weifeng suddenly comprehended his predicament. Though he was unaware of the nature of this ability, one thing was certain: someone was targeting him from the shadows. He ceased any further attempts to break through the door and swiftly turned toward the window. Throwing it open and gazing down from the third floor, Shen Weifeng took a deep breath. It's all right. As long as I am careful, I might only break a leg. Injuries are preferable to death. He was ruthless with others and equally so with himself. Thus, summoning his courage, he leaped through the window. Bang! Another invisible wall repelled him. Shen Weifeng felt his nose break, tears and blood streaming forth, his body seemingly on the verge of collapse. Clutching his nose in excruciating pain, he gasped, "Who are you? Who sent you to torment me? Whatever they offered you, I will pay double." Faced with an unknown danger, he could only resort to such measures. Truly a wealthy man, his first instinct was to offer money for his life. Alas, no amount of currency could secure his survival. At that moment, two young men entered from outside the door. Shen Weifeng's heart raced. Someone had truly infiltrated without alarming anyone or triggering surveillance. Such ability, if they truly intended to kill, who could withstand them? Shen Weifeng glared at the two before him. "Who are you? I bear no grudge against you. Surely you have mistaken me for someone else." Young Master Shen had quite the talent for fabricating tales, adeptly feigning ignorance after deliberately sending us to Anping village 3 days prior, Fang Zhan remarked flatly. This revelation caused Shen Weifeng's countenance to shift dramatically. It was him, the mysterious awakened one who had slain Zhao San and Zhou Cheng, and had offended the chairman. How could this be? How did he escape from Anping village? It was impossible. The Shun Corporation had dispatched a dozen awakened individuals, all of whom had met with demise. He had only seen their photographs, and now faced with them in person, he momentarily lost his bearings. "Brother, spare us the nonsense and send him on his way." Ruan Yaowen cracked his knuckles, casting a glance at Yao Qingxi in the corner, causing her to tremble in fear. What a delightful game. He sneered, delivering a brutal kick to Shen Weifeng's abdomen, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. "I detest men like you who resort to trickery to force women into submission. Disgusting. Is it not possible to simply pay for such things? What tricks can't one employ? A whip, is it? Role-playing, perhaps? Wearing a helmet? Kneeling, you say?" Ruan Yaowen railed, kicking Shen Weifeng with each scathing remark, leaving him battered and bloodied. "Please, stop kicking me," Shen Weifeng pleaded in agony. "Have mercy." He had been raised in luxury, never having endured such a beating. "Can I let you go? Just thinking about the games you've played makes me furious. How will you compensate me? Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I become." Ruan Yaowen seethed, delivering yet another kick. Shen Weifeng's features contorted in pain. His ability, Death Curse, allowed him to curse through a linked medium, rendering the cursed nearly powerless to resist. Gradually weakening until death ensued. As a businessman, he believed it to be the perfect ability for himself. Strategizing within the corporate tower, anyone who dared obstruct him would meet a 1,000-mile curse of death. Such a beautiful life. Yet now, he loathed his own powered eye in the face of other awakened ones. He was no different from an ordinary person, utterly defenseless. "I'll pay you. I'll pay you both. Please, I beg you. Stop hitting me," Shen Weifeng wailed, truly at his wit's end. Ruan Yaowen was poised to continue his assault when Fang Zhan intervened. Squatting down, he grasped Shen Weifeng's hair. "First, tell me how you discovered our identities." This was Fang Zhan's primary concern. "I have an awakened subordinate with the ability of X-ray vision. He saw your true forms in the black market, then contacted a friend within the system to investigate, uncovering your identities and the vehicles registered under your names." Fang Zhan's expression turned enlightened. "So it was that simple. He had anticipated Shin Weifeng possessed some extraordinary skill to unearth their information and locate them accurately. Considering he always wore a mask in public, to be found like this was indeed quite alarming. Who would have thought the answer was so simple? X-ray vision combined with big data searches? What luck to have an ability like that, Ruan Yawen remarked with envy. Fang Zhen couldn't help but roll his eyes. With your personality, had you not possessed absolute defense, you would have been eliminated long ago. Now, I have a question for you. If you provide a satisfactory answer, I may consider sparing your life. Fang Zhen activated his phone's recording function. Now, tell me about Onping Village. Onping Village? Shin Weifeng's body involuntarily shuddered. This was an absolute secret of the Shin family. If revealed, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. The elders would never permit such a breach of confidentiality. If he refrained from speaking, Shin Weifeng gazed at the two before him, trembling with trepidation, wondering if he could survive this ordeal. Chapter 94. Would you care for a joyride? Under Fang Zhen's coercion, Shin Weifeng reluctantly divulged the details regarding Onping Village. As anticipated, the residents of Onping Village had been deliberately relocated there by the Shun Corporation. Originally, Onping Village was a haunted locale, and its economic decline had led to the gradual departure of its inhabitants. The Shun Corporation purchased the suburban land for development, only to discover the village's unique characteristics. Onping Village was shrouded in anomalous events, yet posed minimal danger and exhibited high receptivity, capable of coexisting with other anomalies. Under the guidance of the Zero Point Club, the Shun Corporation initiated a mysterious experiment. They utilized the Foundation's intelligence network to identify peculiar cases with a high likelihood of spawning anomalies, subsequently luring these patients into Onping Village through promises of treatment, exaggerated environmental benefits, and assurances of future property appreciation. After over a year of efforts, Onping Village had transformed into a place where multiple anomalous events coexisted. This locale remained a secret weapon for both the Shin Corporation and the Zero Point Club. Unbeknownst even to the Special Operations Department, I possess only this knowledge. The majority comes from the uncles and brothers at home. Shin Weifeng, bruised and battered, divulged all he knew. Remarkably, it aligned closely with Fang Zhen's conjectures. Ruan Yawen spat disdainfully. How shameless! These patients are already in dire straits, and yet you deceitfully ensnare them into a regulated event. Even if they survive, their existence will hardly improve. Truly, a family of scoundrels. Shin Weifeng cowered, too intimidated to retort. Fortunately, we have been blessed with good fortune, Ruan Yawen mocked. Who would have thought a bus would pass through Onping Village to extricate us? Otherwise, you would have led us to ruin. Shin Weifeng was taken aback. How could that be? Where would a bus come from? He was utterly astonished. The Shin family placed immense importance on transforming Onping Village into a regulated zone. Everything surrounding Onping Village was under the scrutiny of the Shin family. A bus could not possibly exist, he asserted. Thus, he was perplexed as to why the two individuals who had clearly entered Onping Village appeared before him without reason. It defied logic. Even if they had truly emerged, he should have been the first to receive news. Ruan Yawen, startled, turned to Fang Zhen. Brother, that driver. Fang Zhen was equally shocked. In a bus? Then what had he ridden back to the city? The driver had seemed utterly ordinary. Could that bus have been a part of the regulated event? The thought sent chills down his spine. Nevertheless, they had indeed left Onping Village, so perhaps there was no need for excessive concern. Right? Fang Zhen steadied his thoughts. No need to dwell on that. We have already escaped. Indeed, Ruan Yawen nodded in agreement. As expected of you, brother. You're remarkably composed in the face of such chaos. His admiration for Fang Zhen had reached new heights. Fang Zhen put away his phone, and Shin Weifeng trembled as he spoke. I've revealed everything. You can let me go now, can't you? Yes, I shall spare you, Fang Zhen replied, rising and turning to Ruan Yawen. It's in your hands now. Ruan Yawen rubbed his hands together eagerly. Don't worry, brother. I will handle this. Shin Weifeng felt an invisible wall closing in on him, as if it were about to grind him into pulp. And he screamed in terror, You are not keeping your word. You promised you wouldn't kill me. Fang Zhen shrugged innocently. I did spare you. It is not my doing. Despicable, Fang Zhen. May you meet a wretched fate. With that, Fang Zhen exited the room and closed the door behind him. Bang! The sound of a violent collision echoed, abruptly silencing the screams. Moments later, Ruan Yawen emerged, wiping his hands clean. All taken care of? Of course, it was a piece of cake. Fang Jin glanced back at the room, where blood and remnants were splattered across the walls, door, and ceiling, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. What a grotesque scene. That's how my abilities work when it comes to killing, Ruan Yaowen replied innocently. Crushing someone with an invisible wall is both painful and cruel. Fang Jin retorted, can't you at least prepare some firearms? It's inconvenient to carry those. They raise suspicion at security checks. What about a knife? Using a knife feels too brutal. It terrifies me. Looking at the blood-soaked room, Fang Jin could only shake his head. So, using a knife is too cruel, but crushing someone into pulp is acceptable. At that moment, a tall woman dressed in leather, Yao Qingxi, trembled as she emerged from the room. Upon seeing the two men, her voice quivered uncontrollably, thank you for saving me. She had witnessed Shen Weifeng being reduced to pulp, a sight that had shattered her psyche. The two before her seemed no different from demons. This is Spicy girl, you weren't like this before, Ruan Yaowen teased with a smirk. Weren't you quite arrogant when you provoked me before? You even deliberately lured us to Anping village. I was wrong. It was all Shen Weifeng's coercion. If I didn't comply, my father would die. Yao Qingxi's eyes brimmed with tears, evoking sympathy. Ruan Yaowen turned to Fang Jin, brother, how should we handle this? What do you think? She witnessed you commit murder. That makes sense. One must eradicate the root of the problem. Ruan Yaowen regarded the alluring woman before him, slowly picking up a fruit knife. Despair washed over Yao Qingxi's face. She had barely escaped one peril only to stumble into another. Was today destined to be her doom? Ruan Yaowen hesitated, gazing at her beautiful visage and captivating makeup, clearly conflicted, revealing a sense of compassion. Yao Qingxi sensed his hesitation and bit her lip, whispering, I swear I won't speak of what I saw today. If you spare me, I doubt I can be your girlfriend. At least this man appeared more appealing than Shen Weifeng. She understood all too well that in this world, she was too weak. Finding a reliable ally would be a wise choice. Ruan Yaowen scratched his head and turned to Fang Jin, brother, she is quite pitiable. Fang Jin unceremoniously delivered a sharp smack to Ruan Yaowen's head, causing him to yelp in pain. Brother, why did you hit me? Ruan Yaowen exclaimed in confusion. Fang Jin smirked, did you not say that if you let lust cloud your judgment again, you would allow me to thrash you? Ruan Yaowen wore a sorrowful expression. He had indeed asked for it, and could not blame anyone else. If she could compromise her integrity to survive, she could just as easily betray him to save herself. The decision is yours? Fang Jin returned the authority to Ruan Yaowen. Ruan Yaowen remained silent for a long while. He looked at Yao Qingxi and sighed. I understand the feeling of being trapped. You can leave. You need not submit to me. I have always despised coercing women. Yao Qingxi, who had been engulfed in despair, felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing his words. Tears welled in her eyes as she said, thank you, you are truly a good person. With that, she nervously and cautiously made her way outside, her heart racing with trepidation, fearing that Ruan Yaowen might change his mind. But as she exited the villa, no other sounds followed. She had survived. Yet her heart felt hollow, a sense of melancholy washing over her. Yao Qingxi returned to her pink motorcycle, standing lost in thought for a long time, as if she had made a resolute decision. She donned her pink cat-eared helmet and revved the engine. Damn it, after years of navigating the dating scene, I've been handed a good person card. Ruan Yaowen chuckled at his own misfortune, then turned to Fang Jin. Brother, I was wrong. Go ahead and hit me to vent your frustration. Why would I hit you? I let that woman go. Letting her go is fine, but you said you would eradicate the root of the problem. I never said that. Ruan Yaowen suddenly realized, oh right, that was my own declaration. All right, let's go. I have other pressing matters to attend to. Fang Jin waved dismissively. The instigator, Shen Weifeng, was already dead. Fang Jin had no intention of taking out his frustrations on an innocent woman. She too was a victim. However, he noticed that Ruan Yaowen seemed quite fond of this female knight, so he thought to facilitate a connection. But now, it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Under the cover of Fang Jin's abilities, the two departed the villa. Just as they were about to drive away, a familiar roar of a motorcycle echoed nearby. Virum Yao Qingxi sped back on her pink motorcycle, coming to a halt beside Ruan Yaowen's vehicle. She removed her helmet, wiping her face marred with marks, biting her red lips. I'm Yao Qingxi. Would you like to go for a ride together? To his surprise, she had returned. You called for me? Ruan Yaowen questioned. Astonished, Yao Qingxi defiantly raised her chin. Of course. Are you afraid? Afraid of you, little girl. If you want to race, then let's go. Ruan Yawen unceremoniously hopped onto the back of the motorcycle, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Yao Qingxi shivered slightly. Hold on tight. If you fall off, don't blame me if I fall and die. That's my bad luck. When I was racing, you were still a baby. All right, let's go. If you feel sick, just let me know, and I'll stop. Hey, little girl, don't get too cocky. The motorcycle roared to life, surging forward like a cheetah, leaving Fang Zhan bewildered behind. Damn it. How am I supposed to get home? I can't drive. Chapter 95. Making a contribution, Fang Zhan stood by the roadside, contemplating for a long time. Ultimately, he decided against driving without a license. He hailed a taxi and provided the address of Ruan Yawen's home. I really should consider buying a house. Not having a place to call my own feels rather inappropriate. Fang Zhan mused to himself. However, the money he currently possessed still held significant purpose. He pulled out his phone, which had regained signal, a comforting sign in the city. Opening WeChat, several new messages appeared. They were from Jiang Yueying. Today, Sister Chu took me to the Special Operations Department in Han City. Wow, the building is enormous. It resembles the People's Congress Hall. The experts installing my mechanical prosthetics are incredibly skilled, with all sorts of advanced equipment. I almost felt as though I had crossed into a sci-fi blockbuster. I had no idea technology had advanced this far. I must resist. I can't appear like a country bumpkin. Wow, but those mechanical prosthetics are really cool. You must take a look. Following was a clear original photo, in a vast laboratory adorned with an array of intricate instruments. A pair of technologically advanced mechanical legs rested upon a towering white pedestal. Gleaming in pure silver, they exuded a palpable metallic essence, with various components seamlessly integrated, and under the illumination, it appeared as though a luminous white flow coursed through them. Truly impressive, resembling a mecha that had been pilfered from a sci-fi blockbuster. Fang Zhan's heart raced with admiration, to the point where he almost wished to acquire one for himself. The message had arrived 2 days prior, but in the interim, Jiang Yueying had not sent another word. How have you been lately, rich girl? Fang Zhan pondered before sending a message. Ding dong, a prompt reply followed. Where have you been? I sent you a message, and you didn't respond. You still owe me a meal? Fang Zhan replied. I was trapped in a village, nearly lost my life. 10 seconds later, his phone rang. She had called directly, evidently concerned that the nuances could not be conveyed through WeChat. Fang Zhan answered the phone with a smile. Hello, are you all right? Jiang Yueying's anxious voice came through, soft and gentle. Fang Zhan chuckled. I'm fine. I managed to escape alive, so, how are you now? You're not injured, are you? Not injured, just forcefully fed some dog food by an unscrupulous couple and left by the roadside. Now,